In the year 1519 of the Sea Circle calendar, the village of Kokoyashi in autumn was shrouded in the joy of harvest. Discovered while stealing treasure, Nami dragged her exhausted body and fled back to the village in a sorry state. Damn it, they clearly looked so rich, yet there were only a little over 100,000 berries on that ship. The moment she thought of how she had nearly failed, yet earned so little, Nami could not help grinding her teeth. Even so, she was one small step closer to gathering 100 million berries and buying back her village. Nojiko, she should be at the tangerine orchard now, right? Nami had just decided to go check on her sister when a commotion suddenly rose from ahead. Several familiar villagers came out of a small shop, grumbling nonstop. What a ripoff. 10,000 berries for a single worthless jar. Is that jar made of gold or of silver? And he even claims it can contain anything. What a fraud. Their words stirred Nami's curiosity. 10,000 berry jars. A swindler. After the villagers left, Nami cautiously poked her head out and looked at the shop that had somehow appeared in the village without her noticing. On the shop's signboard, a line of words was written: Miracle of Destiny. Miracle of Destiny. Nami murmured under her breath, unconsciously touching the money pouch at her waist. As if drawn by an invisible thread, she stepped into the shop against her better judgment. Inside, Xiawin quietly watched the first group of customers leave, offering neither explanation nor attempt to keep them. He had just transmigrated to this world, known as the world of one piece of bloodlines and doting fathers, and had awakened the myriad worlds jar system. In this shop granted by the system, he could receive a certain number of jars every day. According to the system, once he sold the very first 10 jars, he would leave the novice phase. The daily limit of jars he could sell would greatly increase, and official phase benefits would be unlocked. Within the shop, he could not be harmed or controlled in any way. He could even actively trigger the shopkeeper's privilege, becoming directly invincible and suppressing any enemy. The shop itself also enjoyed an indestructible blessing. This at least was something Xiawin found quite satisfactory. A system that could guarantee its host's safety was in his eyes a good system. The core of the myriad worlds jar system was only one thing: selling jars. Selling as many jars as possible. No matter what a customer drew from a jar, he would obtain the very same thing. If someone drew a devil fruit, he would gain the corresponding ability as well, yet would not be restrained by sea stone. In short, he would take all the benefits and discard all the drawbacks. So long as he sold enough jars, he could, like a certain king of effort, grow stronger at an unreasonable speed. According to the system's introduction, once he sold a sufficient number of jars, he would unlock even higher grade jars and new shops. Right now, however, the greatest problem was this: the jars were far too expensive. The very first batch of customers had just been frightened away by the exorbitant price. System, this price is too high. Is there really no way to change it? Xiawin asked helplessly in his heart. 10,000 berries in the timeline 1 year before the protagonist Luffy set out to sea was a very large sum. It was especially so for Kokoyashi village, a place relentlessly exploited by the Arlong pirates. After handing over the extortionate monthly protection fees, the villagers could barely scrape by. How could they possibly have spare money to buy a jar whose authenticity was completely uncertain? Unfortunately, after explaining its basic functions and the conditions for upgrading the shop, the system had disappeared without a trace. It left behind only one line: the jar price could not be altered. Otherwise, all jars sold would be confiscated. This shattered Xiawin's desire to become strong quickly. Still, that little thief cat Nami should be quite rich at this point in time, shouldn't she? Yet to pry berries out of her hands would be anything but easy. He would need some well-chosen words and careful guidance. Xiawin mused silently, a plan already forming in his mind. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps rang out. Someone was coming. After Nami stepped into the shop, her gaze swept swiftly around. The interior was simply furnished. The only display was the 10 ceramic jars arranged on the table, each appearing utterly ordinary. Only then did her eyes fall upon the young man resting in a chair. He seemed to be around 20, neatly dressed, his expression indolent. What shocked Nami most was not his exceptionally handsome face, but his bearing. He seemed out of step with the entire world, wrapped in a faint air of detachment. He was definitely not from Kokoyashi village. In all her years roaming the East Blue, she had never met anyone with a temperament like his. A trace of wariness rose in Nami's heart. Ever since the Arlong pirates had made Kokoyashi village their base, the villagers' comings and goings had been strictly limited, even their fishing boats destroyed. How had this strange shopkeeper entered the village at all, and even opened such a shop? Have you looked your fill? Xiawin opened his eyes and said evenly, this shop only sells jars. 1 jar, 10,000 berries. Only then did Nami, still harboring suspicion, carefully examine the 10 jars on the table. They were utterly ordinary with no distinguishing features at all. And this worthless jar actually cost 10,000 berries. It was faster than outright robbery. With that thought, Nami became certain the shopkeeper was a swindler. Her eyes curved into crescents as she revealed her white teeth and stepped forward with her trademark sweet smile. She prepared to probe the shopkeeper's words and find out why these jars were supposedly worth so much. If she could learn his tricks for swindling others, the remaining tens of millions of berries would be quickly within reach. She could, for example, go sell tangerines for 10,000 berries apiece in the rest of the East Blue. Yet before Nami could speak, Xiawin seized the initiative. In this shop, haggling is not accepted. He paused, then delivered the lines he had prepared: 10,000 berries for 1 jar. It may grant you treasures that make you rich overnight, or it may contain worthless rubbish. His gaze locked directly onto Nami as his voice dropped a notch. Or perhaps something that can change your destiny. There is nothing it cannot yield, only things you cannot imagine. Destiny. Nami almost burst out laughing. Not even destiny can make me fork over 10,000 berries. She had an instinctive aversion to spending money. If these jars truly produced different things as he claimed, then any so-called treasure would certainly be controlled by human hands. At 10,000 berries a try, who knew how many she would have to open before hitting the so-called treasure? She still needed to save up to buy back the village. Seeing Nami starting to waver, and knowing well her greed for money, Xiawin decided to press a little harder. The jars in my shop contain miracles that can alter fate itself. For example, you might draw enough gold to buy the entire village. Or perhaps, Xiawin deliberately paused, studying Nami's reaction. You might gain the power to defeat a powerful enemy. Nami's whole body trembled. His words had struck a raw nerve, and the smile on her face turned stiff. She unconsciously tightened her grip on her money pouch. What had the shopkeeper just said? Defeat a powerful enemy. It was only a jar. How could it possibly enable her to defeat a formidable foe? She had once witnessed Arlong's terror with her own eyes. He could crush cannonballs in his bare hands, bite through iron swords, and flip houses with ease. A monster through and through. Nami longed to turn and leave this place to get away from this swindling shopkeeper. Yet her feet seemed rooted to the floor, refusing to move. Xiawin calmly pointed at the 10 jars on the table. So will you take a chance and open 1 jar? Nami's gaze wandered back and forth between the jar and her money pouch. Reason told her this was definitely a scam. Yet what if it wasn't? What if she really could obtain enough power to defeat Arlong? Then these 7 years of torment would finally come to an end. But 100,000 berries was far too expensive. She had only just managed to earn a little over 100,000 berries today. This was the money that could one day save her village. How could she casually hand over such a large sum? Should she gamble on a mere possibility? If she lost that gamble, it would mean all her efforts during this period had been for nothing. Just as Nami hesitated, Xiawin added calmly, there are only 10 jars left for today. Once they're sold, that's it. I am not a permanent resident of this village either. Chances to change one's fate do not appear every day. These words became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Nami recalled her fear and hatred toward Arlong, her longing for freedom, and the dream she had cherished since childhood, to draw a map of the entire world. Without sufficient strength, even if she eventually scraped together 100 million berries to buy back her village and her freedom, she would still be unable to sail the seas and complete her grand map. Nami bit down hard on her lower lip. That faint glimmer of hope and desire finally overwhelmed her suspicion that this was a fraud. There was a sharp smack. Her hands trembling, she drew out 100,000 berries from the pouch and slapped the stack heavily onto the counter. With a hint of sobbing stubbornness in her voice, she cried, "Fine. I'll open a jar." In that moment, Nami's heart felt as though it were bleeding. She regretted her impulsiveness over and over again. Why had she spent 100,000 berries on a mere jar? Would it not be better to simply keep saving honestly until she gathered 100 million berries and redeemed her village? The fish had taken the bait. Xiawin's lips curled slightly as he made a courteous, inviting gesture. Nami forced herself not to look at the way the shop owner put away the 100,000 berries. Instead, she carefully examined the 10 identical jars. In the end, she chose the third one from the left. She picked up the jar with great care and found it to be much lighter than she had imagined. Can these jars really contain anything at all? Nami voiced her skepticism. Setting aside all that talk of power, even if it held enough gold to buy the village, it should weigh far more than this. Could it be that what the jar contained was not direct treasure, but a treasure map? Nami's eyes suddenly seemed to turn into berries. If that were the case, she could accept it. Xiawin chuckled softly. The jars in my shop can of course produce anything, be it a legendary devil fruit, or a method for cultivating hockey, or perhaps a supreme great blade, or some method to control sea kings. Such things can all be found inside these jars. Of course, opening a jar relies entirely on luck. As for the fact that the jars could also yield skills or items from other worlds, Xiawin saw no need to mention that to Nami. A hint of confusion flickered in Nami's eyes. She had heard of devil fruits before, mysterious things said to grant strange abilities. But those who ate them became unable to swim, and they were incredibly expensive. But what was hockey that it could be mentioned in the same breath as legendary devil fruits? Since these jars are so wonderful, why would you sell them, shopkeeper? Nami could not help but ask as she gazed at the shop owner's serene expression. If it were her, she would never put such remarkable things up for sale. Especially not for a mere 100,000 berries. At the very least it should cost 1,000,000, no 10 million berries. Because it is interesting enough, he replied. Xiawin chuckled. Anyone can purchase a jar in my shop. Pirates, marines, revolutionaries, or even completely ordinary people with no special talents. I hope that one by one the people who buy jars here will rise to become powerful figures upon the seas, and that more and more will come seeking me out to buy jars. Xiawin had always had only one goal: to sell jars. To sell even more jars. To have most of the well-known figures across the world of the Pirate King come to buy his jars. What a bizarre dream. Nami felt that the shop owner was trying to hoodwink her. Forget it. She should focus on her own jar instead. Shopkeeper, how do I open this jar? Just smash it directly, Xiawin reminded her. Nami took a deep breath, raised the jar, and brought it crashing down. Xiawin also turned his gaze toward the jar being opened, curiosity in his eyes. As the very first customer of the shop, he was truly eager to see what Nami would obtain. With a clang, a brilliant, blinding golden sphere of light shot out and exploded within the shop. When the radiance finally began to fade, Nami held her breath and looked into the shattered remains. There, lying quietly inside, was a strange golden object, its surface covered in lightning-like patterns, its entire form twisted into a spiral. This is... Nami picked up the bizarre object in puzzlement. It felt cold to the touch and carried a faint sting. It was not gold, nor did it seem to be any powerful weapon. Her anticipation was instantly smothered by a crushing wave of disappointment. Was this all? The shop owner really was a swindler. What on earth had she been expecting? Natural type Goro Goro Nami upon consumption grants the ability to become lightning itself, wielding tremendous destructive power. Allows short-distance instantaneous movement and flight in the form and speed of lightning, and can enhance Kinbunchiko Haki to achieve large-scale eavesdropping. It can create lightning clones and thunder beasts, and can restart one's heart by shocking it back into beating. Remark, this is the power of a god. A clear chime sounded. The customer has obtained the natural type Goro Goro Nami. Congratulations to the host for gaining the same ability. It was actually the Goro Goro Nami. Reading the system's description, Xiawin's eye twitched. As a man accustomed to terrible luck, he felt as though he had just been brutally struck by a one-shot triumph of overwhelming fortune. Although in the original story the fruit's user had an embarrassingly poor battle record, it could not be denied that this was still one of the most top-tier natural-type devil fruits. In Xiawin's mind, its excellence was such that one could even omit the natural-type label altogether. But at this point in time, hasn't the Goro Goro Nami already been eaten by Enel? Could it be that jars can even produce devil fruits that already have owners? Then what if in the future someone drew the Nika fruit? Xiawin's expression grew odd. If the seas suddenly saw 7 or 8 Nika fruit users appear at once, a horde of rubber-bodied people bouncing around. The image was too much. Xiawin dared not continue the thought. Having never seen a devil fruit herself, Nami, however, could not feel happy at this moment. She forced her eyes wide, letting tears glimmer within them, and spoke in a pitifully innocent tone. Kind and handsome shopkeeper, could I return this and get my 100,000 berries back? Oh, Xiawin's voice was calm. Are you certain? Young lady, your luck would make anyone upon the seas green with envy, he continued. What you opened is not trash, but a devil fruit. And not just any devil fruit, but the natural type Goro Goro Nami. Once you eat it, you will possess the power to become lightning itself. In principle, jars are not refundable once sold, but this time, I am willing to make an exception. With that, Xiawin deliberately took out the 100,000 berries as though preparing to reclaim the fruit. Devil fruit. Become lightning itself. Nami froze for a moment. Seeing that the shop owner truly intended to reach out for it, she immediately clutched the fruit to her chest and hurriedly retreated several steps. She did not know exactly how powerful the Goro Goro Nami was, but she certainly was not stupid. Given how this mysterious shop owner wanted to buy it back, it clearly meant the fruit was extremely valuable. Had she actually won this gamble? Then I won't return it, I won't return it. Nami hugged the fruit tightly, and at last a bright, excited smile blossomed across her face. I never expected that one day I could become a legendary power user. Nami tightened her grip on the fruit, her eyes shining brightly. As if she could already see herself commanding the winds and rains, making a name for herself across the seas, a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. Xiawin glanced at the remnants of the jar on the ground and lightly snapped his fingers. With a thud, the fragments of the jars wriggled continuously, eventually merging into the shop's floor. This left Nami, who had been startled awake by the sound of the snap, utterly speechless. What kind of ability is it that seems to directly devour the jars? Could this shop owner really feed people to the shop? At this thought, Nami involuntarily shivered. Her awe towards the mysterious shop owner deepened once more. She should have thought of this earlier. The fact that this shop owner could casually produce a devil fruit was why he set the jars at a price of 100,000 berries. This indicated that he himself was also a powerful user. The slight sense of exhilaration Nami had just experienced completely vanished. Natural system, Thunderfruit. Xiawin introduced in a calm tone. Depending on the extent of personal development, you can cultivate different abilities. But you will definitely possess elemental transformation, the ability to generate electricity, short-range teleportation, and unleash thunderstrikes. He lifted his gaze to Nami, who was visibly shocked and had unconsciously opened her mouth. Now, you can eat it. This is the miracle that will change your destiny. However, there was one thing Xiawin did not mention. The devil fruit is extremely unpalatable. Moreover, one only needs to take a single bite to gain its power. You do not need to finish it all. This is not out of his malicious intent or revenge for Nami quietly calling him a fraud earlier. Rather, it is a requirement for fruit users to experience this process. Otherwise, it would not be authentic. The miracle of destiny. Nami was taken aback, recalling the sign outside the shop. As long as she ate this thunderfruit, she should be able to face Arlong, right? At the very least, she now had the capital to resist. This was the power that could save the village. Nami took a deep breath, gazing at the uniquely shaped fruit in her hand, and bit into it directly. Then, to her dismay, gagged. Nami's delicate features, which had yet to fully develop, scrunched up together. Tears welled up at the corners of her eyes. Her stomach churned violently, her face twisted, almost causing her to vomit. It was so awful. How could something legendary taste so terrible? But thinking that this was a miracle she had spent 100,000 berries to obtain, it was her power to save the village and confront Arlong. Nami gritted her teeth, swallowing the fruit in her mouth. Finally, she closed her eyes and quickly gulped down the remaining fruit in a few bites. It was a gamble. With a thunderous roar at the moment Nami finished eating the thunder fruit, a genuine lightning bolt streaked across the clear sky of Coco Village. The sound of thunder rumbled. Huff, huff. Just finishing a hellish taste experience, Nami felt an unprecedented surge of power emerging within her. That power made her body tingle. Instinctively, she pointed her right index finger at the floor. Zzzzt. A small blue bolt of lightning erupted from her fingertip, striking the shop's floor. Nami was stunned. She stared blankly at her hands, watching the arcs of electricity flicker and leap at her fingertips. Her neck stiff as a board lifted to look at the shop owner, who maintained a calm expression with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. In that moment, all her doubts vanished, replaced by genuine shock and ecstasy. She had truly acquired a devil fruit for just 100,000 berries. The shop owner hadn't deceived her. These jars could indeed yield good items. Feeling the terrifying power within her, which felt as familiar as her own limbs. For the first time in 7 years, Nami shed tears filled with hope, not despair or suffering. The village was saved. Everyone was saved. It seems the customer is very satisfied with this purchase experience, Xiawin remarked appropriately. You are the luckiest buyer I have ever seen. How about it? Do you want to buy some more jars? If he could sell 10 jars directly today, it would be best to leave the novice phase. Nami. More money to spend. Nami's expression was conflicted. Although she had become a fruit user, she was not a hot-headed fool who would immediately seek revenge on Arlong. She planned to conceal her strength first, gradually develop her fruit abilities, and then devise a meticulous plan to deal with the Arlong pirates. She had to eliminate the tumor in her village all at once, leaving no future troubles. Therefore, buying more jars was necessary. Even if it was painful, she could not hesitate. This was money to save the village and could not be saved. I only have a few thousand berries left. Can the shop owner help me keep the jars? He'll come back with the money and definitely buy them. I want all 9 remaining jars. Nami said shyly. Moreover, she had another thought in her heart. Could she buy a few jars for Nojiko as well? To let her sister also gain powerful abilities. This way, when she leaves Coco Village in the future, she could feel more at ease. Of course, that's your freedom. Xiawin smiled faintly. However, I want specifically reserve these jars for you. If new customers come in, I will conduct business as usual. Upon hearing this, Nami immediately became anxious. If such miraculous jars were discovered by the Arlong pirates, leading Arlong to buy jars to gain power, then she would be in danger. After all, compared to herself alone, the one in charge of the Arlong pirates definitely wouldn't lack berries. Shop owner, can the Navy and the Arlong pirates also buy jars? They are a group of butchers who exploit and oppress the village. Seemingly seeing through her anxiety, Xiawin calmly added, I already mentioned that I am only responsible for selling jars. As for who the customers are, or what they have done, it has nothing to do with me. Moreover, not everyone has your luck as a customer. After all, these are just ordinary jars. Each person can only buy 10 jars of the same quality within a week. This is a rule set by the system aimed at preventing large forces from monopolizing completely. Same quality. Nami's spirit jolted listening to the shop owner's implication. Could there be even better jars? Then shop owner, how many berries are needed to purchase higher grade jars? Right now you do not have the authority to purchase higher grade jars. Xiawin shook his head calmly. However, the truth is that he had not yet unlocked higher-grade jars. The system required that there must be 10 relatively well-known characters consuming in the shop. Only then can higher-grade jars be unlocked. This relatively well-known refers to characters that appear in the original plot and have a certain number of appearances. It would be strengthened with version updates and side characters that have interactions with the main character group. Of course, as a member of the main character group, Nami would definitely count as one of the slots. Aside from that, if he sells 100 ordinary jars, he can unlock new shops in other locations. As the shop owner, he can instantly move between 2 shops, allowing him to sell jars in other places. This relieved Xiawin, who initially thought he could only linger in the East Sea. Compared to the Paradise, the first half of the Grand Line, and the New World, the 4 seas were still too backward. Knowing that no matter how rich Arlong was, he could only buy 10 jars in the short term, Nami let out a slight sigh of relief. Oh, she must acquire the power to defeat the Arlong pirates within a week. Watching Nami leave to get her money, Xiawin began to experiment with his new abilities in the empty shop. After all, the shop had the property of being indestructible. He could create whatever he wanted. With the continuous sounds of ziz, bang, boom, of thunder resonating, Xiawin finally grasped his limits and released his elemental transformation. It seems the ability of the thunder fruit I acquired also needs to be developed. However, the good news was that the system informed him that after acquiring a second shop, he would have his own exclusive jars. Moreover, they would be better than the jars sold in the shop and easier to yield gold. At this moment, a Navy officer passing by with a cigarette in his mouth looked up at the sky in confusion, then glanced at the shop from which thunder was occasionally heard. Strange, it isn't even thundering. What's making that noise in that house? He squinted his eyes and suddenly noticed that shop he had never seen before. When did this shop pop up? Has this new shop paid its taxes? Has it paid its protection fee? Operating illegally falls squarely under his jurisdiction. As the adjutant to Colonel Lao Shu of the 16th branch, he instantly perked up, his face alight with excitement. These commoners ought to obey his commands without question. With that thought, the naval officer strode into the shop with arrogant confidence. The first thing he saw was a black-haired young man seated calmly inside, leisurely sipping tea. Xiawin glanced up at the naval officer in uniform, then set his teacup down with quiet composure. This shop sells only jars, 10 million Belle each. First come, first served. Huh. The naval officer pointed incredulously at the chipped clay jars, his voice suddenly rising in disbelief. You're charging 10 million Belle for these? He wouldn't even accept these worthless vessels as a gift. They'd only clutter his space. Only a fool would buy them. Feeling mocked, the naval officer's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he hurled 3 heavy accusations. I suspect you're running a fraud and operating illegally, evading taxes and withholding dues. Before I entered, I heard strange noises emanating from your shop. I suspect you're harboring or colluding with pirates. However, his tone shifted, revealing a rapacious grin. If you pay me a 10 million Belle deposit on the spot, I'll personally waive your imprisonment. After years serving under Colonel Lao Shu, extortion had long been etched into his very soul. Xiawin raised an eyebrow. Someone actually dared to extort him. Yet truth be told, it was a viable option. System, can I force customers to buy jars, drag them in, and compel consumption? Or cripple them, then demand they purchase jars to redeem their lives? Xiawin asked inwardly. Seemingly stunned by his audacious ingenuity, the system responded unusually swiftly. Ding. Warning: all jar transactions must occur through the voluntary conscious choice of both parties in a normal mental state. No coercion or spiritual manipulation is permitted in jar purchases. Any violation will result in immediate confiscation of all sold jars. Seeing this path firmly sealed, Xiawin reluctantly abandoned his bold scheme, deliberately provoking customers, then forcing them to strike first. Activating the shopkeeper's invincibility privilege would subdue any adversary. But the sole drawback was becoming a wanted criminal bearing an exorbitant bounty. At that moment, the naval officer glared at the jars on the table, growing increasingly irritated. This unfamiliar shopkeeper claimed to sell jars, so he'd smash every last one. Then he'd see whether the man could still maintain that infuriating air of calm composure. He had a well-honed method for dealing with commoners' intimidation and threats. Guaranteed compliance 9 times out of 10, payment would follow without fail. With that thought, the naval officer suddenly lunged forward and slammed his fist toward the nearest clay jar. But the expected shatter never came. The shopkeeper did not flinch. No pain, terrified expression emerged, no frantic begging ensued. Instead, the officer's fist struck the jar as though hitting solid granite. My hand. How impossibly hard is this jar? The officer cradled his swollen right hand, humiliated. Seeing the shopkeeper remain utterly unruffled, serene as mist over mountains, his pride curdled into fury. Gritting his teeth, eyes blazing with menace, he lashed out sideways, kicking viciously at the table leg. If the jars were enchanted, he'd topple the table instead. Crack! A sharp, sickening snap of bone pierced the shop's silence. The naval officer froze mid-motion. His shin was broken. What in the world was this table made of? Solid adamant. Xiawin glanced at the sweating, pain-stricken officer and offered politely. Sir, are you quite all right? Perhaps you'd like to open a jar, whether it's an instant healing spray or nourishment that accelerates bodily recovery. There's nothing you can imagine that cannot be found within. Just 10 million belly per jar. The shop possessed absolute indestructibility, including everything housed within it. As for the jars themselves, they simply remained sealed until a transaction was finalized. Even now the man still hawked his wretched jars. Was he utterly oblivious, or deliberately mocking? His authority shattered, his body injured. The naval officer burned to draw his flintlock pistol, determined to make this effortlessly composed, lethargically seated shopkeeper understand who truly reigned supreme. Yet recalling the uncanny events moments earlier, and noting the shopkeeper's face wholly unlike any villager from Kokoyasi, the officer sensed he'd just kicked an unyielding iron plate. Hesitation flickered across his mind. This shopkeeper was surely an outsider, newly arrived. He had to report this to Colonel Laoshu immediately. No one will ever buy your black market jars. With that final threat, the naval officer limped away in disgrace. Xiawin watched him stagger out, leaning heavily against the wall, his gaze deep and inscrutable. I hope you bring sufficient change. Just moments after retrieving enough belly from her hidden chest, she rushed here without delay. Nami, desperate to prevent anyone from snatching the jars, happened to witness a naval officer hobbling out of the jar shop. She caught only a fleeting glance from him before he fled in obvious panic. Her heart clenched. A chill of foreboding swept over her. The miraculous jar shop might already be exposed. Tomorrow I must bring Nojiko along to buy jars. We must ensure these fate-altering jars never fall into the hands of the Navy or the Arlong pirates. Now, it was time to open them all. The moment she stepped inside, Nami's eyes locked onto the 9 clay jars resting on the table, her pupils practically shimmering with the shape of belly coins. If only she drew a treasure map, or another devil fruit. She could even pick one up for Nojiko. Shopkeeper, I'm back to open jars. Xiawin cast a calm, detached glance at Nami, who had already begun selecting a jar, only to find she couldn't move it. Payment first. Opening follows. Oh. Even on her second visit, Nami grimaced reluctantly, placing 9 million belly atop the counter. Her expression, one of profound sorrow. Yet several banknotes bore faint specks of blood. Before Xiawin could collect them, Nami swiftly snatched them back and replaced them with pristine bills, laughing lightly. These got accidentally splattered with ketchup. Let's open already. With that, she slammed her fist onto the outermost jar. Crack! It shattered instantly. From within rolled a smooth, perfectly rounded fruit, its surface glowing with a delicate arranged gradient. Thighs. I've drawn another devil fruit. Nami stood frozen, staring at her own hands in utter disbelief. 2 legendary devil fruits, drawn consecutively. When had her luck turned this extraordinary? Or was it possible that even the lowest tier item in the mysterious shop's inventory was a devil fruit? Xiawin gazed silently at the familiar fruit resting on the table. Sunset fruit, a common wild fruit from a certain world. Consuming it restores a modest amount of vitality. Flavor profile closely resembles that of an apple. Note: Genshin impact. Initiate. This is wonderful. Now my sister can become a legendary power user. Looking at Nami, who was filled with excitement, and gave the sunset fruit a hearty kiss. Xiawin gently shook his head, interrupting her fantasy. Unfortunately, this is not a devil fruit. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Nami's smile instantly froze the corners of her mouth, drooping little by little. Not a devil fruit. This is a fruit called the sunset fruit. Eating it can restore a small amount of vitality, making it a fruit that can heal wounds with a taste similar to that of an apple. Nami's expression immediately turned to one of immense disappointment. So it's just an ordinary fruit. Although the shopkeeper had just mentioned that this sunset fruit could heal a small amount of wounds. However, after consuming the thunder fruit, she could elementalize, becoming immune to all attacks. If it weren't for the fact that the devil fruit needed development, she wouldn't have been able to unleash a powerful skill for now. With her unbeatable elementalization, she was able to hold her own against Arlong. This time, opening the can was a loss. But that's alright. She still had cans left to open. Looking at the remaining 8 cans, Nami first put her hands together and silently prayed for herself. Then she decisively smashed 2 of them in succession. Bang! From the broken can, a white orb of light burst forth along with a swimsuit. Nami's face darkened as she disdainfully pinched the excessively revealing, shameless blue swimsuit with 2 fingers. She didn't even need Xiawin to introduce it. Nami pouted, "This swimsuit is way too revealing. I would never wear something like this in my life." She usually wore long skirts, long pants, or long sleeves. However, to avoid waste, Nami still grudgingly put it into her specially prepared backpack. This item was only worthy of being on the same table as that sunset fruit. Xiawin, young lady, are you sure? Nami's bikini blue version, a classic among classics, paired with a white beach skirt showcasing elegance. No, don't think too much, it's not the original flavor, just one of the items that the previous owner accidentally bought too much of. At this moment, Nami carefully tapped the white orb of light floating in front of her. Curiously looking at the shopkeeper, what is this white orb of light for? Basic combat mastery, the most basic combat mastery. Upon fusion, it grants combat skills and experience that normally takes a regular Navy recruit 2.5 years to acquire. Note, this is the most precious treasure of a Navy recruit. Xiawin organized his words. This is basic combat mastery. Upon fusion, it will allow you to gain combat skills of a regular Navy recruit after more than 2 years of training. The method of use is simple, just press the orb against your chest to absorb and fuse it. Combat mastery. Nami's eyes lit up. She currently lacked means to enhance her combat power. Although this orb only provided basic combat skills, it was still better than having no close combat skills at all. After all, once she set sail in the future, she couldn't expose her identity as a power user every time. It would be too easy to become a target. Some minor troubles would be much easier to resolve with physical techniques. Nami eagerly pressed the white orb against her chest as the shopkeeper had instructed, watching the orb gradually merge into her body. In an instant, Nami felt a plethora of memories and experiences about close combat filling her mind. Once the absorption was complete, Nami looked down in astonishment, touching her tightened waistline. She could clearly feel that her physical fitness seemed to have significantly improved. She felt stronger. Absorbing that orb even came with the benefit of physical training. This is truly magical. Nami joyfully said, "Shopkeeper, what was that just now?" Xiawin nodded gently, just as you thought. This combat mastery certainly includes an enhancement to physical fitness. In fact, even he was somewhat surprised that the items provided by the can would be this good. Absorbing skill or experience orbs. Even the improvements in physical fitness generated during training were perfectly replicated. The value of this orb was far beyond his initial expectations. Could it be that Nami's luck was truly that extraordinary? To this, Xiawin could only say well done. After all, no matter what the other party offered, he could obtain it 1-to-1. Xiawin wished that every customer who came to buy cans would bring in gold, so he could soar right from where he stood. Only 6 cans left. After what just happened, Nami felt even more excited about the miraculous things these cans could yield. Bang, bang, bang. This time, the impatient Nami directly chose to smash 3 in a row. Just when she looked on with excitement, she was silenced by what the cans produced. Oranges from Cocoa West Village. Note, ordinary oranges delicious. A glass dome of the Celestial Dragon. Note, wear it, and you will be the dumbest brat on the street. A cracked wooden sword. Note, a training sword used during a swordsman's childhood, now damaged. Nami stared blankly, picking up the very familiar orange. After peeling it and tasting it carefully, her expression grew increasingly speechless. Indeed, wasn't this the orange from her family's orchard? Could this thing even enter a can worth 100,000 berries? Xiawin looked at the 3 utterly useless items with little surprise. It was normal for ordinary cans to yield trash. Someone like Nami, who opened a thunder fruit on the first try, was already considered to have incredible luck. It was equivalent to hitting the jackpot on the first draw, with the rest needing to be slowly repaid. This is what they call the law of luck conservation. Come on, I don't believe I can't draw something good. The unyielding Nami let out a light humph. She had only used the wrong posture when smashing the can just now, which was why she got these mediocre items. Bang, bang, another 2 strikes. This time Nami's force was noticeably much stronger. A map of the North Sea. Postpartum care for sows. Nami's face darkened as she looked at the 2 items produced from the cans. She couldn't help but turn her head to glance at the shopkeeper, whose expression was as usual, as if he had anticipated this. Not understanding why such a high-end miraculous can would yield such trash. You still have 1 last can left for this week, Xiawin reminded. I know. Nami's mouth twitched, feeling that her plans to target and defeat Arlong might have to be postponed by a week. It was simply that she couldn't open something that was definitely good in her heart. Nami sighed, recalling the first can she opened. She casually threw the 10th can onto the floor. Bang! From the shattered can a blue glow burst forth. Startled by the appearance of Xiawin, Colonel Mouse instinctively shouted, "Who are you? Quickly catch him." Surrounding naval soldiers were about to advance when they saw a blinding flash of lightning in the visitor's eyes. Zizizi. The violent electric current erupted, instantly transforming into several ferocious howling thunder beasts encircling the entire area. Some new recruits were so frightened that their legs went weak and they collapsed to the ground. "I surrender. Please spare me," it was all Colonel's orders. Two officers shouted almost in unison, fearing that any of their subordinates might anger this mysterious powerhouse. The deputy who had once visited the jar shop and was now leaning on a cane buried his head low, wishing he could burrow into a crevice. If he had known the shopkeeper possessed such power, he would never have dared to extort him. An ability user. Colonel Mouse looked perplexed, unable to comprehend. Why would a powerhouse of this caliber appear in the East Sea? Even in the headquarters of Marineford, an ability user would at least start as a colonel. Such a figure would deign to come to this small village of Coco West. Xiawin looked down at the trembling Colonel Mouse and spoke calmly. You are the Colonel Mouse colluding with pirates. I can offer you a chance to live, even an opportunity to achieve merit. Thank you, esteemed sir. Colonel Mouse forced a flattering smile. What do you need me to do? I guarantee I will follow your orders. Xiawin nodded calmly. Indeed, those who know the times often live longer. You should have a way to directly contact the naval headquarters, right? Off. Colonel Mouse was taken aback, then hurriedly nodded. Yes. As the highest-ranking officer at the 16th branch, I have a direct contact phone bug to headquarters. Colonel Mouse cautiously glanced at Xiawin and said flatteringly, I can hand over that phone bug to you right now and swear I won't leak a single thing about you. If you need anything in the East Sea, I can help you cover it up so the headquarters won't find out. After saying this, Colonel Mouse secretly let out a sigh of relief. In his view, this mysterious powerhouse, who presumably came from the Grand Line, was definitely planning something major and needed a local snake like him to cover. Covering up for others' crimes and framing was his old profession. Cover up. Xiawin's lips curled slightly, revealing a profound smile. No need. You should report to the naval headquarters right now. Just say that a merchant selling devil fruits has appeared in your jurisdiction and that the dragon pirates who had originally occupied the Coco West village were defeated by a customer of that merchant. What a... Selling devil fruits. And that Arlong. His partner lost. Colonel Mouse's eyes widened. He quickly recalled the change in that little thief cat. So this mysterious powerhouse was indeed the jar merchant his deputy spoke of. The little thief. Nami likely opened a devil fruit by purchasing a jar. 100,000 berries could potentially yield a devil fruit. If this news got out, the entire sea would go wild. But this powerhouse seemed completely unconcerned. He even encouraged him to report to the naval headquarters. Did he not fear the notorious pirates active in the Grand Line? Speaking of which, could he also go and open jars to become a noble ability user? A glimmer of greed flashed in Colonel Mouse's eyes. Money is a good thing, but power would allow him to earn even more money. This is your only value. I start contacting them now. What should be said and what should not be said? I believe you understand this logic. Xiawin lightly extended a fingertip, a dangerous flicker of lightning flashing continuously. Yes, I will contact them right away. Colonel Mouse was startled, hastily pulling out a special phone bug. Birubaru. After connecting the call, he took a deep breath and spoke as calmly as possible. This is the 16th branch of the East Sea. I am Colonel Mouse. I have urgent intelligence of the highest level that needs to be reported immediately to the senior officers at headquarters. After a few seconds, a lazy voice came from the phone bug. East Sea. What kind of urgent intelligence could there be from that place? Just say it. If it's really urgent, I'll report it to Vice Admiral Spider. Feeling Xiawin's almost tangible gaze beside him and hearing the casual tone of the phone bug, Colonel Mouse felt a vain throb on his forehead. What's wrong with the East Sea? Don't look down on the East Sea, you scoundrel. He suppressed his anger and reported in a trembling voice, in the Coco West village of my jurisdiction, a merchant selling devil fruits has appeared. The previously bounty of 20 million berries for the fishman Arlong has been defeated by a villager who purchased the fruit. Colonel Mouse swallowed hard and added, the dragon pirates have been completely wiped out. Suddenly, there was silence from the other end of the phone bug. Then a voice filled with disbelief erupted. What did you say? Xiawin glanced at the stiff, forced smiling Colonel Mouse, lightly snorted, and in a flash of lightning vanished without a trace. The initial bait had been cast. Next, it was just a matter of seeing how many notable characters could be caught. Indeed, the methods of the evil cultivators are effective. Rather than slowly accumulating popularity and repeat customers, Xiawin chose to forcefully advertise. No matter how the naval headquarters responds, or whether they believe it, Marineford will definitely send someone to Coco West Village to check. Isn't this much better than him being stuck in Coco West Village, passively waiting for someone to come? And Joseph and Johnny must be urged to leave quickly and lure Zoro over. Nami looked at Arlong, who had sunk to the bottom, and passed out, her expression conflicted. She didn't know how to retrieve him. And also, Nami looked speechlessly at the enormous sea beast Moo Moo before her. This sea cow was very gluttonous, and she couldn't afford to keep it, but to directly take it down seemed a bit excessive, right? Moo. Looking at Moo Moo's tearful, pleading expression, Nami helplessly covered her forehead. After defeating Arlong, her anger had already dissipated significantly. The fishmen she had electrocuted would also receive their due punishment. Just then a tense yet familiar shout came from outside the Dragon Park. Nami. Nami, are you there? Are you okay? After a fleeting moment of ecstasy, Nami swiftly regained her composure. She understood clearly that this was merely the beginning. The true challenge lay in confronting Arlong, who lurked within the Dragon Park. Gazing upon the severely wounded and unconscious Xiawin on the ground, she hesitated briefly before finally grasping his arm. With great effort, she dragged the towering fishman towards a nearby abandoned house. This was to buy time before Arlong and the other fishmen discovered them. Phew, so heavy. Luckily, I had previously cast the combat mastery orb to enhance my strength, otherwise I could only have left him on the road. Nami muttered softly as she sought out some thick hemp ropes, tightly binding the unconscious Xiawin. She did this partly because she was not yet capable of taking another's life. On the other hand, she feared that killing Xiawin might provoke an uncontrollable fury from Arlong, leading to unpredictable consequences. Her priority now was to secure her sister safely and focus entirely on battling the dragon pirate crew. With resolve firm, Nami swiftly turned and hurried towards her home. Nami. Nokigo, returning from the orange grove, saw her sister's hurried figure and finally exhaled in relief. I'm glad you're all right. Just now there were thunderclaps and strange hissing sounds outside. I was worried something had happened. Yes, I'm fine. Nami pursed her lips, summoning the courage to confess. Sister listened to me first just today. She quickly recounted the opening of the jar shop, the power she had gained, and how she had just defeated a cadre member, telling everything to Nokigo. After hearing this, Nokigo was utterly stunned, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Opening jars can make you stronger. Had Nami not raised her hand to display the dazzling blue electric currents, Nokigo would never have believed her sister truly possessed such power. So sister, you should go hide with a Jian now. Nami's eyes shone brightly, her tone resolute. I will definitely defeat Arlong and drive the dragon pirate crew out of the village. Nami. Nokigo's gaze was complicated. Her lips moved words of admonition on her tongue, but in the end they transformed into concern and support. Be careful, I'll be waiting for your return. Meanwhile, as Xiawin was preparing to close the shop, 2 new customers arrived. Hey, boss. I heard you sell jars for 100,000 Belle each. A man dressed in blue shouted loudly. Yeah, bring them out and let us see. I've never seen such expensive jars before. Another man in green joined in the clamoring. Xiawin looked at the 2, both dressed like typical bounty hunters, their voices boisterous. A flicker of thought crossed his eyes. He felt these 2 were somewhat familiar, especially their faces, which appeared rather fierce. They looked like the common expendable villains found everywhere. Oh, this bounty target really knows how to run. We've used up all our supplies, one complained. Tell me about it. But seeing a jar worth 100,000 Belle made the trip worthwhile. The 2 harmonized, approaching the table with a bold intent to grab the jars. Joseph and Johnny exchanged glances and noticed something wrong with the jar. Despite their strength warranting million Belle bounties, they couldn't budge this pottery jar. They had originally accepted an ordinary bounty and were midway to resupply when they unexpectedly arrived at this place called Cocoa West Village. Upon entering the village, they sensed a strange atmosphere and headed straight for the tavern to gather information. A villager mentioned a newly opened peculiar jar shop. A pottery jar priced at 100,000 Belle was clearly a scam. Driven by curiosity and a desire to see the spectacle, they decided to investigate in person. As it turned out, the shop owner truly possessed some ability. Guest, are you here to buy jars? Xiawin asked calmly. Of course, we are Blade God Joseph and Sword Saint Johnny. Exactly. Both puffed out their chests proudly. Yet their voices trembled slightly, betraying their bluff. Blade God, Sword Saint. Xiawin's eyes gleamed with understanding. It was them. Zoro's fans, Luffy's unofficial crew members, the duo responsible for comic relief in the original story. They also participated in the battle against the dragon pirate crew in Cocoa West Village alongside Luffy and others. A jar costs 100,000 Belle. Pay first, then open it. Anything can appear inside. If luck favors you, you might even gain formidable power. Given their simple minds, Xiawin opted for the simplest explanation. Amazing. Incredible. The 2 responded with fitting expressions of awe. However, after their exclamations, they awkwardly glanced at each other, neither daring to open the jar first. Xiawin, what's wrong? Was his explanation not detailed enough? Boss, we don't have Belle. The money we carry is for supplies. We can't afford the jars. Joseph and Johnny huddled together, trembling as they looked at Xiawin's expressionless face. They wondered if the owner would resort to violence because they couldn't pay. Over the years as bounty hunters, they had encountered many eccentric strong figures. Rest assured, this shop never forces sales. Buying is entirely up to customers. Xiawin's tone remained casual, but his words took a subtle turn. However, just before you arrived, a customer opened a jar and obtained a devil fruit, becoming a power user. And today I only have these last 10 jars left. What? A devil fruit can appear. What? 100,000 Belle to become a power user. The two were dumbfounded, jaws practically dropping. Having roamed the East Sea for years, they had certainly heard legends of power users. If they could eat a devil fruit, why toil over million Belle bounties? They could directly hunt down top-tier sea pirates and become rich overnight. Joseph and Johnny exchanged a glance, instantly reaching consensus. Supplies? Forget it. Missions? Abandoned. Opportunities like this must not be missed. If they could really obtain something good, they could even bring along Brother Zoro. They searched their pockets and finally gathered 400,000 Belle half in small change. Boss, we want to buy 4 jars. A wise choice. Xiawin smiled faintly, waving his hand as 4 jars were placed before them. Seeing them once again stunned by this move, Xiawin felt as if the new shop was already beckoning to him. Free promotional agents had just arrived. Moreover, they were connected to Zoro, potentially attracting a member of the protagonist group, bringing him one step closer to unlocking advanced jars. You go first. No, you go first. Seeing the two constantly deferring and being polite, Xiawin helplessly tapped the table with his finger. Although opening the jar relies entirely on luck, but you can open it together. Joseph and Johnny were taken aback, tacitly looking at the 4 jars in front of them. Then let's each open one, and we'll open the last 2 together. I was thinking the same. Keek. X2 Joseph struck a pose he thought was incredibly cool, shouting loudly as he punched the nearest jar. Sword God Fist. The jar shattered in response. A cylindrical object that made Xiawin's expression instantly turned peculiar fell out. RPG-7, a classic among classics, comes with 10 rounds of ammunition. Note single shot can target powerful, it's a sniper. Wow, I can't believe we opened this thing. What is this? Joseph curiously picked up the green tube, turning it over and over, looking confused. There are 10 conical heads on the ground too. I get it, this must be a large flintlock gun. Johnny smacked his head confidently, concluding. Xiawin confirmed his statement. This is called an RPG. You can think of it as a big flintlock gun too. However, its power is immense. With one shot it can smash a wooden house. It can even penetrate several centimeters of steel plate. It's a devastating weapon. So powerful. Unbelievable. After hearing the shopkeeper's words, Joseph and Johnny instantly became extremely excited, jumping up and down. With this, we can definitely become the second strongest bounty hunters in the East China Sea. At that time, Brother Zoro will definitely be shocked by us. Joseph carefree tucked the 10 spare rounds into his waist. Xiawin's eyelids twitched at this operation. It's my turn now. This jar is truly amazing. 100,000 berries is simply too worth it. Johnny exclaimed excitedly. With a bang, the jar belonging to him was also opened. A bottle of dark-colored drink without any label rolled out. Cola, just an ordinary bottle of cola. Note, guess why there is no label? Xiawin glanced at it and said it's a type of beverage, it has no effect, and it's best to drink it all at once. Oh. Johnny, filled with anticipation, looked like he had been struck by lightning. The excitement on his face instantly froze, and he turned to tears, his expression filled with deep sorrow. Wasn't this supposed to be a liquid devil fruit? Joseph also cooperatively cried out in despair. 100,000 berries just vanished like that. Oh no, we're going bankrupt. The two's wailing echoed through the shop. Xiawin, if it weren't for his professional training, he would probably have been unable to help but physically silence these two. Their voices were too loud. If they ate a fruit that amplified sound, these two would at least be at the supernova level in the future. There are still 2 jars left. Maybe you can find your own miracle. Seeing that the two were still going to continue their wailing, Xiawin immediately reminded them. Oh, we still have 2 jars. Joseph and Johnny instantly retracted their previously sorrowful expressions. Taking a deep breath, they nervously looked at the 3rd jar. Then, bang! From the shattered jar, a white orb of light burst out. At that moment, Joseph and Johnny began to blame each other. Why did you go first? We should open it together. You were the one who acted slowly, can you blame me? Xiawin ignored the 2 lively treasures who had a great relationship and looked at the white orb. Mastering culinary skills. This is a collection of knowledge and experience about cooking and culinary arts. After use, you will become a top chef. Note, when traveling outside, the last person you want to offend is the chef. Is this another type of passive talent reward? Could it be that the white orb represents various basic skill proficiencies? Xiawin, lost in thought, explained to himself, this is a reward that allows you to become a top chef after absorption. Whoever wants this ability can press it against their chest to integrate it. Hearing his words, the two, still pushing the blame, simultaneously pinched their chins. I can't believe such a useful skill could be opened. How did you make this jar, boss? Chef, huh? That's fine. That way we can cook for ourselves in the future. Finally, Johnny stepped forward, cautiously pressing the orb against his chest. When he opened his eyes, deep shock appeared in his gaze. I can actually master such powerful culinary skills directly. I could even go open a restaurant right now. The marvel of this jar exceeded his imagination once again. Meanwhile, Joseph grabbed his companion's hand, and together they smashed the last jar. A green glow erupted from the jar. This special effect, different from before, made both of them freeze, looking curiously at the red and white patterned sphere. Pokemon Ball, Master Ball from a world dominated by Pokemon. After systematic transformation, it can forcibly capture sea beasts and small-sized sea kings. Don't be too harsh on them, or they will get angry. Note: a Pokemon without a yellow electric rat is not authentic. Boss Shopkeeper, what is this? X2 Xiawin smiled faintly. This is called a Master Ball. It can forcibly capture sea beasts or small-sized sea kings. After successful capture, you can command and drive them to a certain extent. But don't go too far. Although the world of One Piece has no Pokemon, those sea kings that no one wants and won't feel pain make up for this. Can be commanded. You can actually capture sea kings. But it's so small, won't it be cramped inside for the sea kings? Joseph's eyes were nearly popping out as he carefully examined the small Master Ball in his hand. Even small-sized sea kings are hundreds of meters in size. Enough to overturn pirate ships. If they successfully capture a sea beast, they won't have to take a boat anymore. Is this really something that can be opened with 100,000 berries? Boss, aren't you going to lose money saying this? Yeah, boss. You're simply the most generous person we have ever met. Joseph and Johnny cheered excitedly. They spent only 400,000 berries and got so many good things. They hit the jackpot this time. Dragon Park. Where has Crocodile been for so long? On the throne, Arlong became anxious, vigorously tapping his fingers on the armrest. The atmosphere in the entire hall gradually became oppressive, except for the two cadres. Xiaoba and Zhu, the other fishmen, didn't even dare to breathe, nervously watching their increasingly gloomy leader. At that moment, Arlong's din mushy suddenly made a sound. Birubiru. Arlong impatiently pulled out the receiver. Immediately, the voice of his greedy and cowardly partner came through. Arlong, my men saw Nami coming towards you all alone. Nami was approaching Arlong Park. Arlong's eyes darkened with chilling malice and murderous intent. He had dispatched Karubi to warn her, yet here she stood unharmed while Karubi had vanished without a trace. There was only one explanation. The outsider had joined forces with Nami to ambush Karubi. Chu, go to Kokoyasi village and find Karubi. Arlong's serrated teeth ground together with a grating crunch. If you fail to locate him, bring me Nami's elder sister instead. Understood, Arlong. A fishman with an unusually distorted mouth nodded in compliance. I gave you your chance, Nami. Since you chose betrayal, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Arlong sneered inwardly. At last, I've arrived. Nami halted before the gates of Arlong Park, her gaze resolute and radiant. After effortlessly defeating Karubi, she had gained a stark, unshakable awareness of her own power. She now possessed combat prowess rivaling that of notorious pirates commanding bounties in the tens of millions. And with her ability to elementally dissipate physical attacks, she held an absolute advantage over brutes like Arlong, mindless, unrefined strength incarnate. Thus this time Nami did not slink in under cover of shadow. She marched forward openly, boldly toward Arlong Park, returning to the place where despair had consumed her for 7 long years. Glancing coldly at the 2 fishmen sentries guarding the gate, she strode straight through the entrance. She bore no resemblance to the timid, cowering little thief-cat of old. This sheer presence, this transformation, left the 2 gatekeepers utterly stunned. They dared not utter a single word of protest as Nami stormed into Arlong Park. Before they could even exhale in relief, a bolt of sapphire lightning erupted from her body. Araya. Neither sentry lasted a single second. Both collapsed charred black and unconscious. Boom. ZZZT. ZZZ. Wherever Nami passed, crackling serpents of electricity shattered every fishman in their path. Her eyes locked unflinchingly onto the towering fishman seated upon the throne, the humiliation and hatred of 7 years now igniting into white-hot fury. She would avenge the villagers who had suffered oppression and exploitation for 7 agonizing years. She would avenge Belmere, her mother. Enraged, Arlong spotted Nami striding into the park, and the fallen bodies of his fishman kin lying at her feet. With a thunderous crash, he smashed the armrest of his throne. His roar shook the entire park. Nami, you wretched human thief! How dare you betray me? I'll tear you limb from limb. Snatching up his jagged greatsword Zampa, Arlong charged headlong at her. Just a petty thief. Since the outsider remained unseen, he would first eliminate this traitorous wretch to vent his wrath. Yet Nami merely cast a calm, dismissive glance at Arlong. Then at the very instant his serrated blade neared her neck. Raishin. She dissolved into a blinding streak of lightning, reappearing instantly among the clustered fishmen. Slowly she raised her arms. Chidori Ri. ZZZT. ZZZ. A dense net of lightning exploded outward, transforming into countless writhing thunder serpents. Before they could react, the fishmen were engulfed by surging current, convulsing violently as they collapsed. Those behind recoiled in shock, scrambling desperately to flee, yet none escaped the wide-reaching net of electricity. Even Hachi, wielding 6 blades and reacting just a fraction slower, was ensnared in blinding arcs and struck square in the chest by Nami's lightning-swift fist, leaving him blackened and crumpling lifelessly to the ground. Elementalization. Impossible. Arlong's pupils contracted in disbelief as he stared at Nami, now a living conduit of lightning, and at his comrades falling one after another. Even his officer Hachi defeated in a single blow. This power, is it a devil fruit? And not just any, a Logia-type devil fruit. Even in the Grand Line, a Logia wielder stood unchallenged, untouchable. Such a rare and supreme fruit. How then had Nami, a nameless, rootless thief, ever acquired it? Could it be? Arlong suddenly recalled the outsider who had opened that peculiar shop, and the report from Captain Smoker claiming Nami had made a purchase there. Damn thief, you spent my 100 million berry on this fruit. Arlong roared. He cared nothing for outsiders. He cared only that his money was gone. As for Nami's overwhelming strength, Arlong felt no fear whatsoever. His greatest advantage lay in aquatic combat, and as a devil fruit user, Nami dared not enter the water. Having swiftly dispatched the last few fishmen, Nami froze mid-step at Arlong's furious bellow. My berry. ZZZT. Squeak. An ear-splitting avian shriek pierced the air once more. Nami, her expression frozen in icy fury, advanced steadily toward Arlong, who had already plunged into the water preparing to flee. Though she had clung all those years to the naive hope that amassing 100 million berry would grant her freedom, yet there had been moments when she sat alone in shadows licking her wounds. When doubt had flickered, would Arlong truly honor his promise? Would he truly spare the village? But back then she had been too weak. With no recourse but blind faith, betting everything on Arlong's hollow sense of honor. Now, however, she wielded power capable of crushing him utterly. 100 million berry. Freedom. You never intended to release me, or spare Kokayasi village. Isn't that right, Arlong? Crack them. Dark clouds boiled overhead Arlong Park, silver lightning dancing wildly across the sky. Raime, Chidori Zancho. Nami thrust her hand into the void, as if seizing hold of 10,000 thunderbolts, blinding arcs of light converging with furious speed. They coalesced into a spear of pallid lightning, which she hurled with devastating force. The spear tore through the air and pierced Arlong's chest in an instant. His wound blackened instantly, no blood spilled. Then at Nami's will the storm clouds gathered anew above. A searing golden lightning bolt descended, striking Arlong already grievously wounded. Strangely, Nami felt as though she had been born to fight this way. Tinko, right? Urea. Arlong's charred body convulsed, his eyes wide with shock and incomprehension. He could not fathom how Nami, having just consumed the fruit, had already mastered such terrifying proficiency. She defied every principle he knew about devil fruit users. In the end, Arlong lost consciousness beneath the very waters he so proudly called his domain. Meanwhile, after the boisterous departure of the two comic figures, Sword God Joseph and Sword Saint Johnny, Xiawin pushed open the shop door and stepped, truly, for the first time into the world of One Piece. His gaze, deep and inscrutable, lingered for a moment upon the direction of Arlong Park. Then he drew a slow, deliberate breath, savoring the faint saltiness of Kokayasi village's sea breeze, the warmth of the sun, and the delicate, sweet fragrance of oranges carried on the wind. His sole objective for this outing was clear: to visit Marine Base 16 and negotiate a major deal with Captain Smoker. ZZT. Xiawin's body dissolved into a brilliant azure lightning flash, his form elongating, stretching, like a bolt racing across the heavens toward Base 16. Thunder rolled in his wake, echoing across the sky. Whether due to the system's influence or not, Xiawin sensed his Goro Goro Nomi abilities far surpassed Nami's, freshly awakened as they were. At the very least, he could already conjure lightning beasts and sustain flight in pure lightning form. Meanwhile, outside Marine Base 16, Captain Smoker paced restlessly, repeatedly wiping sweat from his brow. His subordinates had reported Nami entering Arlong Park, alone. Such a blatant violation of logic left him deeply unsettled and profoundly anxious. Suddenly, Crocodile. A deafening thunderclap split the air, a dazzling arc of lightning coalesced before him into a human silhouette. Startled by the appearance of Xiawin, Colonel Mouse instinctively shouted, "Who are you? Quickly catch him." Surrounding naval soldiers were about to advance when they saw a blinding flash of lightning in the visitor's eyes. Zizizi. The violent electric current erupted instantly, transforming into several ferocious howling thunder beasts encircling the entire area. Some new recruits were so frightened that their legs went weak and they collapsed to the ground. "I surrender. Please spare me," it was all Colonel's orders. Two officers shouted almost in unison, fearing that any of their subordinates might anger this mysterious powerhouse. The deputy who had once visited the jar shop and was now leaning on a cane buried his head low, wishing he could burrow into a crevice. If he had known the shopkeeper possessed such power, he would never have dared to extort him. An ability user. Colonel Mouse looked perplexed, unable to comprehend. Why would a powerhouse of this caliber appear in the East Sea? Even in the headquarters of Marineford, an ability user would at least start as a colonel. Such a figure would deign to come to this small village of Cocoa West. Xiawin looked down at the trembling Colonel Mouse and spoke calmly. You are the Colonel Mouse colluding with pirates. I can offer you a chance to live, even an opportunity to achieve merit. Thank you, esteemed sir. Colonel Mouse forced a flattering smile. What do you need me to do? I guarantee I will follow your orders. Xiawin nodded calmly. Indeed, those who know the times often live longer. You should have a way to directly contact the naval headquarters, right? Off. Colonel Mouse was taken aback, then hurriedly nodded. Yes. As the highest-ranking officer at the 16th branch, I have a direct contact phone bug to headquarters. Colonel Mouse cautiously glanced at Xiawin and said flatteringly, I can hand over that phone bug to you right now and swear I won't leak a single thing about you. If you need anything in the East Sea, I can help you cover it up so the headquarters won't find out. After saying this, Colonel Mouse secretly let out a sigh of relief. In his view, this mysterious powerhouse, who presumably came from the Grand Line, was definitely planning something major and needed a local snake like him to cover. Covering up for others' crimes and framing was his old profession. Cover up. Xiawin's lips curled slightly, revealing a profound smile. No need. You should report to the naval headquarters right now. Just say that a merchant selling devil fruits has appeared in your jurisdiction and that the dragon pirates who had originally occupied the Cocoa West village were defeated by a customer of that merchant. What a... selling devil fruits. And that Arlong. His partner lost. Colonel Mouse's eyes widened. He quickly recalled the change in that little thief cat. So this mysterious powerhouse was indeed the jar merchant his deputy spoke of. The little thief. Nami likely opened a devil fruit by purchasing a jar. 100,000 berries could potentially yield a devil fruit. If this news got out, the entire sea would go wild. But this powerhouse seemed completely unconcerned. He even encouraged him to report to the naval headquarters. Did he not fear the notorious pirates active in the Grand Line? Speaking of which, could he also go and open jars to become a noble ability user? A glimmer of greed flashed in Colonel Mouse's eyes. Money is a good thing, but power would allow him to earn even more money. This is your only value. Start contacting them now. What should be said and what should not be said? I believe you understand this logic. Xiawin lightly extended a fingertip, a dangerous flicker of lightning flashing continuously. Yes, I will contact them right away. Colonel Mouse was startled, hastily pulling out a special phone bug. Birubaru. After connecting the call, he took a deep breath and spoke as calmly as possible. This is the 16th branch of the East Sea. I am Colonel Mouse. I have urgent intelligence of the highest level that needs to be reported immediately to the senior officers at headquarters. After a few seconds, a lazy voice came from the phone bug. East Sea. What kind of urgent intelligence could there be from that place? Just say it. If it's really urgent, I'll report it to Vice Admiral Spider. Feeling Xiawin's almost tangible gaze beside him and hearing the casual tone of the phone bug, Colonel Mouse felt a vain throb on his forehead. What's wrong with the East Sea? Don't look down on the East Sea, you scoundrel. He suppressed his anger and reported in a trembling voice, in the Cocoa West village of my jurisdiction, a merchant selling devil fruits has appeared. The previously bounty of 20 million berries for the fishman Arlong has been defeated by a villager who purchased the fruit. Colonel Mouse swallowed hard and added, the dragon pirates have been completely wiped out. Suddenly, there was silence from the other end of the phone bug. Then a voice filled with disbelief erupted. What did you say? Xiawin glanced at the stiff, forced smiling Colonel Mouse, lightly snorted, and in a flash of lightning vanished without a trace. The initial bait had been cast. Next, it was just a matter of seeing how many notable characters could be caught. Indeed, the methods of the evil cultivators are effective. Rather than slowly accumulating popularity and repeat customers, Xiawin chose to forcefully advertise. No matter how the naval headquarters responds, or whether they believe it, Marineford will definitely send someone to Cocoa West Village to check. Isn't this much better than him being stuck in Cocoa West Village, passively waiting for someone to come? And Joseph and Johnny must be urged to leave quickly and lure Zoro over. Nami looked at Arlong, who had sunk to the bottom, and passed out, her expression conflicted. She didn't know how to retrieve him. And also, Nami looked speechlessly at the enormous sea beast Moo before her. This sea cow was very gluttonous, and she couldn't afford to keep it, but to directly take it down seemed a bit excessive, right? Moo. Looking at Moo's tearful, pleading expression, Nami helplessly covered her forehead. After defeating Arlong, her anger had already dissipated significantly. The fishmen she had electrocuted would also receive their due punishment. Just then a tense yet familiar shout came from outside the Dragon Park. Nami. Nami, are you there? Are you okay? Nami, are you alright? Akin, the village constable of Kokoyasi village, burst into Arlong Park with several villagers, his face etched with alarm. They froze in stunned disbelief at the sight before them. Scores of fishmen lay sprawled across the ground, charred black and unconscious. Akin, who had watched Nami grow up, stood, dazed, his expression unmoored. He himself had once led a rebellion against the Arlong pirates, but even a single officer had proven insurmountable. And now this girl, Nami, had single-handedly obliterated the entire Arlong pirates. Akin, and everyone else. Nami gazed in mild surprise at the familiar faces from her village, especially at two unfamiliar bounty hunters and one grievously burned, pitiful fishman. That was Chu, the Arlong pirates officer. Nami's pupils contracted sharply, a chill of dread swept through her. So, he had already gone to the village before she arrived. She realized with quiet self-reproach that she had been insufficiently thorough. After defeating Arlong, she'd failed to verify whether all key officers had truly been accounted for. Yet how precisely had this man sustained such catastrophic injuries? It looked as though he'd been struck by an explosion. Namakan, these fishmen, they'll never demand our protection money again, will they? A villager swallowed hard, tiptoeing carefully around the scorched figures on the ground, as if afraid of accidentally rousing them. The others too turned to her with hopeful, expectant eyes. Nami's eyes crinkled warmly as she broke into a radiant smile. Yes, from this day forward the Arlong pirates can no longer oppress us. Kokoyasi village, and all of us, are finally free. Upon confirmation of their victory, overwhelming joy and profound liberation surged through every soul present. Wonderful. Namakan is incredible. We'll never have to pay protection money again. Husband, did you see that? Akin, overcome with exhilaration, nearly sprinted off to spread the monumental news across the entire village. But first, they would need to bind every unconscious fishman and lock them away in Arlong Park's prison cells. As the crowd began bustling about, Nami pointed toward Chu lying on the ground and asked Akin, was this fishman injured in the village? Had he been an ordinary fishman, Nami wouldn't have reacted so strongly. But Chu was no common underling. He was an officer of the Arlong pirates, equal in rank to Karubi and the octopus fishman Xiao Ba, whom Nami herself had felled with a single punch. Of course it was the invincible sword god Joseph and the sword Saint Johnny who took him down. At last, seizing their moment, Joseph and Johnny roared with triumphant laughter. After opening their cans, they'd rushed straight to the tavern to boast, only to accidentally trigger the switch of this oversized blunderbuss while bragging to the crowd. The projectile fired instantly. A deafening, earth-shaking explosion followed, and terrified they scrambled outside to investigate. There they found the fishmen reduced to this very state. Nami listened, then shook her head with wry, incredulous amusement. So these two foreign bounty hunters were also patrons of the enigmatic shopkeeper. Yet, Nami's gaze flickered toward the azure-clad man, carefully carrying the emerald blunderbuss on his back. A quiet, private pride shimmered in her heart. She too had drawn a devil fruit. Just then Johnny suddenly cried out, pointing excitedly at the trembling moo-moo floating in the water. Hey, there's an abandoned sea beast right here. Joseph, quickly capture it with a pokeball. Yo-ho-ho-ho. A wicked sea bull indeed. Behold my pokeball. Under Nami's and the villagers' utterly astounded gazes, the colossal sea beast, moo-moo large enough to level the village, vanished with a soft whoosh into a small redand white sphere. What sorcery was this? Sensing their awe, Joseph proudly jingled the pokeball in his hand. Behold, the supreme invincible sword godball drawn for ones of zero berries from the shopkeepers can store. It cost us our entire fortune. Just then a villager, who'd earlier walked away deterred by the price of the cans, gasped aloud. What a... So the shopkeeper wasn't a fraud after all. If only I'd known. Well, never mind. I couldn't afford ones of zero berries anyway. Cans again. Akin, quietly assisting with the bindings, suddenly recalled Noko Hai's words, that Nami had acquired the power to defeat Arlong inside that mysteriously appeared can shop. Now these two bounty hunters who'd fortuitously aided the village had likewise drawn extraordinary treasures. Perhaps once he'd saved enough, he too ought to draw a can. As the village constable, he simply couldn't let the younger generation outshine him. News of the Arlong pirates' defeat spread like wildfire across Kokoyasi village. Villagers poured from their homes, embracing and weeping, spontaneously organizing a grand celebration feast. The scent of oranges, sumptuous food, song, and dance filled every corner of the village. Joy bloomed genuinely on every face. 7 years of shadow and fear lifted in an instant. Nami, Noko Hai, her short blue hair fluttering, was the first to rush forward and clasp her sister tightly. Haha, I told you I'd come back, didn't I? Nami smiled softly as she returned the embrace, listening quietly as her sister shared her elation. Even having vanquished the Arlong pirates and defeated Arlong himself, Nami still felt a surreal dissonance, as if reality itself refused to settle. Just moments ago, she'd been nothing more than a little thief cat, chased relentlessly by pirates after a failed heist. Then, by sheer accident, she'd stumbled into that mysterious can shop. Guided by the shopkeeper, she drew a can. She became a formidable ability user, crushing mighty foes, liberating her homeland. Even her lifelong dream, to chart the world's map, now seemed within reach. A miracle of fate, Nami murmured softly to herself, resolve crystallizing in her heart. Once the village stabilized, she would set sail as a bounty hunter. She would chart new lands and help the shopkeeper spread word of the can shop, guiding others toward their own destinies. Tomorrow I'll take sister to draw a can, Nami thought, brimming with anticipation. Marine headquarters. In the communications room, the operator received a report from Commodore Mouse of the East Blue's 16th branch, but dismissed it as preposterous. Devil fruits were exceedingly rare. Even in the Grand Line, not everyone possessed one. At the Sabaody Archipelago auctions, a devil fruit served as the crowning lot. And yet someone claimed a merchant was openly selling them in the East Blue, the so-called weakest sea. What could possibly motivate such a thing? Did he intend to aid the East Blue out of pity for its weakness, its provincial ignorance? Fine, let's dispatch personnel from other East Blue branches to investigate Kokoyasi Village 16th branch. That way we can also arrange for the secure transfer and detention of the defeated Arlong pirates. The operator jotted down the report, intending to submit it to Fleet Admiral Sengoku only after verification. As for who to send, a perfect candidate suddenly came to mind. Former Marine Headquarters Commodore Smoker, the formidable Logia-type smoke fruit user stationed in Lowtown as the White Hunter. With such a decorated naval officer on the scene, even a merchant peddling devil fruits would pose no challenge. The next morning, after a night of revelry, most villagers of Coco West Village were still asleep, and the streets appeared exceptionally tranquil. However, Nami woke up early and dragged her sister Nojiko to the front of the jar shop. Is this the magical store? Nojiko curiously examined the seemingly ordinary little shop. It was hard to imagine that this place had changed her sister's fate and saved the entire village. I will be leaving the village soon and am worried about your safety and that of the village sister. Nami's expression was particularly serious, so you must open 10 jars today. If it weren't for Aegean feeling embarrassed, he would have adamantly refused her kind offer to lend him 1 million berries. Nami had initially wanted to drag him along as well. After all, one person can only open 10 jars in 7 days, and the sooner they open the better it is. 10 jars. That's 1 million berries. Nojiko repeated with some pity. However, she had already supported Nami in going out to pursue her dreams last night. If she didn't have the strength to protect the village, Nami certainly wouldn't leave. She didn't want to hold her sister back or make her worry. Don't worry. Nami patted her chest boldly. It's just 1 million berries. Once I become a bounty hunter, I can easily earn it by accepting a bounty. Oomph. Nojiko huffed in dissatisfaction and began to lecture, invoking her authority as an elder sister. Being a bounty hunter is too dangerous. Nami remembered not to hunt pirates, just for the bounties. Even though you are strong now, the sea is vast, and there will always be someone stronger. Got it, just rest assured, sister, I'm the timid little thief cat. Nami replied with a grin. She was well aware that her current strength was still insufficient to roam freely across the sea. After all, she had yet to encounter other devil fruit users and was unaware of their combat abilities. But in the East Sea, she should be able to walk boldly, right? Looking at the wooden door before her, even though it was her third time visiting the jar shop, Nami still felt a faint sense of awe. Taking a deep breath, she slowly pushed open the mysterious shop's door, watching her sister, who had been confident just moments before, suddenly turn cautious. Nojiko also felt nervous, thinking there might be strict rules in the shop, and quickly followed obediently behind her sister. Oh, it's you, the lucky customer, welcome. Xiawin leisurely sat in a lounge chair holding a newspaper, speaking without looking up, his tone calm as water. Good morning, shopkeeper. Hearing that the other party didn't even remember her name, Nami felt a bit deflated. She clearly introduced herself last time. Just as Nami was about to get straight to the point and buy 10 jars, she suddenly noticed something was off. Wasn't this room a bit larger than yesterday? And that display cabinet filled with jars at the back was definitely not there yesterday. Moreover, there were only 10 jars when she came yesterday, but today there were so many. Could it be that the shopkeeper upgraded the shop overnight? Nami thought in surprise. Hello, shopkeeper, I am Nami's sister Nojiko, and here is the money for opening the jars. Nojiko gently pressed her lips together. With her hands slightly trembling, she counted out 1 million berries and neatly placed them on the counter. This was her first time handling such a large sum of money. Hello, new customer, welcome to my jar shop. Xiawin finally set down the newspaper and looked up at her. You can choose 10 jars. The contents inside are completely random. Anything can be opened. As he thought, the display cabinet behind him suddenly opened, and dozens of ceramic jars were quietly displayed within. He was relatively lenient and polite toward customers who paid for the jars. He'll take those few and these on the table. Nojiko quickly chose 10 jars, watching in amazement as they flew to her in an orderly manner under the shopkeeper's control, landing neatly on the counter. And that 1,000,000 berries had been taken by the shopkeeper at some point. Shopkeeper. Nojiko suddenly thought of something and nervously asked, if I open something suitable for my sister, can I pass it on to her? She was more worried about Nami, who was about to venture outside, than the already safe village. It would be excellent if her sister could receive a boost before leaving. Sister. Nami was startled and glanced worriedly at the calm shopkeeper. She quickly whispered, we agreed that today is for you to open jars. Xiawin chuckled lightly. No problem, as long as you paid. The jars belong to you. Except for the 2 rules that must be opened inside the shop, and that all sales are final. Any physical items opened can be freely gifted or sold. As for the rest of the rules, I will add them when I think of them. Nami was stunned. Can items really be traded and gifted? She couldn't help but look at the mysterious shopkeeper, who remained calm and collected at all times. With a confirmed answer, Nojiko's lips curled up slightly. Taking advantage of Nami's daze, she quickly smashed the first jar. Bang! A finely crafted revolver and an ammunition box fell out, causing Nojiko's eyes to brighten. This kind of weapon is perfect for Nami. Revolver's 6-round capacity comes with 100 bullets, a product of modern military technology. Note, an unremarkable revolver. Xiawin casually glanced at it, a finely crafted revolver. Bang! Another jar was smashed. A green light appeared this time, and once again, it was a physical item. However, looking at the peculiar wooden item adorned with strange carvings and patterns, Nami showed a doubtful expression, feeling that this thing might be a bit eerie. Harvest totem. I once placed it. Can affect the land within 1,000 meters, increasing its yield by 100. No side effects, no activation required. Plug and play. Collecting 3 harvest totem. I can synthesize a more advanced harvest totem too, expanding the range tenfold and increasing the effect to 300. Note, with it, people no longer need to worry about going hungry. After a moment of silence, Xiawin explained in his usual tone, this is a special totem. Its sole purpose is to increase the yield of the land within a kilometer, doubling the output. Oh, so it's a life-assisting item. Nami shifted her gaze in disappointment. She only cared about things that could make people stronger. Nojiko, on the other hand, carefully put away the totem with joy. Unlike Nami, who often went out, she had to manage the entire orange orchard. After witnessing the wonders of the jars and tasting the sweetness, Nojiko no longer hesitated or felt reserved, and she opened 5 jars in one go. Bang! Hooray! It's blue light. This must be an incredibly powerful ability. Nami exclaimed, even more excited than Nojiko, who was still opening the can. Once the blue light faded, a metallic black scale lay silently amid the shattered fragments of the can. Junyan, a high-risk word of power originating from a dragon-blooded world, Codex 89, embodying ultimate heat and explosive force. Optimized by the system, no draconic incantation required, no bloodline prerequisite, only physical stamina consumed. However, activation still demands a 13-second charge-up period, during which the user cannot move. Note, anyone can wield fire. A word of power, unlocked. Xiawin's eyebrows lifted faintly. Yet Junyan occupied an awkward tier, outshined by higher-ranked abilities, yet scarcely superior to lesser ones. In most cases, it served merely as a humanoid high-explosive grenade. But in the East Blue, a sea where ability users were exceedingly rare and where the vast majority of pirates could not withstand even gunfire or cannon fire, Junyan's threat level remained notably high. Xiawin explained calmly, this scale originates from a dragon-blooded being bearing imprinted upon it a power known as a word of power. Junyan, the word of power, Codex 89. Upon charging, unleashes a single explosive blast rivaling a standard naval cannon shell. Its temperature is extreme, sufficient to melt steel, and thus constitutes a formidable offensive tool. Merely affix the scale to one's forehead to master it instantly. Melt steel, blast force equal to a cannon. Nami's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly seized Nojiko's hand. Sister, this ability suits you perfectly. With it, I can finally set sail without worry. I'll do my best. Nojiko made no further mention of gifting it to her sister. Carefully following the shopkeeper's instructions, she pressed the scale against her forehead. Instantly, torrents of knowledge, Junyan's principles, applications, and techniques flooded her consciousness, compelling her to close her eyes and gather her focus. Seeing her elder sister immersed in the transmission, Nami turned curiously towards Xiawin. Shopkeeper, did you just say dragons? Do dragons truly exist in this world? In her imagination, dragons were colossal beasts, kidnapping princesses, spewing fire indiscriminately, and hoarding treasure with insatiable greed. Yet she had never seen one nor heard of any confirmed sightings. It was as though such mighty beings existed solely within the pages of fanciful storybooks, products of collective imagination. Dragons? No. But dragons, yes. Xiawin thought of a certain revolutionary commander, and of Kaido who had consumed the mythical Zoan-type dragon fruit model Azure Dragon. He smiled faintly. Indeed, dragons still walk this world, and so do demons and angels. Each stands among the ocean's absolute apex. Masters whose haki and devil fruit powers alike have been honed and refined to extraordinary heights. Dragons and demons and angels. Nami's eyes began to swirl dizzily. So many races truly roamed the Grand Line. Yet one familiar term the shopkeeper had just uttered caught her attention. Haki. Yesterday, before her first can opening, he had listed haki alongside the legendary devil fruits. Thus, to become a legend echoing across the seas, one must possess haki. Nami couldn't help but ask, "Shopkeeper, what is haki exactly?" Xiawin, who had intended all along to impart essential knowledge, offered a concise explanation. Haki manifests in three forms: observation haki, armament haki, and, the rarest of all, conqueror's haki, awakened only by those possessing the innate charisma of kings. Haki stands shoulder to shoulder with devil fruits precisely because it resists, and even suppresses, their powers. Even Logia-type elementization offers no immunity to armament haki's strikes. In the second half of the Grand Line, one who lacks haki cannot claim the title of true strength. To put it bluntly, in the New World, haki is ubiquitous. As for its more advanced application, haki infusion, that need not concern you yet. So, devil fruits aren't the pinnacle of power after all. Nami murmured, her voice tinged with quiet dejection. 3 types of haki, capable of countering devil fruit abilities. Nullifying elementization. Each revelation struck like thunder, shattering her prior understanding and leaving her acutely aware of her own insignificance. Just then Nojiko, now fully initiated into Junyan, opened her eyes, glancing at her sister with gentle confusion. Before she could resume opening cans, the shop door swung open, and a figure appeared who ignited simultaneous fury in both sisters. It was Captain Mouse, the corrupt naval officer who, in league with Arlong, had long oppressed Kokoyasi village. "Sir, I've come today." Captain Mouse rubbed his palms nervously, face taut with anxiety. He'd just received urgent orders from Marine headquarters. Smoker, a Marine captain stationed in Lobetown, would arrive in 2 days to apprehend the Arlong pirates and investigate the mysterious merchant. Terrified, he'd rushed here immediately to seek protection. After all, his collusion with Arlong was no secret, and if headquarters uncovered it, his career and life would end. The sole hope he now clung to was this enigmatic, unfathomable master. "Captain Mouse, you dare show your face here?" Nami's voice turned glacial. Arcs of cobalt lightning crackled around her. Spotting her inside the shop, Captain Mouse recoiled in panic. "Wait, I'm here to." But Nami granted him no chance to speak, nor any intention to hear his excuses. She lunged forward, delivering a devastating roundhouse kick that sent him flying, then rained furious punches and kicks upon his dazed, reeling form. Rage and hatred burned fiercely within Nami, but she also knew full well she could not kill or cripple Captain Mouse. To slay a Marine captain would brand her a wanted criminal, dooming her sister and the entire village. Thus she refrained from using her devil fruit power, relying instead on raw, unadorned hand-to-hand combat, treating the greedy, despicable officer as nothing more than a punching bag. Thud, thud, crack. For a moment the shop echoed with Captain Mouse's shrill, agonized wails. When Nami's cathartic beating concluded, the bruised and swollen officer trembled as he forced a servile smile. "I sincerely apologize, Miss Nami. I'll donate 1 million berry to Kokoyasi village immediately." At that moment his heart bled, not metaphorically. Money was his very lifeblood. Yet compared to his neck, parting with some coin was regrettably acceptable. Moreover, donating berry to repair the village might even mend his fractured rapport with its people. Perhaps once headquarters arrived, his collusion with pirates could be quietly buried, or at least softened, especially if he generously greased the palms of the visiting captain. Nami scoffed coldly. 100 million berry. Not a single coin less, or I'll sever one of your fingers. "What a 100 million berry?" Captain Mouse cried out in disbelief, then choked mid-sentence as he saw the sapphire lightning dancing at Nami's fingertips. This wasn't the shopkeeper's power. Could it be? Having suffered grievously, Captain Mouse could only bow profusely. "I'll raise the funds immediately." Xiawin, having watched the spectacle unfold in silence, suddenly recalled something. I nearly forgot. Fighting between patrons is strictly prohibited within this establishment. This time I'll let it pass, but henceforth refrain from violence inside the shop. Violators risk permanent blacklisting. I promise, I won't again," Nami declared at once. Only then did Xiawin turn his gaze toward Captain Mouse. Groaning teeth clenched, sprawled motionless on the floor. "Speak. What news have you brought?" Relieved beyond measure, Captain Mouse struggled upright despite the pain. "Shopkeeper. The word from Marineford is clear. A Marine captain from headquarters will arrive in Kokayasi village within 2 days. So he's finally coming." Xiawin's spirit sharpened. "Which captain from headquarters?" "Smoker, the captain assigned to Lobetown. He leads the detachment tasked with arresting the Arlong pirates." "Smoker, the smoke-wielding man who in early arcs overpowered everyone, and in later arcs remained unconquerable. A veteran from the original narrative, utterly familiar." A faint smile curved Xiawin's lips. Had another officer, or even a minor admiral with scant screen time, arrived, he would simply continue selling cans, awaiting the Navy's upper echelons to react. But Smoker's arrival meant one thing: another step forward in unlocking premium-tier cans. After reporting the intelligence, Colonel Mouse left with his tail between his legs. Before leaving, he gazed longingly and greedily at the magical jars on the table. If it weren't for the calamity that is Nami being present today, he would definitely have attempted to purchase a jar. Of course, this was also to guard against the two outsiders, Nami and Nokigo. He did not want the others to know what cards he had up his sleeve. He needed to find a moment when no one was around to secretly open the jars. Nami coldly watched Colonel Mouse leave, turning around with a sweet smile returning to her face. "All right, let's continue opening jars. Sister, you still have 3 jars left to open." Nokigo gently nodded, her gaze falling on the last 3 jars. Not being overly fixated on becoming stronger, she didn't care about any sense of ritual and directly smashed them with a swift motion. Smash, smash. The first 2 jars yielded only a liter of fresh water and a fishing rod, clearly useless trash. When the last jar shattered, a familiar green light flickered once more. A crudely cut paper figure appeared in the sight of the 3. Paper figure substitute can automatically activate to evade fatal damage when receiving a lethal blow, can only be used on oneself. Note: someone once spent an entire night cutting out paper figures to escape a pursuit. After reading the system's identification and note, Xiawin's eye twitched. Good. Even the master of the second-rate underlings is making a cameo. "Shopkeeper, what is this?" Paper figure cut by a child. But this craftsmanship is too poor." Nami pinched the thin paper figure, a strange expression on her face as she handed it to her sister, looking at Xiawin in confusion. "This thing, can it even deserve the green light?" Xiawin explained slowly. "Paper figure substitute, a one-time item. It can automatically activate to evade that one instance of damage when receiving a lethal blow. It's a very practical life-saving card, but can only be used on oneself. A life-saving item. Evasion of fatal damage." Nokigo's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and without hesitation, she stuffed the paper figure back into Nami's hands. "Nami, you must take this. In the future, if you're feeling homesick when out and about, just look at this paper figure." Nokigo paused, seeming to feel the ambiguity in her words, and quickly added, "But make sure to use it when the time comes. At worst, we can just come back and open more jars later." Nami held the paper figure substitute that her sister had forcefully returned to her, feeling a bit teary-eyed. She did not refuse, but seriously put away the paper figure, nodding vigorously. "I will." She had already decided that once the dragon pirates were captured by the arriving navy, she would set sail immediately to make a name for herself in the East Sea, publicizing the jar shop. As for how to make a name, of course she would ask those pirates to help her. After Nami and Nokigo left, Xiawin looked at the rewards that were already prepared in the system space. Without any hesitation, he affixed the scale marked with Jun Yen to his forehead. After experiencing a basic process, Xiawin successfully learned the word spirit Jun Yen. As for the paper figure substitute, he stored it in the system space, where it could also be triggered independently. As for the other items, Xiawin looked at the trash in the space, feeling that it wouldn't be long before he could set up a display case to sell those useless items. Now there are still 76 jars left to unlock the new shop. Xiawin sat in the shop, starting to calculate how many more jars he could sell in a short time. When Smoker Smog arrives at Coco Village to verify the authenticity of the jar shop, he will definitely choose to open 10 jars. If Dashiji is also present, that would be 20 jars. As for Colonel Mouse, Xiawin would count him for 10 jars as well. So in the short term, that's 30 jars. If Joseph and Johnny go back to find Zoro and bring him to open jars, that would be 16, 10, 26 jars. Hiss. It seems that the task of 100 jars will be completed quickly. Xiawin was very satisfied with the current progress. Moreover, once Smoker confirmed the authenticity of his jar shop, it would definitely cause a stir at the Navy headquarters. Completing the unlocking of the new shop is truly just a matter of effort. Where will the system choose for the new shop? In the afternoon, finally waking from a hangover, Joseph and Johnny, with the help of the villagers, completed their supplies and arrived at the dock. Joseph, spirited, carried his large musket, while Johnny held a pokeball containing Moo Moo. They boarded their small boat, waving goodbye to the villagers who came to see them off. Huh. Thank you for your fine wine and oranges. In the future, if anyone has a bounty to post, just hand it to us, the sword god Joseph and the sword Saint Johnny. As bounty hunters, they wouldn't linger anywhere, but would keep moving forward. Suddenly, Joseph caught sight of a figure standing alone under a tree and immediately excitedly shouted, "Boss, Johnny and I are leaving first. In a few days, we'll definitely return to finish opening the remaining jars." Johnny also laughed loudly. "That's right. Once we find Brother Zoro, we will definitely come back to patronize the boss shop." Xiawin watched the two tools being so self-aware, looking all fired up, and showed a faint smile. To ensure he could indeed catch Zoro, he decided to take out a pancake. "I welcome any customers who wish to change themselves and come to purchase jars. You can go back and tell Zoro that my jars can not only yield great swords, but also the secret manuals that will help him break through the iron-cutting realm." This statement ignited the two's fighting spirit like the strongest fuel. They had known Zoro for so long and were obviously aware of his desires and pursuits. "Don't worry, boss. We will definitely find Brother Zoro." The two sailed away from the port with the mission of finding their brother. A massive naval warship slowly sailed into the port of Kokoyashi village. The white hull and fluttering flag stood out remarkably in the sunlight. Is this Kokoyashi village? It doesn't seem special at all. Why would that mysterious merchant choose such a remote place? Draped in a coat emblazoned with the word justice, a man with a cigar exuded an imposing aura as he disembarked from the warship. He was a colonel from the naval headquarters and a formidable user of the smoke fruit. Smoker felt that the headquarters was wasting his talents. Was it really necessary for him to act against a mere pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries? If it weren't for the suspected merchant selling devil fruits here, it might not have affected the current situation in the East Blue. Smoker almost hung up the phone initially. "Colonel." His aide Tashigi adjusted her glasses and asked earnestly, "Should we first approach the villagers to gather information or report to the Evil Dragon Park and take control of the defeated members of the Evil Dragon pirate crew?" Smoker crushed the cigar underfoot and replied, "First, let's arrest those damned pirates. Then contact the 16th Division and have them provide the merchant's location, especially since Colonel Mouse must come here." "Understood, Colonel." Tashigi seriously pulled out a den mushi and began contacting the responsible 16th Division. A mysterious merchant, devil fruits, and vague descriptions of abilities. Smoker snorted coldly. Things are getting interesting. He did not believe Colonel Mouse's claims at all. How could an ordinary villager defeat an entire evil dragon pirate crew after purchasing a devil fruit? There wasn't even a mention of the development process of the abilities. Did the naval headquarters think everyone was a fool? Moreover, the report didn't even specify the villagers' exact abilities, only vaguely mentioning that it seemed to have caused a change in weather. Especially regarding the information about that mysterious merchant, it was nothing but the useless phrase, "suspected fruit user." Just listen to the choice of words like "seems" and "suspected." Smoker suspected that this colleague had already betrayed justice. Evil Dragon Park. Smoker stared at a massive fishman brought forth by his subordinates, taking a deep drag from his cigar. This was the captain of the Evil Dragon pirate crew with a bounty of 20 million berries of failure who had escaped from the Grand Line. However, at this moment the fishman was in a dire state. His right chest was completely pierced, and his body was covered in charred lightning marks. With such severe injuries, if it weren't for the fact that he was a fishman with a naturally strong physique. If the fatal blow hadn't deliberately avoided the heart, he might have been dead long ago. Combining the similar injuries of other fishmen and 3 cadres, the experienced Smoker quickly reconstructed the scene in his mind. A powerful fruit user had descended upon Evil Dragon Park, and within a short time, they had single-handedly annihilated all the fishmen. This was a complete and utter suppression. But precisely because of this, Smoker could be certain that the one who destroyed the Evil Dragon pirate crew was definitely not an ordinary villager who had purchased a devil fruit. No matter how exceptional the talent or how compatible with the devil fruit, no one could develop their abilities to such a level right after consuming the fruit. Lightning strikes. Could it be a Logia fruit? Smoker's expression grew serious. A user of a Logia fruit was already enough to warrant the naval headquarters' vigilance. If such a person fell into piracy, they would soon become a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million after entering the Grand Line. At that moment, Colonel Mouse, having learned that the headquarters personnel had arrived, cautiously approached with several trusted subordinates. "See, Colonel Smoker. Welcome. I was just about to go to the dock to greet you, but I didn't expect you to arrive so soon." Smoker, with a cigar in his mouth, looked up and down at his sly-looking colleague who didn't seem like a good person. He disdainfully exhaled a smoke ring and said, "Cut the nonsense, lead the way to that shop you reported, the one that sells everything." As for questioning the villagers who were merely victims, Smoker felt there was no longer any need for that. This was merely Colonel Mouse trying to shift the blame onto the villagers under the threat of that mysterious shop owner to save his own skin. Moreover, they allowed the evil dragon pirate crew to establish such a park in Kokoyashi village. This kind of inaction, cowardice, and potential collusion with pirates struck a nerve. Clenching the cigar, Smoker ordered, "You all handle escorting the fisherman back to the warship. I'm going to have a word with that shop owner." The appearance of the massive warship quickly stirred the village, especially the imposing presence of these unfamiliar naval soldiers, which was completely different from the aura of the Navy under Colonel Mause's command in the 16th Division. The fishermen who had been defeated and knocked out by Nami bound and taken to prison were all downcast as they were escorted towards the warship at the port. Even Kenjutsu, who had previously held a grudge against the Navy and the other villagers, had to admit that this was a Navy that truly embodied justice. This was the kind of Navy they envisioned. "Colonel Smoker, it's the shop." Colonel Mouse nervously halted outside a store. With several trusted aides dispatched to escort the fishermen, only Colonel Mouse remained feeling quite insecure as he spoke. "The shop owner has some rules, one of which is that no fighting is allowed inside the shop." "So," Smoker impatiently waved his hand, interrupting Colonel Mouse, "I know what to do." He pushed open the large door of the shop first, and his aide Tashiji followed closely behind. Inside the shop, Xiawin calmly arranged a batch of jars on the table, not even looking up as he said, "New customers, welcome to my jar shop. Each jar costs 100,000 berries with a limit of 10 per person per week." Smoker looked at the table where exactly 30 jars were laid out, and his pupils constricted. Did this shop owner know he was coming? Moreover, how did he predict they would come in threes? Oh, by the way, finishing his task, Xiawin casually glanced at Smoker, whose pupils were shaking. "Smoking is prohibited in this shop." Smoker was silent for a moment before extinguishing the cigar. He wasn't afraid of the shop owner, he simply didn't want to complicate things for the mission. As a user of a Logia fruit, he was confident that he could hold his own against the owner. Smoker, who didn't understand subtlety and was too lazy to probe, went straight to the point. "I am Colonel Smoker from the naval headquarters in charge of Rogue Town. I've heard that you sell devil fruits here." Xiawin glanced at the timid Colonel Mouse hiding behind and calmly nodded. "Indeed. My jars can produce anything. There's nothing you can't think of that can't be opened from them. Even devil fruits. It's merely one of the items, not a top-tier item. Devil fruits aren't even considered top-tier commodities." Smoker's brow furrowed tightly, deeply unsettled by the shopkeeper's audacious claim. If devil fruits failed to qualify as supreme, what in this vast ocean could possibly merit such distinction? Moreover, the shopkeeper's very phrasing amounted to an implicit admission. He truly sold devil fruits. Smoker's mind churned with suspicion. Did this man fear no one would covet his wares? A stable, reliable source of devil fruits would stir even the 4 emperors of the New World. Smoker's voice lowered, grave and deliberate. "Then tell me, why open such a jar shop here in the East Blue?" This was the point he found most incomprehensible. Could this enigmatic shopkeeper be a sovereign who had once risen from the East Blue itself? Xiawin merely shook his head, faint and indifferent. "There is no why. Will you open jars, or not? I have only 30 jars left today." Smoker's gaze flickered to the display cabinet behind the shopkeeper, rows upon rows of gleaming jars, and his lips twitched involuntarily. Instinctively, he reached for a cigar, but under Xiawin's calm, unblinking stare, he merely tucked it between his teeth, unlit. He was no hot-headed rookie. The Grand Line teemed with ability users whose powers defied imagination. What if purchasing a jar triggered some arcane trap? What if upon agreeing to buy, he himself became the commodity? His body seized, his will subjugated. "Captain, may I try first?" Dasky, his bespectacled lieutenant, stepped forward eagerly. Smoker cast a sidelong glance at her. 10,000 belly per jar. "Do you have that kind of coin?" No. Dashi blinked. She truly hadn't brought such a sum. After all, their mission centered on investigating the mysterious merchant and escorting the Arlong pirates, not acquiring jars. How could she have foreseen needing 10,000 belly per jar? Smoker's eyes narrowed, shifting toward his fellow officer huddled at the rear. Precisely because such complications were inevitable, he'd summoned Commodore Mushiguchi. "Commodore Mushiguchi, you've never opened a jar, have you?" "Off. No, never." "Perfect. Then open 10 jars, for our benefit." "Huh." Mushiguchi recoiled inwardly. His hidden ability was profoundly personal, a secret he guarded fiercely. He refused to unveil it before an audience. Yet the situation brooked no refusal. With a smile more pained than pathetic, he produced 1 million belly from his pocket and placed it solemnly on the counter. "Honorable shopkeeper, I wish to purchase 10 jars." Xiawin flicked his wrist, and 10 jars lifted effortlessly from the table, gliding smoothly to rest before Mushiguchi. The motion flowed like water, seamless and unhurried. Smoker's gaze sharpened, locking onto the shopkeeper, whose composure remained absolute. Not a single trace of technique betrayed how the jars had moved. Mushiguchi drew a slow, steadying breath, voice edged with nervous exhilaration. I shall open the jars now. Crack, crack, crack. 3 jars shattered in rapid succession. Smoker and Dashji leaned forward intrigued. What treasures lay within? Yet disappointment settled over them like a shroud. A biscuit, a bottle of cheap red wine, and a pighead hat. Adjusting her glasses, Dashji stated bluntly, combined these items wouldn't fetch 10,000 belly. Her words struck Mushiguchi like a dagger to the heart. Now even feigning a smile felt beyond his reach. His face darkened in grim determination. He smashed 5 more jars in swift succession, each yielding nothing but mundane, everyday objects. The 5th jar spilled forth a stack of banknotes, worth precisely 10,000 belly. Such brazen mockery, such cruel irony, left Mushiguchi breathless, dizzy, reeling. His awe toward the mysterious shopkeeper wavered, shaken to its core. For 80,000 belly, he'd received goods worth less than 4,000. Had Nami not previously drawn a devil fruit from one of these jars, he might well have concluded they were nothing but a con artist's sham. What a ripoff! Dashji murmured softly, her skepticism deepening. Could this shopkeeper truly be a fraud? Was there any truth to the claim that devil fruits could emerge from these jars? Observing Mushiguchi's staggering misfortune, Xiawin remained unruffled. What emerges depends entirely on fortune. I exert no influence whatsoever. Fortune favors the bold. 1 jar may yield a devil fruit. Misfortune condemns 100 to mere junk. Mushiguchi forced a hollow chuckle. Seems my luck ran dry today. In surrender, he hurled the final 2 jars to the floor. At that very instant, the 10th jar erupted in a vivid emerald green light. It's out! It's out! Mushiguchi surged with electric elation, snatching up the still glowing object before the luminescence faded. His hand blurred with speed, trailing after images. Smoker stared. There, cradled in Mushiguchi's palm, lay a grotesque, irregular fruit, grayish-green, its surface etched with coarse, spiraling ridges. His jaw dropped, unaware that his cigar had tumbled silently to the floor. These jars did contain devil fruits, real, undeniable, irrefutable. Who was the shopkeeper? Dashji stood frozen, then whispered, Captain, has our mission been fulfilled? Clutching the fruit triumphantly, Mushiguchi roared at last. I shall ascend to the noble rank of an ability user. Turtle smile, artificial fruit. Upon consumption, the user's back undergoes significant reinforcement, hardness rivaling tempered steel. Due to inherent flaws, the user cannot achieve physical transformation. Severe side effects may manifest, including green hair, permanent kyphosis, and loss of emotional regulation. Note: once consumed, the transformation is irreversible. Xiawin absorbed the system's appraisal in silence, then immediately queried inwardly. System, may I decline this fruit's ability? He had no desire to become a turtle man, not even if his absorption nullified side effects. Such dross would only sully his inventory. Ding. Detected host request. Processing. Processing complete. When the host rejects an item or ability, it may be stored intact within the system space, retaining its original reward form. Xiawin exhaled in quiet relief. Good. Removal is possible. But before he could speak, Mushiguchi, terrified the fruit might be snatched away, already sank his teeth into it with desperate fervor. Ugh. 1 bite nearly sent him retching. Clutching his mouth, he dry-heaved violently. Yet hunger for power steeled his resolve. He choked down every morsel, gagging all the while. Smoker, who knew that torment well, quietly retrieved another cigar and placed it between his lips. Moments after Mushiguchi swallowed the last fragment, he realized his spine refused to straighten, and an odd itch prickled atop his skull. Frantically yanking off his cap, he scrambled for a mirror, only to hear Dashji barely suppressing laughter. Commodore Mushiguchi, why is the crown of your head so pointed? The sharp-eyed Colonel Mouse stumbled towards the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the corner of the shop. As he caught sight of his reflection, he froze instantly. His hair had turned green, and a peculiar arc bulged oddly from the top of his head, resembling a turtle. Not only was he hunched over, but his limbs had also shrunk somewhat. What kind of fruit is this? The Colonel Mouse stared wide-eyed, trembling fingers touching his deformed head, letting out a wretched and desperate scream. Xiawin shook his head, speaking in a flat tone. I haven't even started introducing this artificial fruit, and you've already consumed it. You're too impatient. However, you have indeed become a flawed ability user. Your back will possess hardness comparable to steel. Artificial fruit. Smog and Dashji were both stunned, their faces filled with confusion. There are even artificial devil fruits. That's right. Xiawin glanced at the Colonel Mouse, whose face was ashen, and casually explained, this was created by a certain scientist inspired by a common turtle. However, artificial fruits often come with various flaws and side effects. Some even affect the mind and brain. In his case, it's considered quite good. Smog's lips twitched. He felt this artificial fruit was completely a pitfall. especially since the one the Colonel Mouse consumed had no abilities or traits at all, making it no different from not eating anything. After hearing the shopkeeper's introduction, the Colonel Mouse's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally died. I actually didn't eat a devil fruit. Shopkeeper, will I still have the chance to eat a normal devil fruit and become a true ability user? Smog ruthlessly interrupted the Colonel Mouse's remaining hope. Even if it's an artificial counterfeit, a person can only consume one fruit. That's a hard rule. No, the jars can produce everything. Since they can produce devil fruits, then perhaps they can also produce items that allow a person to consume multiple fruits at once. It's not impossible. Xiawin glanced at the Colonel Mouse, whose face was deathly pale, his legs trembling from sorrow and despair. He didn't voice this thought. Since the Navy headquarters' gaze had already fallen upon him, the Colonel Mouse should exit the stage. After all, given the crimes he had committed, his future would surely be spent and impelled down. Having roughly confirmed that the jar shop indeed had genuine goods, Smog decided to try it himself. Boss, bring me 20 jars, hell pay. After speaking, he pointed at the Colonel Mouse, whose face was still ashen. He and Dashki were together ordering 20 jars. They should be able to produce a normal devil fruit, right? Dashki was taken aback, pointing at herself. Do I get a share too? Smog, biting on his cigar, replied nonchalantly. This is all for the completion of the department's inspection task. As the deputy, you must also open 10 jars by yourself. The Colonel Mouse, whose dreams had been shattered, did not resist, robotically pulling out 2 million berries. Thank you for your patronage. I hope you can open genuine devil fruits. Xiawin smiled faintly, allowing the remaining jars on the table to come to the two in front of them. Smog glanced at the still hesitant deputy and decisively raised his hand, striking at a jar. Bang! This was in stark contrast to the Colonel Mouse's unfortunate beginning. At the moment the jar shattered, a noble and mysterious purple light suddenly illuminated. What is this? Seeing this extraordinary effect, Smog's heart skipped a beat, realizing he might have opened something extraordinary. Could it be a devil fruit? Once the light faded, a fully crimson katana with golden blade patterns and elegant lines like a work of art quietly appeared before everyone. Dashki, who had long aspired to collect famous swords from around the world, immediately tensed up. She dashed forward in excitement, her eyes fixed on this exquisite katana, her voice trembling with excitement. This sword is definitely on par with the great knife, 21 craftsmanship. As she exclaimed, she reached out to touch this dream sword. Just as her fingertips were about to brush the crimson blade, Smog firmly grasped the deputy's shoulder. Dashki, calm down. First, let's hear what the shopkeeper has to say. Having learned from the Colonel Mouse's experience, Smog had come to believe in the abilities and methods of this mysterious shopkeeper. But because of this, he was even more wary of what might come out of the jar. If this sword held some kind of danger, Dashki's reckless move just now could endanger her future. Dashki, coming back to her senses from her fervor, turned red and lowered her head in apology. Sorry, Colonel. He'll write a self-criticism when I get back. Smog waved his hand, looking at the eternally calm and collected mysterious shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, what is this sword? Autumn Leaf, sort of rare equipment from a certain continent, comes with fire attribute attack. After system conversion, it can slightly enhance strength and attack speed when equipped. The blade is extremely sturdy, comparable to the great knife, 21 craftsmanship. When using upward strikes and similar sword techniques, there will be additional damage bonuses. Note, such a handsome sword, it would be a pity not to flaunt it in the streets. There are even items from Dungeon Fighter. Autumn Leaf sword comes with fire attribute attack when striking and can slightly enhance the swordsman's strength and attack speed. The blade is extremely sturdy, comparable to the great knife, 21 craftsmanship, and using upward strike type sword techniques will yield additional damage bonuses. With Xiawin's explanation, Dashki's expression shifted from joy to shock, then to confusion, and finally settled on disbelief and questioning her life. When did the great knife have so many features? The craftsman who forged this famous sword must have been too competitive. And what is this additional damage for upward strike type sword techniques? The experienced Smog, however, sees the key point: fire attribute attack by itself. Does that mean flames can be produced upon striking? Is it fused with a devil fruit? Moreover, he had never heard of anything that enhanced strength and attack speed. So the only explanation was that this sword was fused with a devil fruit. How it works, you can just try it for yourself. Xiawin did not answer directly, but smiled and made a gesture inviting them to proceed. Upon hearing this, Dashki immediately looked at her superior with anticipation. If she could be the first to use such a precious famous sword, that would be wonderful. Be careful, if anything seems off, give up immediately. Smog agreed to the deputy's request to try the sword. Thank you, Colonel. Well then, I will demonstrate. Dashki solemnly grasped the autumn leaf sword, and in that moment her eyes suddenly changed. She was completely different from the confused person she had been at the start. She smoothly executed sword techniques within the shop, the blade emitting a faint crimson glow as if flames were swirling around it. Smog silently calculated in his heart. The great knife, 21 craftsmanship, is worth at least tens of millions of berries. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile, slightly glancing at the unfazed shopkeeper with a pleasant mood. This mysterious shopkeeper has certainly made a significant loss today. Soon Dasky reluctantly put down the autumn leaf blade after completing the test and solemnly reported to Smoker, "Report, Colonel. I truly feel that my strength has increased and my speed with the blade is somewhat faster than usual. Moreover, I can clearly sense a blazing power contained within this famous sword. This is undoubtedly an unprecedented renowned blade." Smoker formed a smoke ring using the ability of the smoke fruit, slowly exhaling it as he nodded and said, "Good, this sword will be yours from now on." "Yes. Up." "Huh." Dasky's expression froze, and then she panically waved her hands in refusal. No, this autumn leaf blade is too precious. I cannot accept it." Although her dream was to collect famous blades, more importantly, she did not want those swords to fall into the hands of pirates rather than keeping them for herself. Anticipating her reaction, Smoker encouraged her while chewing on an unlit cigar. "Don't be too quick to refuse. You just consider it a temporary loan to you. Once you become strong enough in the future, work hard to capture more pirates to earn the ownership of this sword." Dasky, dazed by the prospect, felt her blood boiling as she shouted like she had been invigorated, "Yes. I will definitely not disappoint your expectations and will strive to become stronger and capture more pirates." Xiawin quietly watched the interaction between the two, lightly tapping her fingers on the table, reminding them, "So are you still going to open the jars or not? Once the jars in this shop are sold, they cannot be returned or taken away." "They cannot be taken away. That would be troublesome." Smoker's expression darkened. He had originally planned to open a few jars casually, then take the remaining jars back to Marineford. Only when the 3 Admirals and Fleet Admiral personally opened various incredible items would the headquarters truly take this matter seriously. Then, monopolize these jars. "Shopkeeper, can you really not be a bit more accommodating?" Smoker prepared to make one last attempt. "We Marines fight for justice, and if we could gain your support, Shopkeeper, more capable individuals would emerge within the Marines, and one day we could end this ridiculous era of great pirates." Xiawin merely chuckled and shook her head. "My jar shop welcomes everyone to buy jars, whether they are pirates, Marines, or revolutionaries. So if the Marines want more jars, they must come and buy them on the spot. At least for now, the Marines are already ahead by a lot, aren't they?" Hearing that the shopkeeper had no issue with pirates and revolutionaries buying jars, Smoker frowned slightly. "I will report these words back to the headquarters as well." Knowing he could not sway the shopkeeper, he quickly adjusted his mindset and focused on the remaining jars, while Dasky pondered whether she could open another famous sword. She had already opened 5 jars. However, like Colonel Mouse, she belonged to the type with poor luck. Among the first 5 jars, the most valuable item was only worth a few thousand berries. No, my famous blade," she muttered dejectedly. Watching his Vice Admiral fall into a state of oblivion again, Smoker sighed helplessly. He raised his hand and smashed several jars in succession. Not knowing if it was due to having opened the autumn leaf blade, he also had 3 jars in a row without any glow. Just as Smoker impatiently smashed the 5th and 6th jars, a dazzling blue light and green light simultaneously emerged. A golden piece of paper and 10 blank cards quietly floated in midair. Smoker immediately looked towards the shopkeeper, waiting for an explanation. 6 rods prison of light from a certain death god world binding, art no. 61. This technique seals or limits the target's actions by releasing 6 light shackles. After system optimization, it can consume a certain amount of stamina for release, with incantation allowing for a large amount of stamina to be expended at once for instantaneous release. It can bind elementalized targets and will not be resisted by Haki. The targets and duration that can be bound will depend on the strength of the user. Note, thunderous chariot, the seams of the spinning wheel. After despair, the light gathers and splits into 6 binding, art no. 61. 6 rods prison of light. Attribute change card. After use, it allows all of your attacks to carry one of the 5 attributes: thunder, ice, fire, metal, or poison selectable. The effect of a single card lasts for 1 minute. Note, my friend, you are the true master of cards. After reading the system's appraisal, Xiawin slowly spoke. "I must say your luck is quite remarkable. This golden paper records a powerful binding type spell. It is called 6 rods prison of light and can directly seal and limit the enemy's actions. Even, it can immobilize elementalized natural type users. A binding type ability, immobilizing elementalization." Smoker's eyes brightened and he decisively asked, "Shopkeeper, how strong of an enemy can this 6 rods prison of light bind?" If he could use this technique to directly bind a level of the 7 warlords of the sea. Smoker's heart was on fire, thinking that he could soon be promoted to a commander. At that time, his voice in the Marines would be more significant, making it easier to achieve the justice he envisions. The effectiveness of 6 rods prison of light depends on your own strength. The the stronger you are, the stronger the enemies it can bind. Xiawin continued, you just need to touch this paper to learn it. This 6 rods prison of light is a rare skill that can grow. Giving it a blue glow is an understatement. That is why he said Smoker's luck was good. Smoker couldn't help but show a shocked expression. He quickly understood the shopkeeper's meaning. This 6 rods prison of light can increase its binding power as his strength increases. Such a powerful ability, and the shopkeeper actually placed it in a jar priced at 100 berries for others to buy. It's simply a waste of treasure. Fortunately, it was he who opened this ability. The shopkeeper would lose so much that they would go bankrupt. Without a moment's hesitation, Smoker decisively touched the golden paper and mastered 6 rods prison of light. Finally, he looked expectantly at the 10 blank cards, wondering what kind of surprise they might bring him. Xiawin did not keep him in suspense and directly explained the uses of the attribute change cards. It can actually add attributes. Then my smoke attack will be. Smoker immediately realized that this attribute change card was a perfect match for his smoke fruit. It could give his smoke different attributes depending on the situation to deal with different scenarios. The only pity is that this item only has 10 cards. At this moment, Dasky, who had opened jars to the point of being readied, gritted her teeth and smashed her last jar. In an instant, the second beam of purple light for today lit up. Am I really going to draw a second famous sword? Dasky was taken aback for a moment, then became so excited that she danced around, her eyes sparkling behind her glasses. Another purple light. Something good has appeared again. Next to her, the despondent Colonel Mouse was utterly defeated by the cruel reality. At this moment, jealousy and greed filled his face as he stared intently at the purple light. He thought of the fruit of the artificial turtle he had consumed, which held no promise. A surge of resentment welled up in his heart, resenting the shopkeeper for deliberately targeting him, not providing him with good jars, and failing to explain things clearly in advance. For making him mistakenly consume such a trash fruit. He also resented Colonel Smoker from headquarters for using his berries to open jars while getting something good without giving it to his colleague. There was not an ounce of justice in his heart. When the light dissipated, what appeared before everyone was not a famous sword, but a cluster of fruits that resembled small knives adorned with deep blue spiral patterns. Smoker exclaimed in surprise, another fruit. Along with Colonel Mouse's artificial fruit, this made it the second fruit. Seeing her hopes dashed, Dasky's face fell as she said, "Sigh, it's not a famous sword." Smoker's lips twitched violently. Idiot. The devil fruit is worth much more than a famous sword. Superhuman type quick/fruit grants the ability to transform one's body into a blade, acquiring a body strength as tough as iron. Note: after consuming this fruit, you will no longer have to worry about being stopped during security checks. Ding. The customer has drawn the superhuman type quick/fruit. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the same ability. Xiawin raised an eyebrow. It was yet another fruit that already had an owner. The current user of the quick/fruit should be Mr. One from the Baroque works. As the top henchman under Crocodile, he was quite powerful in the early stages. However, he encountered Zoro, a member of the protagonist group, who broke through his defenses and defeated him in one strike. He nonchalantly explained, the superhuman type quick/fruit grants the ability to turn the body into a blade. Quick/fruit turns into a blade. Noki looked at the fruit in her hand, a flicker of desire rising in her heart. Since childhood, she had felt inferior for being a woman, believing that no matter how hard she tried, she could never catch up to those gifted men. If she consumed this fruit, would it give her the chance to become powerful? Moreover, the quick/fruit, just by its name, seemed perfect for a swordsman like her. After hearing the shopkeeper's introduction, Colonel Mouse suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot, fixating on the fruit in Dasky's hand. Why was he only able to draw trash, while she could draw a real devil fruit? You spent my berries, so what you draw naturally belongs to me. Give the fruit back to me. Driven mad by jealousy, Colonel Mouse lunged at the unsuspecting Dasky. He aimed to snatch that fruit and become a true ability user. As long as he ate it quickly and became a true ability user, the Navy headquarters would surely forgive his actions for the sake of preserving high-end combat power. However, just as Colonel Mouse was about to pounce, Xiawin's indifferent voice echoed in the store. I remember you should be here for the second time, right? As soon as the words fell, the greed on Colonel Mouse's face was instantly replaced by horror. He had forgotten the rules set by the shopkeeper. But it was all too late. Several chains made of lightning appeared out of thin air, instantly binding him tightly and lifting him into the air. The powerful current coursed through his body. He didn't even have time to struggle before he fell unconscious amidst the smell of charred flesh. Xiawin ignored the now wide-eyed and stiff-bodied Smoker, waving a hand towards the door. The shards of jars on the ground, the cigar that Smoker had dropped, and Colonel Mouse, who was punished for breaking the rules, were all thrown out of the shop by an inexplicable force. As if merely cleaning up some garbage, Xiawin revealed a faint smile as he looked at the two. All right, the one who breaks the rules has been asked to leave. Let's continue. Truly an incredible speed. Smoker took the cigar out of his mouth, watching the shopkeeper who had just displayed his lightning powers with immense vigilance. Shopkeeper, it was you who defeated the dragon pirate crew, wasn't it? As for the attack on Navy officers. Smoker glanced at his shocked subordinate. For their safety, he ultimately did not voice it. Xiawin shook his head lightly. You mean those fishmen? That was the handiwork of a lucky customer. I was just responsible for selling jars. Not the shopkeeper. Smoker frowned deeply. The power that the shopkeeper had just displayed clearly indicated that he was a formidable figure beyond him. Moreover, having defeated the notorious pirates, there was no need for him to conceal such matters. So there really was a lucky villager who, like Dasky, had drawn a powerful fruit. And within a short period developed that fruit to a very high level, single-handedly taking down the dragon pirate crew. Smoker couldn't help but sigh. There were indeed many talented individuals in this sea. Shopkeeper, may I ask what that villager's name is? With such talent, I plan to recommend him to join the Navy. Xiawin's expression turned strange as he pointed towards the door. You might not have the chance anymore. The actions of Colonel Mouse in Cocoa West Village have completely exhausted that lucky customer's goodwill towards the Navy. Perhaps Nami would no longer become a pirate, but that does not mean she would join the Navy. Just as expected. Smoker's expression darkened instantly. That bastard Colonel Mouse was indeed colluding with pirates to oppress the villagers. He decided to take that scoundrel back with him for judgment. He picked up the cigar again, focusing his attention back on his last 4 jars, and decisively smashed all of them. This time his luck was not so good. Out of 4 jars, only 1 white light orb fell out. The other 3 were ordinary items. A white light orb. Smoker looked at the orb floating in front of him, and upon grasping it felt its unusual elasticity. He looked at the shopkeeper confused. Strength enhancement small permanently increases your total stamina by an amount equivalent to a Navy major. Note simple and straightforward, open bag for immediate use. Xiawin raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had thought the white light orb represented some basic ability proficiency. It turns out it can directly produce such stamina enhancement items. This is an item that can permanently enhance stamina. After use, it can roughly increase your total stamina by an amount equivalent to a Navy major. Just stick it to your forehead to absorb it. He could barely find a reason to explain the previous rewards. But this glowing orb that directly increased physical strength was completely beyond his understanding. Moreover, it was marked as the physical strength of a Navy headquarters major. Does that mean these jars could also yield the powers of headquarters officers, or even great pirates? So could it potentially produce the strength of a Navy admiral, or even the level of the 4 emperors? A glimmer of disbelief passed through his eyes, yet his actions showed no hesitation as he obediently pressed the glowing orb against his forehead. The total physical strength of a Navy headquarters major was indeed a significant boost for him. In a daze, Smoker felt a surge of warmth suddenly appear within him, flowing throughout his body. He could sense a noticeable enhancement in his physical strength. At this point, all 30 jars that Xiawin had brought out were opened. Smoker sighed deeply, an incredible experience, an astonishing jar. It turned out that Major Mouse had been conservative in his report. This jar store not only had devil fruits, but also various unexpected items and strange rewards. Furthermore, each jar costs only 100,000 berries, making it accessible for anyone to purchase. This store has the potential to overturn the already stabilized power dynamics of the sea. The only regret was that the best item he and Dasky had opened was merely a quick slash fruit. He couldn't imagine what the store owner meant by even more exceptional items beyond the devil fruits. Smoker suppressed all his emotions and earnestly said to Xia, "When I will report everything I have seen and heard today to the Navy headquarters, hoping it won't bring you unnecessary trouble." This was the first time in many years that he had been so polite. Xiawin smiled nonchalantly. "Of course, I also look forward to more people coming to my jar store to shop." Troubled. If no one buys the jars, then he would be troubled. "Thank you for your understanding." Smoker, relieved, patted his still dazed Vice Admiral and turned to leave the store. He needed to return to the warship immediately to report the verification results. After exiting, he casually picked up the still unconscious Major Mouse from the ground and dragged him back to the warship as if he were trash. Once everyone had left, Xiawin leisurely took out a few rewards temporarily stored by the system, the Autumn Leaf Blade, and an attribute change card. The 6-stick light prisoned the physical strength of a Navy major and the already absorbed quick slash fruit. "I truly hope the next customer can open a Conqueror's Hockey," Xiawin murmured to himself, his eyes filled with anticipation. Of course, it would be even better if someone could open a Conqueror's Hockey of the 4 Emperors level. Now it was a pleasant time to allocate points. Inside the Navy warship in Smoker's office. Bloop bloop. "Hello. Is this Colonel Smoker? What is the verification result from the 16th Division? Is there a mysterious merchant selling devil fruits?" After the transponder snail connected, Smoker took a deep breath and gradually reported his findings. Starting from when he first arrived at Coco West Village, he first detained the defeated dragon pirate crew. Then he met the mysterious merchant, their stance, and the jars that could yield different items. Major Mouse opened a synthetic devil fruit, and my Vice Admiral opened a paramecia-type quick-slash-fruit. As for me, Smoker glanced at the 10 attribute change cards he had placed on the table. I opened a large saber that seems to have a devil fruit attached. A binding ability. He had never heard of some cards that could add extra attributes to his attacks. And he paused. Even after experiencing it personally, he still found it hard to believe a glowing orb equivalent to the total physical strength of a Navy headquarters major. Moreover, it has been confirmed that Major Mouse colluded with the dragon pirate crew and has already been detained by me. The one who defeated the dragon pirate crew is a villager who opened a devil fruit from the jar store. Smoker's expression was extremely grave. I recommend that this matter must be reported to Admiral Sengoku immediately. The existence of this store concerns the future power dynamics of the entire sea. It was as if the content he spoke of had shocked the other party, and there was a long silence on the line. After a while, a dry and hesitant voice of the communicator finally came through. Colonel Smoker, do you know what you are saying? A jar that can yield devil fruits for just 100,000 berries. A store located in the East Sea that can affect the entire sea's power dynamics. This is too absurd. I cannot directly submit this report to Admiral Sengoku. I can take responsibility for every word I said. Smoker roared in the empty office, slamming his fist heavily on the table. Now the first to discover and come into contact with that store owner is us, the Navy. If we continue to delay and let other forces, especially those damned pirates, find out about the wonders of the jars, it could lead to dozens or even hundreds of pirates with devil fruit abilities appearing in the sea. Can you bear this responsibility? Moreover, the quick-slash-fruit opened by my Vice Admiral has not yet been consumed. The headquarters can send someone to verify it at any time. I understand now. The communicator responsible for the connection compromised. He was just a major and could not bear such a heavy burden. I will prioritize your report and submit it to Admiral Sengoku's office immediately. Thank you for your hard work, Colonel Smoker. After the transponder snail hung up, Smoker lit a cigar and quietly gazed out at the calm Coco West Village. Is the era about to change again? As the strongest force of the headquarters in the East Sea, Smoker truly felt the pressure. At Marineford in the Admiral's office. Garp, what the hell are you doing again? Let go of me. The furious roar of Admiral Sengoku echoed down the corridor. Garp had somehow snuck back into the office and was happily grabbing a large handful of Sengoku's treasured senbei. Huh. Sengoku, where did you buy this senbei? It tastes really good. Garp laughed heartily while indiscriminately stuffing senbei into his mouth. Sengoku's face turned ashen as he desperately protected the few remaining stalks. These were high-grade senbei that he couldn't bear to eat. Hey, Sengoku, don't be stingy. How can you not share good things with your old friend? Just as the two were about to start a battle over the ownership of the senbei, several new documents were sent in. Sengoku casually glanced and was about to look away when a specially marked priority document caught his eye. Sengoku's movements instantly froze. The next second, he unhesitatingly released the bag of senbei and grabbed the document, his expression becoming extremely serious as he began to read. Garp, who was pulling on the bag, was caught off guard. With a crash, he fell to the ground. Sengoku, what are you doing? He grumbled as he got up, nonchalantly patting his backside and reaching for the scattered senbei on the ground. Garp. Sengoku's deep and authoritative voice sounded. Stop fooling around. Something big has happened in the East Sea. Are you trying to trick me into handing over the senbei again? Huh. Sengoku, you're getting old. No, this time we might really have to get busy. Sengoku looked at the document in his hand, his brows tightly furrowed, and his expression exceedingly grave. In the East Sea, in Coco West Village, under the jurisdiction of the 16th Division, a mysterious merchant who can steadily sell devil fruits and other powerful items has appeared. Smoker has already personally completed the verification. The East Sea is about to get chaotic. After reviewing the verified intelligence from Smoker, Sengoku immediately convened a high-level meeting with only a few core leaders participating. A channel capable of consistently acquiring devil fruits. Sengoku knew better than anyone what this meant. It was power enough to overturn the entire world order. If the 4 emperors of the New World were to learn of this, the delicate balance that had been so hard to stabilize would face tremendous upheaval. At that time, who knows how much blood and carnage would be unleashed. Soon 3 admirals of the Navy gathered in the marshal's office. Sengoku, what could be so urgent that you called us all here? The last to arrive, Vice Admiral Tsuru, looked at the scene with some surprise. The Navy Marshal, 3 admirals, and the Navy hero Garp, plus herself as the Chief of Staff. The decisions made by these 6 individuals could influence the entire Navy. Was there an extraordinary figure emerging in the new world? At that moment, Tsuru's gaze became extraordinarily sharp. Seeing everyone was present, Sengoku spoke with a solemn expression. Just now an urgent report from the East Sea arrived on my desk. East Sea. Akainu and Akiji were taken aback and looked toward Marshal Sengoku. When they received the emergency notification, they thought the Navy was about to take action against one of the four emperors. Or perhaps a person with the qualifications of a four emperor had appeared on the sea, necessitating heightened vigilance from the Navy. What was this strange intelligence from the East Sea? Sengoku paid no mind to the confusion among the others and recounted the details reported by Smoker, the shop's location, the rules, and the items that could be opened from the jars, along with the specific findings of Smoker, Tashigi, and Colonel Mouse, as well as his assessment and speculation about the mysterious shopkeeper. After reading the report, Sengoku's gaze swept over the three admirals, each with varying expressions, and the contemplative Tsuru. And Garp, who was still munching on the senbei, spoke in a deep voice. This is the purpose of gathering you all today. Oh, I believe everyone understands the gravity of the situation. For just 1,000 berries, anyone can purchase a jar in that mysterious shop. And they have already produced 2 devil fruits, which are extremely rare in the 4 seas. Although Smoker had not had time to locate the villager who opened the devil fruit and single-handedly dealt with the dragon pirates in Cocoa West Village to notify the headquarters promptly. But combined with the Navy's own quick-cut fruit, it was already certain this jar shop could indeed produce devil fruits consistently. Bang! Akainu suddenly stood up, slamming his fist on the table. Magma, faintly appearing, they actually planned to sell to pirates and revolutionaries. Such uncontrollable factors must be destroyed. At the very least, the Navy must take full control of it. Sengoku frowned, clearly displeased with this approach. Akainu, such actions would only drive that shopkeeper completely to our opposing side. Do you think a merchant capable of such miraculous means and offering these rewards would be a weakling? Akainu snorted, not voicing any further opinions. He certainly understood that the shopkeeper, since he dared to openly sell jars and let a Navy officer leave easily, so blatantly, as if afraid others wouldn't know what he was doing, such an existence must surely have backing and sufficient strength. If pushed to the brink and turned to pirates, it would indeed be detrimental to the Navy. But precisely because of this, the hidden danger must be completely eradicated. Sengoku looked at Kizaru, whose gaze seemed to wander as if he was already losing focus. A paper that can record unique growing techniques and one-time cards that can add attributes to attacks. Kizaru, as the head of the Navy's scientific unit, have you heard of similar items or rumors? Kizaru tilted his head, lazily replied, no, at least I haven't seen such types of tools. Today's young people are truly frightening. At just around 20 years old, they can already influence the dynamics of the sea. Will we see a group of monsters under 20 who can rival the 4 emperors in the future? So how should we treat that shopkeeper? Akiji supported his chin, looking as if he had just woken up. Currently, it seems the other party is merely a neutral merchant, not favoring either side. I oppose Akainu's reckless proposal to take action. We should first send someone to make contact and attempt to establish a connection with the shopkeeper. Sengoku slightly nodded, leaning more toward Akiji's plan. The Navy had already seized the initiative and could completely dispatch senior officers to the East Sea in batches to find that merchant and open jars. This would allow the officers to complete an upgrade, and even if the news of the jar shop was exposed, the Navy would still be the biggest beneficiary. However, there was one thing that made Sengoku quite troubled, and that was the world government. At this moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru suddenly opened her eyes and looked at everyone. Since everyone has expressed their opinions, I shall add a few words. Smoker mentioned a detail in the report. The detained Colonel Mouse had opened an item referred to by the shopkeeper as a man-made fruit. This indicates that there are already individuals in this sea capable of artificially creating defective fruits. Coincidentally, Tsuru paused. Recently in the Beast Pirates, there has indeed appeared a batch of unevenly skilled ability users, most of whom are of the Zoan type. As her words fell, Sengoku's expression immediately darkened. Even Akiji frowned, his lazy demeanor vanishing. Vice Admiral Tsuru, are you suggesting that the Beast's pirates possess the technology to create man-made fruits? I didn't say that, I merely stated that there must be a connection between the two. Furthermore, does the shopkeeper's jars have a limit? What exactly are the rewards that surpass devil fruits? These matters we must discuss slowly. Vice Admiral Tsuru provided a few directions prudently. Sengoku nodded slightly. The Beast's pirates indeed needed to be monitored and paid attention to. But this mysterious jar shop must also have its information secured and its exposure delayed. Even the Mary Geo side must be kept in the dark for now. This is the most in line with the Navy's interests. Thus he decisively stated, execute Akiji's plan. Under stringent confidentiality, attempt to make contact with that shopkeeper. In the coming period, the Navy must seal off this information to the greatest extent. Does everyone have no objections? Akainu closed his eyes in dissatisfaction, but still tacitly accepted the plan. This jar shop's information must absolutely not leak. Crunch, crunch. Finally, finishing the sunbae that Sengoku had preserved, Garp suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I never expected such an interesting fellow to emerge from the East Sea. Just right, I want to go back and see my grandson. Along the way, you'll open a few jars for fun. Garp scratched his head casually and laughed. I just wonder if that shopkeeper will stay in the East Sea for long. After all, he seems eager for fame. Ha ha. Fame. Sengoku suddenly raised his head, looking at Garp, who seemed to have merely mentioned it casually. Oh, is that wrong? Garp shrugged nonchalantly. Since that shopkeeper is a merchant, he must hope for more people to buy his jars, right? The fact that he allowed Smoker to report the news is also to encourage our navy to open more jars. Watching Sengoku's face grow increasingly stiff, Garp suddenly wiped the smile from his face, his tone uncharacteristically serious. We are not the first batch of jar openers. It's possible that right now the shopkeeper's customers have already spread the news throughout the East Sea. Garp's words froze Sengoku's expression instantly. He had previously taken it for granted that as long as the Marines maintained strict secrecy, they could conceal the existence of this extraordinary shop for a considerable time. This would grant the Marines more time to open cans and strengthen themselves. Yet he had overlooked a critical fact: the shopkeeper was a merchant, and not just any merchant, one who had explicitly declared neutrality and openness to all. If he chose to disseminate information or even enlist customers who had already purchased cans to spread the word, the Marines could never achieve complete suppression. This is troublesome. Sengoku rubbed his temples wearily, sensing the situation was exceptionally delicate. Akainu, now operating within his domain of expertise, spoke with piercing gaze and commanding authority. Then why not simply apprehend the shopkeeper himself? He recklessly sells these cans, granting anyone the chance to become a devil fruit user. This alone constitutes a grave destabilizing factor. His actions will only plunge the Grand Line into deeper chaos. How could those suddenly empowered individuals possibly remain docile civilians? Such conduct is no different from the revolutionary armies. It openly challenges and seeks to overthrow the world government's sovereignty. Akainu barked sharply. I propose issuing an immediate worldwide warrant for this shopkeeper. Impossible. Kazan objected at once. Akainu, do not forget, the shopkeeper himself claimed to possess items even more powerful than devil fruits. How can you be certain he holds no ancient weapon-level trump card? Kizaru watched the two quarreling admirals with practiced nonchalance and stifled a yawn. Admiral Tsuru clapped her hands gently to restore order among those present. Allow me to speak a few words. Regardless of the shopkeeper's intentions, the Marines must proceed at our own pace. We should dispatch a figure of sufficient stature to establish a long-term presence near Kokoyasi village. Monitor every movement of the can shop closely and maintain limited non-hostile contact with its proprietor. Assess all his actions and potential risks thoroughly, and under no circumstances initiate provocation or coercion without explicit authorization. A spark of insight lit Sengoku's eyes. This plan was indeed far more prudent. Yet the problem remained: several Marine bases across the New World and the Grand Line urgently required senior officers. Even the three admirals could not be absent for long. They needed to stand guard against the four emperors' assaults. Thus the candidate had to be both exceptionally powerful and geographically proximate to the East Blue. Sengoku glanced at the dossier on his desk, and a faint smile curved his lips. The man was not only a Logia-type devil fruit user, but also an unwaveringly righteous Marine officer. Setting aside the shopkeeper anomaly, his strength alone would overwhelm the entire East Blue. So he was the one. Commander Smoker has already made contact with the shopkeeper. The corruption within the former 16th branch has been purged and reinforcements are urgently needed. Let him temporarily assume command of the 16th branch. As for Logtown, we shall assign Commander Tashiji his academy cohort to garrison there. Sengoku smiled faintly. First secure the initial appointments, then gradually rotate other senior officers from various branches. To open cans in due course. Admiral Tsuru interjected calmly. Coincidentally, I have been idle lately. I shall accompany Karp to the East Blue for observation. Seeing both Karp and Tsuru eager to meet the enigmatic shopkeeper, Sengoku, fully confident in his longtime friend, gave final approval. Then it is settled. Dismissed. Kokoyasi village. Smoker, having finally received word from headquarters, stared silently at the order signed personally by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. He was to be temporarily stationed at the 16th branch. He was also tasked with monitoring the can shop and observing everyone entering to open cans. Smoker drew slowly on his cigar, letting the smoke veil his expression. Was he, a Marine commander, truly expected to surveil a mysterious shopkeeper whose abilities surpassed his own in every respect? And was he to memorize the names and appearances of every customer, and if possible ascertain what each had drawn from their cans? How could such a task possibly be fulfilled? Was he to stake out the shop entrance day and night? Headquarters has certainly handed me an impossible assignment. Smoker sighed resignedly and walked toward his adjutant's office. Since headquarters had imposed no requirement to surrender devil fruits, Nami could safely consume the cut fruit. Meanwhile, at the harbor, a sleek new vessel floated quietly upon the water laden with abundant provisions. After repeatedly observing the newly arrived Marines and confirming they bore no resemblance to Commodore Mouse, Nami, breathing a sigh of relief, resolved it was time to set sail. She intended first to carve her name across the East Blue, defeating several renowned pirates to establish herself as a formidable bounty hunter. At that moment, Jinzo and numerous villagers gathered to bid farewell to their hero. Namikan, when you're alone, don't forget to smile often. Nami, when you grow weary abroad, always return home to the village. Several children bounced and waved enthusiastically. The Arlong pirates and Commodore Mouse's entourage had all been arrested and escorted away by the new Marines. Now fully liberated Kokoyasi village could gradually reclaim its former prosperity. Thus sorrow was scarce. Instead, heartfelt blessings rose for Nami, wishing her success in fulfilling her deepest aspirations. Haha, rest assured, I, Nami, am the very warrior who defeated Arlong himself. Carrying generous bundles gifted by the villagers, Nami's face glowed with radiant joy. Nojiko carefully adjusted her collar, eyes brimming with reluctant tenderness. They're their big sister. I'm no longer a child. Nami embraced her tightly, her smile luminous and warm. We'll stay connected via Den Mushi. I'll check in regularly to assure you all I'm safe. I've left over 80 million Belle in the crate beneath the orange grove, and with what we seized from Arlong, it's more than enough to rebuild the village. Tears glistened faintly at Nojiko's lashes. Nami, I understand. Let's part here, for I'll surely return soon to open more cans with the shopkeeper. Nami lifted the gifts with effortless grace and strode toward the vessel. At the very rear of the crowd, Shaman's eyes flickered with quiet amusement. Another ambassador of promotion had set sail, and following Smoker's canoping, only 8 more slots remained before unlocking the advanced cans. A few days later, Xiawin leisurely sat in a rocking chair reading the latest issue of the World Economic News. In a remote corner of the newspaper, there were 2 news items about the East Sea. Shocking. The Queen of Thunder appears in the East Sea. Several pirate crews suffer from the judgment of thunder. The first news item described a short-haired girl with orange hair wielding heavenly lightning, obliterating multiple notorious pirate crews, including the Battle Axe Pirates and the Iron Hook Pirates, with overwhelming force. It was suspected that she had consumed a devil fruit related to lightning, granting her immense power. What was most astonishing was that this girl, who clearly looked like a bounty hunter, after defeating those pirates, she gave the bounty to those captured or harmed by the pirates. This girl, who called herself Nami, tirelessly promoted a place called Miracle of Destiny to the survivors plundered by the pirates after each victory. She claimed it was a shop where all dreams could come true, where one could change their destiny and gain power. The second news item was much simpler. It merely described 2 mysterious bounty hunters near the famous seaside restaurant Barity, controlling a massive sea beast with long pointed horns. However, they did not attack anyone. Instead, they let the sea beast drag their small boat swiftly across the surface of the sea. Whenever they saw someone, they would ask, "Have you seen my big brother? Where's Zoro? This is the invincible sword god ball I opened in the shop," and other nonsensical remarks. Their behavior was extremely bizarre and their motives unclear. Xiawin chuckled softly and put down the newspaper, saying, "As expected of my publicity ambassador, this advertisement is quite well done. Especially Nami, who was working so hard." Although the title did not mention the jar shop, this was already a good start. As long as Nami, Joseph, and Johnny kept making waves in the East Sea, they would surely attract those plot characters from the East Sea to Cocoa Village to open jars. Not to mention Luffy, who was still in Windmill Village, but also Zoro and Sanji, 2 big targets. They must dig into his vegetable garden. As for Usopp, Xiawin felt that the plot had completely changed by now. It was uncertain whether Luffy could even set sail successfully. Moreover, at this time, Usopp lacked the ability and motivation to come to Cocoa Village to buy jars. Suddenly, another character currently in the East Sea came to Xiawin's mind. If Smoker counts as 1 slot, then Buggy should count 2, right? However, Buggy was the kind who lacked ambition and did not place much importance on the pursuit of strength. Xiawin was unsure whether he could attract this individual to his jar shop. Meanwhile, at the port of Cocoa Village, a specially made warship without any naval insignia arrived, exuding an air of solidity and weight. As the gangway lowered, 3 figures escorted by a squad of elite naval soldiers stepped onto the dock. Tina was puzzled, wondering why she was transferred from the Grand Line to the East Sea. Moreover, why was she brought here to this unremarkable village together with Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Tsuru? Tina, who had pink long hair and was tall and voluptuous, said in confusion while holding a cigarette. She was clearly supposed to go to Lobe Town. With a dog-headed hat, Garp laughed heartily. "Little Tina, don't be anxious. You'll know why soon, and you might even thank me later." Gaha. Tina, can we not have riddles? If it's a message that needs to be kept secret, can't she just opt out? Smoker, who received the notification, hurried over. Greetings, Vice Admiral Garp. Greetings, Admiral Tsuru. Tina, long time no see. Vice Admiral Tsuru glanced around the village and quickly shifted her gaze back to the somewhat reserved Smoker. Is there any issue with that shop lately? How many people have opened jars? Shop. Jars. Tina's confusion deepened. What kind of shop could attract the attention of Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Tsuru personally? Is it some new code from headquarters? And Smoker was actually transferred to such a small village, it was simply a waste of his combat power. Tina even suspected whether her friend had offended some major figure. Everything is normal at the shop. In the past few days no one has gone to buy jars, but with a strange expression, Smoker took out a piece of newspaper he had prepared earlier. This is the newspaper that the Bird of Paradise sent this morning. I suspect that the girl named Nami is the villager of Coco Village who defeated the dragon pirates. Vice Admiral Tsuru seemed to have anticipated something, her expression changing slightly as she took the newspaper and looked at the marked position Smoker pointed out. After reading the two news items, she sighed and showed a helpless expression. As expected, Garp was right. That former customer of the shop had already begun to promote it throughout the East Sea. Furthermore, based on the strength demonstrated by the Queen of Thunder in the newspaper, it was only a matter of time before she ventured into the Grand Line, letting more people know about the jar shop. There were already two groups of people featured in the newspaper promoting the jar shop. Who knows how many other customers who had opened jars remained silent and had not stirred up any trouble. The Navy's plan to suppress the news had already failed before it even properly started. Vice Admiral Tsuru half closed her eyes, trying to keep her tone calm. Garp, it seems we need to adjust our plans. Notify Sengoku and let the generals from other branches come to the East Sea to open jars as soon as possible. Since the news of the jar shop could not be contained, there was no need to probe excessively. It would only affect the shop owner's goodwill and perspective towards the Navy. Let's go meet that shop owner who can sell miracles. Garp, who was already itching with excitement, ran towards the village with his aide Bogart, exclaiming, "Gaha! I want to create the tastiest sunbae in the world." After running a few steps, he suddenly stopped, scratching his head and looking around. Hey, where's that shop? I don't know the way. Watching Garp's clumsy appearance, Vice Admiral Tsuru's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness, and she could only signal Smoker to lead the way. She herself was also very curious whether those so-called jars could really open anything. Moreover, the true identity of that shop owner remained a mystery. In the days they were on their way, headquarters had reviewed records from the past few years, filtering out all the outstanding young individuals from the Grand Line and the Four Seas. Yet none matched the characteristics of that shop owner. It was as if this shop owner had sprung from a rock without any traceable past. Who exactly are you? Vice Admiral Tsuru murmured, gazing into the depths of the village. Smog arrived outside the kin shop that had kept him waiting for a few days, accompanied by two prominent figures and a filler Tina. This is the shop regarding some prohibitions inside the store. Smog looked eagerly at the two senior figures. Admiral Crane revealed an elegant and composed smile. Rest assured, we are here as customers to open cans today. As she spoke, she carefully observed every detail of the shop's exterior. Contrary to her expectations of luxury and mystery, this kin shop, named Miracle of Destiny, was to her disappointment rather too plain. Could it be that the owner of this shop is not a hedonist? Admiral Crane silently noted this point. Meanwhile, Garp laughed heartily and pushed the door open. Huh, is this the place? It doesn't seem special at all. Kid, are you the owner selling the miraculous cans? This statement darkened Admiral Crane's expression. She paused at the entrance, quickly scanning the entire shop with a calm and profound gaze. Particularly the newspaper beside the owner caught her attention. Only then did she step inside, slightly nodding. Excuse me, Mr. Shopkeeper. Xiawin languidly sat in a recliner, brewing himself a cup of tea, showing no concern for the arrival of the two senior naval officers. New customers from the Navy. Welcome to my can shop. Today's stock of cans is plentiful, priced at 100,000 berries, each first come first served. By the way, that lady with pink hair smoking is prohibited in the shop. Tina, who was suddenly called out, stiffened and glanced at her friend, who wasn't smoking a cigar, decisively extinguishing the cigarette in her hand. Admiral Crane pondered over the shopkeeper's earlier words. The plentiful stock of cans today implies that there is a limit to how many cans are available each day. These cans that contain miracles are truly extraordinary. I have lived for so many years and have never seen anything like them. I wonder which master crafted these miraculous cans, eh? Facing Admiral Crane's seemingly casual inquiry, Xiawin merely smiled indifferently. You just what merchant would reveal their business secrets? You only need to know that the cans can produce anything you desire, and that's enough. If it's something that exists in this sea, the cans can produce it, whether it's ancient weapons or the method to achieve immortality. Tina, who was frowning and examining the shop's decorations and cans, paused at these words, showing a look of disbelief as she gazed at the exceptionally young shopkeeper. Ancient weapons. Immortality. What on earth is this little brother talking about? Yet Admiral Crane was jolted, believing she had found the source of his confidence. The shopkeeper indeed has some trump cards resembling ancient weapons. Thankfully, she hadn't listened to Akainu back then. Considering the purpose of her visit, Admiral Crane pondered for a moment. She nodded in understanding at the calm and composed shopkeeper, then changed the subject. Since that's the case, I shall buy some cans then. However, Mr. Shopkeeper, since you possess such skills, why open a shop in this small village of the East Sea? Moreover, being able to produce devil fruits in cans priced at only 100,000 berries. Surely your aim is not to make money. Xiawin maintained his smile. It's merely for fun. I want to see what kind of sparks will fly on the sea after people change their destinies with the cans. If I had to say a purpose, it would naturally be for business prosperity, hoping more and more people come to buy cans from me. Since Smog had arrived at the shop, he was already prepared for senior naval officers from the headquarters to come and test him. He just didn't expect it would be Carp and Crane, these old generation of the Navy. Admiral Crane automatically ignored the shopkeeper's last remark. Just for fun. She looked solemnly into the shopkeeper's eyes. What you are doing will disrupt the balance of the sea. Countless people will lose themselves due to suddenly gaining power. Xiawin replied calmly. Power itself is neither good nor evil nor right or wrong. The key lies in the person who wields it. The Navy uses it to uphold justice while pirates use it to pillage and kill. That's all there is to it. Tina could not help but interrupt. That's just sophistry. Before she could say more, an impatient Carp took out a bag. With a bang, he placed it on the counter. Today I am here to buy cans. Why say so much? This is 1,000,000 berries. First give me 10 cans. Let me see if it's really that miraculous. This interruption also made Crane abandon her plan to continue probing. After all, this shopkeeper seemed young, but his answers were impeccable, and he had a deep mind. Her 2 attempts at probing yielded nothing but a vague answer of just for fun. Seeing the bag of berries that Carp pulled out, Xiawin displayed a faint smile. Of course, that can be arranged. Snap. The display cabinet behind him suddenly opened. 10 cans flew neatly onto the table, awaiting the destined ones to open them. Admiral Crane, who had already learned of the shopkeeper's skill from Smog's report, was not surprised. She simply watched quietly as Carp opened a can. By the way, Mr. Shopkeeper, you mentioned that anything that has existed in the sea can be produced by the cans. Carp, holding the first can, grinned. Then is there anything that does not belong to this sea? Xiawin looked deeply at Carp, a flicker of admiration passing through his mind. Indeed, the old is still sharp. He connected the dots to this layer of implication so quickly. Before he could speak, Carp's excessively noisy voice reached his ears. Then is there something like the supreme immortal shell from the past, but has long since been lost. Xiawin's approving gaze froze. Smog and Tina exchanged strange glances at the naval hero. What on earth is the supreme immortal shell? Carp is truly joking. Even Admiral Crane helplessly covered her forehead, wishing she could turn around and leave. She regretted coming to the East Sea with Carp for the second time. Next time, unless Sengoku comes too, she absolutely will not share a boat with Carp. Facing Carp's expectant and curious expression, Xiawin tried to calm the twitching corner of his mouth and replied, the supreme immortal shell. As long as it has existed, the cans have a chance to produce it. Moreover, it's not just lost things from the past, even powers or items from beyond the world. Looking at the suddenly stiff expressions of the several people, Xiawin continued calmly, my cans can also produce them. This is a miracle. As his words fell, the entire shop instantly fell silent. What about the items and abilities from other worlds? The moment Smoker thought of it, he recalled the 6 rods prison of light, offered by Smoker. She had never heard of anyone in the sea possessing a similar ability. If it comes from beyond the world, then it makes sense. Carp fell silent for a moment before breaking into a brilliant smile. Beyond the world, how intriguing. Now I believe even more that your jars can produce supreme divine shells. Guests can be bolder. For example, a cosmic divine shell. Ha ha ha. You speak so interestingly, shopkeeper. Then I shall aim for a cosmic divine shell. Bang! Carp laughed heartily and decisively smashed his first jar. A faint green light appeared. Smoker, with a cigar in his mouth, nodded and said, this colored light signifies that a valuable item has been produced. Oh, looks like my luck is quite good. Carp eagerly took out a spray can that resembled an insecticide from the shattered jar. Delicious spray, a spray that when directed at any food will make it extremely delicious. No, would you prefer chocolate tasting like feces or feces tasting like chocolate? Shopkeeper, what is this spray? It can't really be insecticide, can it? Carp looked at the unfamiliar text on the can with confusion. Xiawin unexpectedly said to Carp, it seems that your luck is indeed very good. This is a can of delicious spray, and any food that it is sprayed on will become extremely delicious. Carp's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the delicious spray in his hand. Does this mean? Xiawin smirked slightly, just as you think guessed. Carp promptly took out a divine shell, sprayed it with the delicious spray, and tossed it into his mouth under the curious gazes of everyone. His eyes instantly widened, bursting into a deafening laugh. This is the taste. This is definitely the supreme divine shell. No, the cosmic divine shell. Sengoku, did you see that? I've won. Ha ha ha. Smoker and Tina exchanged glances, feeling that their perception of the Navy hero had shattered a bit. Xiawin twitched his lips. Congratulations, guest. Your wish has been fulfilled. The impatient Tsuru interrupted Carp's show-off with a stern voice. Carp, finish opening your jars before you eat your divine shells. Carp shrank his neck and then raised his hand to smash the second jar. This time it was still a green light. Carp's eyes brightened. Another good item. Shopkeeper, are you intentionally letting me get good items? Then next time I must bring my grandson to open jars together. Luffy. Xiawin blinked, feeling pleased. Luffy can unlock a slot. However, on the surface he still chuckled lightly. What the jars produce depends entirely on luck. I won't interfere with the contents of the jars. Although he currently had no right to open these jars or adjust the items within them, it didn't stop him from putting on an act and establishing a persona. When the green light dissipated, an incredibly bizarre orange dog-headed hat appeared before everyone's eyes, especially as the hat had a red tongue hanging out, looking quite disgusting. Unbreakable doghead hat. When worn on the head, the hat gains an indestructible property, keeping warm in winter and cool in summer. Note, this is the last stubbornness and legacy of a simp before death. Xiawin introduced with a slightly disdainful tone. As you can see, this is a hat. However, this hat possesses the property of being unbreakable when worn, keeping warm in winter and cool in summer. To be honest, based solely on that indestructible property, the value of this hat far exceeds the green light. However, Xiawin suspected that due to its incredibly disgusting and ugly design, no one would want to wear it, which is why it is a green light level item. An unbreakable hat. Tsuru instantly reacted. She stared intently at the hat that was excessively ugly and disgusting. To be unbreakable just by wearing it, such an item is simply unheard of. If we exclude its appearance, this hat is simply. Seeing Carp eagerly don the ugly hat with that red tongue dangling at his chin, Tsuru turned her gaze away with a look of disdain. Fine, she still couldn't accept it. Only someone like Carp could wear such a thing without changing expression. Haha, although this hat is a bit ugly, it's quite comfortable to wear. Not bad, not bad. Today's 200 berries were well spent. Feeling incredibly lucky today, Carp didn't hesitate and smashed another jar. Amidst Smoker's frozen expression, another familiar green light appeared. Carp scratched his head in confusion, glancing at Smoker. Didn't they say that the jars have a high probability of producing junk? I feel the drop rate is quite good. Xiawin ignored the European Emperor's nonsensical remarks and looked at the item produced. Adrenaline from some battle royale gunfight world optimized by the system. Using it can restore 100 stamina and increase movement speed by 40 for 5 minutes, during which you will not fall into unconsciousness. Note, this gives a flying sensation. Adrenaline, when used, can restore all stamina, will not lose consciousness for 5 minutes, and increases speed by 40. After hearing the shopkeeper's explanation, Carp's gaze towards the item in his hand changed, instantly seriously putting it away. Such a powerful effect. At a critical moment, it is enough to serve as a trump card for survival or counterattacking the enemy. Tina and Smoker, who could only watch Carp open jars, were enviously wide-eyed. They also wanted such a good item. Carp furrowed his brows, looking at the completely unfazed shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, you're really not here to do charity in the East Blue, are you? Such items, if placed in the Grand Line, would sell for 1 billion berries. Xiawin gently shook his head, his tone still calm. I said before, I don't care who produces these things. Even if it's a nature type or mythical zoan type fruit, to me, it's nothing special. The world is vast, and beyond it is even more beyond your imagination. This seems to have been said, but it also seems to say nothing, which left Tsuru, who is skilled in strategy, speechless. However, she understood the shopkeeper's meaning. The precious rewards for them are nothing to the shopkeeper because the jars can produce even better things. The shopkeeper's confidence does not come from ancient weapons, but from the powerful trump cards of other worlds. Beyond the world. Just as Tsuru couldn't help but want to ask about things beyond the world, a dazzling purple light suddenly erupted in the shop. Again, is this even the same capsule I opened back then? Smoker was utterly bewildered. After all, he had once drawn the Autumn Leaf Blade, a weapon rivaling the famed 21 great swords. Thereafter, he had only drawn 1 blue light item, 1 green light item, and a single white orb. Yet even so, compared to Commodore Mouse and Officer Tashigi, he counted himself extraordinarily fortunate. And now Admiral Garp had not only drawn 4 exceptional items in succession, he had even drawn a purple light item. Purple light. Could it be another devil fruit? Admiral Kaku pondered with an equally perplexed expression. In that moment, even she began to suspect the shopkeeper might be deliberately rigging the draws. After all, Garp's reputation preceded him. Perhaps to demonstrate sincerity, the shopkeeper had specially prepared capsules engineered for high-yield outcomes. When the violet radiance faded, a plain black ring, unadorned without motif or embellishment, lay silently at the capsule's base. A ring. Tina is curious. What function might this ring serve? Tina murmured softly, observing the others lost in thought. Having witnessed the shop's uncanny marvels, she finally understood why two admirals had personally made the journey. As a young officer brought along to broaden her horizons, she felt duty-bound to serve as their voice, to articulate the questions the elders hesitated to ask. Hockey ring. Armament hockey. Wearing it accelerates the recovery rate of armament hockey and increases total armament hockey capacity by 30. Armament hockey may be actively infused into the ring to intensify its cultivation. Alternatively, the ring may be activated to expend stored hockey, enabling rapid hockey recovery once per day. Note: once a mediocre instructor spent 2 years merely teaching a prodigy the fundamentals of armament hockey, whereas in the new world, every soul masters it. Come, don this ring and instantly unlock armament hockey. Reject incompetent instructors who mislead the gifted. By now, Garp had already slipped the ring onto his finger with eager haste. Huh. Garp blinked in surprise. He sensed his hockey surging powerfully within him. At his level, even the slightest augmentation marked a quantum leap. It seems the guest has already perceived its effect. Xiawin nodded, faintly, speaking with evident satisfaction. The armament hockey ring accelerates recovery and boosts total capacity by 30. Moreover, it allows hockey infusion for strength cultivation, and during combat, stored hockey may be expended to restore one's own once daily. And should one entirely unversed in armament hockey wear it, no training required, they gain mastery instantly. Master Shopkeeper, you cannot be serious. Admiral Kaku stared stunned. To an ordinary person, the ring might merely grant access to armament hockey, but bestowed upon a fleet admiral or a Yonko sovereign, it conferred undeniable tangible enhancement. Especially for Garp, the Navy's hero, whose greatest strength lay precisely in his peerless hockey. Xiawin, having recently unlocked hockey himself, smiled serenely. A purple-like capsule yielding such an artifact is only fitting, is it not? Were this ring instead to awaken all 3 forms of hockey, simultaneously amplifying each, it would surely rank among the legendary gold-tier rarities. Only fitting. Admiral Kaku fell momentarily speechless, at a loss for reply, because indeed reality bore it out. Purple-like capsules invariably yielded either devil fruits or extraordinary great swords. Thus an item augmenting hockey seemed perfectly plausible, was it not? Garp, however, entertained no such philosophical musings. He simply roared with unrestrained laughter, pride gleaming across his face. This sensation is magnificent. I feel as though I've returned to my prime 20 years ago. Sengoku, you'll never best me again. Guffaw. Tina glanced at her friend, frowning pensively. Then, under Admiral Kaku's silent prompting, stepped forward. Shopkeeper, sir, do you also stock observation hockey rings and conqueror's hockey rings? This too was a question burning in her own heart. Should a ring truly exist capable of instantly awakening conqueror's hockey? Xiawin met their anxious gazes with calm candor. All 3 forms of hockey may be drawn from capsules. Well then, Admiral Kaku's lingering doubts dissolved entirely. Even conqueror's hockey, innate, unattainable through training, could now be granted outright. Truly was this not the power of a realm beyond their world? Draw, draw. I still have 6 left, Garp declared exuberantly, and smashed 3 capsules in rapid succession. Crack, crack, crack. 3 capsules shattered, and 3 green glows erupted. Great red bottle restores substantial vitality upon use. Note a single sip, and lo, you cling stubbornly to life. Slumber tea induces sleep of variable duration calibrated to the user's strength. Note, must it be tea alone? Taunt puppet upon being thrown compels all creatures within a 5-meter radius to attack the puppet once, irresistibly. Note, you must strike that taunting minion. Xiawin remained composed, describing each item's effects with unruffled clarity. Guffaw. These capsules are utterly delightful. Garp laughed until his eyes crinkled shut. Suddenly, he found himself believing the shopkeeper's earlier words. Such wondrous artifacts deserved wider experience and wider acclaim. With his bounty secured, Garp turned to the final 3 capsules, and with a casual sweep of his hand shattered them all at once. This time his luck ran dry. Only the last capsule emitted a soft blue glow. The other 2 yielded merely dried meat and an ore. Armament hockey enhancement medium permanently increases armament hockey capacity equivalent to that of a Marine headquarters rear admiral. Note, simple, direct, open, consume, ascend. Xiawin glanced briefly, then remarked, equivalent to a rear admiral's full armament hockey capacity, absorbable instantly. By now the onlookers stood numb, stunned anew by yet another violation of natural law. Garp gazed at the azure orb in his palm, his expression complex, the hockey capacity of a rear admiral. Long ago when he first enlisted as a Marine, he endured grueling trials and relentless years before attaining rear admiral level prowess, then ascended steadily to his present stature. Now for a mere 100 berries, one capsule could grant it outright. With fortune favoring him, he might even draw a boost matching a fleet admiral's magnitude. Such an artifact could transform an utterly ordinary mortal into a sovereign of the Grand Line overnight. Smoker cast a bitter glance toward the shopkeeper and voiced the unspoken question haunting every soul present: does effort still hold meaning? Seeing that the jar had produced a quantity of domineering power equivalent to that of a rear admiral, Smoker's mentality was somewhat shaken. Even Carp fell silent, looking at the unperturbed shopkeeper. If 100 ordinary pirates without any talent were to receive such rewards, Carp was startled by his own thoughts for the first time. For a moment, he even contemplated supporting a kindness approach to completely destroy this shop. Effort is certainly useful. Xiawin looked calmly at the unwilling Smoker. My jars merely provide an opportunity to change one's fate. But only those who strive can truly change their destiny. He continued with a light smile. Everyone can open jars while diligently training after all. As long as everyone becomes stronger by opening jars, it's equivalent to everyone not having opened them. At that point, it becomes a competition of who works harder. Vice Admiral Crane covered her mouth and chuckled. She had figured it out. Regardless of whether the shopkeeper had considered changing the world and throwing the sea into chaos. But one thing she could confirm: this young shopkeeper genuinely wanted to sell jars. The shopkeeper is right. Who says effort is useless? The old man recalled how he had worked hard to cultivate his hockey to defeat an opponent, shattering several mountain peaks in the process. Carp handed the blue orb in his hand to Smoker, saying, "Take it and absorb it. You've been lax in training these years in the East Sea, and your hockey must have faded right. Remember, only a firm belief and will are the true treasures. If you choose to take a step back or go with the flow, then your hockey will leave you as well." Looking at the blue orb being handed over, Smoker resolutely refused. "This won't do. It's a reward given by you, Vice Admiral. I cannot." "Oh, he'll take it, I'll take it. Please stop hitting me, Vice Admiral." Having received a blow from Carp's iron fist, Smoker covered his swollen head and accepted the orb. Puffed. Tina couldn't help but laugh. Smoker, embarrassed by his friend's teasing, pressed the orb against his forehead. After absorbing the orb, which contained the hockey equivalent to that of a Navy major, Smoker instantly felt a powerful force surge into his body. The hockey he once had but had lost due to years of neglect returned once more. Gazing at his arm now imbued with armament hockey, Smoker gradually became stunned. Could it be? Was his decision to leave the Grand Line for the East Sea truly a mistake? Now this makes sense. Otherwise, how could a Navy colonel not even wield armament hockey? That would be a joke to those pirates. Carp laughed heartily, giving Smoker several pats on the back. "I've finished opening my jars. Who will go next?" Hearing this, Tina's eyes lit up as she eagerly said, "I'm really curious about the jars. Can I open one?" Seeing Vice Admiral Crane nod with a smile indicating she could go first, Tina excitedly took out 1,000,000 berries and placed it on the counter. Unlike her friends who could only struggle to catch small pirates in the East Sea, she had her own dedicated warship and subordinates capturing those pirates worth tens of millions of berries in the Grand Line. Thus 100,000 berries per jar was simply too cheap for Tina. If it weren't for the fact that one person could only open 10 jars, she would have wanted to buy all the dozens of jars displayed behind the shopkeeper. Of course, as long as you pay, anyone can buy jars. Xiawin snapped his fingers, and the display case opened automatically, allowing Tina to choose for herself. "They'll take those 5 as well as the 5 below." After selecting her jars, Tina watched her jars fly from the back and land smoothly on the table. Having long coveted this ability, but previously unable to find an opportunity, Tina asked, "Mr. Shopkeeper, since your jars can produce everything, can the ability you just used to manipulate objects appear as well?" If she also had this ability combined with her Kankank fruit powers, it might yield surprising results. Xiawin glanced at her with a peculiar expression and nodded gently. "Yes, whether it is telekinesis, manipulating gravity, or the invisible hand of a mage, I can fulfill your request, dear customer." Though he could move the jars entirely due to his privileges as a shopkeeper, manipulating items within the shop is indeed not a rare ability. With the assurance given, Tina's eyes brightened as she imitated Vice Admiral Carp, smashing jars one by one. However, she clearly didn't have Carp's luck. After 4 consecutive jars yielded nothing but ordinary, fashionable junk, Tina finally couldn't hold back, sweeping her hand to simultaneously open 3 jars. Fortunately, hard work pays off. This time a green light, and a white orb finally burst forth. With his hockey-upgraded smoker straightened up quite a bit, slowly shaking his head at Tina, whose mouth twitched. Your luck is far worse than mine. Tina ignored her friend's mockery as she looked up at the shopkeeper, her eyes filled with inquiry. Low-level storage ring contains a space of 10 cubic meters, cannot hold living things. Note it's not that a high-level storage ring is unaffordable, but wearing 10 rings on your hand is much more cost-effective. Mastery of rope arts. This is the lifelong study of a rope master from a certain Sakura country. How anyone bound will be left limp, flushed, and drenched in sweat. Note eye masks training purple moods plus exceptional rope skills are enough to make others retreat in fear. Is this mastery of rope arts for real? Xiawin's eyelids twitched as he organized his words, saying, the low-level storage ring contains a space of 10 cubic meters, cannot hold living things, but other items can be stored and retrieved at will. By the way, the flow of time inside such storage rings is nearly frozen, so food can be stored for a very long time. The white orb is a tool that once absorbed will grant you deeper insights and experiences in binding. A storage ring. If the internal space were a bit larger, it could serve as a portable warehouse. Tina nodded in satisfaction. Just from this magical ring, she had already earned back her 1 million berries today. Thus, she mimicked the motion, pressing the white orb against her forehead. With her mind filled with cutting-edge knowledge, Tina opened her mouth. A hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. Those binding methods, aren't they all meant for dealing with women? Tina was careless. Accepting her extremely bad luck, she smashed the remaining jars without hope. In an instant, a dazzling purple light identical to the previous one illuminated the entire shop. A somewhat translucent purple book appeared before everyone's eyes. A book? Could it be a skill book? Smoker, who first thought of his golden paper, wore an expression of obvious astonishment. He learned a powerful, growable skill with just a piece of paper. How many skills could be contained within this book, glowing with purple light? His previous sense of superiority instantly vanished, replaced by an overwhelming feeling of bitterness in his heart. Today's loot drop rate was absolutely abnormal. If only he had known not to open the chest last time and waited to open it today instead. Did Tina perhaps get something good? Although she said this, Tina showed no signs of excitement on her face. After opening 10 chests, she only obtained 3 good items, while Vice Admiral Carp had so many items he could barely hold them. Street Fighter Job Change Book Female, a job change book from a certain continent of Arad, which allows the user to change to the Street Fighter profession upon use. Comes with Street Fighter skills of level 30 and below: Sand, Throw, Moon Flame, Capture, Poison Needle, Brick Strike, and Tiger King Fist. Strength, Stamina, Intelligence, and Spirit attributes receive a certain boost. Normally one can level up by defeating monsters, completing bounty tasks, or role-playing as a Street Fighter. Level cap of 70. Note, although I lime squint use needles to poison ambush with bricks and slap faces madly, I am still a good girl. It turned out to be a job change book for a female Street Fighter. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Xiawin's eyes. Such an item, capable of continuous growth and equipped with various skills and attribute boosts, is only represented by purple light. But looking at the level cap of 70, Xiawin's heart suddenly cleared. If that's the case, it makes sense, as the skills of a Street Fighter are indeed not particularly strong. In the later stages, other professions would awaken to explosive stars or destroy galaxies. The third awakening of a Street Fighter is still just street brawling, let alone the level cap of 70. Xiawin pondered for a moment and said to Tina, your luck as a customer is very good. This is a job change book which allows you to change to the Street Fighter profession upon use. And it comes with a series of skills, all of which are of the growable type. As for more details, looking at the sudden sparkle in Tina's eyes, Xiawin chuckled softly. You will understand as soon as you touch this job change book. With the shopkeeper's assurance, Tina unhesitatingly placed her hand on the purple book. In an instant, Tina felt her mind being filled with a wealth of knowledge. Poisoning techniques, poison preparation, how to utilize environmental props for ambushes, along with a series of skills and fighting techniques that certainly do not seem elegant. Finally, after absorbing this inheritance, Tina looked at her hands and focused her thoughts. A brick appeared, and it could be dismissed at any time. It truly is a Street Fighter. How amazing. Not only that, Tina also felt that her physical abilities had been greatly enhanced. Even her mind felt much clearer. This transformation and enhancement of her body made her feel an unprecedented sense of power, especially when she discovered from the subsequent inheritance that as long as she continued to upgrade the Street Fighter level, she could unlock more skills. With gratitude in her eyes, Tina said, Shopkeeper, does this job change book also come with knowledge and combat experience? Xiawin nodded calmly without any surprise. Since you changed to a Street Fighter, those experiences, techniques, and knowledge should be mastered. This is one of the benefits of the chests. They allow one to skip arduous cultivation and gain benefits directly. After all, he could synchronize with whatever the customers obtained. Xiawin was not worried about others rebelling against him after they grew stronger in the future. Vice Admiral Crane, seeing Tina awaken, asked with concern, "Tina, how is this job change book?" The previous hockey ring had already made her feel as if the worldview was turned upside down. This job change book, which also shimmered with purple light, should be similar, right? Tina feels fantastic. Tina reported excitedly, "After the job change, I have now mastered poisoning techniques and have a certain resistance to toxins. The most important thing is, Tina can also unlock many growable skills." Many growable skills? At this point, even Carp looked over in astonishment. This job change book is equivalent to several golden papers obtained by Smoker Wright. By the way, shopkeeper, may I ask about those skills I have learned, especially the ones I will learn next? Will they work against those with strong hockey? Tina asked her most concerning question. Yes. Xiawin nodded and explained, "Hockey can resist the abilities of devil fruits, but the job change book you opened is not of this world's power. All the skills included within it are immune to hockey. For example, the skill you can learn at level 35, Heavenly Net. It can ignore the target's strength, forcibly pulling the opponent to your side and binding them in place." What? Carp shouted in disbelief. Ignoring the target's strength. Can it directly grab even enemies of the 4 Emperors level? Does that mean one day he could also be captured by a group of small pirates? This item is too overpowered. It completely disrupts the balance. Shopkeeper, didn't you say that effort is not in vain? Carp looked at the hockey ring in his hand, instantly feeling unappealing. As long as hockey is sufficient, it's fine, but this power beyond the world is even more interesting. After witnessing these chests, I will no longer underestimate anyone in the future. Carp said with a sigh. Who knows if the person across from him is a customer from the chess shop, and whether they possess a similarly overpowered ability. Seeing that everyone seemed to be thinking wrongly, Xiawin shook his head and reminded, just because you can pull someone over doesn't mean you can quickly defeat them afterward. Moreover, for a strong individual at the 4 Emperors level, getting closer to you makes it easier for them to deal with you. So it's not really a powerful ability, but don't expect too much or rely on it. Binding is not the same as stunning, they will still attack. That's still quite strong. Smoker sighed. Perhaps for you, shopkeeper, this ability is indeed nothing, but for the vast majority of people it is a true trump card. At least during the time when the enemy is bound, I can use it to escape. He looked at his friend whose mouth was curled up and in a great mood with envy. Tina, your luck is just too good. Compared to my 6-rod light prison, this job change book is simply weak. At this moment, Vice Admiral Crane silently placed 1,000,000 berries on the counter. Next, let me also experience this magical chest. General, he quickly selected 10 jars, watching as they landed steadily in front of him. Having witnessed the jar's extraordinary nature, he had also roughly gauged the shopkeeper's attitude. It was time for her to experience it personally. Seeing this, Carp shouted to a silent man, wearing a hat at the door, "Bogart, stop guarding the entrance, and come over to open 10 jars, I'll pay." Xiawin also glanced up at the character who was Bogart, Carp's aide in the original plot. He was quite curious about this character who straddled the line between a mere bystander and a royal aide. After all, this person had been with Carp for every major and minor event. Yet every time Carp was injured, he would always bow his head and make a motion as if to draw his sword, but never actually acted. It made him very eager to know just how strong this aide's true combat power was. He watched as Carp placed a pouch containing 1,000,000 berries on the counter. Xiawin lightly snapped his fingers, and 10 jars flew from the display case to Bogart's front. General, he looked at his jars, and then glanced at the shopkeeper. After hesitating for a moment, he tentatively spoke, "Sir Shopkeeper, do you mind if I conduct some experiments on these jars?" Previously, Carp and Tina had opened jars, but she had refrained from mentioning it due to the rules. Now that she had paid, could she theoretically dispose of these jars as she wished? Xiawin responded calmly, "Yes, the shop's rule is that once a jar is sold, it is non-refundable and cannot be taken outside. However, as long as it is within the shop, customers can do anything they want with the jars after payment." These jars were merely props with jar-like exteriors. Essentially, they were the system's way of materializing the draw from the gacha pool in the form of jars. Moreover, there was no guaranteed minimum. Thus, the selection of jars by customers was no different from simply giving them 10 jars directly. Therefore, even if Emu came, she would be helpless against the jars. It was impossible to see through what was inside the jars. After obtaining the shopkeeper's consent, General, he first used his observation hockey to examine the structure of the jars. Seeing that he could discern nothing, he then used his wash fruit ability on the jars. However, what astonished her occurred. These ceramic jars, which clearly shattered upon being struck, were immune to her fruit ability. Moreover, her attempt to apply armament hockey to the jars also failed. It was as if these jars would not yield to any alteration except for being physically broken. Unwilling to believe it, General, he lifted a jar and gently shook it, trying to listen for any sounds from within. Since something could be drawn from them, shaking them should elicit some response, right? But the result was disappointing once again. These extremely light jars felt as if they were merely a hollow shell. There was absolutely no sound of any object moving inside the jars. As expected, such a wondrous jar cannot be so simple. Is this also a power from beyond this world? Having given up on the experiment, General, he sighed and directly smashed the jar in her hand. Instantly, a bright blue light appeared. It was a scroll-like object. Blue light item. It should be some kind of skill. Smoker who had experienced something similar remarked. Universal attraction, one of the abilities of the Rinnegan from a certain ninja. After optimization by the system, it can consume stamina to draw a designated target towards oneself. Depending on the stamina consumed, the target and pulling strength can be freely adjusted. Xiawin cast a peculiar gaze at Tina, who was still experiencing the Street Fighter skills. Just moments ago she had asked if she could draw the jars from a distance. Now General, he had just revealed a similar ability. This skill is called Universal Attraction. It can directly draw a designated target to oneself. Depending on the stamina consumed, the pulling strength can be freely adjusted. Xiawin shook his head slightly with regret. Unfortunately, it is not a growth-type ability and is considered a rather average skill. If it were Shinra Tensei or Universal Pull, there would be some appeal. However, this Universal Attraction has a pulling process which carries the risk of being countered. It was far simpler for him to transform into lightning and deliver a punch to someone. Pulling. Tina, who was playing with needles, blinked. She also wanted this ability, but she hadn't gotten it. What frustrated her even more was that each person could only buy 10 jars within 7 days. After today, she would be stationed in Rogue Town and didn't know when she could open jars again. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt that Smoker, who could remain stationed at the 16th branch, was the luckiest one. At this moment, General, he had already opened the scroll and quickly learned this ability. Then she opened her right hand towards Carp's hat on his head, releasing a pulling force that directly drew that ugly and disgusting hat into her hand. Ignoring Carp's shouts, she nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, it can cooperate with my fruit ability. Her wash fruit can transform the object it touches into a clothing form for washing. It can also strip living beings of their powers, weakening the malicious thoughts within the target and leading them to reform in a short time. With this Universal Attraction, she could directly draw distant enemies closer. Having achieved a promising start, she prepared to press on, striking 2 jars with a bang. Bang. This time a blue light and a green light burst forth. This familiar scene made Smoker and Tina unable to help but glance at the shopkeeper with deep eyes. When they opened jars, they were mostly filled with junk. But when Carp and General, he opened jars, they could continuously produce good items. If one were to say that the shopkeeper had not manipulated the odds and adjusted the drop rates, who would believe that? Smoker took note of this point, preparing to build a good relationship with the shopkeeper in the future. Who knows, maybe then the shopkeeper would give him 10 purple jars. Moon reading, a classic illusion technique from a certain ninja that can pull enemies into an illusion space entirely controlled by the user, as well as distort time and perception. After system optimization, it can be triggered through eye contact without needing the Sharingan. However, it cannot trap targets with strong beliefs and willpower. Note, serious people use it to torture opponents, while unserious people use it to induce. Water Avoidance Pearl can generate a layer of transparent waterproof shield on the surface of the body, allowing normal breathing. After being attacked and damaged, it needs to be activated again. Note, it merely ensures your activity underwater. No one said you could take water attribute attacks to the face. Moon reading has also appeared. How far can Amaterasu be? Xiawin spoke calmly. The first one is an illusion technique called moon reading. By triggering it through eye contact, one can pull enemies into an illusion space completely controlled by you. The second one is a regular water avoidance pearl, which can generate a waterproof shield on the surface after falling into water. What? Direct activation, just by making eye contact. Captain Carp cried out in utter shock. This ability surpasses many devil fruits. I fail to comprehend. Why isn't this a violet glow? Some devil fruits require physical contact or proximity to activate, yet this one triggers instantly upon mutual gaze. Moreover, it cannot be resisted by haki, utterly unpredictable and impossible to guard against. Fortunately, such an ability manifested within an ally, not among the pirates. Carp could only console himself with that thought. Even Admiral Tsaru was taken aback. For her, this power represented a profound enhancement. First employed Tsukuyami to draw the target into an illusionary realm, rendering them helpless. Then use Shinra Tensei to draw them closer, and activate the cleansing effect of the wash fruit to purify their mind. This seamless combo would catch even an opponent of equal standing utterly off guard on first encounter. Xiawin smiled faintly. The hues emanating from these basic crates merely indicate rarity. Not all violet glowing items are inherently formidable. Furthermore, most blue glowing crates contain singular abilities or skills, yet their upper and lower limits vary drastically. One may produce nothing more than a trivial fireball, while another manifests effects even more surreal and elusive than certain devil fruits. Strength cannot be judged solely by hue. Basic crates. Are there higher-tier crates as well? Admiral Tsuru's eyes flickered subtly. She knew she had drawn one step closer to unraveling the shop's deepest secret. Then the shopkeeper's remark about artifacts surpassing devil fruits must refer to those elite crates. But what are the acquisition conditions? Cumulative crate purchases. A fully controllable illusionary space. Master Shopkeeper, precisely what degree of mastery does this Tsukuyami afford? Xiawin paused deliberately before replying. Within this illusionary space-time, perception is distorted for the entrapped. For instance, should you draw an enemy inside, they endure 3 days of relentless torment and interrogation, while only 1 second passes in reality. One caveat, however, its efficacy wanes significantly against those of exceptional willpower. A sharp collective intake of breath. The entire group gasped in unison, stunned by the shopkeeper's revelation. 3 days of psychological torture, yet 1 second elapsed in the real world. What preternatural power is this? Even if the shopkeeper noted diminished effect on the iron-willed, how many such individuals truly exist across the Grand Line? Against everyone else, however, it becomes a flawless instrument of interrogation and subjugation. By comparison, the water-repellent pearl drew no attention whatsoever, utterly unremarkable. Having mastered Tsukimi, Admiral Tsuru glanced briefly at the others in the shop and abandoned her impulse to test it immediately. She resolved to capture a random pirate en route home and try it then. Just as she prepared to open her remaining crates, a sudden violet radiance erupted, seizing every gaze. There, crouched silently in the corner, was Bogart opening his crate. Carp stared at the lingering violet glow, only now realizing his deputy had been opening a crate all along. And then, he glanced at the pile of shattered crate fragments at Bogart's feet, his eye twitching. Bogart had already finished. Yet no light had appeared earlier, meaning Bogart had obtained only this single item. Blade hoarding casket. Insert any blade, and it shall be cultivated and charged, amplifying the destructive force of the next II strike. Maximum charge duration 1 week, capable of unleashing a strike rivaling that of a Yonko. Upon release, the contained blade shatters irreparably. The casket may reshape itself into a scabbard, either sword or saber style. Note, what gibberish is this? Behold my heaven-cleaving II technique. Xiawin inhaled sharply. This artifact was astonishingly impractical. Superficially charging for a week to deliver a Yonko-level strike sounds magnificent, almost too good to be true. Yet after that single strike, the casket is spent. It must be recharged anew. And frankly, a Yonko-level strike isn't quite as extraordinary as it sounds. Its potential varies wildly. Consider how a certain Brocade Emperor survived repeated assaults from Kaido's Supreme King Haki, emerging unscathed. Clearly, this artifact excels only against 7 warlords like Don Quixote da Flamingo, not true apex threats. Still, as a merchant, he certainly couldn't voice such candor. You've drawn exceptional fortune, Xiawin said, unruffled, addressing Bogart. This is a blade-hoarding casket. Insert any blade, and it will amplify the potency of your next II strike. Maximum charge duration 1 week. Capable of a Yonko-level strike, though the blade itself will be destroyed. We recommend stocking several standard blades. F4. Yonko-level. Smoker and Tashiji stood speechless, paralyzed by awe. Another artifact of impossible magnitude. Their vision blurred, as if veiled by sour lemons. Their hearts brimming with envy and yearning. Charge for a week, and unleash a blow rivaling a Yonko. If every marine bore such a device, the new world would fall beneath their advance. A single Yonko-level strike. Gaha. Carp recovered first. Excellent. Excellent. Bogart, from now on my safety rests in your hands. Silent and resolute, Bogart gazed at the casket, now reshaped into a scabbard, and slid his personal sword smoothly inside. Observing this, Xiawin's lips curved into a satisfied smile. At last, the true royal deputy Bogart had been born. Never mind that it grants but a single strike. Tell me, does one who can deliver a Yonko-level strike not by definition merit the title of royal deputy? Perhaps today's bounty was simply too abundant for the 4 of them. Of Admiral Tsuru's final 7 crates, only 1 yielded the physical stamina capacity of a Marine headquarters captain. All the rest empty. A pity. I'd hoped for something akin to Tashiji's class transition scroll. Indeed, crate opening proves dangerously addictive. 1 day's emotional turbulence exceeds an entire month's usual ebb and flow. She absorbed the green luminescence in her palm, savoring the wonder of this arcane mechanism, then turned to the shopkeeper. Now that our crates are opened, we must take our leave. Master Shopkeeper, if you permit, might we have the honor of learning your name? Xiawin regarded her with a faint, inscrutable smile. Xiawin, or simply Boss Xia if you prefer. Xiawin, no surname. The others exchanged glances, suspecting either a pseudonym or deliberate concealment of lineage. Mr. Xiawin, we eagerly anticipate our next meeting. Gaha. See you next time, young shopkeeper. I'll bring my grandson along to open crates. Carp waved heartily, laughter booming. He could hardly wait to parade his cosmic super senbei before Sengoku and gloat. As for Admiral Tsuru, today's revelations weighed upon her with solemn gravity. Rings granting instant haki awakening and mastery. Class transition scrolls bestowing scalable, evolving skill sets. And artifacts enabling ordinary mortals to strike with Yonko force. Each threatened to upend the Grand Line's delicate equilibrium. She must inform Sengoku immediately and underscore the shop's critical importance. And warn Akainu, do not act rashly. A shopkeeper so composed, so nonchalant in dispensing such artifacts, must himself stand at the Yonko tier. After watching his guests depart, Xiawin turned his gaze inward, to the rows upon rows of rewards gleaming within his system space, his eyes burning with fierce anticipation. Finally gone, Xiawin waved his hand to shut the shop's door, preventing others from entering. To his surprise, he had sold 40 jars today. He had thought there would be at most 1 or 2 ordinary vice admirals. It seems that Smoker still has some influence at the Navy headquarters. Adding to the jars sold previously, he was just 6 jars away from unlocking a new shop. With 7 days nearly gone, whether it was Nami who was out there promoting tirelessly, or Joseph and Johnny who were searching for Zoro in the East Blue, they could complete this task and unlock the new shop. Moreover, Carp, being an important character in the original storyline, was only 7 jars away from unlocking advanced jars after purchasing. Xiawin looked at the rewards stored in the system's space, a smile gradually forming on his lips. This time, my combat power can significantly improve. First, the armed color haki of the Navy headquarters rear admiral level and the total stamina of a colonel. Xiawin grabbed 2 orbs of light, 1 blue and 1 green, and absorbed them. Feeling the haki that suddenly emerged within him along with the increase in stamina and physical strength, he happily remarked, I should be able to easily defeat a Navy vice admiral now. Converted into bounty for pirates, it's at least over 100 million. After roughly assessing his combat power, Xiawin looked at the job change book for the Street Fighter. The skills provided by the Street Fighter were secondary. What he valued most was the increase in 4 basic attributes and the resistance to poison. When Xiawin used the job change book and successfully unlocked the Street Fighter profession, his already comparable physical quality to a colonel surged once more. Even his thinking and reaction speed significantly accelerated. What delighted him even more was that the job change book also included a wealth of practical street fighting skills and combat experience. As for the experience of making poisons, he was a decent person. How could he dabble in poison? Awesome. After completing the enhancement, Xiawin effortlessly absorbed and learned rewards like mastery of rope arts, moon reading, and universal attraction. Finally, he turned his attention to 2 heavyweight items: haki ring, armed color, and sword storage box. Enhances the total amount of armed color haki, strengthens haki intensity, and accelerates haki recovery speed. Unfortunately, there was no observation haki or conqueror's haki. After casually complaining, Xiawin decisively put the black ring on his left thumb. The ring had an automatic adaptation function, so there was no need to worry about any awkward issues. Feeling his power once again enhanced and the continuous surge of haki, Xiawin looked increasingly satisfied. Now this is more like it. The rewards from the jars had no side effects and would not be unstable. This was the most suitable way of enhancement for a transmigrator. As for whether his excessive reliance on the system and shortcuts would lead to a lack of character, laughable. If he had the universal jar system, would he still have to train painfully, getting stronger bit by bit only to be surpassed by a native protagonist in the end? Would those jars not have been sold in vain? As for the sword storage box, Xiawin recalled that there were still a few ordinary swords from before that he had opened in the system space. These items, capable of delivering a blow to the 4 emperors, would serve as excellent contingency measures in the early stages. On the warship, aside from Smoker, who continued to guard Cocoa Village, Carp, Crane, and the others were on a call with Admiral Sengoku, discussing the shopkeeper's stance and miraculous nature. A power from beyond the world. Sengoku's shocked voice came through that things from the sea can be opened from the jars. But how can one jar contain such large items? And there are items that can launch a strike at the 4 emperors in just 7 days. How was that made? Calm down, Sengoku. Vice Admiral Crane said in a steady tone. We cannot fathom powers from beyond the world, but let's not be distracted by that for now. We can have Kizaru take the sword box and Carp's ring to find Dr. Vegapunk and see if it can be replicated. But with such miraculous means, I don't think that person can succeed. Sengoku fell silent. Just wearing a ring can unlock Conqueror's haki. It wouldn't be resisted by haki and came with many growth capabilities in the job change book. It could yield haki or stamina at the Vice Admiral level. Those jars completely negated the so-called talent and effort. 10 years of hard training doesn't compare to someone spending 100,000 berries to open a jar. No one would feel good about such things. Not to mention the potions that instantly restore stamina, the indestructible hats, and the sprays that make food delicious. Each one was challenging his understanding. The only good news was that according to Colonel Mouse, this jar shop had just opened not long ago. I understand, I will strive to have more commanders open jars, but this requires time to coordinate rotations. Before that, Sengoku's somewhat fatigued voice rang out, can we negotiate with that shopkeeper? Our navy is willing to pay 3 times the berries to contract the shopkeeper's jars. How many our navy can buy we will buy. Vice Admiral Crane turned to look at the now tiny Cocoa Village. Sengoku, do you think a powerful person with such means would care about money? In the East Blue at the Sea Restaurant Barity, a man dressed in a double-breasted black suit with dazzling blonde hair widened his eyes in disbelief and shouted, what? You mean the means to control sea beasts was opened from a jar? Sanji, holding a plate, nearly dropped his jaw. Is everything that was said in the newspaper true? And that Queen of Thunder from the East Sea is also a customer of that jar shop. Joseph, wrapped in bandages, and Johnny boasted while enjoying the carefully crafted dishes from the Barity's South Chef. Of course. We actually witnessed Sister Nami open the legendary devil fruit. The boss said that as long as it exists in the world, his jar can produce it. That's right. Whether it's the indomitable sword Godball or the super fire gun, they all came from the jar. A single jar costs only 1,000 berries. The boss is undoubtedly the most generous person we've ever seen. Sanji, with a serious expression, looked at the 2 bounty hunters who had just helped the restaurant drive away a gang of pirates. That Queen of Thunder who almost single-handedly cleared half of the East Sea, making countless pirates cry for mercy, filling the prisons of the East Sea's navy branches. She had only consumed the fruit for a few days. How is this different from the devil fruit users I know? Sanji raised an eyebrow and skeptically said, can it really produce anything? If I want a devil fruit that has already been eaten by someone, can it still be produced? Although Sanji knew it was impossible, his heart couldn't help but race a little faster. What he desired most was the transparent fruit that would allow him to peek at the women's bath. Joseph and Johnny exchanged glances, recalling that the shopkeeper seemed eager to attract more customers. The 2 harmoniously chimed in, of course it can be produced, after all it's a jar that represents miracles. Chef, do you want to open a jar? You'll definitely regret not opening it. Ha ha ha, I knew it would be. Sanji was just halfway through laughing when he suddenly realized and stared dumbfounded at the 2. Hey. I'm talking about a devil fruit that already has an owner. How can something that has been eaten be produced again? Joseph exchanged a knowing glance and Johnny immediately chimed in of. The boss jar is certainly extraordinary. Don't say that already owned devil fruits can't be produced. Even a secret book to become a great swordsman or a treasure map with countless treasures can be produced. Those jars can produce all sorts of items. Even something as simple as culinary skills can be directly produced. Hearing the keyword, Sanji's eyes narrowed, glaring intensely at the boastful bounty hunter. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was currently a valued guest at Barity, he would definitely make this culinary art-disdaining guy pay. The culinary skills he held dear, that incomparably romantic chef soul, how could it possibly be produced by a jar? I see, please enjoy your meal slowly, gentlemen. Sanji coldly nodded, thinking that the other was mocking him, put down the plate in his hand, and turned to leave, no longer caring about the so-called jar shop. Moreover, even if that shopkeeper's jar really was that magical, he would never abandon Barity, never abandon Chef Zeph, to open jars in Cocoa West Village. Just as Sanji was about to head to the kitchen to prepare the next dish, Johnny suddenly spoke up. Chef, it seems you don't believe us. How about a competition to see whose culinary skills are better? As soon as the words fell, Sanji's steps came to a halt, and he turned around with an unfriendly expression. Gentlemen, don't forget this is a sea restaurant home to the top chefs of the East Sea. Even if the old man allows you to stay temporarily, it doesn't mean that Bartai owes you anything. Even without your presence, we can still repel the invading pirates on our own. At this moment, Chef Zeph, hearing the commotion, rushed out from the kitchen. Sanji, how many times have I told you not to argue with the guests? Before Sanji could explain, Johnny proactively stood up and bowed to the owner of the sea restaurant. I apologize, I wanted to test my culinary skills against Chef Sanji to prove I wasn't lying. Joseph, who had licked his plate clean, followed suit. My partner is also an extremely talented chef. In that magical jar shop, we opened the skill that can make one a top chef culinary mastery. Sanji, who had just calmed down, immediately raised an eyebrow. I told you the true chef soul cannot possibly be produced by a jar. Alright, since you want to compete in culinary skills, then bring it on. I will definitely not lose to mere false culinary skills. Sanji, quiet. And what exactly is this jar you keep talking about? Zeph suppressed his inner irritation and looked at the bounty hunters who were allowed to linger for a special reason. If they were deliberately looking for trouble, then Chef Zeph would show them what it means to be a pirate returning from the Grand Line. What it means to be a pirate returning from the Grand Line. Joseph and Johnny felt a surge of joy as they successfully attracted the head chef's attention. Although they hadn't found Zoro to fulfill the promise to the boss shopkeeper, gathering a group of chefs would still be acceptable, right? Especially Sanji, who seemed just like Zoro, someone with many hidden feelings and dreams. It would be a shame not to open jars with him. Thus, the two detailed the rules of the jar shop and the miraculous nature of the jars. When Zeph and Sanji patiently listened to the end, they each had only one thought in their minds. 1 berries for a jar. How outrageous. This is outright robbery. As for the so-called glowing orb that supposedly grants culinary skills, they simply considered it to be the shopkeeper's devil fruit ability. After all, abilities on the sea are always bizarre and varied. As for the newly emerged Queen of Thunder from the East Sea, perhaps it was the shopkeeper deliberately showcasing her treasured devil fruit and letting the other party put on a show. No need to compete in culinary skills. Even if that jar can grant you the experience of a top chef, you are absolutely no match for Sanji. Zeph waved his hand dismissively. Since you've rested enough, it's time to leave Baratai. Seeing that the two were uninterested in the jar shop, the more clever Johnny suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute. Actually, the jar can not only produce what I've mentioned, but also super rare ingredients that you have definitely never seen. No matter if it's the 4 Cs or the legendary Grand Line, as long as the ingredients have ever existed in this sea, the shopkeeper's jar can produce them." Dreaming of finding the Azure Sea, Sanji suddenly turned around. "What did you just say?" "Stop joking around," Sanji suddenly roared. How could someone running a shop in some remote village possibly obtain ingredients from all 4 Cs? That's every chef's ultimate dream. Joseph offered no rebuttal, merely withdrew a pokeball in silence and pressed it toward the sea beyond the window, releasing the colossal mumu. Then how do you explain this? Only a miracle jar, bearing the very essence of wonder, could yield such an item. Though they had witnessed it many times before, Sanji and Zeph stood frozen, stunned by this flagrant defiance of natural law. A sphere no larger than a fist somehow contained a leviathan of the deep. Moreover, both Joseph and Johnny had fallen into the sea earlier and swum unimpeded. This proved conclusively that neither was a devil fruit user. Could such miraculous jars truly exist in this world? Zeph's expression darkened as he studied the two men, utterly unruffled, showing neither guilt nor fear. If that shop is real, he turned to Sanji, whose face betrayed a flicker of uncertainty, yet pride kept him silent. He knew Sanji's deepest aspiration to find the fabled Azure Sea, the legendary confluence of all 4 oceans teeming with every imaginable ingredient. Indeed, such a place could only exist within the Grand Line. If Sanji remained forever anchored in the East Blue, the weakest of the 4 Cs, his dream would remain eternally out of reach. He knew full well Sanji wished to repay his debt of gratitude. But Sanji had grown into a man. How could he linger beside an old man like himself, confined to the East Blue as merely a chef? More than anyone, Zeph understood the fierce fire burning in Sanji's heart. His own leg was broken, his years weighed heavy upon him. He lacked the strength to seek that mythical sea of miracles. But Sanji could. So Zeph spoke up abruptly. "Sanji, how long have we been moored in these waters?" Sanji, bewildered, replied, "We've stayed here for years. Surely it's been quite some time." "Yes, far too long." Gazing out the window at the enormous sea beast happily accepting its meal, Zeph's eyes hardened with resolve. A floating restaurant must never be chained to one place. Announce it to everyone: from today onward, the Baratai shall sail across the entire East Blue, so more people may savor our cuisine. "Old man, you're astonished." Sanji stared at Zeph, incredulous. "All because of that jar shop." "Don't flatter yourself." Zeph snorted dismissively. "I've simply grown weary of this stretch of sea. I crave new horizons. And conveniently we'll pass through Kokoyasi village to see just how extraordinary those jars truly are." Turning sharply toward the 2 bounty hunters, his tone turned icy. "Hey, if you dare deceive me, I'll toss you both to the sharks." Instantly, Joseph and Johnny puffed out their chests, brimming with confidence. "Rest assured, the boss's jars never disappoint." "Old man." Sanji's lips trembled faintly. He understood precisely why Zeph had done this. Whether jars capable of yielding devil fruits or legendary rare ingredients, each detail captivated him deeply. As he himself had declared, his soul as a chef yearned to witness ever more extraordinary ingredients. Soon word spread swiftly: the floating restaurant Baratai would soon embark on a grand voyage across the East Blue. And Zeph made no effort to conceal their destination, Kokoyasi village far in the distance. Inside the jar shop of Kokoyasi village, Xiawin appraised the young man before him, his head wrapped in a deep green bandana, with faint curious amusement. "So you say you lost your way while accepting a commission, and your small boat sank. Thus you swam directly to this nearest village." When Zoro first entered the shop, Xiawin had mistaken him for Joseph and Johnny, thinking they'd already returned with reinforcements. Instead, only Zoro stood there, drenched and frustrated. Having also lost track of his bounty target, Zoro nodded irritably. Set those matters aside. I'm here to buy swords. The villagers told me this shop sells weapons. As he spoke, Zoro scanned the interior, and the tabletop laden with earthenware jars. A flicker of confusion crossed his gaze. Strange, this doesn't look like a weapon shop at all. Damn it, I'm lost again. Frustrated, Zoro whirled around, preparing to seek the true armory the villagers had mentioned. His fall into the sea had been hasty. Besides, the Wado Ikemanji clamped tightly between his teeth. The other two blades, unsecured in time, had vanished beneath the waves, swept away without trace. Fortunately, Zoro was long accustomed to such losses. Most of the bounties he earned, beyond essentials like food and sake, were spent solely on acquiring new swords. Xiawin chuckled softly. Dear guest, why rush off so hastily? My shop does sell swords, but not in the conventional manner. Hearing that swords were indeed available, Zoro halted mid-turn and faced the shopkeeper. Not the conventional manner. I carry only 700,000 berry. I'll take 2 ordinary blades. Xiawin gestured toward the jars on the table. This shop sells only jars. Yet from them anything may emerge, perhaps even a blade rivaling or surpassing the Wado Ikemanji at your hip. Zoro recoiled instinctively, hands snapping to his sword hilt. His blades remained sheathed. How then had this man identified the Wado Ikemanji? And the shopkeeper's tone. A sudden realization struck Zoro. His pupils contracted sharply as he locked eyes with the calm-faced merchant. You're the shopkeeper the Lightning Queen spoke of? The one who sells miracle jars, said to contain anything. Though he rarely saved money, Zoro always set aside coin for newspapers. Lately, the East Blue's most fervent topic had been the Lightning Queen, a fearsome warrior who nearly cleansed half the sea, renowned for overwhelming power and utter contempt for pirates. Oh, so you've heard of me, excellent. Xiawin smiled faintly. 10,000 berry per jar. Care to try your luck? Just days ago, someone drew a great-grade sword worth 10 million berry from one of my jars. At the words great-grade sword, Zoro's breath caught, sharp and heavy. He wielded only one famed blade. The other 2 were mere placeholders, his fatal weakness as a 3-sword-style swordsman. Without hesitation, Zoro slammed his sole remaining 700,000 berry onto the counter. Fine, I'll buy 7 jars. Zolon's purpose was very simple, to open the jars. He only needed to obtain 2 swords of sufficiently high quality. 7 jars. Thus the goal of opening a total of 100 jars would be achieved. A faint smile flickered in Xiawin's eyes. It was uncertain which sea region the new shop would be in. Surely it would not still be within the 4 seas range. Dear customer, you may choose freely. By the way, my jars not only contain items, but also various sword techniques from different schools, special sword skills, and even methods to directly break through the iron severing stage. Zolon looked up in shock. What did you say? Iron severing. This was the second realm on the path of the sword master. Once attained, one could sever steel with swords, becoming a formidable swordsman of unparalleled skill. He had been cultivating for a long time to reach this realm, yet he was always just a step short, uncertain of how to take that crucial stride. And the shopkeeper, praised by the Thunder Queen, claimed to offer a way to break through iron severing. Doubt filled Zolon's eyes. If the jars could yield devil fruits or mighty blades, he might barely believe it. But to produce something that directly enabled one to break through iron severing, that was not an item, but an insider realm of comprehension. Even if it truly contained others' experiences and understandings of surpassing iron severing, it would not be his own path. At most, it could serve as a mere reference. Considering the shopkeeper, unaware of the way of the sword, Zolon had no intention to argue. Instead, he quickly selected 7 jars. Before opening the jars, Zolon suddenly asked, if I truly unearth a treasure of the caliber of a mighty blade, you wouldn't force me to pay extra, would you? Xiawin chuckled softly. Rest assured, dear customer, I would never ruin my reputation over a single mighty blade. Since you know the Thunder Queen, you must have read the newspapers. I can relinquish even higher value devil fruits without hesitation, let alone mighty blades that are less valuable than devil fruits. That's a relief. Zolon's lips curled into a grin as he decisively smashed one of the jars before him. Instantly, a dazzling blue light erupted within the shop. Then a fierce bird's cry suddenly resounded. A massive phantom of a flying bird projected outward, gradually fading away on the surface of a scroll. Unfamiliar with such a spectacle, Zolon was momentarily stunned, looking blankly at the thoughtful shopkeeper. What did this mean? Why would opening a jar come with an audiovisual display? Qingyun Wings, a flying combat technique from the Doma continent, classified as mid-level profound rank. Optimized by the system, it requires no combat aura activation, only stamina to maintain flight. It allows one to extend a pair of illusory wings on the back, flying at considerable speed, 300 km per hour. It demands trials of willpower and spirit. Note, I am a playful one currently being chased by 10 playful emperors, yet I remain unperturbed. Because their horses are not faster than mine, Xiawin stared in surprise at the appraisal result given by the system. It was actually a flying combat technique. Flight was something many yearned for since childhood, especially in a world like the Pirate Kings where fighting broke out at any moment. If one could possess flight early on, barring encounters with natural-type devil fruit users, one would be virtually invincible. At least a freely flying combat technique was far more flexible than the 6 styles moonstep. Shopkeeper, what is this scroll? Having already picked up the scroll, but unable to open it, Zolon curiously asked the shopkeeper. I must say, dear customer, your luck is extraordinary. Xiawin quickly shifted into business mode, calmly explaining. This is a flying combat technique from another world named Qingyun Wings. Once mastered, a pair of illusory wings will appear on the back, enabling free flight at speeds up to 300 kilometers per hour. Wings. Flight. Zolon stared in disbelief at the seemingly ordinary scroll in his hands. Such a small item could achieve this feat. Moreover, 300 kilometers per hour. With this, he could fly directly into the sky when traveling, ensuring he would never lose his way. Shopkeeper, how does one use these wings? Zolon asked eagerly. Simply place the scroll on your forehead. However, there is one point the customer must note. Xiawin's tone grew serious. Within this scroll is sealed the residual soul of a flying bird, which is the key to creating and mastering this combat technique. Only those with strong spirit and willpower can pass its trial and truly master this technique. Zolon tugged at the deep green headscarf on his head, a confident smile curling his lips. It's merely a long-deceased great bird. If I cannot overcome this slight challenge, how can I even speak of becoming the world's foremost sword master? Saying so, Zolon pressed the scroll firmly to his forehead. He calmed his mind and confronted the residual soul within. Roar! Under Xiawin's admiring gaze, the scroll instantly lost its color and the massive bird pattern vanished. Panting heavily, Zolon discarded the scroll, allowing a pair of azure wings to sprout from his back. Zolon's voice brimmed with excitement. This is the flying combat technique. Now, with just a thought, he could make himself soar. Such a powerful and convenient ability cost him only 100,000 Belle. Zolon felt the jar shop owner was truly honest and had not deceived him. Xiawin smiled lightly. It seems you are very satisfied with this ability. Let us continue opening the jars. Perhaps even more powerful items await. Yes, opening jars. This time Zolon cast a particularly serious gaze toward the remaining jars. Having witnessed the jars' marvels, he cherished the upcoming opportunities greatly. Smack! Zolon struck one of the jars. This time a green light orb appeared. Iron severing insight. Zolon, the comprehension that allowed Zolon to break through iron severing during his battle with Mr. 1. It contained all of Zolon's sword techniques up to that point. Note 1 sword style, Iajutsu Lion Song. Xiawin's expression slightly tightened as he observed the system's appraisal. Since Nami first opened her future bikini on the initial day, Xiawin had mentally prepared for such occurrences. But unexpectedly, this time Zolon directly obtained his future sword techniques and iron severing insights. He wondered if, when Luffy opened jars in the future, he might unearth the straw hat that had outlasted many lives. Or perhaps, the red-haired arm bitten off by the king of the near sea. Xiawin pondered this strangely. Shopkeeper, why do I feel like this light orb is drawing me in? Holding the warm and elastic green orb cautiously, Zolon asked. Xiawin's eyes flickered slightly as he calmly replied, "Oh, that is normal because that is your future self's insight and experience when breaking through iron severing." Zoro's expression changed. The future me. Xiawin calmly pointed at the green orb in Zoro's hand. It means exactly what it says, just like that scroll. Place it on your forehead, and you can absorb it. This is the swordsmanship inheritance from you in the future. Zoro looked at the green orb in disbelief. The future timeline of me. The past 18 years of life experience could not help him comprehend such a bizarre phenomenon. Zoro skeptically absorbed the orb in his hand. Then he felt a series of sword techniques he already possessed, yet had not developed, rapidly manifesting in his mind. The style was incredibly familiar. It was the three-sword style. Immediately a sharp glint flashed in Zoro's eyes. One sword style, Ii Lion Song. Though he did not draw his sword, Zoro slashed the air with his hand, creating intense wind pressure. At that moment, he knew he had broken through the iron-cutting realm. He had reached a level he had been unable to attain despite years of effort. As Zoro gradually regained his composure, he was astonished to discover a significant improvement in his physical abilities. Not only did he inherit the future sword techniques, but he also synchronized the feedback from his cultivation from his future self. Who exactly is this shopkeeper? Zoro's expression was extremely grave. To be able to extract another person's future experiences and insights, is this the power of the fruit? Such a method that transcends common sense, nearly shattering his worldview, was truly terrifying. Congratulations, guest, for successfully breaking through the iron-cutting realm. Xiawin spoke calmly, completely unfazed by Zoro's astonished gaze. How about that? I told you the jar can produce everything. Zoro fell silent for a moment, then nodded slightly, truly worthy of being called the miraculous jar. He understood why that woman who nearly caused all the bounty hunters in the East Sea to lose their jobs held the jar shop in such high regard. If it were him after obtaining something that could change his fate, he would also recommend it to those in need, right? Suddenly, he felt that the 700,000 berries he had unexpectedly saved were simply perfect. Otherwise, he might have missed this opportunity and wondered when he could break through the iron-cutting realm. Zoro did not hesitate and smashed another jar. This time, only an ordinary long sword fell out. No light appeared. High-quality samurai sword, a sword forged with tricomposite technology, extremely sturdy. Note the broken sword competition needs talents like you. Xiawin glanced at it and casually said, an ordinary sword, nothing special. Zoro was quite satisfied as he currently lacked 2 reliable swords. Bang! He smashed his 4th jar. A brilliant blue light immediately entered his vision. At the bottom of the jar lay a sword command made of white jade. 10,000 swords returned to the clan consumes a large amount of stamina to forcibly summon all nearby swords to fight alongside you. No question, I saved for 10 years to buy a spiritual sword, but it was taken away by a fairy. When it returned, the spiritual sword was damaged. How should I repay her? Answer, he. Xiawin looked at Zoro with a strange expression, feeling that he might not lack weapons in the future. If he had enough haki, he could even equip all flying swords with armed haki. At that point in a fight, he could completely transform into a human cannon. Xiawin said to the confused Zoro, this is a very powerful forbidden sword technique. Forbidden sword technique. Zoro's spirit jolted and he looked at the shopkeeper with anticipation, listening attentively to the introduction. Moreover, for such a mysterious shopkeeper with extraordinary methods to describe it as very powerful, it must be something extraordinary. Xiawin cheerfully said this sword technique is called 10,000 swords returned to the clan. It can forcibly summon all nearby swords to fight alongside you. Note it is a forced summoning. Even the world's #1 swordsman's black sword cannot escape the fate of being seized from afar. This was also the reason for his earlier strange expression. When Zoro learned this technique, if he challenged Mihawk the Eagle, he could start by snatching his black sword, which would definitely make Eagle Eye question his life. Of course, with Zoro's dedication to the sword path, he certainly wouldn't do such a thing. 10,000 swords returned to the clan, summoning swords to fight. Zoro found it somewhat hard to comprehend. Can this still be considered a sword technique? Moreover, even if he summoned others' swords, he still relied on the 3-sword style to fight. What use is this ability? However, one sentence from the shopkeeper caught his attention. Zoro looked at Xiawin with piercing eyes. Shopkeeper, you just mentioned the world's #1 swordsman's black sword. Is that a famous sword? Defeating Mihawk and becoming the world's #1 swordsman is his life goal. Hence, he is particularly concerned about anything related to him. Xiawin nodded. The black sword Yoru behind Eagle Eye is indeed one of the 12 supreme grade blades. As for the black sword, that's one of the subsequent realms of swordsman cultivation. Zoro fell silent upon hearing this. He only knew that the realms of swordsman cultivation included iron cutting and the flying slash representing swordsman. However, he had never heard of the concept of a black sword. Simply put, it involves using armed haki to continuously temper a weapon until one day it transforms into a black sword. Of course, temporarily using armed haki can also enhance your swords. For example, like this. Xiawin pulled out an ordinary long sword from the system space. Then right in front of Zoro, he applied a layer of armed haki to it. Watching the mysterious shopkeeper conjure a long sword from thin air and then instantly coat it with a layer of black substance, Zoro's confusion and shock nearly overflowed. Is this spatial ability? What is armed haki? He realized his knowledge was still insufficient, unable to grasp the shopkeeper's explanation. Haki is the essential foundation for becoming a strong person. You will inevitably encounter it in the future. Xiawin encouraged him. You can try to slash the sword in my hand using the one you just obtained. Experience the hardening effect of armed haki. Well then, pardon me. Zoro respectfully gripped the sword with both hands and used the sword technique he had just comprehended, putting all his strength into attacking the blade in the shopkeeper's hand. Lion song. Crack. Though it was a strike capable of severing steel, upon hitting the hardened blade in Xiawin's hand, it simply bounced off. Zoro was even more shocked to find that the blade in his hand had noticeably shattered. Looking at his trembling hands from the recoil, he thought, is this haki? Xiawin's expression remained calm as he tossed the long knife hardened with armament haki to Zoro. So, do you now understand what haki and the black blade are about? This is just the most basic form of armament haki, nowhere near as hard as a black blade honed over many years. Thus, if you wish to challenge the position of the world's greatest swordsman, you will need to put in more effort. Zoro bowed his head slightly with a look of respect. Thank you very much for the guidance, shopkeeper. I will practice even harder from now on. What I mean is. Xiawin pointed at the 3 remaining jars. Buy more jars in the future, perhaps you will find a shortcut to surpassing others. The jars can yield everything such as the hockey training methods you urgently need or a renowned sword that you can use continuously. If you learn hockey earlier, you will be able to refine your own black blade sooner. Zoro was taken aback for a moment, then nodded vigorously. I will take on more bounty tasks and come to you to buy jars, boss. After saying that, he looked at the 3 remaining jars and without any hesitation smashed them. Bang, bang, bang. The first 2 jars were nothing special, only yielding some berries and compressed biscuits. However, the last jar erupted with a dazzling purple light. The commotion made Zoro feel as if he had caused some trouble. When the purple light dissipated, a long knife, entirely light blue and exuding a chilling aura, lay quietly on the table. The moment Zoro saw this elegantly designed and beautifully crafted blue long knife, he could not take his eyes off it. His instincts as a swordsman told him that this was a great sword, better than any sword he had ever seen. Shopkeeper, this is. Zoro's tone was incredibly excited. Had he really found a renowned sword? Dance of the Fine Snow, a rare equipment from a certain continent possessing ice attribute attacks. After system transformation, wearing it could slightly enhance strength and attack speed with a blade that is very sturdy and sharp, close to a refined black blade. It has a certain chance to freeze enemies upon attack. Consuming a large amount of stamina allows the summoning of Frost Saya, freezing enemies over a wide area. Note, besides being expensive, it has no drawbacks. Xiawin looked at this weapon, which came from the same world as the autumn leaf blade, somewhat surprised. Although both weapons emitted purple light, the former was clearly much more powerful. It transformed the weapon's original attack attributes into the sturdiness and sharpness of the blade. Without refining, it is already close to a black blade that others are about to refine. Then using armament hockey to refine the dance of the fine snow, wouldn't that be invincible? Xiawin's tone carried a hint of amusement. It seems fate has favored you once again. This is an excellent weapon possessing ice attribute attacks, and its own sturdiness and sharpness are already close to a refined black blade. Wearing it will slightly enhance your strength and sword-swinging speed, and... Seeing Zoro's eyes widen in excitement, Xiawin said meaningfully, when you attack with this sword, there is a certain chance to freeze enemies directly. After consuming a large amount of stamina, you can also summon a powerful aid to freeze enemies over a wide area. The value of this sword has surpassed that of the so-called Supreme Great Sword of 12 Works. A renowned sword that surpasses the Supreme Great Sword, and it has so many features. Zoro trembled all over, reaching out to grasp the light blue sword that resembled a gem. The moment he held it, Zoro felt the power contained within the sword. It was an extreme chill that could freeze everything. He caressed the sword's body with fascination, as if he were looking at the most beautiful goddess in the world. What is the name of this sword? Xiawin replied calmly. Dance of the Fine Snow. I hope you like this name, customer. Dance of the Fine Snow. What a wonderful name. Zoro nodded vigorously. Not only was the sword beautiful, but its name was also so pleasing. Moreover, today he successfully stepped into the iron-cutting realm, opening up a strange sword technique and flying ability that even the mysterious shopkeeper praised. Zoro felt as if he were dreaming. Could it be that he had been so unlucky and lost so many times before, which led to such a rebound today? However, he had already opened all the jars and needed to find a quiet place to organize his gains. So Zoro solemnly put away the items he had opened and bid farewell to Xiawin. Shopkeeper, thank you for your previous guidance. Once I save enough berries next time, I will definitely come to buy jars. Facing such a quality customer, Xiawin smiled warmly and bid farewell to him. Of course, I look forward to your next visit, customer. Smoker learned from his subordinates that there were visitors in Cocoa Village today. After hearing that they had gone to the jar shop, he hurriedly brought his deputy along. Before returning to the headquarters, Vice Admiral Crane had given him a special task to find out the identity of the jar opener, and if conditions allowed, to try to invite those non-pirate jar openers to join the Navy. Upon entering the village and arriving near the jar shop, Smoker saw a young man wearing a dark green headscarf just coming out of the jar shop. Strangely, the other party was actually carrying 3 swords at his waist. After confirming that he was not the pirate on the wanted list, Smoker decisively called out to him. Friend ahead, are you a bounty hunter from another place? Hearing the noise, Zoro instinctively turned around. When he saw a figure that looked exactly like his childhood friend, his entire being froze in place, his eyes filled with unprecedented shock and confusion. Kazuki. He could never forget that face. After all, his dream of defeating Mihawk and becoming the world's greatest swordsman included Kazuki's part. Who is Kazuki? Dazbones pushed up his glasses, looking strangely at the shocked fellow across from him. when her gaze landed on the long knife in Zoro's hand, which was constantly emanating a chill. Her pupils contracted, revealing an expression of obsession and desire. She pointed at Zoro's dance of the fine snow and shouted excitedly, "Colonel, that knife is definitely on the same level as the autumn leaf blade, or even a more powerful renowned sword. A renowned sword that is even better than the autumn leaf blade." Smoker frowned slightly. That means the other party at least opened a jar emitting purple light. He put on his poor acting skills and forced a stiff smile. "Friend, what do you think of the Navy?" But Zoro had no intention of responding, only staring intently at that figure. He knew very well that the other party was definitely not Kazuki, they just looked alike. But because of this, it made him feel particularly irritated. Zoro averted his gaze, making his expression and tone cold. "I'm not interested in joining the Navy." After saying that, he turned around and left without looking back. Recently, the number of pirates in the East Sea had been decreasing, and if he didn't hurry before Queen of Lightning Nami cleared all the pirates in the East Sea, he wouldn't be able to open jars anymore. Dazbones looked at her superior in confusion. "Colonel, aren't we supposed to invite?" Smoker calmly shook his head, gravely watching Zoro's departing figure. Someone like him is indeed not suited for the Navy. He is a pure swordsman. Inside the jar shop, Xiawin absorbed the rewards Zoro had opened. The system's prompt finally sounded. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for selling 100 jars. A new store has been unlocked. Ding. A new shop slot has been detected. Ding. Location is being randomly assigned. Please wait." Huh. Xiawin's joyful smile froze, his lips twitched as he stared bewildered at the system's prompt. Randomly assigned location. Surely it wouldn't be another backward place like 4 Seas. Xiawin's expression instantly tightened with apprehension. Even if not a bustling hub like Sabaody Archipelago or Water 7. A city under Mingo's rule, such as Dressrosa, would have sufficed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've unlocked a new shop, Arlong, the capital of the Arabasta kingdom. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've unlocked your new shop. Your exclusive jar has been issued. Please collect it inside the new premises. Instantly, a translucent, ethereal doorway shimmered into existence upon the wall behind the shop. Passing through that gate would transport him directly to the new shop. Arabasta. So this is Crocodile's domain, Xiawin murmured, shaking his head with wry resignation as he gazed at the newly revealed location. Though not among his top choices, at least it lay within the Grand Line. And at this precise moment in time, Crocodile, the warlord of the sea, was likely still there, sifting sands and hunting clues about the Pluton. Yet his current affairs remained unresolved. Oh, should he depart for Arabasta? What if Nami or Joseph returned unexpectedly? Or worse, if Navy personnel arrived to open jars? He needed an alert system to notify him whenever guests arrived. "System, do I have any new shopkeeper privileges?" Xiawin asked inwardly. The system loved playing dead. If he didn't ask directly, it assumed he already knew. Ding. Detected host operates multiple shops. Activating new shopkeeper privileges. When guests arrive at any shop, the host receives an immediate notification and may teleport directly to that location without passing through the gateway. If guests arrive simultaneously at multiple shops, the unattended shop will automatically close, remaining dormant until the host completes duties at the current location before reopening. Abilities or items deemed unsatisfactory within system space may be resealed into jars. Jars which may then be taken outside the shop and opened elsewhere. Such resealed jars do not count toward any quota-based limits. Ding. Additional shopkeeper privileges will unlock upon acquiring a third shop. Condition for unlocking the third shop: purchase of jars by one of the following groups: Navy Admirals and Fleet Admiral Warlords of the Sea for Emperors of the New World or the 5 Elders. Completion of any single group's requirement unlocks the third shop. Huh. The system actually lifted its restrictions. Xiawin stared astonished at his newly unlocked privilege. Indeed, his system space was brimming with useless clutter. Even the autumn leaf blade lay among it. This privilege, however, allowed him to transform trash into treasure, repackage those items into jars. Customers could carry these trash jars away, delivering them to people unable to visit the jar shop in person, thus amplifying its renown. Still, the condition for unlocking the third shop seems impossibly difficult. Xiawin's lips twitched faintly. Fortunately, he'd laid groundwork early, ensuring the Navy knew of his existence, rattling the very foundations of Marine headquarters. Otherwise, fulfilling those conditions would demand nothing but endless grinding time. Having fully absorbed his newly acquired privileges, Xiawin stepped calmly through the translucent doorway. I wonder what marvels lie hidden within my exclusive jar. Arlong, capital of Arabasta. A lavish shop materialized silently upon an empty plot of land. Unlike the surrounding buildings, weathered and modest in appearance, this newly emerged establishment stood starkly incongruous with its environment. At its entrance rose a massive signboard bearing bold, enigmatic words, "The Miracle of Fate." Such an anomaly swiftly drew crowds of curious onlookers. Strange. Was there a shop like this here yesterday? No idea. Perhaps a merchant from afar. But what does that sign mean? The miracle of fate. Is he a fortune teller? Amidst the murmurs, a tall, broad-shouldered man in a white robe strode forward, flanked by dozens of Royal Guard soldiers. It's Captain Belle of the Royal Guard. Hasn't he been traveling across the kingdom lately? I heard the rebel army at Yuba has officially formed and plans to march on the capital. Step back. Belle ordered his guards to secure the perimeter while eyeing the shop with sharp vigilance. Moments earlier, he'd received a tip from an informant. A bizarre shop had appeared overnight, materializing on the street as if conjured from thin air. Its architecture bore no resemblance to anything native to Arabasta, clearly foreign in origin. To safeguard the capital's order and security, Belle had no choice but to investigate this sudden, unsettling arrival. As a Zoan-type devil fruit user, bird fruit model Falcon, and the kingdom's revered guardian deity, he bore solemn duty to uncover the identity and intent of this outsider. The moment Belle entered the shop alone, he stood utterly transfixed. At its center flowed an ever-gushing artificial fountain. Mist and droplets scattered across the pool, rippling outward in concentric circles. Water, pure crystal-clear fresh water. Belle stood motionless, overwhelmed by the long-forgotten sensation of cool, humid moisture, a luxury unimaginable in Arabasta's arid expanse. For a breath, he forgot why he'd entered. Here, fresh water, so precious it shaped nations, was casually expended as mere ambience. Who then was this shop's proprietor? Just as Belle pondered whether to dismantle and relocate the fountain, a voice rang out. "Welcome, new guest, to my jar shop." Only then did he realize with dawning shock that he'd been so captivated by the fountain, he'd overlooked the shopkeeper entirely. Yet even now, the gentle rush of water made concentration impossible. His voice hoarse, Belle rasped, "Shopkeeper, this fountain is..." Xiawin set down his newspaper with quiet composure and replied almost offhandedly. "Oh, you mean this? Since the air in Arabasta is so dry, I installed the fountain to humidify the interior." Belle's face went utterly slack. Huh. He simply used irreplaceable freshwater to humidify the air. "Shopkeeper, sir." Unconsciously adding honorifics, Belle's gaze drifted to the rows of earthen jars beside the counter. "You said you sell these jars?" He did not dismiss them as ordinary. Anyone capable of installing such a fountain was no ordinary merchant. Xiawin smiled faintly. "Indeed. Each jar holds the miracle of fate-altering change. Be it rain-summoning sorcery artifacts that endlessly yield fresh water or technologies capable of turning deserts into verdant oases. There is nothing beyond imagination, nothing this jar cannot unveil. A magic that can make it rain from the sky. A miraculous item that can produce fresh water consistently. A technique to transform a desert into an oasis." At this moment, the shock on Belle's face was almost uncontrollable. He had already overestimated the jars of the shopkeeper as much as possible. For instance, it was akin to a gambling game. The jars might contain gold or a single serving of fresh water, among other things. As long as one pays, they can buy some jars and open blind boxes. But were the things the shopkeeper mentioned a bit too far-fetched? Xiawin simply pointed at the jars on the table and said, "1 jar for 100,000 berry, and each person can purchase up to 10 jars within 7 days. 100,000 berry. Belle's expression stiffened. He thought these gambling-like jars would cost at most a few thousand berry each. Seeing that the shopkeeper's expression did not seem to be joking, Belle hesitated for a moment, then took out 100,000 berry and placed it on the counter. Not for anything else, but because there was a living water fountain in the store. It was worth his money to give the shopkeeper the respect he deserved. Then he'll buy one. Customers can choose themselves. What these jars yield depends entirely on luck. Xiawin casually let the 100,000 berry be swallowed directly by the counter. This strange scene made Belle's pupils constrict, and when he looked at the shopkeeper again, his gaze had become extremely serious. He could be certain that the shopkeeper was definitely an outsider. Moreover, the other party was a powerful user of a fruit ability. Now that he knew the general background of the other party, Belle felt more at ease. Holding an attitude of "it's just 100,000 berry anyway," he shattered the jar without even looking. At that moment, a green light suddenly burst forth from the broken jar. "My." Preparing to probe the shopkeeper's intentions, Belle froze, curiously looking at several yellow papers lying at the bottom of the jar. Did 100,000 berry yield a few pieces of paper with strange patterns? Belle picked up the 5 pieces of seemingly useless yellow paper, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He already knew that it wouldn't be easy to open something good from these jars. "Shopkeeper, these yellow papers aren't the magic you mentioned that makes it rain from the sky, are they, eh?" Belle asked, waving the 5 pieces of talisman paper in his hand. "Small rain talisman. 5 pieces can make it rain lightly in a specified area after use. The range covers a radius of 100 meters. Note: summoning wind and rain akin to a deity." Xiawin calmly said. It seems the customer is quite knowledgeable, being able to recognize the small rain talisman that can make it rain from the sky. However, it's better for the customer to be cautious. If the talisman paper is damaged, it won't be able to summon rain. Belle's action of waving the talisman paper suddenly froze, and he looked down at the unremarkable yellow paper in his hand. He uncertainly asked, "Shopkeeper, you said this can make it rain from the sky." Paper. Xiawin chuckled lightly. Whether it does or not, why not go outside and experiment yourself? As long as you silently chant the small rain technique and throw the talisman paper towards the sky, it can be activated. Upon hearing this, Belle nodded vigorously and turned to walk outside. The shopkeeper was right. Whether it could indeed summon rain could be verified by a test. If it was real, he would naturally apologize to the shopkeeper. Moreover, please let it be real. Belle silently prayed in his heart. If the jars in this shop truly had the things the shopkeeper mentioned, could produce a large amount of fresh water, even turning the desert into an oasis, then Arabasta would be saved. Huh. Lord Belle is coming out. Lord Belle, is this shop a fortune-telling place? As Belle arrived outside, many onlookers eagerly asked. Belle did not reply, but silently recited the incantation to activate the talisman paper, then forcefully threw it towards the cloudless sky. In the next moment, the yellow talisman paper ignited spontaneously. However, after Belle waited expectantly for several seconds, nothing happened. This was completely different from what the shopkeeper said about being able to rain in a small area. Lord Belle, a soldier from the kingdom's guard, seeing his boss' incredibly disappointed expression, cautiously spoke up. "I'm fine." Knowing he had been deceived, Belle let out a bitter smile and sighed. After all, how could there possibly be a technique in this world that could make it rain with just a piece of paper? Just as Belle was preparing to leave directly and report the shopkeeper's outsider identity to his superior, a civilian suddenly shouted loudly, "Look!" In the sky suddenly there are many clouds. Almost in the blink of an eye, the sound of raindrops began to fall. Then it grew heavier, and in an instant the ground was soaked. "It's rain. It's raining. Quick, bring a basin to catch the water." "No, look, the other districts aren't raining. Only this small area is rain." Amidst the commotion of the crowd, Belle dazedly touched the cold raindrops on his face. "It's actually real. That shopkeeper didn't lie. This is a jar that represents a miracle." The delay in the rain was likely because Arabasta was too dry. It wasn't the shopkeeper's fault. "Lord Belle, this rain is so strange that the rest of the places aren't." Lord Belle. In the soldier's astonished gaze, this guardian of the kingdom revealed an expression of ecstasy and excitement, turning and rushing back to the shop. "Shopkeeper, shopkeeper, it rained. It really rained." Looking at the re-entering Belle, Xiawin merely revealed a faint smile. "It seems the customer's experiment was quite successful. How about it? Do you want to continue buying jars? You still have 9 purchases available in these 7 days. Belle's breath quickened slightly, and he suddenly bowed deeply to the shopkeeper. "On behalf of Arabasta, I thank you. Thank you for being willing to sell these magical jars. You've given us a chance to change our fate." Saying this, he decisively took out all the berry he had on him. Fortunately, as a high-ranking official in the kingdom, he wasn't short on money, and soon 900,000 berry were placed on the counter by his hands. After the counter swallowed the 900,000 berry, Xiawin shook his head lightly. "I'm just a merchant. Anyone with money can come to buy jars from me. Hurry up and open the jars. After all, the rain just now has attracted too many gazes." Belle understood the shopkeeper's meaning. Any customer entering the shop could purchase jars, even if they were rebels. However, even so, it did not change the fact that the other party had indeed given Arabasta a chance for self-rescue. But what did the shopkeeper mean by attracting too many gazes? Unable to figure it out, Belle decided to finish opening his jars first, and then go back to discuss it with the others. With a bang, inside the shattered jar, a dazzling purple light burst forth instantly. A blue gemstone with a surface rippling like water and crystal clear quietly lay at the bottom of the jar. Looking at the blue gem he had just opened, a hint of confusion flashed in Belle's eyes. When he opened the jar earlier, he thought he had uncovered something extraordinary. Is the result merely a gem of peculiar design? Of course, this blue gem is indeed quite valuable. However, what Arabasta needs is water. As he grasped the gem, a unique power suddenly emanated from within his body. Belle suddenly saw countless specks of light. Those specks of light were swirling around the fountain in the center of the shop. Is this water vapor? He could actually see and sense the presence of water vapor. Could this be the effect of the gem? "Shopkeeper, what is this?" Belle was at a loss, looking at the ever-composed shopkeeper. Water attribute divine, originating from a certain continent. It can directly create and manipulate the corresponding element by consuming stamina after system optimization to be developed by the user. When the corresponding element is absent from the environment, more stamina is required. But it must be worn at all times, otherwise the corresponding element cannot be summoned. Remark: only those with strong desires can obtain the divine eye. Looking at the familiar blue gem in Belle's hand, Xiawin paused for a moment before slowly saying, "This is a water attribute, Divine Eye. You can control water elements through it. However, in arid areas or places lacking water elements, it will consume more stamina. In simple terms, you can treat this Divine Eye like a devil fruit that doesn't need to be consumed. But similarly, when you are not wearing the Divine Eye, you will be unable to continue controlling the water elements. However, the effectiveness of the Divine Eye greatly depends on the holder. There is a huge gap between upper and lower limits." Thus, Xiawin felt that the value of this item was about the same as an ordinary devil fruit. After hearing the shopkeeper's introduction, Belle looked incredulously at the gem in his hand. A devil fruit that doesn't need to be consumed. This Divine Eye has no drawbacks aside from needing to be worn and being mindful of the corresponding elements in the environment. However, if the Divine Eye is indeed so powerful, why had he never heard of it before? Could it be concealed by the world government? And for him, the most important point is water. This is a treasure that can create water. Belle's only hesitation was that he was unclear about the extent of what this Divine Eye could achieve. Especially in such a arid Arabasta, he wouldn't just create a cup of water and end up completely drained, would he? As if sensing his concerns, the shopkeeper's voice rang out again. Customers can try it on the spot. For instance, create a cup of clear water without relying on the water elements in the environment. Thank you for the reminder, shopkeeper. Belle hung the Divine Eye at his waist and then closed his eyes to meditate hard. In the blink of an eye, a water sphere the size of a fist was created. He opened his eyes in surprise, looking at the water sphere he had created. Not only was the speed much faster than he expected, but the stamina consumed was almost negligible. With the Divine Eye, I can create at least several hundred kilograms of clear water every day without affecting my own movement. The king and Vivi will surely be delighted. Although he was the kingdom's guardian deity, at this moment Belle smiled like a child. Xiawin slowly shook his head, interrupting Belle's fantasies. Don't forget that the drought in Arabasta is the main issue. Even if you can generate enough fresh water for thousands of people daily, it will only benefit a small portion of them. With that time, it would be better to open more jars. Belle, awakened to this reality, nodded awkwardly, recalling the shopkeeper's earlier reminder. He no longer hesitated and smashed 3 jars in succession. Crack, 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 but this time no light emerged. What he opened was either everyday items or single-serving food. Understanding that only light is good things, Belle felt somewhat discouraged and continued to smash 3 more jars. Perhaps he had exhausted his earlier luck. This time, aside from a strange green glowing box, the other 2 jars still contained ordinary items. Belle eagerly asked, "Shopkeeper, is this something that can create water or improve the desert?" Exceptional dehumidifier. Once activated, it can draw excess water vapor within a kilometer radius. Convenient and quick. Remark, some people in certain places may need it on specific days. Xiawin shook his head without changing his expression. This is a device specifically for removing moisture from the environment. Removing moisture from the environment. How can such a machine exist in this world? Isn't more water vapor better? Unable to comprehend, Belle could only regretfully smash the remaining 2 jars. This time, only a green light emerged again. A common compass. Belle looked at the newly opened item, unable to suppress the disappointment on his face. He clearly knew that the items he had opened previously were worth far more than 1,000,000 berries. Yet he still couldn't help but wish for more items related to fresh water and rainfall. Water pointer. The needle will always point towards the direction with the most water resources. Maximum detection range of 10 kilometers. Remark, water pointer, human pointer, mineral pointer, money pointer. After reading the system's identification, Xiawin raised an eyebrow. A tool specifically for finding water resources. He was starting to suspect that the first customer of the new shop would have good luck added to them. This tool indeed holds little value elsewhere. However, in Arabasta, it can be used to locate underground water sources. I must say, customer, your luck is quite remarkable. Looking at Belle's puzzled expression, Xiawin slowly said, "This is a water pointer. Its sole purpose is to always point towards the direction within a 10-kilometer radius that has the richest water resources." What? Belle's eyes widened as he immediately looked down to check. The needle was indeed pointing towards the fountain in the shop. Seeing this scene, Belle's eyes instantly filled with tears. "Your Majesty, Arabasta is saved." Just from him alone, he had uncovered several items related to water. What if others come to open jars too? Everyone will eventually find a solution to the drought. This shop truly lives up to its name, Miracle of Destiny. In just a matter of minutes, he had seen hope. Watching the other party solemnly put away the water pointer, Xiawin chuckled lightly. "It seems you will have a busy time ahead, customer." Belle nodded vigorously, as the kingdom's only capable flyer. This task of searching for water resources was one that only he could manage. After finishing opening all the jars, Belle suddenly asked, "Shopkeeper, do you mind if I tell others about the jars when I return?" Haha, what merchant would dislike having more customers? Xiawin replied lightly with a smile. On the contrary, if people come to buy jars every day, I would be even happier. Understanding that the shopkeeper was reiterating his neutral stance, Belle took a deep breath. He bowed deeply to the shopkeeper. I understand. I look forward to seeing you again next time. Meanwhile, due to a sudden small rain in the royal capital, it just happened after Belle entered and exited a certain shop. Some ill-intentioned individuals quickly transmitted this information across the country through telephone bugs. The royal family is collaborating with a mysterious shop to artificially control rainfall. Another example that can prove the royal family has the ability to induce rainfall, but the cost is borne by the rest of the kingdom. The royal family is the center of Arabasta. In an instant, the kingdom was in turmoil. The Arabasta palace. After finishing with the jars and bidding farewell to the shopkeeper, Belle discreetly returned, intending to share his experiences of the day with the others. The jar shop and its mysterious owner are currently the only hope for Arabasta. Just as Belle entered the palace, the serious Icolum had been waiting for a long time, and the kingdom's other guardian, his partner. Surprisingly, Gaka, who had eaten the dog fruit and transformed into a jackal, was also there. With his big curly hair, Icolum asked with a stern expression, Belle, what did you do in that shop earlier? Why did it start to rain lightly in that area when you came out for the first time? Not yet aware of the rampant rumors outside, Belle looked at his superior in confusion. Oh, I just went in to buy some jars. The rain earlier was because I opened a little cloud rain talisman that can cause rain in a designated area. That jar shop can produce anything, whether it be treasures that can continuously generate water sources or techniques that can turn deserts back into oases. It can create them all. Arabasta is saved, Belle exclaimed with slight excitement. A jar that can produce anything. A little cloud rain talisman that can cause rain. Icolum frowned, suspecting that Belle might have been deceived. That so-called little cloud rain talisman might just be something akin to dancing powder. As for the treasures and techniques, they were merely tricks. The merchant's goal was to solidify the royal family's use of dancing powder, to ignite the nation's anger in the public opinion, encouraging more people to join the rebels. Seeing the doubtful gazes of the others, Belle suddenly nodded. So you were worried I was deceived. Don't worry, you'll understand once you see this. With that, he pointed his hand. Streams of crystal-clear water appeared out of thin air, weaving into a flower of water before everyone's incredulous eyes. This shocking scene made the newly arrived King Korob pause in astonishment. Creating water out of nothing? What kind of power is this? Could it be a nature-type devil fruit? But Belle, you are already a user. How could this be happening? Seeing the astonished faces which mirrored his earlier ignorance of the world, he began to understand. Belle smirked slightly, recounting everything he had witnessed in the jar shop. Whether it was the truly rain-causing little cloud rain talisman, or the eye of God that could create and manipulate water, or perhaps the water pointer that could seek out water resources, all left the people present feeling as if they were in a dream, reluctant to wake up. Could it be that their nation was truly saved? As long as it cost 100,000 Belle to create such things, that mysterious shopkeeper was indeed a great benefactor. After everyone struggled to digest what he had said, Belle took the initiative to speak. Your Majesty, I request to leave the capital to travel across the nation in search of undiscovered water resources. Princess Vivi, whom he regarded as a sister, was willing to walk for the kingdom and investigate the truth. How could he, as the kingdom's guardian, fall behind? Korob was silent for a moment, his posture gradually straightening. It's up to you, Belle. We will also try to open jars. Save Arabasta. Crocodile. Inside a dilapidated gray house, a young man rushed in with a joyful expression. Chief, we received news from our people in the capital. Many saw Belle enter a shop, purchase dancing powder, and immediately cause rain in that area. As expected, Chief, you were right. The royal family is the nation's center. This will certainly attract more brothers to join us. Sitting on a wooden crate, Kosha nodded slowly. I already knew our intel is lagging too far behind. What happened in Arabasta during the day has spread throughout the country. As the leader of the rebels, Kosha felt the right moment had come. Since the king ordered the slaughter of civilians not long ago, he had become utterly disappointed in the royal family. Now that so-called guardian Belle was openly using dancing powder to bring rain without even pretending, this would undoubtedly ignite the fury of the entire nation. The rebellion he led would attract more like-minded individuals to join. However, Kosha still had one doubt. How did the news of this royal family's problem spread so quickly? It was as if there was a hidden hand pushing it along. In the Rain Baroque works, Crocodile, holding a cigar, put down the intelligence he had just compiled. After receiving the news, he had immediately ordered his subordinates to slightly alter it and spread it throughout the nation, to undermine the royal family's authority. However, another spy hidden in the capital informed him during the day that Belle had thrown a yellow paper into the air after entering the shop. Only then did the nationwide rain occur. Moreover, that rainfall was limited to a small area confined around that shop. The royal family can't really be using dancing powder, but it did indeed cause rain. Could it be that shop has some rain-causing method he was unaware of? Crocodile's gaze gradually turned cold. If the royal family truly possessed the power to cause rain at will, thus ending Arabasta's drought, then his plan to overthrow the royal family would fail. In that case, he didn't know how long he would have to wait to obtain the ancient weapon Hades. Moreover, from the information given by that spy, the suddenly emerging shop had a style completely different from Arabasta. It was likely from an outsider. Upon realizing this, a trace of killing intent arose in Crocodile's heart. He absolutely could not allow his grand plans to be disrupted. It seems I need to send someone to probe that shop, and then find an opportunity to eliminate the opponent. The next day, Alabasta, a tall woman wearing a white hat and a white trench coat, looked up at the shop sign that read Miracle of Fate. An interesting target. Robin elegantly pushed open the door and entered the shop marked by the Baroque works as a suspected outsider. She was curious about what kind of being controlled the ability to cause rain in this shop. Before Robin could carefully examine the decor and layout of the store, a lazy voice reached her ears. Oh, the first customer today is actually a scholar, or perhaps an archaeologist. A hint of surprise flickered in Xiawin's eyes as he looked at the old acquaintance who walked into the shop. He had expected that after Bay Air returned yesterday, he would bring the others to open jars early this morning. For instance, another guardian of the kingdom, or Wei Wei, or someone like that. Yet the first visitor turned out to be Robin, although it slightly disrupted his plans. But fortunately, the other party was also a member of the protagonist group. After the other party purchased the jars, he would only be 5 slots away from unlocking the advanced jars. So Xiawin leaned casually against the sofa and interrupted the other party's observation with a lazy and composed voice. Miss Archaeologist, would you like to buy some jars? At that moment, Robin, who was surprised by the extravagant addition of a fountain to the shop, was startled by the shopkeeper's words. She hadn't even introduced herself. How did the other party know she was an archaeologist? With her attire, even calling herself a scholar seemed a bit forced, right? Robin looked at him in confusion, completely unlike a local from Arabasta. Could it be that he was just guessing? So Robin calmed herself and elegantly replied, I am just a traveler and a scholar. However, to hear such a pleasant sound of water in a desert nation like Arabasta is not an easy task. Is the shopkeeper new to this country? Xiawin ignored the other's stubbornness and probing and simply pointed to the jars with indifference. 100,000 berry for a jar. The jars can yield anything. Miss Archaeologist, would you like to give it a try? Perhaps you could unlock what you desire and yearn for. 100,000 berry for a pottery jar. And you just assumed I am an archaeologist. Robin's elegant expression nearly faltered as she began to analyze the shopkeeper's intentions. However, the two were clearly meeting for the first time, and she had developed an interest in the shop due to yesterday's events. She came today purely by chance, so the other party couldn't possibly have predicted her visit. So, was this shopkeeper's intent really just to recommend his jars? Robin feigned curiosity and asked shopkeeper, was yesterday's rainfall related to these jars? Xiawin smiled slightly. The guest who came yesterday arrived with a strong desire. Under the miracle of fate, he unlocked the most needed item. Whether it be immense power technology that can save this nation, or a long-lost historical record. There is nothing the jars cannot reveal, only things that the guest cannot imagine. If you do not seize the opportunity to change your fate, you will continue to sink. Such tempting words aimed at specific guests were something Xiawin could effortlessly say. As a time traveler, he clearly understood what these characters yearned for the most. Targeting their desires, he never went out of style. Robin frowned slightly, feeling as if the shopkeeper was hinting at something. Then I shall start with 10 jars. After all, I have no need for money, and as the vice president of the Baroque Works, I am not short on cash. When Robin placed 1 million berry on the counter, a shocking scene unfolded. The berry was instantly swallowed by the wooden counter, which then began to squirm. Slowly, it produced 10 jars. Meanwhile, 10 jars on the table in front of the shopkeeper had vanished. What is this? Robin immediately stepped back, her expression wary as she looked at the shopkeeper, who was leisurely sipping tea. The slight sense of superiority and calmness in her heart instantly vanished. The shopkeeper was also an ability user. No wonder he was so calm while selling items that could cause rain in this extremely arid country of Arabasta. It turned out he had some backing. Xiawin, who had played the shopkeeper's privileges to the fullest, said casually, all right, Miss Archaeologist, hurry and open the jars. Perhaps you could directly unlock the king of the underworld and fulfill someone's wish. Hearing the mysterious shopkeeper casually mention the essence of what could plunge Arabasta into chaos, Robin's pupils constricted and her palms began to sweat. He knows. This outsider shopkeeper clearly understood that the mastermind behind everything was the president who wanted to obtain the king of the underworld. How is this possible? Even within the entire Baroque Works, only she was aware of that person's true intentions. The few important members only knew that they wanted to overthrow the royal family and seize Arabasta. The apparent goal of establishing an ideal nation was merely a facade. In a state of inner turmoil, Robin wanted to leave the shop immediately. But she was also worried about provoking the shopkeeper's displeasure and exposing the truth. Otherwise, that person would surely think she leaked the information. Just as Robin lost her composure and stood there in a daze, Xiawin lightly tapped the table. What is the guest waiting for? Just smash it. Oh. Robin suppressed her fear and anxiety, raising her hand to strike a jar. She didn't want to dwell on how the shopkeeper knew such secret information. She just wanted to quickly open the jars and leave the shop. Crack! As the jar shattered, a clear green light erupted. This made Robin, who was already on edge, jump again. She almost used her fruit ability to shield her vital points. When the light faded, a pair of red-framed glasses quietly lay at the bottom of the jar. Xiawin calmly spoke after reading the system's output. Since the guest claims to be a scholar, then this item is just right for you. They are called wind-reading glasses, capable of significantly enhancing reading speed up to 32 times. As soon as he finished speaking, Robin, who was about to toss the glasses aside, froze. She looked at the plain, ungraceful red glasses in disbelief. A pair of glasses that could enhance reading speed by 32 times. How is that possible? Not believing her luck, Robin immediately put on the glasses and picked up a newspaper from beside the counter. This. How can it be so fast? After rapidly browsing through the information on one side of the newspaper, Robin fell into a stupor. The shopkeeper wasn't exaggerating. These glasses really could enhance reading speed. This jar is simply incredible. Robin looked up at the shopkeeper, who still maintained his composure and calmness. She suddenly recalled what the shopkeeper had said earlier. Perhaps she could directly unlock the king of the underworld. Shopkeeper, were you joking when you said you could unlock the king of the underworld? Xiawin chuckled lightly. I mentioned from the very beginning that the jars can yield anything, including the historical text that the guest wishes to decode. Nico. Robin fell silent, her gaze fixed on the remaining 9 jars. Her eyes were exceptionally fervent. Nico. Robin felt that her good fortune had arrived. She had merely come to take a look, but she never expected to make such a discovery when the shopkeeper mentioned that the jar could reveal historical texts. As an archaeologist, her instincts instantly took control of her mind, pushing aside the earlier fright caused by the shopkeeper. Another jar was easily smashed. A ball of white light quietly floated in midair. Watching this miraculous scene, Robin took the initiative to ask shopkeeper, what is this? Mastery of massage. This is the lifelong learning of a massage master proficient in various massage techniques. Which type would you like, dear customer? Xiawin casually glanced at this new passive ability and slowly spoke. This is a light ball that, once absorbed, allows one to instantly learn a particular skill and specialty. You place it on your forehead, and after absorption you can become an experienced massage master. A look of surprise flashed across Robin's face. Such a method of learning existed. If there were similar light balls for sharpshooters or swordsmen, wouldn't this store be able to wholesale excellent soldiers? After Robin absorbed the soft and warm light ball, she immediately discerned which parts of her body were too tense and needed massage, and what essential oils and techniques to use. She felt as if her skills in massage had reached their peak, as if she had been working in massage her whole life. How amazing! In just a few seconds, one can completely change a person's life. Incredible! Robin sighed, her awe for the shopkeeper deepening slightly. She even began to doubt whether the shopkeeper possessing such abilities could even be consumed by the president of the 7 warlords. After all, the shopkeeper had just arrived in Arabasta and already knew the president's plans, while the president had yet to decide who to send to test. Smash! The 3rd jar was broken. This time only a bag of fresh water was revealed. Seeing that the shopkeeper had no further explanation, Robin did not hesitate and smashed another 3 jars. Smash! 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 Looking at the daily necessities revealed from the 3 jars, Robin frowned slightly. Wasn't the probability of ordinary items being revealed too high? Or was it that the shopkeeper, in order to save costs, only placed a few high-value items in the jars? It seems your luck isn't very good, dear customer. Xiawin said somewhat unexpectedly. He thought that Nico. Robin, being part of the main cast, would be able to reveal purple or golden light like Nami or Zoro. Yet after breaking 6 jars, not even a blue light appeared. He could at least receive around 100 jars daily. Otherwise, if he encountered more unlucky individuals like Robin, he would probably face significant losses. Robin recalled her long history of fleeing, constantly pursued by the world government. It seemed her luck truly wasn't very good. With this in mind, Robin's expression hardened as she forcefully smashed the 7th jar. The result: boom. The sound of a massive object hitting the ground echoed instantly. A gigantic gray stone slab appeared out of nowhere in the shop. Historical text: a historical text from Arabasta documenting the coordinates of the ancient weapon Pluton. This is a historical text. Almost crushed by the item she had revealed, Robin exclaimed while awkwardly rolling away. For her, this was the true priceless treasure. It also proved that this shop could access the history concealed by the world government. Xiawin looked at the enormous stone slab that nearly touched the ceiling, his mouth twitching slightly. Fortunately, the shop had an indestructible effect. Moreover, the new shop space was much larger than the old one in Coco Village. Otherwise, there would have been no way to accommodate such a large stone. Seeing Robin's eager eyes, Xiawin noted her expression, which seemed to want to stick to the stone slab. He said with a slightly strange expression, "This is the historical text from Arabasta, conveniently documenting the coordinates of the ancient weapon Pluton." One must say this jar was quite effective. Old Sand and Robin had been scheming in Arabasta for so long just to see this historical text right. The former sought the power of Pluton, while the latter purely wished to fulfill her childhood dream to uncover the truth behind the blank century. But now Robin had unveiled this historical text ahead of time. Would the other party still remain in the Baroque works? Hearing the shopkeeper's explanation, Robin looked at the historical text in front of her with a bewildered expression. What? Is this the one from Arabasta? It documents the coordinates of Pluton. Xiawin revealed a faint smile. That's right, it's the Pluton that can destroy an island with a single strike. So, now that the opportunity to bring this ancient weapon into the world is right in front of you, how will you choose, Miss Archaeologist? Robin opened her mouth, her heart filled with hesitation. She didn't want to reveal the whereabouts of Pluton to Crocodile. After all, if such a dangerous weapon fell into the hands of an ambitious person, who knows how many would be left homeless, their families torn apart. Caught in her internal struggle, Robin asked, "Shopkeeper, since you possess this historical text, does it mean you already know the whereabouts of Pluton?" "I indeed know the location of Pluton. Not only that, but I also know the whereabouts of Poseidon and Uranus." Xiawin chuckled lightly. "However, it's not through translating these historical texts. Moreover, these ancient weapons are rather ordinary and not top-tier weapons. While IMS control over Uranus is indeed powerful, if he were to bring out the Annihilation-class battleship, how would the opponent respond? If all else fails, how about exploring the two-dimensional foil? Without translating the historical texts, I know the whereabouts of the three ancient weapons. Ancient weapons aren't anything to worry about." Xiawin's words caused Robin's pupils to constrict, conjuring numerous possibilities in her mind. She looked at the shopkeeper's seemingly indifferent expression, pressed her lips together, and with determination in her eyes stated, "After I decode it, I won't tell anyone the whereabouts of Pluton. It's best if such a dangerous weapon doesn't come into the world." After all, she and Crocodile merely used each other. Since these miraculous jars can reveal historical texts, and it's a more efficient and safer path, she no longer needed to obey Baroque works. In that case, would the customer like it packed? Xiawin nodded unfazed as he asked, "Given your strength, it might be a bit difficult to take this stone with you." Packing. A hint of confusion flashed in Robin's eyes, as she certainly couldn't take such a large historical text with her. "But how do you intend to pack it, shopkeeper?" "This is simple. I'll just put it back into the jar." Xiawin conjured a jar out of thin air. "Put it back into that jar." Robin couldn't help but exclaim, how could such a large stone possibly fit in there? In fact, Robin had wanted to ask this earlier. How could such a small jar produce historical texts? Surely the space inside the jar isn't infinite, right? Then she would rather believe that the shopkeeper is a superhuman with the power of the gourd fruit. "Don't worry, customers, with a bit of force you can still fit it in." Under Robin's astonished gaze, Xiawin gently snapped his fingers. Then the massive historical text in the shop instantly vanished. In its place, a brand new ceramic jar quietly stood in his hand. The new privilege of the shopkeeper is that they can reseal rewards that are no longer needed. Xiawin discovered that if the customers didn't want the rewards, or if they were left behind, they could still be sealed into the jar. After finishing all this, Xiawin clapped his hands and said, "All right, customers, continue opening jars." Robin silently nodded. If the shopkeeper could easily fit such a massive stone slab into a jar, what could she possibly say? Crack! The 8th jar shattered. This time no light emerged again. With a darkened expression, Robin, undeterred, smashed the 9th jar. As a result, after the jar broke, there was a perfectly stacked 1,000,000 berries inside. Xiawin looked at Robin, whose eyes had lost their sparkle, with surprise, and praised, "Miss Archaeologist, your luck is quite good. This one jar was only worth 100,000 berries, and you directly opened 1,000,000 berries. Today the money for the jars is all earned back." Seeing the shopkeeper tease her like this, even though Robin considered herself well-mannered, she couldn't help but curse inwardly. Was she asking for berries? What she wanted was the historical text, or some magical items. Staring at the 1,000,000 berries at the bottom of the jar, Robin took a deep breath. She would never admit that her luck was bad. As if the heavens had heard her wishes at the moment the last jar shattered, a bright blue light suddenly illuminated. When the light dissipated, a pair of pure white eyes quietly floated in midair. Robin looked at these strange eyes without pupils, and her mouth involuntarily twitched. What on earth did the shopkeeper stuff into the jar? Why could it even produce human eyes? "Mister, Shopkeeper, these eyes aren't dug out from someone else, are they, eh? Robin's tone carried a hint of disdain and rejection. Her eyesight was excellent as she didn't need new eyes. Byakugan, a bloodline limit from a certain eye ninja, one of the 3 great ocular techniques. It retains the basic long-range X-ray and insight effects of the Byakugan. If enough Byakugan are fused, there is a chance to evolve into the Rinnegan. Note, although it can see through, it only sees the Bodis meridians and acupoints. Prohibited from inappropriate use. Start with yourself. You misunderstand, customer. I'm just an ordinary jar merchant, Xiawin said calmly. As for these eyes, they come from the bloodline ability of an ancient family known as Byakugan. Are these eyes really called Byakugan? Robin silently distanced herself from the pair of eyes. Seeing the disdain on Robin's face, Xiawin slowly explained, Byakugan has 3 basic abilities: long-range, X-ray, and insight. Long-range can greatly enhance vision, allowing you to see further, while X-ray can see through the target's internal meridians and acupoints, delivering strikes to their weaknesses. As for insight, it grants the holder a 360-degree perspective. Seeing Robin's expression soften, Xiawin chuckled softly. For example, with your Hana fruit, the manifested limbs can only appear on the surface of objects within your line of sight. And the long-range and insight of Byakugan can allow you to further develop the potential of your Hana fruit. After listening to the shopkeeper's further explanation, Robin's heart skipped a beat. This shopkeeper truly knows everything. Not only did he know what fruit she had eaten, but he also clearly understood its abilities and principles. Even her position as the vice president had been laid bare. Then the rest of the members of the Baroque works, he must have known their abilities and weaknesses as well. Mr. Shopkeeper, this Byakugan is indeed impressive, but I still prefer my own eyes, Robin politely declined. She had no need for battle capabilities. With her Hana fruit, she could survive well enough in the first half of the Grand Line. Xiawin shook his head. You don't need to worry about that. You just try touching the Byakugan and you'll understand. After a moment of hesitation, Robin reached out towards the strange, ugly Byakugan. After all, she was definitely no match for the shopkeeper. If the other party wanted to harm her, why would they go through so much trouble? The moment Robin touched the Byakugan, the floating eyes began to spin round and round. Then it transformed into a flash of white light and vanished. Moi. Robin felt her eyes heat up. Instinctively, she took out a mirror to look at her eyes. She saw her eyes could freely switch between Byakugan and normal eyes. And there was no discomfort whatsoever. This way, she could activate the Byakugan only during battles and gain an all-around enhancement. Amazing technology, Robin exclaimed. Even though she had read extensively since childhood, she could not explain this seemingly magical scene. Mr. Shopkeeper, can I buy some more jars? Tasting the sweetness of success, Robin prepared to open a few more jars, hoping to find another piece of historical text. Each person can only open 10 jars a week. That's the rule of this shop, Xiawin said, shaking his head lightly. Only 10 jars a week. Upon hearing this, Robin felt a bit disappointed. She was still hoping to open a few more pieces of historical text and then find a place to hide with the packed jars. To focus on her studies. If she could only buy 10 jars a week, then she would have to continue staying in Arabasta, just as Robin planned to leave and continue wasting time at Baroque Works. She suddenly remembered a newspaper she had seen a few days ago. It seemed to say that in the East Blue someone was selling jars that could open anything. And this shop had only appeared in Arabasta yesterday. Could it be the same person? Robin subtly probed. Mr. Shopkeeper, may I ask how my luck compares to your previous customers? Seeing Robin lean in for him to hit, Xiawin gave her a look that was half smiling, half serious. No need for subtleties. Among all the customers I've received, your luck is among the bottom 2. I once had a customer who bought only 1 jar and opened a Logia-type devil fruit. As a member of the main character group, Zoro also opened a sword as sharp as supreme-grade katanas. Excluding Captain Mouse, Robin was truly the unluckiest one. As for Joseph and Johnny, the 2 of them had only opened 4 jars combined. So they were not counted. Robin's expression stiffened, finding it hard to believe that her luck was actually this bad. Moreover, the Logia-type devil fruit, even in the Grand Line, is an invincible existence. To be opened by someone with a single jar, this comparison made her seem quite foolish. It seems that the shopkeeper selling jars is indeed not for the sake of berries. Mr. Shopkeeper, although you may already know, I still want to remind you. In the near future, Baroque Works may take action against this shop. After finishing, Robin elegantly turned and left. As for the president's order to investigate the shop, what did that have to do with her? Just as Xiawin lay back down, absorbing the Byakugan, a reminder from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. A customer has arrived at the Coco West Village shop. Ding. A customer has arrived at the shop in Kokoyasi Village. Ding. The system detects no current patrons inside your shop. Would you like to teleport to shop now? 1. Oh, someone has arrived from Kokoyasi Village. Xiawin stared in surprise at the system's notification. Smoker and Tashiji were not scheduled to resume opening cans until tomorrow. Who could it be? Nami, or perhaps the comedic duo. As for Marine headquarters, Xiawin didn't even consider it. After all, unlike retired officers like Vice Admiral Garp and Vice Admiral Koshi, the others were far from idle. The remaining Vice Admirals were stationed across various branches defending against pirates, especially the 3 Admirals. Teleport. As Xiawin vanished, the shop automatically sealed itself. A quiet sign reading "Closed for business" appeared outside the storefront. East Blue Kokoyasi Village. An immense vessel, shaped uncannily like a giant fish, glided slowly into view. The floating restaurant Barity, having raced non-stop for several days without rest, had finally reached Kokoyasi Village. Sanji extinguished his cigarette and stood on the deck, gazing ashore. So this is the village where those miraculous cans are said to reside. It looks no different from any ordinary coastal hamlet. Zeph, the head chef, and his apprentices Yasaku and Johnny emerged from the galley. Well, we've come this far. Truth or fiction, we'll see for ourselves. Yo-ho-ho. Rest assured, everyone, the boss's cans are truly the finest in the world. Sanji leapt silently off the deck. He cared little whether this shop claimed global supremacy. What mattered to him was one thing alone: whether the cans truly yielded the transparent fruit and rare exquisite delicacies. After teleporting back to his shop in Kokoyasi Village, Xiawin instinctively arranged 10 cans upon the counter. No sooner had he settled into his seat than a familiar boisterous shout rang out. Boss, we're back to buy more cans. We didn't run into Zoro this time, but we've brought new guests with us. Xiawin looked up startled as 4 figures entered, among them the famed Sword God and Blade Saint duo. Boss, these are the head chef and sous chef of the floating restaurant Baratai. They're deeply intrigued by your cans. Yasaka stepped forward, eager to claim credit. A floating restaurant, with that unmistakable appearance. So this was Sanji, an infinite variant from another world. And the other must be Redleg Zeph? Xiawin nodded knowingly. Welcome, esteemed guests, to Mykan Emporium. Sanji frowned slightly at the shopkeeper's startling youth. Shopkeeper, can your cans truly yield anything? Xiawin merely smiled faintly. Indeed. My cans can produce ingredients native to the Azure Sea, and even rarer treasures that do not exist within this world. Even the transparent fruit, the very one you most yearn for, can be drawn forth. Sanji, how did this shopkeeper know he coveted the transparent fruit? And if he spoke of the Azure Sea's ingredients, had he already discovered that fabled realm? Wait, what did he just say? Sanji's expression darkened, his voice turned sharp. Ingredients that don't exist in this world. Are you mocking me, eh? How could something non-existent possibly emerge from a can? Xiawin chuckled softly, gesturing toward the row of cans on the counter. Truth or illusion? You need only test it yourself. By the way, 10,000 berry per can, and each patron may open no more than 10 per week. Heh, so if I fail to draw anything rare today, I'll have to wait until next week. Sanji laughed, not in amusement, but in exasperation. When Yasaku and Johnny had boasted earlier they'd never mentioned such absurd rules. What if after opening all 10 he uncovered nothing but rotting fish and spoiled shrimp? Would the shopkeeper then claim he'd opened too few, blaming the outcome on insufficient quantity? Fine, I'll purchase 10 cans. Let's see just how extraordinary these cans truly are, the very ones praised by the Thunder Empress herself. Sanji placed the coins on the counter and snatched up a can, shattering it instantly. A brilliant emerald light erupted. A hit. Colored light means premium goods. Xiawin's eyes narrowed, sensing something unusual. As the green radiance faded, a deep, guttural shriek pierced the air. A bizarre colossal bird, 5 long tails rippling behind it, materialized midair within the shop. What is this? Sanji stared dumbfounded at the creature that had burst forth from the tiny can, its wingspan spanning over 10 meters. He swore he'd never laid eyes upon such a beast. And how precisely had such a massive creature been contained within so small a vessel? As the bird turned its gaze toward him, Sanji instinctively raised his ultimate technique. Mutton shot. A rapid, furious barrage sent the strange avian hurtling backward, slamming hard against the shop's wall. Shopkeeper, what is the meaning of this? Why does your can contain a savage beast? Sanji demanded, indignant. Had this been an ordinary patron, they'd likely have been snatched away whole. 5-tailed vulture, a rare culinary ingredient originating from another gastronomic hunter world. Capture level LV. 2. When possessing 5 tails, its flesh is exceptionally succulent. Ingredients drawn from cans cannot attack or harm patrons within the shop. Note the probability of a chef being consumed by their own ingredient is regrettably not 0. Xiawin spoke calmly. You simply reacted too strongly. Any ingredient drawn from a can poses no threat to patrons inside this shop. An ingredient? Sanji pointed incredulously at the enormous bird sprawled motionless on the floor. 5 grotesque tails, and claws sharp enough to rend human flesh. Did it escape from some clandestine laboratory experiment? Can this possibly be edible? Xiawin replied serenely, the five-tailed vulture, a precious ingredient hailing from another world, renowned for its incomparable flavor. Its capture level stands at LV2, requiring roughly 20 soldiers to subdue it effectively. Yet given your strength, Master Sanji, you pose no challenge to it. Shall I assist with packaging? Ingredients from other worlds, requiring 20 soldiers to contend with. Sanji opened his mouth to press further, then froze speechless. Before his eyes the great bird, just moments ago hurled against the wall, was swallowed whole by the floor itself as though alive. It reappeared instantly as an identical unopened can, standing upright, silent, and pristine. Such eerie, unsettling transformation sent chills down the spines of all four onlookers, including Yasaku and Johnny, whose brows glistened with cold sweat. With effortless grace, Xiawin guided the can across the floor, letting it glide gently to a stunned Sanji's side. This ingredient boasts an exquisite taste. Do savor it well in your cooking. Now, Xiawin extended a hand in polite invitation. Please continue opening your cans. Sanji looked at the shopkeeper's warm smile, but could not feel any joy. The scene he had just witnessed was simply too horrifying. Such a gigantic exotic bird was instantly devoured by this shop, transforming into a jar. Is this what the shopkeeper meant by packaging? If someone were to cause trouble, wouldn't this shopkeeper just stuff them into a jar and sell them? What a terrifying ability. Sanji silently pulled out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, only to realize he couldn't light it no matter what. It felt as if some invisible force was preventing him from smoking. Reluctantly giving up, Sanji looked at the jar in front of him and asked, I've never seen such a giant bird, nor any similar creatures. So did I really bring forth ingredients from another world? Xiawin nodded gently. That is a very powerful culinary world where everything can be an ingredient. And there is a group of American hunters specialized in capturing them. All creatures can be ingredients. What an alluring world. Shopkeeper, will we have a chance to visit that world? Even Japu raised his head, showing a look of expectation. The bizarre giant bird just moments ago had been praised as extremely delicious by the mysterious and powerful shopkeeper. If he could go to that food-filled world and become the world's #1 chef, he would be willing. Xiawin chuckled lightly. Unfortunately, the basic jars cannot open props that transcend worlds. Moreover, even if a customer were to go to that world, it would likely be very difficult to freely capture ingredients. Your strength is too weak. You can't even defeat the majority of ingredients. Shopkeeper, are you talking about me? Sanji was taken aback, incredulously pointing at himself. His strength weak. He had easily dealt with that giant bird over 10 meters tall. Seemingly sensing his doubts and disbelief, the shopkeeper's calm voice echoed. The five-tailed griffin that the customer just defeated is merely a low-end ingredient of capture level 2. If calculated according to the bounty issued by the Navy, it is just an ordinary little thief, not worthy of a reward. What? Sanji's eyes widened in shock. The strength of that giant bird, if it were a pirate, would at least be at the level of 10 million berries. Yet the shopkeeper said it was a low-end ingredient. Not even worthy of a bounty. Xiawin explained calmly. Some creatures with a capture level over 500 can even destroy a nation. Even the great pirates of the Grand Line are insignificant in those powerful worlds. Everyone was shocked by the culinary world described by Xiawin. An ingredient actually possessing the power to destroy a nation. How strong must the hunters who capture these ingredients be? What an extraordinary world. Sanji suddenly began to believe the shopkeeper's words. Even if the idea of a world beyond this was too absurd, of course it would be even better if it could fulfill his wishes. Shopkeeper, if a devil fruit that I need has already been eaten, can the jar still be opened? Understanding what Sanji wanted, Xiawin smiled faintly. Of course, as long as the customer's luck is good enough, it wouldn't be a problem to open a row of transparent fruits. Sanji raised an eyebrow. Haha, I can't eat that many fruits. With a loud crack, the second jar shattered, and a dazzling blue light burst forth. A ball of blue light appeared before everyone's eyes. Joseph exclaimed in shock, Is this blue light? I've never seen it before with Johnny. Hearing this, a glimmer of joy flashed across Sanji's face. He reached out to poke the elastic, somewhat warm ball of light. Shopkeeper, is this ball of blue light also an ingredient from another world? Strength enhancement medium. After use, permanently increases physical strength equivalent to that of a Navy headquarters major. Note: simple and straightforward, ready to eat. Xiawin slowly shook his head, his tone calm. Unfortunately, this is an experience orb that can increase physical strength equivalent to that of a Navy headquarters major after use. Just stick it to your forehead to directly absorb it with no side effects. A strength-enhancing orb. Sanji's expression was strange. Whether it was the ingredients from another world, or the strange props in the hands of the two bounty hunters, or even the orb that could directly enhance strength he had just opened. This jar is just too comprehensive, isn't it? The physical strength of a Navy headquarters major. Sounds very powerful. Chef Sanji, hurry up and try it. Joseph and Johnny urged impatiently. Sanji did not keep everyone in suspense, unhesitatingly absorbing the orb. Instantly, a massive hot current appeared out of nowhere in Sanji's body, rushing towards his limbs. This is... Feeling his body quality and stamina surged dramatically. Sanji's mouth hung open in shock, staring blankly at Japu beside him. The strength of a Navy major is this strong. Old man, didn't you say you are a pirate who escaped safely from the Grand Line? Have you ever fought against a Navy major? Japu. He had only spent a year in the Grand Line. How could he have the qualifications to provoke a major of the headquarters? Idiot. Do you think the Grand Line is? The currents and weather there are filled with chaos and randomness. It's already good to safely reach the next island. As for a Navy major, Japu stubbornly said, if they encountered me Red-foot Japu, they could only flee in embarrassment. Sanji's mouth curled into a smirk as he turned his gaze back to the remaining 8 jars. Shopkeeper, if I keep opening good things and causing you losses, you wouldn't turn me into a jar, would you? Customers can open jars with peace of mind. Xiawin's eyes flashed with a peculiar light, but he quickly spoke expressionlessly, for me jars are meant to be sold. No matter what customers open, I want to enforce a buyback. In my shop, credibility is more important than anything. Xiawin stated without any hint of guilt. He wished for all customers opening jars to yield good items like carp and Zoro. Sanji admiredly gave a thumbs up. That's right, the most important thing for a merchant is credibility. No wonder you are the owner of the miraculous jars. After saying this, he shattered the 3rd jar. Once again, a dazzling blue light erupted. Again. Looks like my luck is still good today. Sanji unexpectedly looked at a thin booklet lying at the bottom of the jar. The cover bore 2 large characters, 6 styles. 6 styles, the 6 powerful techniques practiced by the members of the world government's CP9 from a young age, possessing immense power. Once fully mastered, one can contend with those who possess devil fruit abilities. Soru Tekai paper, drawing Jeppo Rankyaku, and Shurgon. Once completely perfected, one can master the advanced technique of life restoration. Behold my invincible blocking technique. Tekai. Is that really 6 styles? Xiawin was somewhat surprised. This was truly a divine skill in the early stages. In the original work, some members of CP9 could match the protagonist team thanks to 6 styles. Although each one was overly confident, they preferred to use Tekai to withstand powerful attacks. However, one cannot deny the might of 6 styles. Sanji curiously asked Shopkeeper, what exactly is 6 styles? 6 styles is a form of martial arts, a training manual belonging to the world government and the Navy. Xiawin gradually explained 6 styles include Soru for high-speed movement, Tekai, which hardens the body like steel, and paper drawing, which allows one to evade attacks and remain light. It also encompasses Jeppo for aerial movement, Rankyaku, which creates wind blades with the feet and legs, and finally Shurgon, which delivers attacks with the fingers. This can be considered a very comprehensive martial arts set. Once 6 styles is mastered proficiently, one can also develop an advanced technique called life restoration. The 4 who listened to the shopkeeper's explanation all displayed expressions of shock. Especially Zepp, who quietly asked, this 6 styles, ordinary people shouldn't be able to learn it easily, right? If someone discovers it, won't they be hunted down by the Navy or the agents of the world government? What is there to fear? I'm not a pirate. Sanji squinted his eyes and directly opened the thin booklet containing the record of 6 styles. In an instant, he felt the 6 unfamiliar techniques deeply engraved in his mind. Xiawin calmly said, customers can test the effects of 6 styles. Who? Sanji took a deep breath. So, his figure instantly vanished from the spot and reappeared at the door in the next moment. Jeppo. Sanji leaped into the air with the shockwave from the air exploding. His whole body, sword moving a distance toward the table. Joseph and Johnny watched with envy in their eyes. They also wanted such abilities. It really can fly. Oh, it truly is the secret technique of the Navy and the world government. Sanji, having casually tested 2 techniques, wore an incredibly bright smile. His current combat power had increased immensely compared to before he opened the jar. Equally satisfied with 6 styles, Xiawin nodded. Jeppo is indeed a powerful technique. There was once a Navy officer who crossed the comm belt using Jeppo. Alright guests, please continue opening jars. Sanji originally wanted the shopkeeper to hit him to test Tekai's effect, but had to continue smashing the 4th jar. At this moment, Smoker, having learned that someone was opening jars at the Bartai restaurant, hurriedly arrived. As soon as he entered, he saw a golden-haired youth emitting purple light. A Navy officer. Sanji and Zepp showed vigilance. They had just unlocked 6 styles, and now the Navy had come. Smoker's eyes flickered as he scanned the 4 customers inside the shop, then respectfully greeted Xiawin, shopkeeper, long time no see. Xiawin slightly nodded. It's you, long time no see, but you can only continue buying jars tomorrow. Smoker, once again displaying his poor acting skills, entered the shop under the watchful eyes of the four. Haha, I heard someone was opening jars and I was just curious to come and take a look. Shopkeeper, it should be fine to just observe, right? Xiawin paid no mind, and instead spoke with a smile. This shop welcomes everyone as long as they do not violate the rules. I will not actively expel anyone. Just remember not to disturb the other customers. Smoker, feeling relieved in his heart, revealed a smile that he considered flawless. Thank you, shopkeeper. To the four friends, he introduced himself. I'm Colonel Smoker from the 16th branch of the Navy. Oh, hello. Sanji glanced at Smoker's fake smile and turned back to examine the items he had opened. It was a pot of purple strange liquid, occasionally bubbling with purple bubbles and exuding an odd odor. What is this? Sanji wondered inwardly. Oh, it looked like some kind of poison. Judgment time, a dish that originally did not exist, but was born from the mischief and processing of many travelers. Consuming it all can poison a Navy Admiral or a 4 Emperor level powerhouse in a short time. Moreover, within a 10-mile radius, nothing will grow, turning into a toxic domain. Note, it must be consumed entirely by one person, otherwise the large-scale toxic domain effect cannot be triggered. Xiawin, this jar really can contain anything. A single dish capable of poisoning an Admiral or 4 Emperor the worth of the Thunder God is still too high. Although the image was fake and the Thunder God couldn't cook at all, once the jar was opened, judgment time became real. Xiawin organized his thoughts and said, this is a dish personally cooked by a certain god from another world. A god from another world. The sudden explosive news instantly attracted everyone's attention. Smoker gasped, secretly pondering how to recruit this handsome golden-haired youth into the Navy. A dish from a god of another world is of immense value. Got a god's dish. Sanji exclaimed excitedly, but my chef's soul tells me that this thing cannot be consumed. It does not deserve to be called a dish. Indeed, it cannot be consumed. Xiawin nodded lightly. This dish is called Judgment Time. Whether it's a Navy Admiral or a 4 Emperor from the New World, all will die quickly after consuming it. Furthermore, centered around the corpse, nothing will grow for a radius of 10 miles, turning into a toxic domain. Everyone, can it really poison a Navy Admiral and 4 Emperor and turn 10 miles into a toxic domain? What kind of god is this? It wouldn't be the god of poison, would it? Sanji paused for a moment and said to the shopkeeper, this seems a bit too hot to handle. Can I not have it? Of course you can. Xiawin snapped his fingers without changing his expression, resealing the purple-grade poison. Smoker looked at the shopkeeper, wishing to speak, but hesitating. He believed such a dangerous item should be completely destroyed. Otherwise, if it fell into the hands of someone with ill intentions, it could cause tremendous impact. After sending off the item, Sanji finally breathed a sigh of relief. He randomly selected one of the remaining 6 jars and waved his hand to break it. At that moment, a bright golden beam of light erupted. The dazzling golden light echoed and washed through the shop, eventually slowly dissipating. Golden light. As the golden light faded away, a golden orb quietly floated in midair. Smoker, with a puzzled expression, asked, the golden light? I thought the purple light was the best one. Last time the fast-slashing fruit that Dasky provided was only purple light. So such items that surpass the devil fruits truly exist. And it can be unlocked without a high-grade jar. He must find a way to persuade this young man to join the Navy. At the very least, he cannot let the other party become a pirate. Smoker's gaze instantly became incredibly determined. Sanji, who had been dazzled up close, covered his reddened eyes and asked, what a commotion. Boss, did I uncover something remarkable again? Gourmet cell, originating from a world of food hunters, it grants extraordinary powers and evolutionary abilities when implanted into a human. It can elevate one's life level through the enjoyment of high-quality cuisine. After system optimization, there is no longer a risk of losing control, and the capture level limit has been adjusted to 100. Note, level 100 is the pinnacle of the human realm. Golden legends appear again. After reading the system's appraisal, Xiawin was at a loss for words. He never expected that these basic jars could yield such high-level items. Although the capture level limit is only 100, it still possesses the combat power to destroy a city. This is likely the highest limit of the basic jars. Xiawin spoke calmly. I didn't expect that you customer would have such a connection with the gourmet world I mentioned. Gourmet world. Is the boss finally going to introduce the other worlds? Smoker immediately perked his ears, listening attentively. A connection. Could this be the ability from that world? Sanji looked at the golden orb in his hand, somewhat surprised. Surely his chef's soul is guiding him. The gourmet cell allows you customer to gain extraordinary powers and evolutionary abilities. Moreover, it enables you to elevate your life level through the enjoyment of high-quality cuisine. Looking at Sanji's eyes sparkling with excitement, Xiawin's tone remained extremely calm. By the way, the limit of this gourmet cell is a capture level of 100, which is the true pinnacle of humanity. When you reach level 100, in terms of combat power, you can defeat any of the 4 emperors, and your recovery speed far exceeds the limits of normal biological beings. I must say Sanji's compatibility with the gourmet cell is quite high. After all, they both possess the ability to mutate, evolve, and enhance physical attributes. Of course, the world of One Piece does not have that many high-quality ingredients. So although the gourmet cell is impressive, growing to level 100 will likely not be that easy. Unless they go to Fishman Island to hunt supergiant sea kings. The power to defeat the 4 emperors. Smoker's heart felt heavy. Although the gourmet cell needs time to grow and develop, as long as one eats gourmet food, they can become stronger. This system is simply too overpowered. It's just like the boss jars, making effort and talent seem insignificant. Zepp simply felt proud for Sanji. Not bad, Sanji, you already have the strength to venture into the Grand Line. Joseph and Johnny also enthusiastically supported Chef San. You're so lucky. Chef San is about to take off. Hearing the praise from everyone, Sanji's eyebrows almost shot up to the sky. Evolving and becoming stronger by eating gourmet food is indeed perfect for me. As he is an excellent chef himself, he can help the gourmet cell grow rapidly. Saying this, Sanji directly swallowed the golden orb, as per the boss instruction. In an instant, an incredibly vigorous life force surged from Sanji. Huh, boss, it seems like I haven't changed much. Sanji curiously moved his body. He thought that after consuming the gourmet cell, he would gain a significant boost. Xiawin, who had anticipated this, shook his head. The gourmet cell, of course, needs gourmet food to enhance itself. That 5-tailed griffin will be your first meal after the transformation. Feeling as if fortune had kissed him, Sanji laughed heartily. I will personally cook that big bird for everyone to enjoy an interdimensional feast. Not bad, this kid is quite on the ball. Xiawin nodded with a smile. He was also curious about how delicious the ingredients from the gourmet hunter world truly were. Next, let's continue opening jars. I must unlock the transparent fruit today. Sanji quickly smashed 3 jars. However, the anticipated spectacle of all 3 jars bursting forth with dazzling light did not occur. Multifunctional cooking utensils. Note: chef's divine equipment. Cheap sunglasses. Note: only $9.99 with free shipping. Tough dried fish. Note: recommended to cut with a saw before consumption. Xiawin casually glanced over. The first one is a set of multifunctional cooking utensils. The other 2 should need no introduction, right? Off. Sanji's surprised expression froze on his face. After experiencing a series of green, blue, purple, and even golden jars, he thought he would soar, but these 3 jars didn't even shine. I understand now. Jars should be opened one by one, not several at once. Sanji smashed 1 jar with a bang. Expired herring can. Note: does expired herring get stinkier? Seeing Sanji showing signs of turning gray, Xiawin nonchalantly said, that's very normal. No one can guarantee that they will always be lucky. Smoker nodded in empathy, thinking that if Sanji could continuously unveil good things, what would be left for the others to do? After opening 1 premium reward, there should be some trash to pay back. Sanji took a deep breath. The boss is right. I've learned my lesson. Judging from that Navy man's expression, his luck should be very good. He has never seen such a golden orb before. He has already glimpsed beneath the skirt of fortune, so he shouldn't complain. He must not let greedy thoughts occupy his mind. In the end, Sanji opened 10 jars. Although no good items appeared again. However, with his adjusted mindset, Sanji cheerfully said, I was so close to unlocking it. Next time I will definitely succeed. Transparent fruit, wait for me. Alright. Zepp pushed Sanji away with a look of disdain. Hurry up and go back to the ship to deal with that interdimensional big bird. It's our turn next. Boss, this is 3 million berries. This is our jar money for the 3 of us. Joseph and Johnny were taken aback, realizing they had spent the past week rushing and looking for their older brother Zoro. The money on them was indeed not enough to buy 10 jars. But Zepp's action still touched them. Chef San, do we also have some? This is too extravagant. Zepp waved his hand nonchalantly. If it weren't for you 2, I wouldn't have made the decision to cruise the East Sea. I wouldn't have witnessed such incredible jars. Just take it as a reward for guiding you. Thank you, Chef San. Whoa, we finally have money to open jars. Brother Zoro, did you see this? X2 Joseph and Johnny hugged each other, crying. Soon 30 jars floated out of the display case under Xiawin's control, landing steadily on the table. Thank you for your patronage. I wish you all can unlock the items you desire. Watching such a large number of eager customers, Xiawin revealed a hint of a smile. Opening jars is great. If you don't work hard to open jars, how can he become the strongest in the world? Just as Zepp and the comedic duo mimicking Sanji began to open jars one by one, Xiawin received reminders from the system. Ding. The Arabasta store has customers arriving. Ding. Detected that the host store currently has customers opening jars and has completely sealed store number 2. There are customers at the new store. Xiawin was taken aback, looking thoughtfully at the system panel. At this time it should be Belle and that royal group, right? Or perhaps Old Sand has finally sent someone to stir up trouble. Unfortunately, he couldn't leave right now and he still had to go enjoy Sanji's feast. So, he'll pass. Xiawin decisively made a decision. He is a businessman, not a mule, so he can arrange his own time. After all, those people can come to open jars tonight or tomorrow. There is no rush for today. Arabasta, capital city of Alyabarna. Early in the morning after getting up and undergoing a series of disguises. The king of Arabasta, Nefertari Cobra, was currently looking dejectedly at the tightly shut door before him. The sign that read, "Closed for business." It felt like a barbed dagger stabbing deeply into his heart. Why is it closed? Did I do something wrong? Clearly it was a hard-won hope. To avoid being recognized, he had spent a lot of effort and time on disguises. Only to be met with a closed door. Cobra felt dizzy and nearly fainted. Ikarlam looked at Belle, who was also frowning, and asked seriously, "Belle, did you do something yesterday that displeased that gentleman?" "Of course not. After witnessing the wonders of the jars, I was respectful the entire time," Belle said, somewhat wronged. He wasn't a fool. Facing the hope that could save the kingdom, he certainly wouldn't offend anyone. And it's just temporarily closed, not permanently. Perhaps the shopkeeper just has something to attend to, so let's wait a bit outside. Thus, at Belle's suggestion, the group quietly waited outside the shop in the scorching sun under the odd gazes of passers-by. "Shopkeeper, where are you? Shopkeeper, where are you?" In Cocoa West Village, inside the jar shop. After Sanji was sent back to deal with the five-tailed eagle, Jipu began his own jar opening. He did not aspire to unlock various powerful abilities like Sanji. As long as he could unlock some exotic ingredients from other realms or rare ingredients from the Azure Sea, that would be sufficient. Joseph and Johnny, who were already on their second jar opening, had managed to open several jars by now. Sigh. Indeed, we are not like Chef San. Yeah, only one green light has appeared so far. Has Chef San already taken all the good stuff today? Just as the two continued to complain, a dazzling blue light suddenly erupted, instantly capturing everyone's attention. There lay a blue sphere of light quietly resting at the bottom of the jar. Zeep's previously joyful expression instantly froze on his face. "Shopkeeper, this light sphere can't be the stamina of a rear admiral, can it?" He had already passed the age of fighting and killing. Receiving something to enhance his power would be useless. It would be better to give him some gourmet ingredients from the culinary world. Secret technique, glowing cuisine. When cooking, it will ensure that the completed dish glows. Depending on culinary skill level, the deliciousness of the glowing dish is enhanced by an additional 100, 500. Moreover, consuming these glowing dishes grants a random buff for a day. It's phosphorescent powder. I added phosphorescent powder. Oh, surprisingly, it's a rare supportive skill. Xiawin looked at the blue sphere with some surprise. The secret technique, glowing cuisine, can temporarily provide benefits to those about to engage in battle, if one is a chef and has their own influence. The importance of this skill is at least comparable to the purple light jar. Xiawin calmly turned to Jipu. On the contrary, the customer's luck is exceptionally good. This is a skill that enhances culinary skills, and it is a very rare supportive ability. Enhancing culinary skills. Hearing the key phrase, Jipu was instantly invigorated. As a chef, what he desired most was to break through the bottleneck in his culinary skills. Secret technique. Glowing cuisine, once learned, allows the dishes you cook to glow, and depending on culinary skill, enhances deliciousness by 100,500. Of course, if it were just this, it would merely be an average skill, but it has a very precious attribute. As everyone's curiosity was fully piqued, Xiawin calmly said, "Those who consume glowing dishes will receive a random buff for a day, which could be an increase in speed, strength, or stamina recovery." "What? Isn't this just like the devil fruit?" Smoker exclaimed in shock. If the Navy had a chef like this in logistics, then the soldiers about to capture pirates would indeed be able to gain enhancements, greatly increasing the young people's survival rates. As a former pirate, Jipu thought of this as well. However, he was more concerned about the effect that made food delicious. Sanji's cooking cells needed high-quality gourmet food to continuously evolve. Combined with this skill, it would be just right. Thus, Jipu looked conflicted, hesitatingly glancing at the calm Xiawin. "Shopkeeper, can I keep this skill and transfer it to someone else?" Xiawin's eyes flashed with surprise. "What the customer unlocks, how it's disposed of, is none of my concern. But this is a skill that can enhance culinary skills. Do you really not want it? Once you learn it, you can cook dishes with buff effects, and the Bartai will truly gain fame across the world, right?" Jipu laughed heartily as he stored the blue sphere. I'm already old, I'd rather stay safely in the East Blue. That kid Sanji still needs to pursue his dreams, so this skill should definitely go to him." As for Bartai, Zeep's eyes revealed a hint of confidence. Even without this skill to make dishes more delicious, it can still become the second best chef in the world. Clap, clap, clap. Joseph and Johnny applauded with tears in their eyes. Jipu laughed heartily and quickly opened the remaining jars. This time, in addition to opening a set of tools that could automatically clean and classify ingredients, no more light emerged. However, Japu was very satisfied with this outcome. "Shopkeeper, I will go back and help that kid Sanji handle the ingredients, and please be sure to come to our sea restaurant to enjoy a meal later. As for that Navy colonel over there, if you want to talk business, let's do it after dinner." Ha ha ha. Japu left with his new tools. Soon Joseph and Johnny, who had opened the words Spirit Scythe and Destruction Path 1 charge after bidding farewell to Xiawin, happily ran to the tavern to show off. Smoker, who witnessed everyone opening jars, stood up silently, bowed to Xiawin, and quickly headed back to the base. He needed to report the matter of someone unlocking abilities that surpassed the devil fruit and the poison capable of killing admirals and the 4 emperors to Marineford. After the customers left, Xiawin looked at the row of rewards in the system space, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Whether it was the 6 styles or the stamina of a rear admiral, both were quite good rewards. As for the 2 items that could create poisonous domains, Judgment Time, they were of no use to him. He could only seal them up for now and wait for an opportunity to throw them out for a wave of shock. Just in time to use the cooking cells first. I'll get a free meal later. Marineford. Sengoku was sitting at a table handling documents. Since he had decided to go to the East Blue to open jars, some prior arrangements were essential. There were not many high-ranking officers, and almost every one of them had important tasks. If they all went to the East Blue at once, not only would the world government suspect, but even those pirates would frequently probe, taking the opportunity to burn, kill, and plunder. This was something Sengoku could not tolerate. Thus, he could only schedule them to open jars in order. Kizaru is too lazy to move. Akainu is unstable. Then let Akiji go to the East Blue to open jars first. As Sengoku began selecting a rear admiral to accompany him, the Din Din Mushi suddenly rang. Bururu. Sengoku's expression stiffened, and he immediately answered the call. Smoker's somewhat anxious voice came through. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Today someone unlocked abilities that surpass the devil fruit, and there are tools that can poison admirals and the 4 emperors. Sengoku's eyes widened. What? Zhanghua incredulously asked. Has someone already discovered items surpassing the devil fruit? What about the item that can poison generals and the 4 emperors? What is that about? It hasn't been long since then, and already items capable of killing generals and the 4 emperors have appeared. Zhanghua doubted whether time had been erased for him. Smoker continued. Just now 2 chefs from the Bartai restaurant came. They arrived at the jar shop accompanied by 2 bounty hunters who had been in the news. One of the young chefs opened a jar that emitted golden light. The shopkeeper said that it is from the food world. As long as one enjoys the food, one can become stronger. Golden light. The food world. Zhanghua solemnly looked at the speculation and report compiled by Vice Admiral Crane about the jar shop. That mysterious shopkeeper has indeed begun to recommend systems from other worlds. Moreover, simply eating food to become stronger, this is utterly unreasonable. It's simply like those jars of the shopkeeper, completely breaking the so-called connection between talent and effort. Zhanghua asked in a deep voice, what is the situation in the food world? I'm sorry, Admiral Zhanghua. I arrived relatively late, and only know that after reaching level 100 that system is referred to by the shopkeeper as the pinnacle of the human realm. In terms of combat power, it can defeat any of the 4 emperors. The pinnacle of the human realm. Zhanghua instantly recalled a former great pirate, the one who called himself the king of the world rocks. Indeed, the other's combat power can indeed defeat any of the 4 emperors. Furthermore, currently in the New World, 3 of the 4 emperors were once the crew of that person. Smoker continued his report. As for the poison that can kill the 4 emperors, the shopkeeper calls it time of judgment. As long as it is fully consumed, it can poison a powerhouse at the level of the 4 emperors in a short time. However, that young chef from Bartai did not take it and chose to let the shopkeeper reclaim it. Hearing that the poison was reclaimed by the shopkeeper, Zhanghua slowly breathed a sigh of relief. If such a level of poison were to spread outside, then he would not be able to sleep at night again during this period. And that mysterious shopkeeper clearly wants more people to buy his jars. According to Vice Admiral Crane's analysis, unless someone offends the other party, that shopkeeper named Xiawin would not proactively kill. Zhanghua calmly spoke into the transponder snail. Well done, continue to keep an eye on that jar shop, and remember not to cause any conflict. Once things stabilize here at headquarters, you can return to be promoted to Rear Admiral. If conditions are right, try to invite that young man who opened the golden jar. In at most 3 days, Akiji will head to Cocoa Village. Understood. Cocoa Village evening. Due to the immense size of the 5-tailed vulture, along with Sanji having opened something good, Zepp was in a good mood. Thus, he decided to take out some ingredients and invite all the villagers to hold a banquet together. When the villagers gathered in the center of the village, bringing their own delicacies, oranges, and fine wine. As the head chef for the night, Sanji, with a sacred expression, unveiled one lid after another. Rays of golden light instantly illuminated the entire village. From those sources of light, a mouth-watering aroma instantly spread. So it turns out that cuisine can be so dazzling. So dazzling. But it smells so good. I want to eat it. Whether it was the villagers or the chefs from Barity, they were all stunned by Sanji's display. Especially the unbelievable aroma made everyone drool. Sanji holding a plate alone came before Xiao, when under Zepp's encouragement, "Shopkeeper, this is the most delicious and flavorful part of the five-tailed vulture. I know this cannot compare to the rewards you gave me. However, if you ever want to eat anything, Sanji will absolutely cook for you unconditionally." This statement came entirely from Sanji's heart. After learning the secret technique glowing cuisine taught by the old man, he had elevated the already delicious five-tailed vulture to another level. With the help of gourmet cells, he became significantly stronger after just a few bites. It was then that Sanji truly realized his future might be extraordinarily brilliant. Xiawin smiled as he looked at the dish Sanji presented. "I will accept your kind gesture. However, I need to clarify one point. What customers can open from the jars is entirely based on luck. I will not interfere with that." "Not interfere? But aren't the items in those jars things you placed inside? Which jar can open good items? Isn't that all up to you?" Sanji displayed an understanding look and politely took his leave. That Marine colonel named Smoker had invited him multiple times to join the Navy. This time he had to dispel the other party's unrealistic thoughts. He, Sanji, is a man who aims to become the world's #1 chef. Xiawin seriously tasted the small pot Sanji had sent. Upon taking the first bite, the flavor exploded in his mouth, surging into his brain with an exhilarating shock that left him momentarily stunned. "This is too delicious. By the way, what if I add that?" Xiawin eagerly pulled out delicious spray, sprayed it, and continued to take a big bite. Hiss! With great effort suppressing the soul-stirring deliciousness and pleasure, Xiawin couldn't help but start to indulge. In just a few bites, his capture level had already reached level 5. His physical fitness and stamina had noticeably improved. Eating food makes one stronger. It truly deserves the title of the Golden Jar. Arabasta in the Rain Baroque Works. As the President Crocodile once again received news about that store suspected of having control over Rain. Oh, did that useless king actually disguise himself and wait outside that shop until the afternoon? However, the shopkeeper hasn't opened the door all day. It seems Cobra has truly gone mad, actually gambling the kingdom's hopes on an outsider's shop. A flicker of mockery and disdain crossed Crocodile's eyes. After reflecting and discussing within Baroque Works yesterday, he had overturned his initial views. That shop is not worth worrying about. It cannot shake his plans. After all, Arabasta is currently extremely arid, and a few small-scale rains cannot resolve the issue. The main point is that his strength is enough to quell everything. However, the emergence of that shop has still allowed some to see hope. This is not good. If the internal strife in Arabasta does not continue to escalate, and the despair and anger of those commoners do not continue to accumulate, then his plan to overthrow the royal family, seize power, and achieve the days of Pluto will be delayed. Crocodile looked at his strongest subordinate, revealing a cruel smile. "Mister, want to go bring that shopkeeper back and let him understand who he cannot offend. As for the vice president who went to that shop this morning and stayed for a while before coming out, I will personally interrogate him." "Nico, Robin, don't let me down. Arabasta, since yesterday at that mysterious jar shop, she had witnessed a broader world and a brand new channel to safely and more effectively obtain the historical text. Robin planned to find a sufficiently safe place, one that wouldn't be disturbed by the Baroque works, to hide away, to calmly interpret and translate the historical text. It wasn't that she betrayed her colleagues at Baroque works wanting to go solo. Rather, that shopkeeper was far too extraordinary. Not only could he recognize her identity right away, but he was also aware of the effects of her flower fruit. He even knew the locations of the 3 ancient weapons without relying on the historical text. This attitude of knowing almost everything and selling those magical jars without a care made Robin suspect that even if Crocodile himself came, he would have to be forced by the shopkeeper to buy a few jars to safely back out. Just as Robin was preparing to check out and leave the capital, the phone bug suddenly rang, and it was the special phone bug used for communication with Crocodile. Robin's expression stiffened, but she quickly composed herself. Could it be that Baroque Works has some task for me again? Or Robin narrowed her eyes, recalling her visit to the jar shop yesterday morning. Within Baroque Works, apart from a few high-ranking members with code names, there were also countless elders and many lower-tier personnel. These people were not all gathered in Rainbase, but were scattered throughout Arabasta, carrying out tasks such as collecting funds, inciting the populace, and hiding surveillance. Therefore, even as the vice president, Robin did not dare to claim she had met all the members of Baroque Works. "Miss All Sunday, it seems you have been doing well lately. You went to that shop with the rain manipulating techniques yesterday. Why didn't you report this to Baroque Works? Are you planning to betray Baroque Works and return to a life of hiding, being hunted by the world government?" "Nico, Robin, Crocodile's signature hoarse voice reached Robin's ears. Mr. Zero. Stung by his words, Robin bit her lip. I merely visited that shop as a regular customer out of curiosity about who that shopkeeper is. After a few seconds of silence, the phone bug continued. That's best then, my vice president. What did you observe yesterday? Does that reckless outsider know the secrets of Arabasta? This was Crocodile's main concern. At this juncture, an unexpected outsider, if not a great person here to stop the rebellion and save the kingdom, would have come for some ulterior motive. For example, Pluto. Reckless. Who? You. Robin's lips twitched. All I know is that the shopkeeper is very wealthy and has installed a fountain in the shop. Moreover, he has a very unique temperament and should have a background. Crocodile sneered. A fountain. Miss, all Sunday you can return. Mister. One has already set off and will soon deal with that troublesome shopkeeper. No, I refuse. Robin suddenly spoke firmly. I am only responsible for interpreting and translating the historical text. Moreover, the rebels will need at least a few more years to overthrow the royal family. I demand the right to act freely during this time. The phone bug fell silent. Under Robin's gaze, it slowly uttered a few words. You've really changed, but I agree, Nico. Robin. After hanging up, Robin took a deep breath and looked out the window towards the jar shop. Looks like I need to temporarily leave the capital. I can only return after the jars cool down. As for Mr. One going to trouble the shopkeeper. I hope he brought 1,000,000 berries. Otherwise, Robin cannot guarantee that the other party can leave the jar shop upright. Or would he be opened up in the form of a jar? For some reason, Robin suddenly felt a bit excited at the thought. Rain banquet. Crocodile hung up the phone with a gloomy expression. Nico. Robin's attitude was problematic. But as for someone wanted by the world government, who else would dare to shelter her? Damn, if it weren't for the need for someone to translate the historical text. The twilight gradually faded, and a full moon had unknowingly hung in the sky. Alyabarna Royal Palace. With the support of one of the kingdom's guardians, Wolf of Jaka, King Koralab said, his eyes bloodshot. Belle left the capital this morning, heading north with the water needle to search for a water source. Icolum also received an urgent communication from Vivi and had to leave. This time I must acquire the jars to save Arabasta. Jaka sighed slightly. It will certainly happen. Yesterday, they ultimately gave up waiting for the shopkeeper to return and open the jars. After all, being the King, Koralab's health was not very good. Although it wasn't to the point of needing a wheelchair to move, he was still much weaker than a normal person. So after waiting for a few hours, he had to leave. Only a few guards were arranged to keep watch and report immediately once the shopkeeper returned. Fortunately, just an hour ago, that magical shop finally removed the sign that it was temporarily closed. Even if no one saw when the shopkeeper returned, it didn't matter. Koralab straightened his back, displaying the dignity of a king. Let's go while it's still dark. After yesterday's banquet, Shanks had once again dined for free with Sanji. He had finally returned to his loyal Arabasta. I didn't expect Sanji to choose to tour the East Sea for a while. It seems the impact of the jars on him is indeed significant. After Sanji purchased the jar, he was only 4 slots away from unlocking the advanced jars. Moreover, Smoker also brought him good news. After yesterday's banquet, Admiral Akiji would arrive within 3 days. This was what Shanks looked forward to the most. Not only could the other party unlock 1 advanced jar slot, but it would also speed up the unlocking of the 3rd shop. The cost-effectiveness was directly maximized. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door sounded. Then 2 figures entered the shop, one after the other. Having roughly guessed the identity of the visitors, Shanks simply raised his eyelids. Oh, I didn't expect new customers to visit today. Welcome. This shop only sells jars 1 for 100,000 berries. Koralab looked at the fountain inside the shop and the inscrutable shopkeeper. Under Jaka's bewildered gaze, he bowed deeply to Shanks. Shopkeeper, thank you for giving Arabasta a chance. What, your majesty? Jaka looked in shock at Cobra, who bowed to an outsider. Arabasta has now reached its most critical moment. As the king, I am powerless. Cobra slowly stood up with a self-deprecating smile. It is the appearance of the shopkeeper that has given me, this foolish king, a glimmer of hope. Of course we must show respect to Mr. Shopkeeper, who has ignited our hope and given us a chance to change our fate. After hearing this, Jaka immediately bowed as well. Thank you. So does the guest want to buy a jar? Xiawin simply watched. I believe you shouldn't need me to introduce the rules of the jar shop. Of course, that will be 2,000,000 berries for 20 jars. Cobra placed the prepared money on the counter, watching as the berries were gradually consumed, transforming into 20 seemingly ordinary ceramic jars. Even though he had already learned from Belle, Cobra couldn't help but exclaim, what a miraculous method. Let me give it a try. With a loud bang, the jar immediately shattered, but no light emerged. Xiawin discreetly glanced at the frustrated Cobra. No way, man. Even the great non-lucky Robin. The first jar opened revealed the wind-reading glasses, a tool that perfectly matched the recipient. With another bang, another sound echoed. This time it was an ordinary chocolate cookie. Your Majesty, how about I open it first? Jaka cautiously asked. The stubborn Cobra snorted coldly, but kept praying in his heart. Please let me open something good. If he could obtain something good, he would be willing to trade 50 years of life from the mastermind behind the chaos in the kingdom. When the third jar was opened, a dazzling purple light finally erupted. Thankfully, it wasn't empty. Cobra breathed a sigh of relief, excitedly looking at what he had opened. A wheelchair. Staring at what was by all appearances just a slightly luxurious wheelchair, Cobra's face was filled with confusion. Wasn't Belle saying that purple light signifies an exceptionally good item? Could it be that he was mistaken? Supreme Wheelchair, the mobile tool of Emperor Cobra. In a future time, when Emperor Cobra is gravely ill, he can push the wheelchair with one hand, confront him and the 5 elders alone, and after taking 2 hits from him, he can still stand up to cover Sabo's escape. As long as he sits in the wheelchair, he will gain 2 chances for a famous sword effect. Cooldown time 1 week. While sitting in the wheelchair, he can be immune to all attacks below the Emperor's vice level, but he himself cannot move. Note the wheelchair king, I must have it. Is this right? Xiawin's silence was longer than during any previous jar opening. In this vast sea, strong individuals indeed swarm like fish crossing a river, and equipment is even more so. There are the supreme grand stairs ahead, and the supreme slippers behind. And now even the supreme wheelchair has arrived. Mr. Shopkeeper, is there something wrong with this wheelchair? Seeing the shopkeeper looking at the opened wheelchair with no expression, Cobra asked with some concern. On the contrary, guest, your luck is quite good. This is not an ordinary wheelchair, but a wheelchair of a monarch. The monarch, the emperor, the 4 emperors. Cobra trembled all over, clearly knowing what the title of monarch implied. He looked in horror at the seemingly ordinary wheelchair. That is one of the 4 strongest pirates in the New World, the latter half of the Grand Line. Xiawin gently shook his head. This wheelchair does not belong to the monarch of the current time frame, but its effects are still very powerful. While sitting in the wheelchair, you can be immune to attacks that are not at the vice level of an emperor, with the only cost being that you cannot move yourself. Moreover, each week there are 2 opportunities to be immune to death. Looking at the bewildered expressions of the 2, Xiawin smiled lightly. This wheelchair is indeed worth a purple light. Immune to attacks below the vice level of an emperor. 2 opportunities to be immune to death each week. Even as a king, Cobra admitted he was surprised. This wheelchair is too extraordinary. Who is the divine craftsman who made this? That's great, your majesty. This way you won't have to worry about assassination anymore. Jaka said happily. Yes, this wheelchair is indeed very useful. Cobra shot Jaka a stiff glare. Although his health was poor, he still had no problem walking. Please continue to open jars. I hope you can find items that you desire. After confirming that the other party was not a non-lucky individual like Robin, Xiawin's attitude softened slightly. As long as he could open something good for him, he was a premium customer. Bang! The 4th jar shattered, and a scroll fell out accompanied by green light. Dispel Disease Scroll, a divine art from Dungeons & Dragons which can dispel diseases or poison states when used. Note: simple and useful, a must-have when going out. Divine art. This is pretty good, Xiawin said calmly. This scroll records a divine art called Dispel Disease. Even in your current condition, using it will restore your health. Thankfully, there is that supreme wheelchair. Otherwise, if Cobra recovered from his illness, there would be no Emperor Cobra who could fight 6 alone in the future. A divine art for treating diseases. Cobra listened to the shopkeeper's introduction, staring blankly at the scroll in his hand. Due to internal strife and the mastermind behind it, excessive worry and pain had caused his body to deteriorate. He knew very well that even if Arabasta were to be reborn, he might not hold on for long. At that time, all the pressure of the kingdom would fall on Vivi, passing it to his still underage daughter. But now he had opened this scroll that could restore his health. He not only changed his own fate, but also provided Vivi with a broader future. Cobra no longer hesitated and used the scroll under Jaka's ecstatic gaze. In an instant, a green light flashed. He felt his once exhausted and rusted body suddenly regain vitality. It was as if he had broken free from shackles, feeling much lighter. Is this it? Cobra continued to explore his body. Jaka even shouted with teary eyes, "That's great, Princess Vivi will be so happy when she returns." Cobra said nothing but bowed again to Xiawin. The previous bow was to express gratitude for the hope brought to Arabasta. This time it was for restoring his health, allowing him to spend more time with his family, so that Vivi wouldn't have to take on the burden of being queen so soon. Xiawin's eyelids moved slightly, accepting Cobra's gesture without evasion. Continue to open jars. Perhaps the guest can find a way to turn the desert into an oasis. Bang! Cobra forcefully shattered the 5th jar. This time a dazzling purple light burst forth. When he saw the item that was open, Xiawin was momentarily taken aback. Is it really this thing? A branch with new buds appeared before the 3 men. Xiawin looked at the item in surprise, not expecting that Cobra's luck would be so wonderful. Mokutan, a powerful bloodline limit from a certain world of ninjas. After system optimization, most Mokutan techniques can be used without the need for Hashirama cells. Note with a clap of both hands and a shout, Mokutan Forest C descend. Yes, Cobra has indeed drawn Mokutan. Originally, Cobra had already regained his health, and perhaps he could use Mokutan's abilities to save the country, defeat the mastermind, and become a wise ruler once again. However, when faced with Crocodile, who possessed the sand fruit, the branches summoned by Mokutan would only be drained of moisture and turned to dust. In other words, pure Mokutan would be countered by the old sand. After all, not everyone is Hashirama Senju. Cobra's heart raced, his voice trembling as he spoke with a flushed face. The shopkeeper had just mentioned that he might draw something that could turn the desert into an oasis. Yet he had drawn this, which looked like a branch. Then, this branch must be the divine tree that could solve the crisis in Arabasta. For instance, it could grow into a forest without needing watering or nutrients, subtly altering Arabasta's arid environment. The shopkeeper is indeed on their side, deliberately allowing him to draw such an item. At that moment, Cobra was ready with a 10,000-word speech of gratitude. The shopkeeper's kindness is truly immeasurable. Xiawin, seeing Cobra's slightly excited expression, cruelly interrupted his beautiful dream. I don't know what the guest was imagining, but unfortunately this is a powerful bloodline secret technique from another world. After consumption, one can gain the ability known as Mokutan. Oh, Mokutan. Isn't that the divine tree that turns the desert into an oasis? Cobra's expression instantly froze, a deep disappointment flashing in his eyes. It can grant you powerful techniques related to plants. Some techniques can instantly transform a barren area into a forest sea. Xiawin slowly continued, however, the forest sea created by such techniques cannot exist for long. Only forest seas made from real plants and seeds can be sustained over time. Real seeds and plants can allow the forest sea to endure. Cobra pondered for a moment, suddenly looking at Jaka beside him. Do you think if I go to the edge of the desert and plant trees day after day, can it change the people's perception of me? Jaka twitched his lips. Your Majesty, I don't think this is a good idea. Not to mention, the existing mastermind would not allow the king to create an oasis. With Arabasta's vast area, how could one person manage to do it all? I see. What a pity. Cobra shook his head in regret. He was still thinking about first creating green belts in the driest areas to restore his reputation. It seems he still needs to rely on the jars. Clap. The sixth jar shattered with a sound, with no light emerging. The three men stared at a stone at the bottom of the jar, falling into silence. Then came the seventh, eighth, and ninth jars, still yielding only ordinary items. It seems my luck has already run out. Cobra's eyes flashed with understanding. However, he had already drawn 2 purple jars. Although the item called Supreme Wheelchair was a bit peculiar, purple is still purple. Moreover, his ailments had also been cured by the items drawn from the jars. One could say the future is promising. So Cobra calmly smashed the last jar. Clap. A green light appeared. Oh, I didn't expect I could draw something good at the end. Cobra smiled in surprise as he looked at a drink-like item. Immortal Happy Tea from a certain immortal ship. It is a signature drink of the Night King. After drinking, one receives a buff that increases attack power lasting for 6 hours. Note, drinking is bad for your health. Did they not mention it is 0 calories? Food that can add buffs. Xiawin looked at this disposable item from a certain game and suddenly thought of something. His gourmet cell needed to consume high-quality food to grow and evolve. So, besides high capture level ingredients from the food world and some Super Sea King types, what other ingredients could compare to the effective food drawn by the system, especially from a certain divine realm where many ingredients can be produced? Finding another path to upgrade, Xiawin's lips curled slightly. This is Immortal Happy Tea. Drinking it can increase attack for 6 hours. It's not a valuable drink, but it has a good taste and can be preserved for a long time. A drink that can boost attack. Cobra glanced at the strange drink in his hand, suppressing the urge to taste it on the spot. With that, all 10 of his jars had been opened. With that thought, Cobra relaxedly sat on the supreme wheelchair. Indeed, it must be said, being a purple wheelchair, it is comfortable to sit on. It's my turn now. I hope to draw something related to water. Jaka slowly stepped forward, feeling nervous as he smashed the first jar under the watchful gaze of the mysterious shopkeeper. In an instant, a green light shone. A box of cookies shaped like various small animals appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing this scene, Xiawin nodded slowly. That's more like it. How could a newcomer's first jar not yield something good? Even the previous Sword God and Blade Saint, their first jar yielded an RPG, a powerful firearm stronger than many green lights. Animal transformation cookies. After consumption, one will transform into the corresponding animal of the cookie, gaining all abilities of that animal for 5 minutes. Note, it is suggested that those who cannot swim eat the fish cookie and then venture into the deep sea. Seeing Jaka looking curious, Xiawin casually said animal transformation cookies allow you to transform into the corresponding animal for 5 minutes. Transform into an animal. Jaka pondered the function of the cookie, seemingly able to transform into cats or dogs to surveil specific individuals. The only downside is the duration is too short, otherwise the value of this cookie would be higher. No wonder it's called the miracle jar, it can even yield such interesting items. Just as Jaka was preparing to smash the second jar, a tall, muscular man with a buzz cut suddenly barged in. Where is the shopkeeper of this store? Mr. One rushed urgently to Alyabarna via Baroque Works' internal channels and transport. As the user of the paramecia type cut fruit, he was invincible in this nation, second only to the boss himself. Wait, you're the king of Arabasta. Recognizing Cobra, Mr. One's eye sharpened instantly. His right arm erupted with rows of whirling blades. Would it not be wiser to await your inevitable end in silence? Instead, you seek out outsiders and seal your own doom. Before arriving, the boss had ordered him to capture the audacious outsider and bring him to Rainbase if possible. Should the target resist, or should others interfere, they were to be deemed threats and executed on the spot. Ding. Intense hostile intent toward the host detected. Shopkeeper privilege activated, invincibility engaged. Ding. When confronting a malevolent customer, the host is permitted to forcibly sell cans. In that instant, Xiawin felt surging power flood his entire being. Even if Emu's younger sister herself appeared, he could subdue her with a single thought. Unexpected, the first activation of the shopkeeper's invincibility privilege occurs here in this new shop. Yet even without invincibility, an opponent of this caliber would fall to his will alone, in less than a breath. Xiawin gazed upon Mr. One with serene indifference as he lunged toward King Cobra. Meanwhile, seated upon the supreme grand wheelchair, Cobra's lips curled into a faint knowing smirk. Oh, you wish for this old man's life? Then come, let me show you the chasm between us. Arrogant fool. Mr. One raised his bladed arm and slashed downward at the wheelchair-bound king. Spiral decapitation slash. But Cobra merely extended his right arm, calm unhurried, to block. Clang, clang, clang. A tempest of spiraling strikes hammered relentlessly against that slender, frail-looking limb. Yet no flesh tore, instead each impact rang like steel striking steel. When the barrage ended, Mr. One stared dumbfounded at the arm, its sleeve shredded yet unmarked by even a single wound. Could this so-called useless king truly have blocked his lethal technique using mere physical strength? Impossible. You deliberately concealed your true power. Cold sweat streamed down Mr. One's brow as he recalled how Cobra had willingly endured Baroque Works schemes, borne the slanderous title of tyrant without protest, and even feigned frailty, playing the part of a feeble elder. A wave of chilling dread rose within him. They were wrong, so was the boss. The royal family had been holding back, deceiving everyone through flawless performance. Is that all? Young man, was that meant to scratch an itch? Ha. Relieved Cobra burst into hearty laughter. Truly worthy of a future sovereign's throne. This wheelchair is magnificent. Such extraordinary power, and yet the shopkeeper priced each can at a mere 100 How extraordinarily generous. At once grasping the implication, Jaya stepped forward and addressed Xiawin with solemn deference. Respected shopkeeper, shall I deal with this uninvited guest? He knew full well he couldn't defeat Mr. One, but driving him away before he uncovered the shop's secrets would suffice. He was no fool. That Mr. One dared openly confront the shopkeeper and possessed formidable devil fruit powers could mean only one thing: he served the hidden hand pulling the strings. You. Hearing Jaya's offer, Mr. One's face darkened. Before he could erupt in fury, he saw both royal retainers bow deeply before the young man who appeared to be the shopkeeper. Could it be? A far more terrifying notion struck him. Was the shopkeeper himself the mastermind behind it all? Had the Arabastan royal family already fallen, unknowingly, to another power long before Baroque Works ever suspected? As the boss's most trusted confidant, Mr. One knew well that the first half of the Grand Line was dubbed the Paradise, while the true sovereigns of the sea ruled only in the New World. The Arabastan royal family had aligned themselves with a formidable force. He had to escape, alive, and deliver this horrifying revelation to the boss. Xiawin appraised Mr. One calmly. No prejudice clouded his gaze, even toward one who bore ill intent. This unwelcome guest, would you care to purchase a can? Since it is your first visit, purchasing 10 cans shall absolve you of prior transgressions. Mr. One froze mid-preparation for battle. Purchase cans. Did this shopkeeper truly intend to let him, his would-be assassin, walk away unharmed? Seeing his hesitation, Xiawin added coolly, each can cost 1 berry, and yields whatever you desire. There is nothing beyond its reach, Not even artifacts capable of awakening your devil fruit's latent potential. Cautiously, mister. One asked, if I pay and buy these cans, may I leave this place alive? Alas, just as he feared, the shopkeeper cared not who entered his shop. Cobra and Jaya exchanged a grave glance. They had hoped to leverage their early advantage, opening numerous cans to arm and strengthen themselves, and perhaps even discover remedies for drought and rainfall. But now if this assassin from Rainbase also opened cans, the shadowy power behind him would surely learn of it. Their hard-earned edge would slowly erode. Jaya nearly interjected, pleading with the shopkeeper to understand the peril posed by these intruders. But Cobra gently shook his head. We abide entirely by the shopkeeper's will. This enigmatic figure's strength was unfathomable, and his cans miraculous. To provoke his displeasure through argument or defiance would be catastrophic loss. Xiawin smiled faintly. Purchase 10 cans, and I guarantee your safety within this shop. Enough. Without hesitation, mister. One withdrew 1 million berry from an inner pocket. He would seize any lifeline. A wise choice. With a smile, Xiawin gestured, and the counter swallowed the berry. 10 earthen jars rose smoothly from the undulating floor, arranged neatly before Mr. 1. Witnessing this eerie spectacle, Mr. 1 inwardly thanked fate that he'd aimed his first strike at the king, not the shopkeeper. Otherwise, he might now be one of those jars, or devoured whole by this uncanny living shop. Snap, snap, snap. Eager to flee, Mr. 1 wasted no time. He cracked open 3 cans. A steamed bun, a fishing rod, a fruit knife. Mr. 1's eye twitched. Together they weren't worth 10,000 berry. But he didn't care what lay inside, only whether the next can would grant him escape from royal pursuit. As he shattered his 6th can, a blinding violet light erupted skyward in a thunderous column. A purple beam of light. Mr. 1, unsure of the rarity of the jar, was startled by the sudden commotion. As the light faded, a round, strange fruit appeared before everyone, its surface covered with spiral and twisted patterns. Without needing Xiawin's explanation, the 3 present knew exactly what it was. It's a devil fruit. Mr. 1 exclaimed in shock. These jars can actually produce devil fruits. At that moment, he recalled the shopkeeper's earlier statement that the jars could produce anything of high value. One must know a single devil fruit is worth at least hundreds of millions of berries. Moreover, often just having money does not guarantee one can buy a devil fruit, even at their Baroque works. Not all executives are capable users. Hence he had spent 1 million berries this time to obtain such a valuable item. It was indeed a very successful investment. However, Mr. 1 did not feel overly delighted because he looked at the royal duo whose expressions had turned incredibly grim. Especially that King Cobra, who could physically withstand his strikes, seemed ready to jump up and beat someone. Mr. 1 could not help but swallow hard and cautiously asked Xiawin, respected shopkeeper, may I take this devil fruit? At this moment, he held little hope in his heart about being able to take the fruit with him. To him, such a precious devil fruit. The shopkeeper would certainly not genuinely allow him to take it. It was likely just for show. Perhaps it would play out like this: as soon as he reached out to grab the fruit, the shopkeeper would say, "Oh, you really dare to take it?" And then he would be killed on the spot. Superhuman-type silence fruit creates a soundproof barrier invisible to the naked eye, isolating all internal or external sounds. It allows all of one's movements to be completely silent. It can also directly eliminate the sounds emitted by anything or anyone that has been touched. Note, kids, don't say I'm counteracting the quake fruit. I'm merely silencing. So it was this fruit. Xiawin's eyes flickered. The silence fruit is considered one of the more controversial fruits. The claims about it suppressing the quake fruit upon awakening and even silencing others' abilities were all just exaggerations. This fruit essentially just erases sound on a conceptual level. It might be quite suppressive to some, but to say it's exceptionally powerful is truly a stretch. Unless someone from the protagonist group consumes it and transforms into a mythical beast. Xiawin spoke lightly. This is the superhuman-type silence fruit, which can create soundproof barriers to isolate sounds. It can also erase the noises made by anything or anyone it touches, making it a fruit helpful for assassination. As for the customer's concerns, Xiawin leaned back slightly, his expression indifferent. It's just a mere devil fruit. It's not something particularly good. Since it has been produced, then it is yours. Mr. 1 was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the shopkeeper, who was always calm and composed. This is a devil fruit. It is a legendary treasure that countless people at sea desire. The shopkeeper truly allowed him to take it. Moreover, this is a fruit suitable for assassination. Thank you for your generosity, and I sincerely apologize for my previous disrespect. Mr. 1 regarded the overly young shopkeeper in the same light as the president, a person absolutely not to be provoked. The existence of someone who casually gives away a devil fruit could not possibly be weak in strength or influence. A fruit suitable for assassination, what a bother. King Cobra, sitting in the supreme wheelchair, frowned deeply. The mysterious shopkeeper as a businessman is still the only hope for Arabasta. He cannot and must not blame the shopkeeper for being neutral, but to be fair as the king of this nation. He could not simply stand by and let the mastermind behind the kingdom's impending internal strife acquire a fruit specializing in assassination and stealing secrets. He just couldn't do it. Of course, King Cobra was merely thinking. Not to mention the shopkeeper had clearly stated that after understanding the rules, attacking inside the store is strictly prohibited. That assassin who could make blades grow from his body is certainly not someone the royal family can deal with. It's a pity if only the supreme wheelchair could increase combat power. At this moment, Mr. One continued to open the remaining jars. Perhaps seeing hope for survival, he was no longer so casual in opening the jars. With each jar he opened, he silently prayed, hoping to find a tool that could help him escape. When the last jar shattered, a massive off-road vehicle crashed to the floor with a loud bang. Mr. One's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked the shopkeeper, "Respected shopkeeper, is this a means of transportation?" Though it looked a bit strange just looking at the 4 large wheels, one could guess what it was. Xiawin nodded slowly. "This is a fully fueled desert off-road vehicle. It can sustain travel for nearly 1,000 kilometers in desert conditions with a speed of about 60 to 80 kilometers per hour. This vehicle has an autopilot feature, you just need to sit in it. Traveling nearly 1,000 kilometers continuously. And such a fast speed." King Cobra inhaled sharply. If the kingdom could have tens of thousands of these off-road vehicles, then the rebel forces would no longer be a problem. Mr. One, who also recognized the impressive nature of this vehicle, fell into a brief silence. His guess was indeed correct. This shopkeeper not only possesses immense personal power, but also has an unbelievably strong backing. This off-road vehicle is a creation of that power. "Respected shopkeeper, may I purchase more jars?" Mr. One, feeling lucky, wanted to open more jars. It only costs 100,000 berries to open these magical jars. It's practically a freebie. Their Baroque Works is in charge of the national largest casino rain banquet. Moreover, they also have executives who specialize in making money in other countries and regions. So he only needs to spend money. Each person can only buy 10 jars. Since the jars are finished, then get lost before I change my mind. King Cobra was the first to speak. He deliberately did not clarify that it was 10 jars per person per week. Feeling the hostility, Mr. One suddenly remembered. He needed to report to the president about what happened tonight. Persuade the superior not to make any more moves against this mysterious jar shop and the true situation of the royal family. He looked at the shopkeeper, whose expression was calm, as if indifferent to everything. "Respected shopkeeper, our Baroque Works will absolutely not accept any bounties related to you in the future. Farewell." Seeing that the two from the royal family indeed did not dare to take action against him on the spot, Mr. One fumbled to open the car door and pressed the autopilot button. At that moment, Xiawin, who had been expressionless, suddenly spoke. "Go back and tell Crocodile everything he wants can be produced from my jars, including the things he has been searching for." Mr. One was taken aback upon hearing this. "I will convey your message to the president." He slowly drove out of the shop under the watchful eyes of the wary and concerned King Cobra, quickly disappearing onto the street. Xiawin turned to the equally grim-faced Jaka and said, "Customer, you still have 9 jars left. The guest may continue to open jars." Seeing the shopkeeper say this, Jaka could only look at his remaining 9 jars, whether it was the assassin from earlier or the mastermind behind the scenes. Neither were things he could meddle with at this moment. The most pressing task now was to open the jars. As long as he could unleash powerful abilities, he would be able to protect the king and safeguard Arabasta. Cobura's expression grew more serious. Can the jars really yield something? He had originally thought the mastermind merely wanted the rebels to overthrow the royal family, to seize power and truly rule Arabasta. But now it seemed that the true objective of the mastermind was likely something belonging to the royal family. His previous conjectures had all been wrong. What shocked Cobra the most was that this shopkeeper who had just arrived in Arabasta knew more about the mastermind's intentions than he, the king. It was simply absurd. But what could the royal family possess that was worth such machinations from the mastermind? Could it be the historical records? Cobura's eyes widened as he thought of the historical record located in the sacrificial hall. Aside from that, he couldn't think of anything else the royal family could have that was worth such attention and plotting. Surely it wasn't because the other party found his daughter beautiful and wanted to use the royal family's downfall to threaten Vivi into marrying him. At this moment, Jaka had already opened his second jar. With a bang, no light emerged. Upon seeing this, Jaka didn't even look at what had been unleashed and directly smashed the next one. Fortunately, this time, a bright blue light finally burst forth. A gray book fell out. Sword Control Technique, a foundational sword control method in the cultivation world, which allows one to manipulate flying swords or stand upon them to fly generally at a standard speed. It requires the use of flying swords. Using ordinary knives and swords only allows for the control of the weapon to attack enemies but cannot achieve flight. Sword control technique. Xiawin was somewhat surprised. Just a few days after Zoro had opened a 10,000 swords return to origin, someone else had already opened sword control technique. Unfortunately, it was the most basic sword control technique. Better than nothing, Xiawin thought regretfully. This is a skill that allows one to control swords to fly and attack enemies. If one uses a better sword, one can even fly while standing on it. You can learn it just by flipping through it. Flying sounded impressive, but later on almost everyone would be able to do it. Even those who couldn't fly would definitely have aerial capabilities. A flying ability. Jaka instantly captured the key words, his face filled with unmatched joy. Huh. I always envied that guy Belle who could fly around every day and even take Princess Vivi with him. Now I can take off too. Bang. Another jar shattered. Worn out fishing net socks. Bang. Eggless egg pancake. Bang. A rooster trained for 2.5 years when a rooster flew out of the jar, scattering a few feathers. Jaka's expression completely stiffened. Why could jars also yield animals? Did the shopkeeper really seal live creatures in the jars and sell them? This was already his 9th jar. He had thought that sword control technique was the beginning of his rise, but it turned out that was already his peak for the night. Jaka, your luck seems to be a bit poor. Cobra said, equally speechless. Both he and Belle had opened jars of purple light. Yet up to now Jaka had only opened one blue light. Jaka stubbornly replied, it must have been that assassin earlier who took away my devil fruit. No, each jar is independent and does not affect one another. What can be opened depends entirely on luck. Xiawin sat in his chair casually, turning the rooster that wanted to pollute the fountain into a jar. Then under the gazes of both men, saying, as expected, and this works too, he placed it back on the table. Jaka looked at the last clay jar in his hand. Please let it yield something related to water. Bang! A flash of green light appeared, and a black box crashed onto the shop's floor. Removable fountain, same as in the shop. After selecting a location, it can immediately unfold into an artificial fountain. The water from the fountain can be taken in small quantities, limited to 1 cubic meter of water per day. Xiawin. It turns out that the new shop's fountain was also an item from the jars. Jaka curiously asked, shopkeeper, what is this box? Xiawin did not respond, only pointing behind the two. Huh. Jaka and Cobra turned around to look, and besides an enviable freshwater fountain, there was nothing else. Gulp. Jaka swallowed hard, his eyes fervently fixed on the black box. Mr. Shopkeeper, is this the same fountain as the one in your shop? Xiawin calmly explained. After you take it back, choose a spot to place it, and it will automatically unfold, allowing you to take out a cubic meter of water at most each day. Indeed. Jaka and Cobra exchanged glances. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Now there would be a fountain in the palace too. Just as both had finished opening their jars, Jaka, holding the black box, was about to leave when Cobra, seated in his wheelchair, suddenly turned around. Mr. Shopkeeper, are you interested in the historical records? If you need it, I can. No need. Xiawin, who had finished selling the jars, didn't even lift his eyes. I know where the things recorded in that historical record are. Sure enough, this shopkeeper truly knows everything. Cobra took another deep breath. Then I wish you prosperous business. Seeing that someone finally said the right thing, Xiawin revealed a slight smile. Safe travels, guest. In the rain, Mr. One who had been rushing all night in an off-road vehicle walked into the base looking exhausted. Soon he met the president, who had been notified in advance. Crocodile, with a cigar in his mouth, looked displeased at the subordinate, who returned empty-handed. A mere shopkeeper and the strongest assassin in the organization couldn't take care of him. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Mr. One, what did you mean by not continuing to probe as you said over the phone? Did you give up on the mission? Mr. One shook his head, taking out the paramecia-type silent fruit from his bosom. Crocodile was stunned as he looked at the devil fruit. His subordinate pulled out, his face filled with disbelief as he looked up. What does this mean? Where did you get a devil fruit? This is my harvest from that shop. Mr. One said seriously to his superior. Mr. Zero, that shopkeeper asked me to pass a message to you. Mr. Zero, the shopkeeper asked me to convey a message to you. This inexplicable statement left Crocodile momentarily stunned. What did it mean that the shopkeeper had a message for him? Since you have seen the shopkeeper, why not just capture him or deal with him directly? Crocodile was well aware of Mr. One's strength. Unless the two guardians of the royal family joined forces, it would be impossible to stop Mr. One. Mr. One, what exactly is the situation with that shop? Could it be that the shopkeeper has received the support and protection of the royal family? This was the only possibility he could think of. Mr. One spoke with utmost seriousness. That shop is one that sells magical jars. The shopkeeper not only has formidable strength, but also an incredibly powerful background. This superhuman-type silence fruit, as well as the means of transportation I just drove, were all obtained from the jars. Before I left, the shopkeeper said that anything you desire can be obtained from his jars. A shop selling jars. And it can even produce devil fruits. Crocodile's pupils constricted, and his first reaction was that someone from the New World had arrived. After all, devil fruits are incredibly precious. How could they just be given away for free? And what he wanted can also be produced by the jars. Putting aside whether the other party was boasting, does this mean that all his schemes in Arabasta have been discovered by them? Crocodile's expression instantly darkened as he looked at Mr. One to tell me in detail about your experiences from last night. I want to know the shopkeeper's intentions. When Mr. One finished recounting his visit to the shop, he first recognized King Cobra and attempted to assassinate him. However, he was casually blocked by the king, who appeared weak and frail while sitting in a wheelchair. Finally, under the threat of the mysterious shopkeeper, he recounted his experience of buying jars and obtaining a devil fruit. Crocodile fell into complete silence, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. The king he thought was useless and easy to manipulate actually managed to physically withstand Mr. One's strike. The shop he thought he controlled to manipulate rain and make money turned out to be a magical jar shop that could produce anything. The shopkeeper, whom he had never heard of, was actually able to accurately call out his name. It was clear that everything happening in Arabasta was being manipulated from behind the scenes. What exactly has happened recently that the world has changed so rapidly? Clearly, he has concealed himself so well. Nico Robin. Crocodile suddenly spoke, his eyes filled with anger. The other party must have also purchased a jar. They must have obtained a trump card similar to the devil fruit, which is why they are so confident. Deliberately concealing such important information. It was that woman who betrayed him. Otherwise, his goal would have been to find the Pluton through historical texts. Currently, even Mr. One is unclear about how that outsider learned of this. The shopkeeper has clearly gained the royal family's favor and trust. Perhaps the other party's goal is also to acquire the royal family's historical texts, then intercept his Pluton in advance. Mr. One quietly watched the president pacing back and forth in the room, resisting the urge to persuade him to give up. After all, he had already said what needed to be said. If a frail king can become a powerhouse after opening a jar, then the one who is the shopkeeper must be even more powerful. Crocodile, now calm, picked up the devil fruit on the table. The shopkeeper invited me over. This devil fruit might just be the evidence that the other party deliberately left for Mr. One to bring back. However, the good news is that the shopkeeper should be neutral. Otherwise, Mr. One would not have been allowed to leave the shop alive. Mr. One to relay the message that all personnel except those handling finances are to return to Arabasta. Crocodile suppressed his inner anger and fear, took a deep breath. I will personally go to Aruba and confront that outsider. Regarding Pluton, he cannot evade. After all, as a noble natural-type Sansan fruit user, he won't lose no matter what. Seeing the president's serious expression as if he was about to explode at the mysterious shopkeeper, Mr. One paused. In order to save his own life, he tentatively advised Mr. Zero. The shopkeeper clearly said that the jars can produce anything. Can't the things you desire be obtained through the jars? Heh. Crocodile sneered, you fool. What can be produced by these jars is determined by the shopkeeper. If he released a devil fruit, then you can obtain a devil fruit. But the things I desire are absolutely beyond what the jars can produce. If a broken jar could produce ancient weapons, I would eat the sand of Arabasta on the spot. The news of the Baroque works downsizing reached Whiskey Peak. Vivi, who was apprehending some small pirates with Mr. Nina, looked astonished. Mr. Zero personally ordered us to head back to Arabasta. She had just called Icolum to help her, and now she herself had to return. Did something happen in the kingdom? With so many personnel being forcibly recalled, are they preparing for an all-out assault directly into the capital? Vivi was filled with worry. This past year, she had been acting as a bounty hunter at Whiskey Peak, unable to find an opportunity to infiltrate the Baroque Works headquarters to uncover Mr. Zero's true identity. Besides knowing that the earlier internal conflict was indeed related to the Baroque Works, she hadn't discovered any information. Not even the identity of that guy pretending to be her father. If only I had another year, I would definitely be able to uncover the mastermind behind this. Vivi thought reluctantly. Aruba. Xiawin, who had just returned from lunch at Cocoa Village, welcomed a new guest. Looking at the man with short brown hair, a knife scar over his left eye, and a long sword on his back like Hawkeye, Xiawin roughly guessed the other party's identity. The leader of the resistance, Vivi's childhood friend Kusha. But why would he come to the capital? There is actually a fountain in the shop wasting such precious freshwater resources. No wonder he is the outsider who holds the rainmaking technology. Kusha calmly spoke, feeling the humid air. He had sensed that a mastermind was pushing things from behind the scenes, so he had hidden his whereabouts and secretly come to Aruba. He was prepared to verify for himself what this shop was truly about. Even though that rumor had replenished the resistance with fresh blood, it still did not dispel his suspicions. Precious freshwater resources. Xiawin chuckled lightly. It seems the customer's demand is quite clear. So would you like to buy some jars? Jars. Kusha frowned slightly as he looked at the row of ceramic jars in the display case behind the shopkeeper. No, I have plenty of those jars where I come from. Hey, you misunderstand, dear customer. In my shop, what you buy is not jars but a hope. A miracle that can change fate. Xiawin lazily leaned back on the sofa, whether it's a method for rainmaking or an infinitely flowing fountain, or perhaps the power to overthrow the royal family. Overthrow the royal family. Kush's breath suddenly became heavy. Watching Kosha's pupils suddenly constrict and his body lean forward involuntarily, Xiawin revealed a polite smile. For just 100,000 berry, everything can be opened. If luck is on our side, it is not impossible to directly open the weapons to arm the entire resistance army. Catering to their desires is a quality that every merchant should possess. Kosha's pupils shrank, realizing that his identity had been exposed. He looked at the calm and indifferent shopkeeper who was the owner of the resistance and asked in a deep voice, "It seems you have indeed gathered a wealth of information. However, I am curious about one thing. Have you not already cooperated with the royal family? If so, why do you support us, the resistance?" He momentarily doubted whether this shopkeeper was actually controlling the kingdom. The other party was betting on both sides and deliberately inciting conflicts, all to profit from selling jars. Kosha thought for a moment and dismissed this somewhat absurd speculation. However, the other party was providing them with weapons, escalating the internal strife of the kingdom. From this perspective, the other party was certainly not a good person. Xiawin's expression remained calm. "Customer, you may have misunderstood something. I have never cooperated with the royal family. The Arabastan royal family, the resistance, and the Baroque workshop controlling everything can all come to me to purchase jars. So whether you overthrow the royal family or the royal family regains the trust of the people, it is of no concern to me. Even if the Baroque workshop gets what it wants, it has nothing to do with me." The Baroque workshop. There was indeed a hidden hand manipulating the kingdom. Kosha's expression instantly became extremely serious. Moreover, this shopkeeper actually admitted the other party's position so easily. Then, Kosha pondered for a moment and chose to seize this opportunity. "Shopkeeper, is the news about the Baroque workshop for sale?" He had a premonition that this news could very well determine the future direction of Arabastan. Xiawin shook his head. "I am a jar merchant, not an information merchant. However, as I mentioned, jars can reveal everything, including the insider information you wish to know. A person can only open 10 jars a week, and the number of jars is limited. It's first come, first served. Considering how hard the customer has come to Arabasta, I can provide you with one piece of information for free." Xiawin said casually, "Last night the royal family and the workshop's assassins have already opened their jars. Currently the resistance is the only one lagging behind in Arabastan." "What? That incompetent tyrant has opened jars too?" Kosha's face became somewhat stiff. "If that's the case, the resistance truly is at a large disadvantage. If these jars really are that miraculous. If the royal family keeps growing stronger through the jars, then the goal of leading the resistance into the capital is simply impossible to achieve. I understand that will be 1 million berry." Kosha watched as the paper money he placed on the counter disappeared in an instant, and when 10 jars flew out from behind the shopkeeper's counter, his body stiffened for a moment, abandoning any thoughts of probing. Facing such a strong person with ambiguous attitudes and positions, Kosha worried that he might just vanish. "Just break it directly," Xiawin calmly explained. Kosha looked at the ordinary-looking jar in front of him and struck it hard. Bang! As the jar shattered, a green light appeared. A cup of colorful liquid appeared before him. "Is this a cup of wine?" Kosha was somewhat speechless. 100,000 berry just to open a cup of wine. Xiawin, who was used to it, quietly sat on the sofa. Custom name drinking. It allows the user to grow into the form they desire. Effect lasts for 5 minutes, only able to change appearance and voice. Note the doll has removed its mask. Interesting, a drink that can transform. However, what was opened by Kosha? TSK. Xiawin said in a calm tone, "This is a drink that allows you to transform within 5 minutes after drinking it. To be precise, it can allow you to become the form you desire regardless of gender. This pales in comparison to the animal transformation biscuit opened by Jaka last night. The former not only had more in quantity, but also came with inherent skills of the transformed animal. Transform. Change appearance." Kosha gazed deeply at the wine glass before him, suddenly recalling something from a while ago. The tyrant's sudden order to shoot civilians. It was that event that caused him to lose all hope in the royal family. No longer holding onto ridiculous fantasies, he resolved to develop the resistance. But the mysterious shopkeeper personally admitted that there was a Baroque workshop controlling everything in Arabastan. Could it be? Kosha's expression kept changing, unwilling to admit the conclusion he had drawn. If his reasoning was correct, then wasn't the resistance merely being used as pawns by others? Kosha looked at the shopkeeper, whose eyes were calm as if he were a spectator, and respectfully lowered his head. "Respected shopkeeper, may I ask, is there a devil fruit that can change one's appearance?" More precisely, is there someone from the Baroque workshop disguising as the king ordering the shooting of civilians? This was the most pressing question for him. Heh, Xiawin chuckled lightly. You add a title of respect whenever you have a question. However, the superhuman system's mimic fruit can indeed achieve that. If you're curious, you can open more jars. So far, many have opened devil fruits in my shop. All right. Thank you for your generosity. Ko Sha, whose speculation had been confirmed, nodded absently. So there really is a fruit that can transform into the appearance of others. Then was the king who gave the order at that time the real one, or a plot of the hidden hand? If the king is not a tyrant, does that mean all his actions these days are like a clown, allowing the hidden hand to observe and ridicule? But even so, even if his efforts and choices are influenced by others, he will never concede defeat. Regardless of whether the king is a tyrant, it does not affect his determination to change the kingdom. Oh, what a mess. Ko Sha's gaze sharpened once more. He directly smashed the second jar. A flintlock dropped out. Xiawin casually glanced. A standard navy flintlock, nothing special. As long as it can open weapons, that's good enough. The resistance currently only has beliefs and will, but lacks the power to confront the army. Regardless of whether the king is a tyrant, it is definitely correct to first elevate the resistance. Ko Sha nodded slightly and continued to strike open the third jar. In an instant, a dazzling golden light burst forth. A pure white jade slip emitting faint fluorescence floated quietly in the air. The surface of the jade slip had 4 ancient and mysterious runes. When Xiawin's gaze fell upon the jade slip, the meanings of those 4 runes automatically surfaced in his mind. That was, turn beings into soldiers. Ko Sha curiously tapped the glowing jade slip, asking, Shopkeeper, this stone must be quite powerful, right? The dazzling golden light when opening the can combined with the stone's ability to float autonomously suggested its significance. Everything indicated that this was an extraordinary item. Being transformation, one of the 36 techniques of Tiangang. After systematic optimization, it can use any small being to transform into soldiers with a time limit who can sustain injuries. The number of soldiers generated depends on the consumption of stamina and mental energy. The limit for an average person is 100 soldiers. The strength and attributes of the soldiers depend on the caster's own power. The limit is 30 of the caster's total attributes. Note Summon the Wind and Rain Being Transformation. It is indeed one of the 36 techniques of Tiangang. Moreover, this was the third golden light. Xiawin's heart skipped a beat. Even if it was just the system version of being transformation, the ability to grow stronger with the caster's own power was already formidable. If a powerful being at the emperor level summoned a multitude of soldiers, even if those soldiers lacked the abilities of devil fruits and haki, their sheer physical strength could completely restrain another emperor. Xiawin responded affirmatively, saying, I must admit your luck is indeed remarkable. In my opinion, this spell is even more powerful than the majority of devil fruits. More powerful than devil fruits. Shopkeeper, you can't be joking. Ko Sha's face displayed obvious shock and disbelief. He was well aware of the terrifying abilities of those with powers, and he also knew about a type of natural devil fruit. Each of them was like a walking natural disaster. No matter how many soldiers or armies there were, they couldn't kill those monsters. Yet the shopkeeper claimed that the spell within this stone was more powerful than the majority of devil fruits. Xiawin calmly said, This is the being transformation from the 36 techniques of Tiangang. As the name implies, once learned, it allows the user to mass-produce soldiers using any kind of small being. The number and strength of the soldiers depend on the caster's own power. Fearless of death, they can be produced at any time, with the only cost being a single being. Ko Sha was utterly stunned. To think you can mass-produce soldiers with just beans. The words of the shopkeeper completely overturned his understanding. And this is just one of the 36 techniques. How powerful would it be to gather all 36 techniques? Moreover, Ko Sha quickly thought of an excellent way to utilize the soldiers' complete obedience, fearlessness, and low cost. That is to self-destruct. Summon some soldiers, have each carry explosives or shells and charge at the enemy. This would not only reduce casualties on their side, but also strike the enemy both physically and mentally. Just stick the jade slip to your forehead, and you can learn it. I just happen to have some beans here, you can try the effect. Xiawin chuckled lightly, taking out a small handful of yellow beans from the system space that had been previously opened by a customer. Thank you, shopkeeper. Ko Sha trembled slightly as he picked up the jade slip with his right hand and eagerly pressed it to his forehead. In an instant, all the skills and precautions regarding being transformation were forcibly implanted into his mind. He had completely mastered the spell. Coming back to his senses, Ko Sha picked up a yellow bean and flicked it towards the empty space in the shop. Bean transformation. The yellow bean expanded continuously in the air, and at the moment it landed, a humanoid soldier over 2 meters tall appeared. Moreover, it held a long spear in its hand. So powerful. And the consumption is almost negligible. Ko Sha, who was controlling the yellow bean soldier to perform various difficult maneuvers, was exceptionally excited. This was the ability he had been wanting. Not only did it possess intelligence, but it could also be actively controlled by him. However, its strength was somewhat low, only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Of course, this wasn't a problem with bean transformation, but rather that he himself was too weak. A product from the can must be of high quality. Xiawin smiled lightly, saying, "Please continue to open cans, guest. Perhaps you might uncover some information related to the Baroque works." Ko Sha, having dismissed the yellow bean soldier, saw the heavy and serious expression that had been on his face completely disappear, replaced only by a grin that he couldn't suppress. He raised his hand towards the remaining cans and executed a rapid 3-hit combo. Smash! 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 Ko Sha's expression darkened as he looked at the 3 large bottles of pure water he had opened. Even though Arabasta was extremely arid, zero berries could buy several times this amount of fresh water. Again, Ko Sha raised his hand to open the 7th can. Smash! A large green box fell from the can. Hearing the clattering sound from inside the box, Ko Sha understood he had unearthed something good again. High-explosive grenades, X100, a box of ordinary military high-explosive grenades. No kaboom. So it was grenades. Xiawin shook his head. This item was indeed of no use to him. He had already opened the exclusive can, with his hockey and physical attributes steadily rising to the level of a Navy Rear Admiral. Only something like the 36 techniques of Tiangang or unique devil fruits could provide a significant boost. Of course, these grenades weren't entirely useless. At the very least, they could be split up, packed into 100 cans, and then circulated at the right opportunity. Consider it as a door opener for him to enter the market. Watching Ko Sha play with the grenade, Xiawin casually remarked, "A type of powerful bomb. It could indeed be combined with your summoned yellow bean soldiers for self-detonation." "Oh, shopkeeper, you think the same way?" Ko Sha exclaimed in surprise, looking up. "I was just thinking of creating a particularly powerful explosive and letting the soldiers charge in a suicide attack." However, he wasn't planning to attack the capital, but rather to prepare against the Baroque works. Knowing that the previous king might have been a fake, Ko Sha decided to pause his plans regarding Arabasta. After all, in a real war, both the rebels and the royal guards who would die would be Arabastans. There would only be losers on both sides. The masterminds, however, spoke a different language. Xiawin saw that Ko Sha hadn't even taken the water and enthusiastically picked up the box, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his eye. For just 1 berries, he had opened a box of grenades. He had truly struck gold. Smash! 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 Feeling he had already profited enough, Ko Sha quickly smashed the remaining cans to avoid causing too much loss to the shopkeeper, which could lead to a strain in their relationship. After 2 ordinary items finally from the last can fell a stack of documents. Ko Sha's body suddenly stiffened, his breathing quickened. Could this be the information about the Baroque works that the shopkeeper mentioned? Did he really uncover it? No, this must have been intentionally placed there by the shopkeeper for him to find. Could it be that the shopkeeper actually leaned towards their rebellion? Yes, it must be so. As Ko Sha opened the first page, preparing to see who the mastermind really was, a title caught his eye: Speculations and Risk Assessments on the Mysterious Can Shop in Cocoa Village of the East Sea. Crane. In that moment, the shopkeeper's voice coincidentally rang out. "Oh, so it's a report about me." Huh. This document was about the shopkeeper himself. Ko Sha froze, glancing down at the file in his hands. The signature date was yesterday. What? And Kokoyasi Village in the East Blue. Ko Sha had no idea how long it would normally take to travel from the East Blue to Arabasta. But under ordinary circumstances, it would certainly take more than 1 or 2 days. This shopkeeper not only ran a capsule shop in Arabasta, but also owned one in the East Blue. Did he possess some means of rapid transit? The file meticulously documented several occasions when Marines visited the capsule shop to open capsules, as well as their speculations regarding the shopkeeper's origins and abilities. It also contained analyses of various wondrous artifacts along with theoretical considerations on whether they could be replicated or mass-produced. Finally, it assigned the shopkeeper an official threat classification: extreme hazard, having shattered the existing balance, potentially triggering seismic upheaval across the Grand Line and heralding an unprecedented new era. The Navy must dispatch additional personnel to open capsules before these capsules fully enter circulation, seizing the strategic advantage. Each line of speculation and conclusion sent Kush's expression shifting rapidly. He nearly wished to gouge out his own eyes on the spot, regretting bitterly why he'd been so reckless, why he'd dared browse such top-level classified material right before the shopkeeper himself. After all, against this figure who inspired dread even within the Navy's highest echelons, he and the rebel army were likely no stronger than a single sandworm. Just as Kusha hesitated over whether to pledge allegiance, then and there the shopkeeper's voice resumed. "Regrettably, this is confidential information concerning myself. If you wish to draw intelligence on Baroque works, you'll need to return next week to open a capsule. By then, the current data may already be obsolete. Xiawin glanced briefly at the system's analysis, a faint knowing smile curling at the corner of his lips. It seemed the Navy headquarters held him in high regard, though none of their conjectures had correctly divined his true intentions. Still, certain passages left him distinctly unimpressed. How exactly had he manipulated capsule drop rates? If he truly possessed such control, he'd simply ensure every capsule yielded either a devil fruit or the physical prowess of an admiral, or even one of the 4 emperors. Within a single day, he could pin Im's younger sister, the one who loved lashing foes with her tail, to the ground and grind her into submission. Yet the shopkeeper showed no sign of offense. Indeed, he even reminded Kusha to return next week. Awe and astonishment flooded Kusha's eyes, converging finally into profound reverence. Thank you for the warning. I swear upon my life that no third party shall ever learn the contents of this file. With that, Kusha reverently placed the scorching hot dossier onto the counter. Shopkeeper Sema, may I bring senior officers of the rebel army to open capsules? As if recalling something, Kusha asked cautiously. Of course, Xiawin replied with a serene smile. I always welcome new patrons. However, you've already fallen far behind. Within a few days, the royal family and Baroque works will launch their second wave of capsule openings. Kusha nodded in understanding, but the rebel army's main base lay too distant from the capital. He himself could still push through exhaustion racing overnight, but with more people, speed would inevitably slow. Kusha exhaled deeply, his arms cradling a crate of hand grenades. Shopkeeper Sema, see you in 7 days. After today's first patron departed, Xiawin gazed at the rewards glowing within his system space and drew forth a pure white jade slip to absorb its essence. No wonder the 36 heavenly methods are legendary. Merely one technique, scattering beans to summon soldiers, already exceeds all expectations. I wonder how formidable I'll become once I master all 35 remaining methods. Having just mastered scattering beans to summon soldiers, Xiawin murmured in quiet admiration. Fortunately, this skill arrived precisely when needed. He'd been fretting over how to distribute surplus capsules. At that thought, he scooped up a handful of yellow soybeans and flung them into the air. Instantly, dozens of tall, powerfully built soldiers, radiating subdued yet palpable presence, materialized inside the shop. And because his own cultivation far surpassed Kusha's, these soybean soldiers possessed remarkable intelligence, speechless perhaps, but otherwise indistinguishable from ordinary humans. They could alter both appearance and gender, and even reshape their innate weaponry. As for physical resilience, comparable to a rear admiral of the Navy's main force, more than sufficient. Xiawin nodded in satisfaction. Even without hockey or devil fruit powers, their formidable physiques and instinctive combat mastery rendered them more than capable. They could defeat most pirates operating in the first half of the Grand Line. After all, they were merely itinerant merchants peddling capsules. Once Xiawin finished sculpting each soybean soldier's features and adjusting their heights to human scale. Though unlikely, Xiawin tested the boundary with a tentative question. System, can these soybean soldiers open capsules? His system space brimmed with the belly paid by earlier patrons. Currency useful early on, yet later reduced to mere scrap paper. If self-sustaining production and consumption were possible, if they could help him roll capsules themselves. Ding. Creations spawned by the host cannot open capsules. Ding. Patrons purchasing capsules must be sapient humanoid beings possessing independent souls. TCH. Xiawin shook his head in resigned disappointment. His exploit attempt had failed. He withdrew 300 pre-prepared capsules from his system space. 100 came directly from the crate of hand grenades Kusha had just drawn. The rest consisted mostly of common items. Only a handful were green rarity items he personally had no use for, such as wind-reading glasses, water-repelling pearls, and an exact replica of the shop's fountain. Naturally, he reserved a violet rarity item, the autumn leaf blade, as his centerpiece. Watching the soybean soldiers each receive several capsules, Xiawin's lips curved upward. Remember your purpose, promote these capsules. Get them circulating. You may forego the belly, but the capsules must be delivered. Prioritize those with vivid hair colors and eccentric attire. A flawless cohort of strikingly handsome men and beautiful women bowed in unison, then fell into silent formation and marched toward the shop's entrance. How they would depart Arabasta, by hitching rides, swimming, or otherwise, was no longer Xiawin's concern. Soybean soldiers, deploy. Outside Alyabarna, a towering man strode forward, cloaked in black fur, his left wrist crowned by a massive golden hook. Truly worthy of a major organization's transport, covering half the distance in just 3 hours. Pity its endurance falls short. Crocodile shook his head regretfully. He had piloted the strange mechanical vehicle Mr. One had retrieved, cutting straight across the desert toward the capital. Yet halfway there the iron contraption sputtered to a halt. Had he not been a Logia-type devil fruit user, the sand fruit, capable of liquefying into sand for swift traversal, it truly would have been perilous in that desolate wasteland deemed uninhabitable even by the hardiest life forms. Just then a radiant young woman approached from afar, her features exquisitely delicate, her hair a luminous silvery white. Crocodile's pupils contracted sharply as he warily fixed his gaze upon the unfamiliar young woman. Her aura bore no concealment. Thus he could distinctly sense the scorching vitality pulsing within her. Though still insufficient to impress him, this unexpected development. Another outsider. Crocodile's expression instantly darkened. It meant more people had already learned of that peculiar jar shop, and had come here deliberately. Just as he prepared to enter the city and confront the shopkeeper himself, the expressionless, breathtakingly beautiful young woman appeared to notice something, and strode directly toward him, arms cradling what seemed to be an object. Bewildered, Crocodile frowned. What on earth was happening? The pale-haired, crimson-eyed girl approached swiftly and lifted a layer of coarse burlap with her hands. In an instant 6 jars materialized before Crocodile's eyes. She placed them gently on the ground, then raised both hands to form the number 10, before pointing emphatically at the jars and holding up a single finger. Crocodile was utterly dumbfounded. Was this outsider actually trying to sell him jars? And did that 10 signify 10 million berry per jar? Weren't these the very jars from the mysterious shopkeeper? Counterfeits already existed. Out of caution, Crocodile abandoned his initial impulse to seize and interrogate her outright. Should she possess any hidden backing, provoking new enemies would be unwise. So, you mean 1 jar for 10 million berry? Are these jars sourced from a shop called Fate's Miracle? The girl, displaying neither expression nor emotional fluctuation, gave a silent nod. Crocodile fell silent. He had assumed the jars could not be removed from the shop, only opened in the shopkeeper's presence. And yet, he couldn't help but feel that this unervingly beautiful young woman before him was somehow artificial. He'll take all 6 jars. Hey, race 60 million berry. To avoid unnecessary complications, Crocodile produced 60 million berry and handed it to her. Upon receiving the payment, the girl pressed her palms against the corners of her mouth and manually fashioned a smile. Having completed her task, she pivoted smoothly to assist her comrades elsewhere. A strange one, Crocodile murmured, shaking his head as he turned his gaze toward his newly acquired jars. If jars may be taken outside the shop, then the so-called rule, 1 person 10 jars per week, contains a colossal loophole. Simply wait near the shop, pay passers-by to purchase jars for you, and leave them unopened when carried out. With enough people, he could theoretically buy every single jar the shopkeeper possessed. Snap! Crocodile decisively shattered 1 jar. A broken pocket watch tumbled out. No radiance. Likely worthless. Recalling the intelligence provided by Mr. 1, Crocodile proceeded to open the next jar. Snap! This time a fishing rod, its material indiscernible, emerged. Snap! An ugly teddy bear. Snap! When a half-bitten loaf of bread appeared, Crocodile finally snapped. Damn it! These absolutely cannot be jars from that shop. Crocodile's face darkened. He suspected had been swindled. Collectively, these junk items weren't even worth 1 million berry. And a half-eaten loaf. This was undoubtedly counterfeit merchandise. He refused to accept that his luck could possibly be this abysmal. True enough, after opening all 6 jars, only 1 item emerged: a standard-issue Navy flintlock pistol. Nothing else. Accursed fraudster, don't let me see you again, or I'll drain you into a desiccated husk. Humiliated and furious, Crocodile stormed toward the shop. Today he would absolutely draw an item rivaling a devil fruit. Meanwhile, clusters of soybean-shaped beings, emerging one by one from Alyabarna, began their respective quests to locate lucky buyers. Some dismissed the jars as overpriced and walked away without waiting for a discount. An elderly man, nearly perishing from thirst, drew a large cask of pure water and thus escaped the desert. A merchant besieged by bandits was rescued by a soybean being descending like divine providence. Grateful, he purchased every jar available. Within half a day, rumors of the enigmatic jar peddler had spread across Arabasta through countless channels. And beyond, ripples spreading outward across the Grand Line. New guest, welcome to my jar shop. Xiawin greeted Crocodile, who strode in with stormcloud features. It had been worth granting Mr. 1 a chance yesterday to carry word back. So you're the one, Crocodile began, but was cut off mid-sentence by the shopkeeper. Smoking is strictly prohibited within this establishment. Kindly comply, esteemed guest, Xiawin said, eyes narrowing with a serene smile. His carefully gathered momentum abruptly severed. Crocodile glowered and crushed his cigar between his fingers. After all, facing an outsider whose strength remained unknown, and who clearly understood his machinations, Temporary concession was necessary to secure strategic advantage. Of course, the sudden piercing danger alert echoing inside his skull also played a part. You certainly know who I am. Enough preamble. It'll take 10 jars. Crocodile slammed 100 million berry onto the counter. Xiawin nodded faintly naturally. Any guest who honors the shop's rules is most welcome. The display cabinet behind him slid open, revealing 10 pristine jars neatly arranged before Crocodile. Please, may your draws yield truly satisfying treasures. Crocodile gazed upon the authentic jars before him, a flash of sharp light igniting in his eyes. Raising his golden hook, he brought it down with crushing force upon the nearest jar. Snap! A familiar loaf of bread tumbled out. Crocodile's expression froze instantly. Moments earlier had drawn precisely such a loaf, though bitten into. Could it be? The girl's jars were genuine, after all. But why the incomplete loaf? Unable to proceed without clarity, Crocodile couldn't resist asking, "Shopkeeper, may unopened jars be taken from the premises? All jars are non-refundable and must be opened exclusively within the shop. Should you encounter others selling jars, that is my staff." Xiawin spoke calmly. Staff? Reinforcements? Crocodile's countenance grew gravely solemn. The shopkeeper's faction had indeed begun inserting itself into Arabasta, strategically positioning itself. Their objective, to locate the Pluton. That treacherous Nico Robin betrayed me, derailing my grand design. A subtle knowing curve touched Xiawin's lips. It seems, guest, you harbor many questions. What if I told you? I've known the Pluton's location all along. Crocodile recoiled, blurting out, impossible. If the shopkeeper knew where the Pluton lay, why hadn't he seized the ancient weapon? Why reveal its location so brazenly before him? As if reading his thoughts, the shopkeeper delivered, utterly impassive, a statement that arrested Crocodile's heartbeat and flooded his face with shock. The Pluton, the mere island annihilator, is trivial. Within my jars reside weapons capable of obliterating the red line itself, or vaporizing all 4 seas. Thus, it hardly warrants my time. A weapon capable of annihilating the red Earth continent, or even evaporating the 4 seas. Are you just bragging here? Why don't you say there's a weapon that can destroy the entire world? After the initial panic, Crocodile quickly calmed down, his eyes filled with disdain. He admitted that the shopkeeper's jar indeed contained something, but it was absolutely impossible for it to hold items surpassing ancient weapons. If such a weapon truly existed, why hasn't the force behind them overthrown the world government, suppressing the 4 emperors of the New World? If he possessed such a devastating weapon, he would have unified the world long ago and become its king. I don't need such a powerful weapon. I only want the king of the underworld. What shopkeeper can your jar also summon the king of the underworld? Just as Crocodile thought the shopkeeper would be stumped by his words, Xiawin calmly replied, of course, whether it is the already possessed heavenly king or the yet awakened sea king, my jar can summon them. However, guests should not rely too much on external objects. Losing faith and will, and instead depending on so-called ancient weapons, will only make one weaker. In the world of One Piece, faith is a mysterious thing. Sometimes if you waver, give up, or retreat, then it will be very difficult for you to become the top powerhouse for your entire life. Especially for those endowed with the qualities of conqueror's haki, they must not retreat in the early stages. If we set aside the so-called eating books and not receiving version benefits claims, in the original work, Crocodile's actions of playing with sand in Arabasta after leaving the New World could very likely be the reason for the decline of his entire haki. Otherwise, Xiawin cannot imagine in a real world. A person who once fought to a standstill with Barrett actually wouldn't even know how to use armament haki. The same goes for Gecko Moria. Faith? Are you joking? Crocodile scoffed. If faith were useful, would he still be here looking for the king of the underworld? Back when he challenged Whitebeard, his faith and will were so resolute. Yet he could only flee in embarrassment. Thus only the king of the underworld can truly allow him to rise. Crocodile, too lazy to argue with the shopkeeper about right and wrong, continued to smash the second jar. Bang! This time a green light finally emerged. Bandages X5 magical bandages that have been digitized after use can continuously restore health up to 10. Note, just a trivial fatal wound, watch me hold on with medicine. 5 rolls of bandages. Crocodile's lips twitched. Didn't he already open a jar with light? Why are only these trash coming out? Could it be that the royal family said something causing the shopkeeper to deliberately target him? With this thought, Crocodile cast a suspicious glance at the shopkeeper. Xiawin calmly took a sip of tea. The healing bandages can restore a certain degree of vitality, no matter how serious the injury. These 5 rolls of bandages, when used continuously, can allow even a dying patient to rise and continue fighting. What? Healing injuries? Upon hearing this, Crocodile carefully stored the 5 bandages. This could be a life-saving trump card. He planned to go back and verify the effectiveness of these bandages, to see if the shopkeeper was indeed bragging. Just as Crocodile was about to continue opening jars, he suddenly remembered something. A person can only open 10 jars a week, but I have already opened 6 jars before. Could it be that the jars that left the shop are different from the jars in the shop? If so, it could explain why he was so unlucky before. It could also prove that this shopkeeper indeed manipulates the drop rates behind the scenes. The jars are all the same, it's just that the jars I circulate have no purchase quantity limit. Xiawin said in a calm tone. All the same, those jars can also produce rare items. Crocodile expressed disbelief. Xiawin nodded firmly. Of course, it's just that you bought too few and your luck was poor. Or should I? Secretly activating the shopkeeper's privilege to enter an invincible state, helping Crocodile activate observation hockey. Xiawin showed a friendly smile. Don't you think I deliberately lowered the drop rate of the jars, and all that's released are trash? Feeling as if his heart was being squeezed by someone's hand, the threat of death surged like a tide. Crocodile, fully aware of the disparity between them, broke out in a cold sweat. The shock and fear in his eyes almost overflowed. This shopkeeper gave him a feeling almost identical to that of the former Whitebeard. This mysterious outsider definitely possesses strength at the level of a sea emperor. You think the same, don't you? Xiawin continued. Yes, it's just that my luck is poor. The drenched Crocodile stiffly nodded. What else could he do? He might as well give it to you. Withdrew his pressure. Xiawin gestured politely. Please continue opening jars. Who knows, you might just open coordinates related to the king of the underworld. Who? After recovering from the shock and threat of death, Crocodile took a few deep breaths. He dared not have any further doubts or tests. Bang! He smashed the third jar. A strange music box fell out. However, since it was not a rare item with light, he couldn't be bothered to take it directly, opening the next jar. Bang! When the fourth jar shattered, a blinding purple light instantly burst forth. It appeared. The purple light. Could it be a devil fruit? Having seen Mr. One's silence fruit, Crocodile's spirit shook as he looked on with anticipation. However, after the purple light filled the shop, dissipated, all that was left was a strange machine in front of him. Crocodile, what is this? Where is his devil fruit? Weather box from the world of Doraemon can simulate and create corresponding weather by inserting different specific cards. Can control the range of weather produced, limited to one city, but only one card can be used at a time. If the machine's built-in cards are lost or damaged, that weather can no longer be simulated permanently. Initially comes with 6 cards for rainy days, snowy days, thunder gale, sunny days, and cloudy days. No, my friend, you are the real weather child. It's actually this thing. I must say the effect is still so outrageous. Xiawin's lips twitched, feeling that the previous Cobra had missed a fortune. This weather box is precisely the item the other party wishes to obtain, capable of raining over a wide area without side effects. In a certain sense, this weather box could also be considered a weapon, if it weren't for the limitation of inserting only one card at a time, restricting this machine's potential. Just based on the fact that the weather box can quickly switch between different weathers and can affect a city. It would be enough to be classified as a golden glowing jar. Looking at Crocodile's disdainful expression, Xiawin chuckled. This machine is the weapon you wanted to summon. If used well, it could destroy a city. Crocodile, a weapon capable of destroying cities. With this tiny machine. Yet a cultivator of the shopkeeper's caliber would hardly lie about such a matter. Crocodile thus asked humbly, Master Shopkeeper, what is the function of this device? He now understood why the shopkeeper showed no concern over the circulation of these jars. Even if someone did draw a formidable item without the shopkeeper's explanation, they would be forced to grope blindly in the dark. As the shopkeeper had warned, certain jars yielded items of extreme danger. One might well perish from improper handling. Xiawin spoke calmly. This is the weather chest, a device that manipulates local weather conditions through 6 cards, each representing a distinct meteorological phenomenon. It can influence an area as vast as an ordinary city. However, should any of these cards be lost or damaged, the corresponding weather effect becomes irretrievably inaccessible. With a faint smile, Xiawin added, perhaps this is the very artifact the royal house covets most. To command the weather over an entire city, the weather chest. Crocodile withdrew the 6 distinct cards, and his pupils contracted sharply. This was nothing short of a strategic weapon. For instance, deploying the rain card could induce continuous precipitation. Given sufficient duration, such sustained rainfall would trigger systemic collapse, paralyzing the city entirely. Then switching to the snow card would precipitate a rapid thermal plunge, freezing the metropolis solid. One could even conjure localized thunderstorms, unleashing cataclysmic lightning. Though slower in execution, its power lay in unwavering reliability and profound stealth. Undetected, it would leave no trace. A truly terrifying machine. Crocodile murmured, dazed. Fortunately, he had drawn the weather chest himself. Had the royal house acquired it first and unleashed rain indiscriminately, all his prior efforts would have been rendered utterly futile. Yet, if these jars possessed such extraordinary potential, Why cling obsessively to the elusive, intangible Pluton still unattained? After all, Nico Robin was not trustworthy. Crocodile fell into deep contemplation. Perhaps it would be wiser to draw more jars, to acquire a weapon rivaling or even surpassing Pluton itself. Indeed, at merely 1,000 berry per jar, the value was unparalleled. Xiawin remarked coolly, the guest may test its effects firsthand. Very well. Upon hearing this, Crocodile immediately inserted the rain card into the weather chest. Instantly, dense clouds gathered above Alyabarna and expanded rapidly. Within mere seconds, a soft pattering of rain began to fall, growing steadily heavier. In the royal palace gardens, Cobra, practicing combat techniques with would release weaving flora and vines, lifted his head, eyes alight with surprise. It's raining. Indeed, it is. Garrick, sparring beside him, also smiled warmly. Ever since Master Shopkeeper arrived in Arabasta, our fortune has only grown brighter. Your Majesty, Arabasta shall surely overcome this crisis. I have believed it steadfastly. Just as Cobra prepared to order the royal chefs to prepare a celebratory feast. He froze mid-motion, then stared upward again, utterly stunned. No, this is not natural rainfall. It is deliberate intervention. Someone is opening a jar. The two exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Meanwhile, across the capital, citizens poured from their homes, buckets and basins in hand, to catch the falling rain. Yet before their very eyes, the vast canopy of clouds dissolved swiftly, replaced by brilliant, unbroken sunlight. I merely tested my new toy. Did you truly believe you'd receive rain for free? Crocodile sneered, withdrawing the rain card. Xiawin glanced idly outside at the sky, utterly indifferent to the preceding event. Very well, guest. Please continue drawing jars. Crocodile nodded solemnly, setting the weather chest aside with reverent care. This was rarer, even more precious, than a devil fruit. Clack, 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 clack. Several jars shattered in succession, yielding only mundane items. Yet this time Crocodile remained remarkably composed. After witnessing the weather chest alone, he had already profited immensely. Even if the remaining jars bore nothing, he could accept it without regret. Clack, clack. As the final 2 jars shattered, twin bursts of azure light erupted, revealing a silvery ring and a scroll before him. Crocodile silently raised his gaze toward the shopkeeper, awaiting explanation. Water dragon embodiment originating from the world of Akame Kill, ranked among the 48 imperial arms. Grants the wearer absolute control over any liquid they physically contact. Note: mercury at room temperature remains a liquid, thus moon spirit marrow fluid. Water release water dragon bullet, one of the most renowned ninjutsu techniques from the world of the I-Clan ninja, optimized by the system to eliminate hand seals, requiring only a simple clasp of both palms. Note: in this age, who still bothers with tedious hand seals? After reviewing the system's appraisal, Xiawin chuckled lightly, as though discovering something delightfully intriguing. It appears, guest, that you share a profound affinity with water dragons. Crocodile blinked, bewildered. What water dragon? He knew only Kaido, the fearsome dragon form user. This ring is named Water Dragon Embodiment. Worn, it bestows upon you mastery over any liquid you touch. This scroll, meanwhile, contains the Water Dragon Bullet, a foreign arcane art enabling you to unleash a devastating torrential dragon strike with bare hands. Both items govern water. Crocodile's expression darkened. His luck, it seemed, had not turned. As a formidable Logia-type sand fruit user, his greatest vulnerability was water, and now both newly drawn artifacts centered on hydrokinetic mastery. But look on the bright side. At least he could use them to forge a new identity. Crocodile began reassuring himself. Once he drew an item capable of altering his physical form, he could seamlessly construct an entirely new enigmatic persona, anchored precisely by these 2 water-based abilities. Who, after all, would ever link a master of aqueous manipulation with an innocent sandplain Shichibukai? Thus his 10 weekly jars were now exhausted. Just as Crocodile prepared to bid farewell and return to investigate the weather chest's full capabilities, both of his den mushi rang simultaneously. Brr, TCH. I said, not today. Irritated, he answered the call. Mr. Zero Disaster. Over 30 peculiar merchants peddling jars have appeared across Arabasta today. Mr. 2 attempted to imitate those white-haired peddlers by selling counterfeit jars, and was brutally crippled by a genuine jar merchant. What? Crocodile's expression stiffened. Mr. 2 was actually interrupted and had his legs broken. Mr. Zero, should we assassinate those white-haired vendors selling jars? Xiawin raised an eyebrow, a smile that was not quite a smile on his face. Has someone actually started pirating so soon? The mimic fruit is indeed impressive. However, I do not recommend the guests assassinate those innocent merchants. Of course. Crocodile nodded stiffly and hung up the den mushi. The shopkeeper indeed knew about Mr. Two's abilities. Then the rest of Baroque Works' cadre's abilities must also be well understood by the other party. Speaking of which, the shopkeeper deliberately let him reveal 2 items and abilities related to water. Was he hinting that the other party already knew about the weakness of the Suna no Mi against water? Crocodile, lost in a frenzy of imagination, looked at the shopkeeper, who remained calm and collected at all times. A flicker of envy and yearning crossed his mind. Mysterious, powerful, and elegant, possessing a superpower that spans the Grand Line. This was simply the style he had once yearned for. I will inform my subordinates to prevent similar incidents from happening. However, Mr. Shopkeeper, such a number of unfamiliar, powerful individuals may attract the attention of the Marines and the world government. Oh, it doesn't matter. The Marine headquarters also needs my help. Xiawin shook his head lightly. As for the so-called world government, I would be quite pleased to see more people know about the jar shop's existence. Even if it's the celestial dragons who are like maggots coming to buy jars, I would welcome them. It's just that most celestial dragons are completely useless, and opening jars would be of no use to them. After all, the powerful abilities that can be opened from jars must be developed and require one's own strength to support them. Unless it's a member of the Knights of God or one of the Gorosei coming to open jars. Are the celestial dragons maggots? Crocodile's eyes twitched. He once again witnessed how dazzling the confidence of a powerful person could be. If he were to say such a thing, he might be seen as arrogant by the Marines. But when this sentence came from the mysterious shopkeeper's mouth, it was unexpectedly convincing. After leaving the shop, Crocodile's first action was to take out the Den Mushi. Fortunately, he had ordered the cadres of Baroque Works to return yesterday. Mr. Want to inform the other cadres to purchase as many jars from those jar merchants as possible without attacking them. I only want half of the jars, the rest will belong to the cadres purchasing the jars. Understood, Mr. Zero. Should we notify Miss All Sunday? After all, she is responsible for managing these affairs. Mr. One's voice came through. Notify Nico Robin. Wouldn't that be aiding the enemy? The thought of the other party already knowing the magical properties of these jars, while only secretly opening some good items for themselves, crossed his mind. Treating the entire Baroque Works like the people of Wano. Crocodile's gaze instantly turned extremely gloomy. He suspected that the reason the other party was so two-faced was that they had opened a trump card even more powerful than a devil fruit. Or perhaps something that could restrain his abilities. Therefore, what angered him the most was not the betrayal itself. Rather, it was the fact that he knew Nico Robin had betrayed him, yet he dared not pursue her due to the trump card she had opened. There is no need to inform Miss All Sunday. She has her own tasks. Yes. The next day, in the palace, Cobra stared at the intelligence sent up from below, falling into a long silence. How could it be? Mr. Shopkeeper actually has unlimited jars. And I only found out now. Go investigate. How many people in the kingdom have purchased jars? If anyone has opened rare items that shine the royal family, is willing to buy them at a high price. The same conversation also took place within the rain banquet in the rainy district. Crocodile, biting down on a cigar, looked at several cadres who had returned early. His face was terrifyingly dark. This group of useless people had brought back fewer than 20 jars. Moreover, all of them were garbage. Since we missed the opportunity to purchase, then send the subordinates to buy those rare items at a high price. I only care about the results, whether it's snatching, stealing, or deceiving, it's all fine. At this moment, Mr. One entered the room at a brisk pace, holding the latest issue of the World Economic News. Not good. That shopkeeper's jars made the headlines yesterday. Now, the entire sea knows that Arabasta has many merchants selling magical jars. Some even opened a famous sword that can ignite enemies. Bang! The exquisite wooden armrest shattered instantly. In Marineford's marshal's office, the 5 highest-ranking admirals of the Marines gathered once again due to a single matter. On the table lay a copy of the World Economic News. On the front page of the newspaper, 2 explosive headlines successfully occupied the largest space. Shocking. The Kingdom of Arabasta in the Grand Line has actually mastered cloning technology. The second headline stated, "From nothing to being the center of attention, this is the confidence that the magical jars have given me." The first news briefly explained that over 40 white-haired reedy girls' boys had emerged from Arabasta, each carrying several clay jars, indiscriminately selling them for 10,000 berries to passers-by. If a target lacked funds, they would even proactively lower the price or give them away for free. The second news was about a lucky individual who opened a sword recorded by the Marines, the Akihabara sword, and successfully counter-killed an enemy using its flame properties. Gaha! I didn't expect Arabasta to have a jar shop. Could it be that Xiawin's relatives? Carp laughed heartily while munching on a senbei. No, it's obviously the same one, right? Vice Admiral Crane sighed helplessly. I didn't expect Mr. Xiawin to possess the ability to move quickly between the East Sea and the Grand Line. It seems I was not accurate enough in my previous predictions. The other party is even willing to give things away for free to sell jars. So moving quickly between the 4Cs and the Grand Line shouldn't be too difficult, right? The leisurely Kazuru said slowly. For instance, Akiji can ride a bicycle across the comm belt. Humph. The focus of our discussion today is the organization behind the other party. Red Dog, who had been restricted before, finally spoke up. I have long said that the shopkeeper is an unstable factor. Now the other party has indeed revealed its fangs. I suggest we immediately head to Arabasta and arrest the other party. No way. Sengoku painfully denied Red Dog's radical suggestion. That shopkeeper has already demonstrated strength and background beyond expectations. They might have just set out for Marineford, and the other party could receive news right after. Moreover, the most crucial point is that the Marines have already gained a significant advantage. There is no need to offend that shopkeeper so ostentatiously. Gaha. Carp suddenly burst into laughter. In my opinion, we don't need to be so anxious, after all, unless someone personally opens something good. Otherwise, not many people would believe it. Vice Admiral Crane nodded slightly, as she indeed agreed with this point. To attract the attention of the four emperors, one must at least open something truly captivating. Moreover, the jars circulated by the shopkeeper are almost exclusively sold in Arabasta and nearby islands. Rather than trying to stop that shopkeeper, the current main task of the Marines is how to purchase all the scattered jars. Watching the few people argue again, Vice Admiral Crane calmly spoke. I have a proposal. Somewhere in the Grand Line, a young man with an orange cowboy hat and a bare upper body looked at the jar that had been smashed and emitted green light. A flicker of curiosity crossed his eyes. How interesting. Just as that bastard's lead has been cut off, why not detour to Arabasta to meet the shopkeeper? If those jars can really open anything. I hope to open a tool that can track specific individuals. Not long ago, one of his subordinates killed a companion who had defected. As the captain of the 2nd Division, he had to capture him and hand him over to his old man for processing. The East Blue, Kokoyashi Village. ZZT. A bolt of azure lightning streaked across the horizon and struck the dock with pinpoint precision. As the blinding radiance faded, a girl with short tangerine hair and a sun hat stood revealed. 7 days have long passed. Has the shopkeeper remained in the village? Honestly, I lost track of time playing around. Nami muttered under her breath, clutching a newspaper in her right hand. She had never imagined there were so many pirates scattered across the East Blue. Worse still, she kept encountering vile pirates who kidnapped innocents for ransom or burned, looted, and slaughtered without mercy. Recalling her own past, Nami naturally chose to strike them down with lightning and deliver them straight to Marine bases. Moreover, she discovered an astonishing affinity with the Goro Goro no Mi, the rumble fruit. One after another, techniques inspired by the 1,000 birds and falling thunder emerged from her imagination. Before she knew it, she had become the Queen of Thunder, purging the East Blue of piracy. And she relished the gratitude of those she saved, the praise, the adoration showered upon her by countless people. So much so that she even forgot her promise to return within 7 days to open jars. Had her sister not contacted her via Din Mushy, warning that numerous visitors had recently arrived in the village seeking jars, urging her to come home soon, she might have launched straight into the Grand Line. Arabasta, many clone merchants selling jars. Nami gazed at the newspaper she'd casually bought mid-flight from a newsbird vendor. She was certain this could only be the handiwork of the shopkeeper. I hope the shopkeeper is still in the village. Arabasta. Ding. A guest has entered the Kokoyashi village shop. Ding. No guests currently detected inside the shop. Would you like to teleport to shop 1? Oh, is it the Marines? Nami. Or Zoro? Xiawin, seated on the sofa, narrowed his eyes slightly and lowered his newspaper. He'd assumed his recent front-page appearance would draw crowds eager to purchase jars today. Yet, not a single soul had shown up. Regrettably, his current cultivation level still prevented him from precisely sensing what the soybean men, who departed from Arabasta, were doing. All he knew was that his jars would sell swiftly, perhaps even be purchased en masse by certain buyers. Such monopolistic acquisition Xiawin tacitly permitted. After all, the jars he personally crafted were mere discarded refuse. To deter theft, he had authorized the soybean men to self-detonate upon threat. Since a patron has arrived at the original shop, teleportation then. In a flash, Xiawin vanished from the shop. Wonderful. The shopkeeper is still here. As Nami stood before the little shop that had altered the course of her life, her earlier tension dissolved into calm. This visit served 2 primary purposes. First, to draw a Hakai-related item, and second, to finally learn the shopkeeper's name. Stepping into the familiar shop, Nami's gaze immediately fell upon the young man seated in the armchair, absorbed in his newspaper. Xiawin lifted his eyes faintly. Oh, Miss Nami, it's been quite some time. Gazing upon the shopkeeper, whose aura remained transcendent, utterly detached from the world around him, Nami flashed a radiant smile. Shopkeeperson, long time no see. I'm back to draw jars. With that, she placed 1,000,000 berry atop the counter. Fresh crisp banknotes, unlike the blood-stained crumpled and weathered bills she'd once carried. Having hunted pirates, repeatedly redeemed bounties, and donated funds to those in need, every berry she now carried gleamed pristine. Seeing this legendary luckbringer, the woman whose draws had once yielded golden light, return at last. Xiawin gestured lightly. 10 jars soared autonomously from the display cabinet behind him. May your draw yield exactly what your heart desires. How splendid it would be to draw a mythical Zoan-type fruit. Of course, any golden jar would suffice. He wasn't particular. Thank you, shopkeeper-san. Nami, well-versed in the ritual, deftly shattered the first jar. Crack! As the ceramic fragmented, a sapphire luminescence bloomed within the shop. Kenbunchaku Haki Future Sight, an advanced application of Kenbunchaku Haki. Depending on one's strength and Haki mastery, it allows glimpses of future scenes within a limited temporal window, guaranteed at least 1 second. Mastery automatically grants full Kenbunchaku Haki. Upon mastering this technique, Kenbunchaku Haki is fully awakened. Oh, this time, Kenbunchaku Haki itself. Xiawin regarded Nami with mild surprise, her expression alight with curiosity. Indeed, the rumble fruit synergized with Kenbunchaku Haki into a truly terrifying combination. Enel himself could eavesdrop across the entire Skypea, and through his mantra, precisely target and strike down any foe he willed. Shopkeeperson, what kind of ability is this? Xiawin replied calmly, Kenbunchaku Haki Future Sight. Once mastered, it enables foresight, glimpses of scenes yet to unfold within a defined temporal span. It is but one of the higher-tier applications of Kenbunchaku Haki. HAKIs. Nami froze, disbelief flashing across her face, then pinched herself hard. She'd only just wished for Haki to break through her current plateau, and now it had manifested before her eyes. Shopkeeper-san, is this ability truly capable of foreseeing the future? And such overwhelming power? Is it merely one advanced technique of Kenbunchaku Haki? Nami spoke, incredulity coloring her voice. She simply couldn't fathom anything more extraordinary than perceiving the future itself. Xiawin smiled faintly. At its foundation, Kenbunchaku Haki heightens perception, sharpening the senses, revealing an opponent's attack trajectory, enabling preemptive combat judgment. Its deeper applications include future sight, all sound hearing, and mental interference. Likewise, the other two forms of Haki possess their own advanced manifestations. Hearing this, Nami's expression fell. Haki suddenly seemed overwhelmingly complex. Were it not for the jars granting instant access to these abilities, how many years might she spend alone struggling to master even a fraction of them? Yet, this explanation of Kenbunchaku Haki, during her pirate hunts, hadn't she already grasped something akin to it? Shopkeeper-san, what is Haki truly? Nami voiced the most vital question, her tone urgent. Why had she instinctively developed traits unique to Kenbunchaku Haki, without formal instruction? Initially, she'd even mistaken them for innate powers granted by the rumble fruit. Xiawin spoke with serene clarity. Haki is the latent force inherent in all beings, the tangible manifestation of one's conviction and will. Thus, upon this vast sea, only those possessing unshakable conviction and indomitable will may ascend to true strength. Will conviction. Nami closed her eyes abruptly. Her senses sharpened, exquisitely acute. Even with eyes sealed, she perceived every detail within the shop with crystalline clarity. Her Kenbunchaku Haki, already poised at the threshold, had at last fully awakened. Observing how just a few words had plunged Nami into sudden enlightenment, her genuine Kenbunchaku Haki now fully ignited. Xiawin's gaze turned oddly reflective, recalling canon events. That inept Rayleigh, unable to teach properly even over 2 years, not even imparting the higher-tier Haki techniques to Luffy. Truly a pedagogical failure. Nami slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of joy flashing within them. Mr. Shopkeeper, it seems I have learned observation Haki. She had grasped observation Haki on her own without even using the technique she had learned, future sight. Doesn't this indicate that her talent is actually quite remarkable? Xiawin nodded softly. Congratulations, the Thunder Fruit indeed aids in developing observation Haki. Once you master future sight, you will be able to utilize observation Haki for a long time. Nami nodded obediently, placing the blue orb against her forehead. Sure enough, for her who had already mastered observation Haki, absorbing this orb was effortless. The knowledge and skills that suddenly emerged in her mind were naturally and skillfully grasped by her. Mr. Shopkeeper, what conditions are necessary to learn armament Haki and conqueror's Haki on my own? If it's not too difficult, I want to master all 3 types of Haki. Armament Haki can be learned through practice as long as your physical fitness is strong enough and your will is steadfast. Even without anyone to teach you, you can automatically master it. However, Conqueror's Haki is a natural gift. Those who have it, and those who don't will never awaken it. Seeing Nami's gaze remain determined, her face showed no signs of wavering. Xiawin pointed at the jar in front of him. But that was in the past. As long as luck is on your side, Conqueror's Haki can also be awakened later on. Although someone mentioned that in the new world the holders of Conqueror's Haki are as numerous as fish crossing a river, when looking across the entire timeline of One Piece, the clearly named and appearing holders of Conqueror's Haki are fewer than 100. Among them, those who have mastered Conqueror's Haki are even fewer than 20. One could say that mastering Conqueror's Haki is a required ticket to the final round. I think so too. If talent isn't enough, then we have to rely on luck. Nami seemed to remember something and curiously looked at the newspaper next to Xiawin. By the way, Mr. Shopkeeper, I saw in the newspaper while flying that you opened a branch in a country called Arabasta. Does that mean I can venture into the Grand Line now, eh? In the past, Nami had hunted pirates in the East Blue, nearly causing countless bounty hunters to lose their jobs. One reason was to eliminate all pirates in the East Blue, ensuring no threats remained for her village, so she could set sail in peace. The other reason was that the jar shop was right in Cocoa Village. Now that the shopkeeper has opened a store in the Grand Line, she no longer has to worry about not being able to access jars after leaving. Xiawin simply shook his head lightly. There are still too few customers in the East Blue. Nami understood. The shopkeeper found it slow to sell jars in the East Blue. Crack. The second jar shattered. Seeing no light emerge, she seamlessly smashed the third jar. This time a blue light burst forth. Nami was startled. Huh. Is the drop rate for jars this high now? In her first 10 jars, she had only received 1 blue light reward and 1 golden light reward. At this moment, a deep blue creature with a cluster of crystals on its back, a hideous lizard, fell out of the shattered jar. The strange lizard began to move back and forth in the shop in an orderly manner as soon as it landed. Wow, what is this? Can jars also yield living creatures? Startled, Nami dashed to the door with a flash of lightning, almost throwing 1,000 birds sharp gun ahead. It was fortunate that her strength was sufficient, allowing her to elementalize. What if an ordinary person encountered such a creature and got eaten? But the shopkeeper surely wouldn't let customers get eaten, right? Nami frowned, looking at the exceedingly bizarre blue giant lizard. River crab, a neutral resource from a certain world of Honor of Kings long since deleted with no offensive capability. After system optimization, killing it can yield an amount of experience. Experience can enhance one's strength in all aspects. You can also choose to increase haki and fruit development levels. Note, this is the dignity of the top laner and cannot be lost. Xiawin didn't know what to say. Although this river crab was rare and could enhance fruit development, he still wanted to complain. Couldn't they just have a light orb or a scroll instead? Why design it as a river crab? This is a river crab from another world. Killing it can grant experience which enhances oneself in all aspects. It can also allow fruit users to use this experience to speed up their fruit's development. River crab. Nami was taken aback, pointing at the blue lizard that was nearly as tall as her. But Mr. Shopkeeper, this is clearly a lizard. Could it be that in that other world people refer to lizards as crabs? Xiawin, expressionless, poured himself a cup of tea. That's not important. The customer should focus on defeating it quickly. All right. Nami raised her hand, pointing her index finger at the crawling lizard in the shop. In the next instant, a dazzling blue electric light shot out. ZZ. When the strange blue lizard was hit, not a single wound appeared on its body. Not believing it, Nami launched another attack, this time deliberately increasing the current. She was confident that even a pirate ship could be pierced in an instant. Yet once again a scene that made her question her life unfolded. Clearly it was a strike capable of annihilating a 20 million berries pirate, yet it didn't even break the skin of this blue lizard. Shopkeeper, why is this lizard river crab so strong? Nami asked incredulously. Even if she didn't use her full strength, it shouldn't be this ineffective, right? Or is it that things from another world are simply more refined than those in their own world? Xiawin cast a puzzled glance at her. Could it be that Nami couldn't see the river crab's HP? Staring at the river crab that had only a small portion of its HP left, Xiawin thoughtfully said, if you attack 2 more times you can defeat it. Sure enough, after Nami launched 2 more attacks, that lizard, which appeared completely unharmed on the outside, instantly died, leaving no corpse behind. Having long accepted that the other world is this strange, Nami didn't mind. Instead, she said with a face full of surprise, I just felt my physical fitness improve a bit more. And I have gained several new ideas for developing new abilities of the thunder fruit. This lizard is simply too miraculous. If she could kill a few more river crabs, Nami felt that the ultimate move she had once envisioned in her mind could finally be developed. Seeing the smile on Nami's face, Xiawin nodded slightly. It seemed that the effect of the river crab was quite good, so he could also speed up the development of the fruit. Especially since his exclusive jar reward was a complementary ability to the thunder fruit. Once truly awakened, whether in physical skills or hockey, he would be on par with an admiral. As long as the customer is satisfied, that is enough. It seems that Miss Nami has a high affinity with the thunder fruit. Perhaps one day, she can awaken her fruit. What is this? Nami looked at the shopkeeper with a bewildered expression. She suddenly felt quite foolish, realizing she knew nothing. At that moment, Nami, who had swept through the East Sea and was revered as the Queen of Thunder, found her pride completely shattered. Indeed, after spending too long in low-level battles, one can easily become assimilated by their surroundings. After saying goodbye to her sister in the evening, she had to set off for the Grand Line. In a relatively good mood, Xiawin briefly explained when a devil fruit is developed to a certain extent, it can awaken. This leads to even more powerful abilities. For example, when a Zoan-type fruit awakens, it can enhance one's abilities or change their appearance. As for a Paramecia-type fruit awakening, it can temporarily change the essence of the environment or further transform and strengthen one's abilities. Moreover, when it comes to a Logia-type fruit awakening, it can permanently influence and alter the environment. The range is quite vast. It can permanently change the environment. This is the awakening of a fruit, Nami murmured softly. She felt that she had added another task to her little notebook after mastering the three-color hockey. Xiawin tapped the table, producing a crisp sound that interrupted Nami's contemplation. All right, those matters are still far from the customers. Let's continue opening jars. Nami's luck today was still consistently stable. The items she obtained were of great help to him. Xiawin remarked that a certain archaeologist, currently still black-skinned, should take note. With a crack, Nami, having composed herself, had already shattered the fourth and fifth jars. Clang! A silver-white sports car fell out. Hydrogen-powered sports car. A hydrogen-powered sports car from a certain cherry blossom country of blue start even more environmentally friendly than electric cars. However, it may explode upon severe impact. Insurance is recommended before hitting the road. Note, the new era's sports car should not be compared by 0 to 100 acceleration, but rather by equivalent in explosive power. A curious child raised their hand and asked shopkeeper, "What is this?" Xiawin glanced at the silver sports car with a hint of disdain. Customers need not worry, this is a mobile coffin, the kind that explodes. A mobile coffin that explodes? Then I don't want it. Nami pouted, no longer interested in this unremarkable novelty. Such a large thing, she couldn't possibly fly with it. However, she was already halfway through the jars, and she hadn't opened anything golden yet. Could it be that her good luck had run out? Nami closed her eyes, preparing to find her former state. Then, she slowly extended her hands and pushed the nearest jar down to the ground. With a bang, a dazzling purple beam of light erupted. A blue jade tablet fell out. She did it. She did it. Nami waved her fists in excitement. Thunder Body Forging Technique, a profound body forging technique from the cultivation world. It allows one to temper their body using the thunderous powers of heaven and earth, slightly enhancing and altering physical talents. When the body forging technique is perfected, one can gain a layer of lightning patterns hidden beneath the skin, significantly enhancing physical attributes. In battle, it can also allow one to be enveloped in heavenly thunder, forming a lightning armor. However, the training is quite loud, so it's suggested to find a deserted place. Note, flashy and just a basic product of the profound level. Friend, do you want to learn body forging? I highly recommend this Indestructible Sutra. The Indestructible Sutra. Why don't you just give it to me? If only the basic jars could yield the Indestructible Sutra, I would devour the Red Earth continent on the spot. Xiawin thought bitterly. But if this technique requires heavenly thunder, then the lightning summoned by the thunder fruit should work too, right? This jade tablet contains a powerful body forging secret technique called the Thunder Body Forging Technique. It can harness the power of natural lightning to temper the body, making the flesh stronger. For more details, you can simply press it against your forehead, and you will understand. Nami obediently nodded and pressed the blue jade tablet to her forehead. As she did, the light in her eyes seemed to dull, as if she were receiving the inheritance. Xiawin also looked towards the Thunder Body Forging Technique in the system space. This technique is indeed not bad, but its drawback is that it makes too much noise. If it weren't for the fact that he had just unlocked the abilities of the Silence Fruit, Xiawin wouldn't have been very eager to learn this technique. After all, his jars could also yield the physical qualities of a general or a Yonko. For instance, a Kainu. Even after being punched in the head by Whitebeard, capable of shattering half of Marineford, he could still stand and continue fighting. This shows how tough these top-tier powerhouses are. If one doesn't work, he can just stack a few. At this moment, having received the inheritance and learned a specialized body forging technique, Nami opened her eyes. A brand new path and otherworldly system. With the Thunder Body Forging Technique, I should be able to quickly learn armament hockey. Nami encouraged herself. However, customers wanting to acquire armament hockey don't have to go through all this trouble. Xiawin pointed at the jars with an odd expression. Previously, someone used my jars to obtain a total amount of hockey equivalent to a Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral. After absorption, you can directly unlock armament haki. Nami silently stared into the shopkeeper's eyes. Then without further ado, she smashed all the remaining jars. In an instant, 2 beams of light, 1 green and 1 blue, rose from the shattered jars. Locating pointer optimized version, one of the indispensable tools for navigators in the first and second halves of the Grand Line. After system optimization, it can definitely accumulate magnetic energy within an hour and point to the direction of the next destination. In the new world, it can indicate 3 routes. Magical weather stick. Nami's weather stick, modified multiple times, is fully functional and powerful. It can release 3 types of bubbles: hot, cold, and electric, and has different weather techniques to handle various situations, even capable of performing magic. Note the only specialized weapon Nami obtained before Zeus. It's actually a specialized weapon. Xiawin showed surprise. Any mirage, thunderstorm, or rain can all be accomplished with this one stick. Even if those techniques don't mean much to Nami, who has just consumed the thunder fruit, without the weather stick, she would be soulless. At this moment, Nami looked at the 2 newly acquired items, pouting in dissatisfaction. Sigh, it seems I can only wait for the next time. These 2 things look useless at first glance. What I want is haki. At the very least, those strange abilities. What is this blue stick supposed to be? Xiawin chuckled lightly. On the contrary, with these 2 items, you can better venture into the Grand Line. That pointer is a special version that can accumulate magnetic energy within an hour to find the direction of the next island. I believe you must have heard of the dangers and uncertainties of the Grand Line, as well as the practicality of this pointer. Nami nodded. Her knowledge of navigation was quite extensive. Recently, while hunting pirates, she had specifically gathered some information about the Grand Line. To safely reach the next island in the Grand Line, one must have a professional navigator and stay on an island for several hours or even days. Only then can the recording pointer in hand complete the accumulation of magnetic energy. The special pointer produced from the jar can achieve this in just 1 hour. That's indeed very convenient. Nami curiously held the blue stick in her hand. What about this stick? It feels like a weapon. It's called the Weather Wand, which has various modes and functions. It can create illusions, summon rain, generate thunder, and even tornadoes. Xiawin chuckled lightly. Although your strength is sufficient to hunt down billionberry sea pirates, the Grand Line has many devil fruit users, so having additional means is never a bad idea. I know of 1 fruit ability that is a natural counter to the thunder fruit. Oh, besides what the shopkeeper mentioned, it can attack elementalized armed haki. Is there really a fruit ability that can counter the thunder fruit? Nami looked skeptical. She had indeed consumed the fruit not long ago and might be defeated, but that was only due to her insufficient development. But the thunder fruit is absolutely invincible. Xiawin did not continue to explain. After all, the early stage was a natural type, and the later stage was a mythical beast type. Each version is a god of its own time. Just as Nami was preparing to ask the shopkeeper's name after the jar finished opening, a series of short knocks sounded, and Smoker's somewhat urgent voice came through. Shopkeeper Admiral Akiji has arrived. Xiawin paused with the newspaper in hand, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. Finally, he has come. He had been waiting for a long time. Akiji. Not only could he increase the quota for unlocking advanced jars, but he could also count as the 3rd store's task. The 3 admirals and the fleet admiral coming to unlock jars is currently the simplest requirement. The admiral. An admiral is actually coming to unlock jars. Nami turned around in shock, and before she could speak, she saw a tall man wearing a sleeping cap. Dressed in a white suit jacket, he exuded a lazy vibe as he walked in. Oh, isn't this the Thunder Queen of the East Sea, Miss Nami? How coincidental, Akiji casually said, as if it were a chat. Meanwhile, Smoker and Tashiji followed behind with serious expressions. Aha, hello. Nami awkwardly chuckled, feeling embarrassed to be called by her somewhat shameful title in front of the shopkeeper. Nami began to regret why she didn't choose to leave directly after opening the jar. In private or elsewhere, being called the Thunder Queen made her feel proud and delighted. But being called that in front of the shopkeeper, the man who changed her destiny, made her feel an awkward urge to dig her toes into the ground. After all, her sweeping of the East Sea was entirely thanks to the shopkeeper. If she hadn't eaten the thunder fruit, she might still be deceiving people across the East Sea as a little thief. Akiji looked at the still underage Nami, whose youthful aura made his expression shift from lazy to serious. He could sense that this Thunder Queen of the East Sea was even stronger than he had anticipated. A natural type fruit related to thunder. Could it be the legendary thunder fruit? Akiji thought of the purpose of his visit and spoke slowly. Miss Nami, the evil dragon pirate crew that once plagued the East Sea has been imprisoned and impelled down. They will receive the punishment they deserve. And I represent the Navy headquarters to thank you for your contributions and efforts in the East Sea. If Miss Nami wishes to enter the Grand Line, you can take our Navy's ships. This time Akiji did not choose to invite Nami to join the Navy. After all, a girl who harbors deep hatred for pirates and is willing to give most of her bounty to the victims would never become a pirate. However, what Captain Mouse did has lowered the Navy's image in her eyes. Since that is the case, there is no need to rush. Gradually increasing Nami's goodwill towards the Navy and changing her perception before inviting her is not too late. This is his own selfish desire, as well as something hinted at by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. A powerful natural-type fruit user, as long as her haki and physical fitness improve, she could at least be a candidate for an admiral, like Momonosuke, definitely capable of succeeding a Navy admiral in the future. I don't need it. I choose to set sail on my own. I want to become the strongest navigator so that I can draw a map of the entire world. Nami relaxed her brow, raising the special recording pointer in her hand, and smiling, oh haha. Then I wish you a smooth journey, Miss Nami. Akiji nodded knowingly, then turned his gaze towards the mysterious shopkeeper who had not looked at him since he entered. His expression gradually became serious. He looked at the young man who was casually leaning in a reclining chair reading a newspaper with an indifferent expression. That calmness, ignoring everything, remained unchanged even when he knew he was an admiral. It was as if his identity was nothing more than that to the other party, especially with a sense of arrogance and nobility transcending the world emanating from the shopkeeper. Even the celestial dragons he had seen in Mariewa did not give him this feeling. This was a quality that could not be feigned. Just as Ms. Saru concluded, this shopkeeper undoubtedly has an extraordinary background. Xiawin closed the newspaper and met Akiji's serious gaze. It seems the Navy has a new customer welcome. I believe you should know my rules, so I won't explain them. Oh, it seems Mr. Xiawin is in a good mood today. Does this mean I can open something good today? Akiji smiled and placed 1 million berry on the counter. Xiawin shook his head lightly. What the jars can produce depends entirely on the customer's luck. Xiawin, is that the shopkeeper's name? But why is there no surname? At this moment, Nami, who was already at the door, blinked and noted down this pleasant name. Suddenly, she didn't want to leave so soon. Staying to watch others unlock jars wouldn't be bad either. Xiawin controlled 10 jars to fall in front of Qingji and said, as usual, I wish the guest can draw a satisfactory reward. Oh, thank you for your blessing, Mr. Xiawin. Qingji did not rush to open the jar, but secretly used his fruit ability to see if he could freeze the jars. The result was just as General Crane had said. Even as a general, he could not apply his fruit ability to a jar that looked so easily breakable. It was just like armed color hockey or sea stone. Did the shop owner master some kind of better technique to counter fruit abilities? Moreover, this technique could actually produce results without changing the properties of the objects themselves. Truly terrifying. Qingji slightly exerted force and crushed the first jar in his hand. A metallic artifact resembling a prosthetic limb fell out of the jar. Qingji looked somewhat surprised at the prosthetic on the floor. It was a segment of a leg. His first jar, and it didn't even have any light. This luck was somewhat lacking. Intelligent adjustable prosthetic, a prosthetic containing various technologies capable of real-time control and with the option of adding realistic skin. It can help patients better adapt to future life. Nor can a person with a high-tech prosthetic participate in the Paralympics. After reading the system's appraisal content, Xiawin's eyes suddenly grew strange. To be fair, this prosthetic really suited Qingji. Just not right now. It was not as good as the ice prosthetic he made himself. In that case, the guest has good luck. Xiawin said with a faint smile. In the future, the guest will need a prosthetic. Xiawin's words successfully left the 4 people present in a state of confusion. Even Nami did not expect that the shop owner she usually respected would actually curse someone. Mr. Xiawin, this joke is not funny. Qingji could hardly hold back. He was a dignified naval admiral, a powerful natural fruit user. How could he ever fall to the point of needing a prosthetic? Even when facing the 4 emperors, he had the confidence to fight and leave calmly. No one could break his leg not yet born. Smoker looked at the suddenly tense atmosphere in the shop and unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had to do something. So he steeled himself and looked at Xiawin. Shop owner, do you know something? As soon as he said it, Smoker wished he could slap himself. He should have changed the subject. Xiawin simply chuckled. The drawing of the prosthetic is not a coincidence. It is a warning from fate. Whatever it is, just blame it on fate. It seems I will have a lot of misfortunes in the future. Qingji completely did not believe Xiawin's words. Such words reminiscent of a charlatan would have made him turn and leave in the past. Unless he fought with equally strong opponents, how could he ever be in a situation where his leg would be broken? However, Xiawin's words made him more alert. Shop owner, can you predict the future? That's great, I want to know what my future looks like. Nami, however, didn't think too much, as she simply admired that the shop owner was indeed impressive, capable of predicting the future. This was far better than her own limited foresight. Who can truly clarify future events? Xiawin slowly shook his head. Even I can only know a little bit. For example, to become the Admiral of the Navy, Ice and Fire Island, or something like that. As soon as this was said, Qing Ji's indifferent expression changed, and a hint of shock and realization flashed in his eyes. Ice and fire, cold and hot. Indeed, the position of Admiral. Kizaru would definitely not choose to become an admiral, so it would be between him and Akainu. There would definitely be a battle. The winner would become the future admiral of the Navy. Could it be? He would have his leg broken by Akainu in the future. Qing Ji frowned, feeling particularly displeased with this prophecy. It was as if it implied he was weaker than Akainu. He smashed the second jar since the shop owner thought he would lose to Akainu. Then he would draw a powerful item to enhance his combat strength. Bang! The shattered jar still did not produce any light, only a familiar stone fell out. As soon as he saw the stone, Qing Ji's pupils constricted. He immediately caught the falling stone and froze it. This was actually the explosive rock classified as a forbidden item by the world government. How did the shop owner get this thing? Xiawin said calmly. Oh, it seems the guest recognizes explosive rocks, so I don't need to introduce it further. But Qing Ji had no intention of letting it go. He held back his anger and asked shop owner, do you know how powerful this explosive rock is? If I hadn't caught it just now, this area would have been flattened. Flattened? Smoker was stunned, opening his mouth in shock. This stone was actually that dangerous. If it weren't for Admiral Qing Ji being here, if someone else drew this thing, wouldn't they be done for on the spot? No, it won't explode. In response to Qing Ji's questioning, Xiawin simply replied calmly, in the shop all objects drawn from the jars pose no threat. Even extremely unstable explosive rocks can be struck freely. In this shop, even explosive rocks could be suppressed. Qing Ji, who was momentarily speechless by Xiawin's explanation, asked again, what if someone chooses to take it out? Take it out. Xiawin tilted his head in confusion. I will inform customers in advance, telling them the dangers of the items they draw. If they insist on taking it out and die outside the shop, that is their deserved outcome. Qing Ji frowned slightly, feeling that the shop owner was a bit too indifferent to human life. Before he could speak, Xiawin casually said, moreover, your former teacher, former Admiral Zephyr, had taken many explosive rocks in the future without any incident. Oh, Teacher Zephyr. X2 Qing Ji and Smoker exclaimed in shock. This is impossible. How could Teacher Zephyr take explosive rocks? Qing Ji retorted first. Teacher Zephyr was once the admiral known for not killing. Xiawin's voice remained calm. There is nothing impossible. In the future, Zephyr will want to use explosive rocks to destroy the new world, thus permanently ending the era of great pirates. Qing Ji's lazy demeanor completely vanished as he solemnly asked, is this also Mr. Xiawin's prophecy? If this is true, the entire Navy headquarters would be shaken. After all, he, Akainu, and Kizaru were all disciples of Teacher Zephyr, including Smoker and Tina among the new generation of naval officers. In an instant, Qing Ji was in a state of confusion, not knowing how to write the subsequent report. Xiawin leaned back in his chair, speaking in a flat-toned prophecy. No, I prefer to call it a predetermined tragedy. I have long said that the items you draw, dear guest, are warnings from fate. Only by seizing the opportunity can one change their own fate. Xiawin pointed at the remaining jars Qing Ji had and smiled. Only by seizing the opportunity can one change their destiny. Qing Ji felt that Summerwind was not just hinting, but explicitly indicating that his future would be grim. Would he in the future lose a leg to Akainu and be forced to live a life of retirement? Surely he wouldn't break down mentally and simply leave the Navy to live in seclusion. He admitted that he felt somewhat lost. His once burning passion had diminished significantly due to the Demon Slayer order. But that did not mean he would deviate from the justice in his heart. Nami nodded and said, the shopkeeper is right. The items that come out of the jar are miracles bestowed by fate. After all, she believed that the shopkeeper truly had the means to foresee the future. At the same time, she also noticed that her luck seemed to be quite good. Even a Marine Admiral could only produce useless items. Teacher Zifa. Ah, this is indeed a troublesome question. Qing Ji silently placed down the explosive rock he had frozen. It had indeed been a while since he had seen Teacher Zifa. Since the shopkeeper had mentioned a glimpse of the future, he would contact Teacher Zifa after returning this time. Now that he was aware, he could not simply stand by regarding such matters, let alone whether Teacher Zifa truly intended to destroy the new world. The act of seizing the explosive rock was akin to betraying the world government. At that time, as an admiral, he might very well have to take action against his former teacher. Currently, the vast majority of the Marine leaders had come from under Zifa's command. Qing Ji dared not imagine if Teacher Zifa were truly on the opposite side of everyone. If the Marines were to resolve the conflict, how greatly would it negatively impact them? Qing Ji glanced at the shopkeeper, who remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. Knowing that the other party would no longer provide specific information, he directly shattered his third jar. This time, after the jar broke, a brilliant purple beam of light finally erupted. It's out! Smoker exclaimed excitedly. He was worried that Admiral Qing Ji would continuously fail to produce anything good. When the light faded, an object familiar to everyone present fell out. Akuma no Mi. Qingji was taken aback. What use would the devil fruit be to him? Aside from bringing it back for the other commanders, it offered him no enhancement at all. Moreover, why did this fruit seem somewhat familiar? He had seen the devil fruit encyclopedia. Natural type Yuki no Mi, a lower-tier fruit of the freezing fruit. Upon consumption, it grants the ability to cause snowfall within a certain range, and to create and control ice and snow. The drawback is its vulnerability to high temperatures and flames. Note a fruit that even dogs won't eat, +1. Summer when said lightly. The natural type Yuki no Mi is a lower tier of the customer's freezing fruit. I suppose I need not elaborate on its capabilities. The natural type fruit is not golden. Nami looked in surprise at the Yuki no Mi. Indeed, there are distinctions of strength among devil fruits, especially with clearly defined upper and lower tiers in the natural type. Fortunately, her righty no Mi is invincible. Indeed, it is the Yuki no Mi. Kingsley's pupils constricted as he deeply regarded the shopkeeper. He knew that the Yuki no Mi was a fruit that already had an owner. Moreover, the Marine headquarters had learned 2 days prior from the West Sea branch that the current user of the Goro Goro no Mi had already appeared. This meant that even if a devil fruit had an owner, these jars could still yield results. What about the fruits of the 3 admirals? What about Whitebeard's fruit known as the strongest paramecia, the Goro Goro no Mi? If these fruits could all emerge from the jars, even multiple at once, the Marines would truly lose control over most of the seas. The devil fruits are no longer unique. After pondering for a moment, Qingji smiled as he stored the Yuki no Mi. It turns out to be a precious natural type fruit, even if it is of no use to him. A powerful natural type fruit could be brought back to Marineford for the other commanders who have not consumed a devil fruit. It was merely a different form to enhance the Navy's strength. Bang! The 4th jar shattered. A thick stack of documents fell out from within the jar. Curious, Qingji picked it up and simply flipped through a few pages before he couldn't help but look up at the shopkeeper, who wore a faint smile. He suspected that this document had been intentionally placed there by the shopkeeper for him to open. The purpose was to inform him that the other party knew everything like the back of their hand. Was this a warning to him? Kingsley's heart was once again in turmoil. Detailed intelligence of Baroque works. It records all the detailed information of Baroque works cadres. It also includes Baroque works schemes in Arabasta and the biographies of the 2 main figures. Note someone will need it more than you. Summerwin looked at the identification results provided by the system, his gaze shifting slightly. Goodness, this isn't the information that the rebel leader Kusha was unable to open. Yet it was Qingji who managed to obtain it. However, it must be said that Nico Robin, as the vice president of Baroque Works, had indeed very detailed information about the other party. It was even detailed to the extent that the incident where Qingji let her go as a child in O'Hara was recorded within. This is detailed intelligence regarding Arabasta and Baroque Works. Summerwin said nonchalantly. Arabasta, isn't that where the shopkeeper is opening a branch? Nami watched the suddenly silent Marine Admiral, sensing that there seemed to be some juicy gossip here. Qingji looked at Nico Robin's information and sighed lightly. One of the 7 warlords of the sea Crocodile incited the people to revolt, attempting to overthrow the royal family to establish an ideal country. What role did Robin play in this? Based on his understanding of Robin, she should only be interested in the true history. Coincidentally, Arabasta was one of the 20 founding countries of the world government. There truly is a true history. The current question is, why did the shopkeeper allow him to open such a document? The shopkeeper's actions must have their own deep intentions. Qingji, who began to take things seriously, constantly pondered Summerwin's motives in his mind. Could it be that the shopkeeper, finding it too troublesome, wants the Navy to clean up this mess? After all, it is indeed the Navy's dereliction of duty when a member country is left in such a state by one of the 7 warlords of the sea. But regardless, the shopkeeper's actions indeed provided the Navy with a chance to redeem themselves. Moreover, if Nico Robin's situation in Arabasta were to be exposed, she would surely face the assassination of the world government's agents. Thus, it was safest for him to go personally. Qingji solemnly stored the documents and said to Summerwin, "Thank you for the materials provided, Mr. Summerwin. In a while, I will represent the Navy to go to Arabasta to apprehend that Mr. Zero." Summerwin replied calmly, "That is something you open. It has nothing to do with me." Seeing this, Qingji was even more certain that this was Summerwin deliberately using the Navy's hand to deal with Crocodile. After unexpectedly uncovering information about Nico Robin, Akiji's expression grew a bit more serious. He gradually accepted the words the shopkeeper had initially said. The reason he revealed these items was a warning from fate. Each item he opened next must be taken seriously. With a crack, the 5th jar shattered. A blue orb of light floated quietly in midair. Armament Hockey Enhancement Medium, after use, permanently increases the total amount of hockey equivalent to that of a Navy Rear Admiral. Note: simple and straightforward, ready to eat. Xiawin glanced at the curious Nami and said this is something that after use can increase one's total haki to that of a Navy captain. If someone cannot use armament haki, they can learn it directly. Oh, there's such a convenient item. Nami exclaimed in astonishment. She was still thinking about how she had opened the Thunder Body refining technique to enhance her physique and learn armament haki herself. The shopkeeper's jar could directly yield the corresponding haki of a Navy captain. Akiji was already aware that the jars could produce such items, so he was not particularly surprised. He calmly absorbed the blue orb of light. Unfortunately, this slight enhancement was of little significance to him. Thus Akiji continued to open jars. When the sixth jar shattered, a different kind of radiance finally appeared. The green glow represents the color of special items. Smoker muttered softly, ability user killer, a modern sniper rifle made of high-purity C-prism stone equipped with 100 rounds of high-purity C-prism bullets. After system optimization, it has a maximum effective range of 5 kilometers, and when attacking Devil Fruit users, it will have a 20 additional damage bonus. Note restraint is paramount, specifically effective against Devil Fruit users. One advanced gun. Akiji was just about to reach out for this uniquely shaped firearm. His observation haki allowed him to pause for a moment. This gun was actually made of C-prism stone. Xiawin glanced at the stylish sniper rifle, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. This is a sniper rifle with an effective range of up to 5 kilometers, entirely made of high-purity C-prism stone. It comes with 100 rounds of high-purity C-prism bullets, but it has a particular feature. That is, when attacking a Devil Fruit user, it will have about a 20 damage bonus. Therefore, it is called the ability user killer. The few people present, including Tashiji, were all Devil Fruit users. Thus, upon hearing that this sniper rifle was specifically aimed at users, they couldn't help but twitch their mouths. How could such a weapon exist in this world? Moreover, that 5-kilometer range is completely capable of achieving a surprise kill for those who do not master observation haki. Akiji gave Smoker a glance, signaling him to wrap up the gun. The name of this sniper rifle was indeed not very auspicious, but just the fact that it was made of high-purity C-prism stone was enough to prove its considerable value. Furthermore, there were indeed officers in the Navy who specialized in sniping. After Akiji opened the 7th and 8th jars, he only yielded some useless nautical charts. Feeling that his luck had nearly reached its limit, he casually opened the last 2 jars. In an instant, a dazzling purple orb erupted. A crystal-clear blue ice crystal appeared before the crowd. Akiji sighed in relief and laughed. Oh ha! This should be an item that can enhance my power, right? Even without the shopkeeper's explanation, he could feel the surging ice attribute energy emanating from that ice crystal. Ice-shaped magic from a certain fairy tale world. After system improvement, it can use stamina instead of magic power to release. It can freely create various weapons or constructs to attack enemies. Depending on strength, the power and intensity of the released ice-shaped magic will vary. Items created with ice shape can also be imbued with haki, but will not be restrained by it. Note, running naked is the essence of this magic. It turned out to be the ice attribute shape magic from Fairy Tale. Xiawin nodded slightly. Although it is not a more powerful ice destruction magic after system improvement, this ice shape magic can perfectly combine with haki. Moreover, the variations of shape magic are abundant. If Akiji were to use it, he might develop even more powerful techniques. Just the fact that it is not restrained by haki would allow Akainu to really be in for a surprise. Xiawin chuckled. The customer's guess is not wrong. This is a type of magic from another world. Magic? Another world? Upon hearing this keyword, Akiji's eyes widened slightly. Things from another world should be quite powerful, right? This is ice-shaped magic, which allows for the free construction of all objects, and the constructed objects will not be restrained by haki. For example, by using shape magic to freeze an enemy, the opponent can only rely on brute force to break the ice prison. They cannot resist with haki. Just place this ice crystal at your heart to learn it. The more Akiji listened, the more serious he became. This ability was simply too suitable for him. He was originally a natural-type ice fruit user possessing the power to freeze the sea. However, he was unable to freeze C-prism stone or completely encase those with strong haki. Compared to that guy Akainu, he was indeed a bit weaker in terms of offense. And this ice attribute magic from another world just happened to fill that gap. Once Akiji absorbed the ice crystal and learned ice-shaped magic, he couldn't help but marvel at the interesting and powerful systems of another world. Because this magic is also capable of growth. As long as his strength continues to improve, the strength and power of the things he constructs will also continuously enhance. Surprisingly, out of 10 jars, 2 purple lights appeared. It seems my luck is indeed quite good. Akiji felt he was set. As long as Akainu does not open a reward as powerful as his, he could suppress Akainu. The matter the shopkeeper mentioned, where he would have his leg broken due to competing for the position of Fleet Admiral in the future, would never happen again. He successfully changed his fate. It seems the customer is quite satisfied with this jar opening. Xiawin said with a faint smile. Indeed, it has been a great help to me. It can only be said to be the miracle of fate. Akiji nodded seriously. Next, he needed to consult Zephyr Sensei, then persuade him to open jars together. He was well aware that the reason Zephyr Sensei left Marineford and was disappointed with the Navy was because of the warlords of the sea system that granted privileges to pirates. So once Zephyr Sensei opened items that enhanced strength and the Navy's generals collectively became stronger by a level, they could then forcibly abolish the warlords of the sea system and bring those pirates to justice. Let Zephyr Sensei take revenge. Smoker saw that Akiji's jars were all opened and silently took out 2 million berries to place on the counter. Shopkeeper, I want to open a jar too. He felt that his smoke fruit was still a bit weak. He needed to master a powerful system from another world. I hope both guests can unveil their desired items. Xiawin's thoughts stirred as 20 jars flew out from behind him, landing before Smoker and Tashiji. By the measure of time, these two could have opened jars yesterday. Perhaps they delayed a day just to wait for Kazan. Tashiji looked at the jars before her and said thoughtfully, Colonel, why don't you go first? She felt that after Admiral Kazan had consecutively opened 2 purple lights, the next jar should bring a stroke of good luck. She had already consumed the quick/fruit, and her swordsmanship was continuously improving, soon reaching the realm of slicing iron. Thus, even if nothing good came out, she wouldn't feel disheartened. However, the colonel was different. The pressure on him was immense. He should open something good to regain the calm demeanor he once had when facing pirates. What's the difference? Smoker looked at the jar before him, feigning indifference. Yet inside he was quite anxious, knowing full well that his smoke fruit was not particularly powerful. At least compared to the 3 admirals or the Queen of Lightning, the gap was substantial. Perhaps in the East Blue or the first half of the Grand Line, he could still rely on his Logia-type elementalization and his Vice Admiral-level hockey strength. He had become a nightmare that made pirates tremble. But in the face of true powerhouses, his hockey and the level of his fruit development were utterly insufficient. Thus, Smoker believed that his smoke must possess additional characteristics to squeeze into the ranks of the strong. For instance, the attribute conversion cards he opened the first time he cracked a jar. Bang, bang, bang. Smoker initiated 3 consecutive draws. Instantly, 3 boxes of standard Navy flintlock guns fell out. The sight of over 1,000 flintlock guns scattered across the ground left Smoker, who had been eagerly anticipating, dumbfounded. Although this time the jar was still a bloodbath profit. But how could he carry so many arms back alone? By the way, where did the shopkeeper source so many arms to stuff into the jars? Xiawin glanced casually before continuing to lean back in his chair. Your Navy's standard flintlock guns have no special features. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's explanation, Smoker twitched his mouth and had no choice but to continue opening jars. Bang, bang, bang. Unconvinced, he still chose the 3 consecutive draws. Finally, the jar did not disappoint his expectations, successfully bursting forth with a dazzling blue light that illuminated his heart. But when the light dissipated, a bizarre purple mushroom with eyes and a mouth appeared before everyone. Smoker. Shouldn't it be a powerful ability that could grow? How did he end up with a mushroom? While this mushroom is swaying so cute, Nami cradled her face in her hands, wishing she could rush up and pet the magical little creature. But with so many Navy around, and since the mushroom wasn't obtained by her, she had to reluctantly give up. She wanted to open a similar plan in the future. Tashiji pushed her large red-framed glasses, looking somewhat doubtful. That purple mushroom looks like it could be poisonous. Could this be some kind of mushroom capable of poisoning strong individuals? Little spore mushroom from a certain plant's versus Zombies world, a little spore mushroom that doesn't require sunlight. After system optimization, it can attack enemies even in daylight with a range of 50 meters. It can be freely planted, ignoring terrain and environment, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. The purple liquid sprayed by the little spore mushroom has become highly toxic and can self-destruct, causing enemies to enter a momentary state of paralysis. It can survive for up to 24 hours, but has a very thin health bar and cannot withstand most attacks. Note it's free. What else do you want? Plants versus Zombies. Little spore mushroom. If there weren't others in the shop, Xiawin would have shown an elderly subway phone expression. Every time he thought that the abstract items provided by the system were already sufficiently bizarre, a new abstract item would immediately refresh his understanding. Speaking of which, since he could open a little spore mushroom, could a destruction mushroom also be opened? Xiawin pondered to himself. The guest is quite lucky. This is a mushroom from another world. A mushroom from another world. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their inquisitive gazes toward the swaying purple mushroom. No wonder it looked so peculiar. A mushroom even had eyes and a mouth. It turned out to be a mushroom from another world, which explained its strangeness and mystery. Kazan nodded slightly. Since it was a mushroom from another world, it must possess some formidable qualities. Xiawin continued to elaborate. This is a little spore mushroom, which can be freely planted, ignoring terrain and environment, and every 5 seconds it can plant another little spore mushroom. It can spray venom and self-destruct, causing enemies to enter a momentary paralysis state with a range of 50 meters and no limit on the number of plantings. However, it is very fragile and can die easily with a survival time of 1 day. Smoker's pupils constricted. This otherworldly little spore mushroom was quite powerful. It can be planted infinitely, ignores the environment, can spray poison and self-destructs, causing paralysis. The main point is a new little spore mushroom can be accumulated every 5 seconds. If prepared adequately, he could plant a whole bunch of little spore mushrooms in advance. He could lure enemies into a sea of mushrooms while he could evade the venom and the mushroom's self-destruction through elementalization. Smoker reached out toward the constantly shaking little spore mushroom, watching it gradually transform into light points that fused into his body. In that moment, he realized he had mastered the power to plant mushrooms at will. Kazan teased, Smoker, you might be able to disguise yourself as a paramecia-type poison mushroom user in the future. I'd rather continue using the smoke fruit's abilities. Smoker twitched his mouth. The name of the Logia type at least sounded nice and had enough deterrent power. The paramecia-type poison mushroom fruit sounded like a lowly fish. Bang, bang, bang. Smoker continued with another 3 consecutive draws. As a result, another blue light shone brightly. It seems my luck today is indeed quite good. Smoker looked up in delight at the shopkeeper, waiting for the explanation. Fog of desire. It can create fog that triggers the desires of living beings with the intensity and quantity of desires determined by the user's strength. The desires that can be triggered include pure lust, uncontrollable rage, and insatiable greed. Xiawin remained silent for a moment before saying lightly, this ability is highly compatible with you guessed. The fog of desire can create fog that triggers living beings' desires with the strength and quantity of desires determined by your own power. There are 3 types of desires that can be triggered: lust, rage, and greed. Currently, you can definitely trigger your opponent's lust, causing them to become aroused on the spot. Upon hearing this, Nami and Tashiji's expressions changed, and they couldn't help but take a step back, looking at the fog of desire with horror. This thing is too toxic. It must be destroyed. Smoker looked blankly at the floating fog of desire. This ability is indeed quite good. It is a means to influence the enemy's mental state and indirectly control the target. But this ability to provoke others' desires is too inappropriate. The moment he thought of igniting the lust of opponents while fighting pirates of similar levels, Smoker shivered. Along with the earlier little spore mushroom, how come today he opened such inappropriate abilities? In Arabasta, amidst the rain, a battle of fire and sand is about to commence. Looking at Crocodile, whose face was darkened and had pushed his subordinates away, Ace chuckled softly. I merely wish to borrow your means of transportation to the capital and perhaps acquire some water as well. Is this truly such a warm welcome for me? Or is it that you plan to personally lead me to the capital? Sir Crocodile of the 7 warlords. Summoned by the distress signals from his subordinates, the irritable Crocodile retorted coldly, cut the nonsense. Just because you are the second in command of Whitebeard, I will not grant your request. Moreover, if the Navy discovers that you've left the New World and arrived in the first half of the Grand Line, do you think they won't surround you? If it weren't for the fact that this is not a desert but his base, and that the other party is also a Logia-type devil fruit user, he couldn't quickly defeat him. Crocodile would have long since taught this arrogant junior a lesson. He simply relied on his good fortune, having consumed a flame fruit to defeat a few worthless foes. When he once made a name for himself at sea, this Ace was still just a little brat. Ace smirked and lowered his hat. Do you really harbor such hostility toward me? It seems the psychological shadow left by dear old dad is indeed quite significant. Have you chosen to withdraw from the New World to retire in this desert kingdom? I once challenged dear old dad and lost terribly, but so what? Ace's eyes seemed to shine with brilliance. Losing to the world's strongest man is not a disgrace. This era is named after Whitebeard. Ace. Crocodile struck at his sore spot, could no longer hold back his anger. A swirling sandstorm vortex formed in his hand and was hurled forward. Sandstorm. In an instant, a massive sandstorm vortex capable of tearing apart buildings surged toward Ace like a natural disaster. Aha! Isn't this exchange much simpler? Ace's right hand transformed into crimson flames, charging towards the raging sandstorm. Fire fist. Boom. The explosive heat of the flames and the scalding sand that was shattered and scattered immediately engulfed the surrounding streets. Following that were fiery arrows and slashes made from sand clashing in this deserted street. Divine fire, Ignis of the gods. After their next clash, the street where they stood had completely turned to ruins. Seeing his base in this state, Crocodile's face turned pale. The entire rain-soaked area was constructed with immense effort and resources. Losing this street, he could only imagine how much berries he would lose. The cadres working hard outside would not know how many extra shifts they would have to take on. Damn it, we can't fight in the city anymore. We must move the battlefield to the desert. He was confident that he was invincible in the desert. Even if Whitebeard came, he could still escape. Unfortunately, the 3 useful items he had opened from the jars were not very useful in the current battle. The 2 abilities related to water were even more useless, only weakening himself. Just as Crocodile's right hand transformed into a sand blade preparing to strike Ace with another desert sword, Ace suddenly spoke up. As fellow Logia users, wouldn't we only end up in a stalemate by clashing like this? I just want to borrow some things, why must you fixate on me? Or is it that you have already set your sights on this country, wanting to become its king? What a foul joke, Crocodile. Think as you will. Seeing this, Crocodile reignited his cigar. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he truly had no way to deal with Ace. The mysterious shopkeeper was indeed correct compared to the young spirited him in the past. His will aura and conviction had diminished greatly now. It turned out his strength had weakened to this extent. But if he could not obtain the king of the underworld, then all the time he wasted over the years would be in vain. At the very least, he needed to struggle a bit more and open more jars. Crocodile slowly exhaled a smoke ring and asked solemnly, as the second-in-command of Whitebeard, why have you come to Arabasta, leaving the New World? This was the question that concerned Crocodile the most. I was merely passing through and wanted to see the jar merchant said to be able to open anything as mentioned in the newspapers. As for why I left the New World, Ace lowered the brim of his hat, his tone serious as he said, I am in pursuit of a man who was once my subordinate, but has committed the crime of killing his comrades. As the captain, I have the responsibility to capture him, or eliminate him. Just thinking about the crimes committed by Blackbeard made Ace's eyes widen and his teeth clench. If he did not deal with this person, how would he explain it to dear old dad or to the deceased Sachi? Pursuing a traitor of the Whitebeard pirates. Crocodile's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. He was well aware of what Whitebeard meant to his crew. This little brat before him should not be the type to lie about such matters. I can lend you a means of transportation to cross the desert and reach Ayabarna, provided that after you leave Arabasta you must not inform anyone else of my existence. Crocodile stated in a deep voice. He also despised those who betrayed after killing their comrades. Since Ace was just passing through, he could pretend he hadn't seen him. Huh. Then thank you very much. Ace's eyes lit up as he agreed. After all, he was only concerned about the whereabouts of Blackbeard and had no interest in what Crocodile was up to in Arabasta. In Cocoa West Village, when Dasky shattered his last jar, a green light burst forth. Inside of iron cutting, Dasky's comprehension and sword techniques upon breaking through the iron cutting realm. Note, I beg of you, future self. The guest is quite lucky. This is precisely what you wanted, the method for breaking through the iron cutting realm. However, amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Xiawin smiled faintly. This is a gift from your future self to your past self. What? X4. What? The future, Dasky. Smoker couldn't help but exclaim. Xiawin nodded lightly. If the jar can produce anything, then it is perfectly normal for it to bring forth the abilities and gifts of one's future self. In this green sphere of light lies all the insights and sword techniques of the future Dasky at the moment of breaking through the iron cutting. No, this is not normal at all. Nami also showed a look of bewilderment. The idea of receiving gifts from one's future self sounds even more shocking than the store owner's prophetic abilities. Doesn't this imply that the store owner possesses the ability to converse with their future selves? At this moment, Dasky, who had already absorbed the green sphere, slowly opened her eyes. I have broken through the iron cutting. So easily. Xiawin remained calm. Of course, as long as you open jars more often, becoming stronger is that simple and effortless. So Dasky, is this truly a gift left by your future self? After receiving a nod from Admiral Akiji, Smoker immediately asked, if what the store owner said is true, that they can receive gifts from their future selves, then the threat assessment of this jar store must be raised. After all, who wouldn't want to perfectly absorb the results of their future self's training? Of course, this is both a risk and a tremendous opportunity. Dasky replied excitedly, yes, Colonel. I can confirm that this is definitely a gift left by my future self after breaking through the iron cutting. Whether it's the sword techniques from the same source or the understanding of the subsequent sword path, they all reflect my personal style. Future me must have become an outstanding swordsman, right? If it weren't for the scene and atmosphere being inappropriate, Dasky would have drawn her sword on the spot for a demonstration. Since I have already broken through the iron cutting, my future goal is to achieve flying / becoming a true swordsman. This is quite troublesome. In that case, I must work hard to train in the future to avoid having my legs broken. Akiji casually put on his sleeping hat. See you next time, Xiawin. An alternate world has already refreshed the Navy's understanding, and now the store owner has pulled off this miraculous operation of the future self. So, what level of strength does this store owner possess? Could he repeatedly draw power from his future self, then become invincible by stepping on his own feet? the strength of an admiral and beyond. The king of the world. Or perhaps. Akiji dared not think further. Mr. Store owner, we shall take our leave. Smoker and Dasky, having opened their jars, followed suit. They also needed to report their experiences of the jar opening to Marineford. Seeing the Navy had already left the shop, Nami hesitated for a moment, but still followed the Admiral's words. Mr. Xiawin, see you next time on the Grand Line. This time I not only learned the store owner's name, but I also unlocked the observation hockey and physical training techniques. It was worth my special trip back to open jars. See you next time, dear customers. Xiawin spoke calmly. Today, with 4 customers opening jars, he had accumulated quite a few good items waiting to be absorbed for strength. Nami opened 3 blue lights and 1 purple light, while Akiji opened 2 purple lights and 1 blue light. Smoker opened 2 blue lights and Dasky opened 1 blue light. As for the green light and the rubbish below, Xiawin was too lazy to count. After all, they would be sold in jars in the future. First, we have the river crab that can increase the fruit's development potential. Looking at the blue lizard running around the shop, a faint smile appeared on Xiawin's face. I've heard your vitality is quite robust. Experience the power of the store owner's privilege. Marineford. The marshal's office once again summoned several high-ranking officials. Sengoku, with a dazed expression, tossed the intelligence summarized by Akiji onto the table. Everyone take a look. That jar store has released news we never anticipated. Last time, it was the powerful system of an alternate world. This time, it's prophetic abilities and gaining insights from people of the future. Akiji suspects that the strength of that store owner has already surpassed the level of Admirals and Yonko. To be honest, his brain momentarily crashed when he saw the report summarized by Akiji. What does it mean that the store owner can have customers' future gifts brought to the present for them to unlock? Is this something that humanity can achieve? Sengoku was so tempted to resign on the spot and let others deal with these matters. As for the store owner making the devil fruits not unique, such explosive news could shake the seas. All of that seems insignificant. In an instant, within the entire marshal's office, aside from Carp, who was still mindlessly munching on snacks, the other 3, including Kizuru, wore expressions of confusion and shock. Akainu, who had always insisted on destroying the store and capturing the store owner, fell into silence while looking at that report. He was an absolute justice type, believing all pirates deserved to die, but not a reckless and hopeless brute. Moreover, the other party pointed out the issue with Zephysinsei, which counts as a favor. All 3 admirals are disciples of Zephysinsei, especially Kizuru, who has the best relationship with him. If the Navy were to go to war with the jar store, Akainu suspected that Kizuru might hold back and put on a show. So, they could only maintain the status quo. Clack, clack. Carp, munching on senbei, pointed at the documents with his greasy fingers. Why is everyone so serious? What is the Navy's primary goal? It's to catch pirates. Since Shichibukai Crocodile is preparing to overthrow the Arabasta royal family, we cannot sit idly by. As for my old friend Zifa, Carp exchanged a deep look with Sengoku, who similarly raised his head in tacit understanding. They must persuade him to change his mind and promote the proposal to abolish the Shichibukai system. Vice Admiral Teru looked at the detailed information about Baroque works provided by Akiji, rubbing her forehead in frustration. I agree with Carp's suggestion. We absolutely cannot let a pirate become the king of Arabasta. Fortunately, Crocodile has always been a lone wolf, and after withdrawing from the New World, established Baroque works. There are no strong figures stationed. Just need to keep an eye on Mr. 1 Mr. 2 1 Mr. 3, the 3 main officers. However, with Akiji and Admiral taking action, Crocodile won't be able to stir up any waves. The Navy headquarters only needs to send some personnel to establish a temporary branch around Arabasta to help this desert kingdom through a few years of developmental period. Another ordinary day passed. Just as Xiawin was enjoying the delicacies opened by previous customers from the jars, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding. There are customers arriving at the Arabasta store. Ding. Detected that there are currently no customers in the store. Would you like to teleport? Oh, who could it be this time? Baroque Works officers. Xiawin directly returned to the Arabasta store just as he took out the teapot and the Supreme newspaper. The store's door was pushed open by someone. A young man with his upper body bare and wearing an orange hat strode in. Good afternoon, Mr. Store owner. I would like to buy some jars. Xiawin was somewhat surprised to see the familiar face before him. Ace actually came to open jars too. However, in the original story, he indeed pursued Blackbeard in the first half of the Grand Line. And he had also been to Arabasta. A new customer welcome. Xiawin smiled faintly, already finding the right words to handle Ace. As long as the other party has money. This store only sells jars each for 100,000 berries, and the jars can produce anything. Huh. I understand. All that I specifically borrowed some berries from a familiar person. By the way, store owner, can these jars produce items that can track specific individuals? Ace laughed heartily, pulling out 1,000,000 berries that he borrowed from Crocodile. Seeing this, Xiawin's lips curled slightly. Of course, whether it's a scroll that can cure all diseases or an item that can resurrect a person, my jars can produce them. Ace, do you want to revive Sachi? Ace, do you want to resurrect Sabo? Xiawin's words detonated all of Ace's thoughts like a landmine. It left him utterly stunned in place. After a moment of shock, Ace slowly spoke, resurrect. Sabo, can you resurrect Sabo, Sir Shopkeeper? He never dreamed that there could be such a perfect solution in this world. Of course, he also desired something that could cure all ailments. After all, his father had to take 4 drips every day. Though he hadn't said anything, he was quite anxious inside. And now the shopkeeper, who was not much older than him, claimed he could fulfill his dreams. Moreover, the main point was that he saw the hope of resurrecting Whitebeard and his brother. Ace, overwhelmed by such joy, he didn't even bother to consider how the shopkeeper knew his identity and what he wanted. Xiawin chuckled lightly. Why not? My jars can produce anything. Just because there's no means to resurrect a person in this sea doesn't mean it's impossible elsewhere. Of course, resurrection is an extremely difficult matter in any world, and while my jars may possess such means, it all depends on your luck, dear customer. Regardless of how the other party played their cards, it was always wise to paint a grand picture first, especially for Ace. Xiawin found it too easy to guess what the other party desired most. Whitebeard and Sabo were the unpassable hurdles in each other's hearts. The former was old and weak, no longer at his peak. Ace desperately hoped that his father could continue to protect them and make Whitebeard the pirate king. Sabo, on the other hand, had died unexpectedly, but in reality, he had gone to train with the Revolutionary Army. Of course, the 4th Division Captain Sachi had been killed by Blackbeard, and Ace felt guilt and regret over it. At this moment, 10 jars slowly floated before Ace. But Ace didn't even glance at them. With a hint of pleading in his tone, he asked, Sir Shopkeeper, may I purchase the means to resurrect someone? We of the Whitebeard pirates do not lack gold and silver treasures. He planned to first inform his father and use money to bring Sachi back. Then he would work hard to save up money to resurrect Sabo. By then, Luffy would certainly be very happy, right? Ace had already begun to envision the future of their trio being reunited. Coming to Arabasta to open jars was truly the right decision. Want to take a shortcut? If you don't open jars, how can I become the strongest in the world? Xiawin raised an eyebrow and directly shook his head in refusal. I only sell jars here. I won't sell any particular item separately. If a customer really wants to resurrect someone, it can only be obtained through opening jars. He wasn't lying. Resurrection is merely a matter of means. Isn't the impure world reincarnation a form of resurrection? This ninja art jar could definitely produce it. Or perhaps a certain law of causality could directly construct a body. Then a synthetic soul with the deceased's personality and most of their memories could be created. As long as everyone doesn't mind, it could be considered a form of resurrection. At a more advanced level, a resurrection coin from a certain disconnected city could also be considered resurrection, right? Even if the basic jar doesn't have it, Xiawin believed that advanced jars would definitely not lack perfect means of resurrection. It can only be obtained through opening jars. Okay, then I'll open jars. Ace felt somewhat reluctant, but to avoid offending the shopkeeper, he had to grit his teeth and agree. He believed that Sachi and Sabo in the heavens would bless him. If it weren't for the fact that his father and the other companions were not suitable to move around at will, which could easily attract the Navy's vigilance and confrontation. Ace would have wanted to invite the entire Whitebeard pirates to open jars together. After all, the more people there were, the greater the chance of producing resurrection means than if he were to do it alone. Bang! Ace quickly smashed his first jar, and a bright green light appeared. Having opened a jar once with the wandering jar merchant, Ace was clear. Green light was a sign that something good was inside. Pointer to a person. The pointer will always point towards the direction of the holder's heart's desire. Maximum detection range, 50 kilometers. The target can only be a human or a sentient being. Remarks: pointer to water, pointer to person, pointer to mineral, pointer to money. Oh, isn't this what Ace asked about first? But the detection range of the pointer to a person is larger than that of the pointer to water. Xiawin raised an eyebrow. This is the pointer to a person. Oh, it's the kind of item you inquired about when you entered the shop. The pointer of the pointer to a person will always point towards the direction of the target you wish to find with a maximum detection range of 50 kilometers. Ace was taken aback, looking in surprise at the pointer in his hand. Had he completed his initial purpose of coming to the jar shop so easily? That was too coincidental, as if it was specially tailored for him. Could it be? Ace discreetly put away the pointer to a person. It indeed meets my needs, though the detection range is a bit short. He suspected that this shop had invisible benefits. That is, the shopkeeper would prioritize letting customers open the items they inquired about first. Bang! As the second jar was opened, a small metallic box appeared before Ace. Xiawin glanced at it casually, his tone indifferent. This is a lighter that can ignite a small flame. But it should be of little use to you, dear customer. A lighter? Ace couldn't help but twitch his lips in disbelief. He was a user of the Mara Nami. Giving him this lighter was not just of little use, it was practically garbage taking up space. Bang! When the third jar opened, a blue light that Ace had never seen before burst forth. Divine Blade Siming, a legendary weapon originating from the world of Honor of Kings. After system refinement, it manifests as a spectral artifact enhancing strength and stamina. When struck by fatal damage, the wielder does not perish instantly. Instead, they gain brief invincibility along with increased attack speed and movement speed. Invincibility duration varies with the user's cultivation level, ranging from 1 to 2.5 seconds. Once triggered, the blade enters a damaged state and can no longer absorb a second fatal blow, yet its base attribute bonuses remain active. Note he has drawn the Divine Blade Siming. Xiawin stared in mild surprise at the translucent blue, long sword hovering midair. It not only augments strength and stamina, but also grants one chance to evade death entirely, in a fleeting moment of invulnerability. Moreover, being spectral, it requires no physical carriage. In essence, it functions as a permanent passive buff enhancing foundational attributes. Had Ace possessed such a blade in his original world, he might have survived, by a second or two, when shielding Luffy from Akainu's devastating punch. Ace could no longer contain his curiosity. Shopkeeper, why can't I touch this blade? Truly unprecedented in effect. This capsule's contents were unlike anything he'd ever seen. This is the Divine Blade Siming. It shields you from mortal harm and grants 1 second of invincibility. This effect activates only once and requires no physical possession. Additionally, the blade permanently enhances your strength and stamina. Simply focus inward and mentally affirm purchase to absorb it. Shield against mortal harm and augment stamina and strength. Ace's smile faded, his gaze hardened into solemn resolve. This artifact, he wanted to give it to father. Before he could even ask whether it could be gifted, the shopkeeper sighed. Regretfully, spectral artifacts may only be absorbed by the one who opened the capsule. Others cannot touch or remove them. Very well, I'll simply draw other items for father. Silently affirming purchase, Ace absorbed the unfamiliar blade into his being. In that instant, he felt a marked surge in his physical prowess, equivalent to over half a year of rigorous training. All for the price of 100,000 berries. Wait, those coins were borrowed from Crocodile. In truth, the cost was 0. Ace marveled. This is astonishing. I wish father and Marco could experience it too. Yet he knew full well such a gathering was impossible. Were father and Marco to journey from the New World to the first half of the Grand Line, the 3 Admirals would surely follow, not to observe, but to intercept. Shopkeeper opening a branch in the New World would be ideal. Ace lamented, shattering his 4th capsule. Such extraordinary capsules would undoubtedly shine there. The New World. Xiawin's eyes flickered faintly. The 3rd shop should unlock there, shouldn't it? Yet if all 3 shops activated simultaneously, he could only serve one location at a time. Clearly, his current capsule shop had fundamental flaws. For instance, recently, he traveled to Kokayasi village to serve Sanji and the floating restaurant, leaving King Cobra of Arabasta staring helplessly at a locked shop door. Such neglect alienated new patrons, risking irreversible attrition. And if the 3rd shop launched without resolving this issue, would he truly need to master chi transformation into 3 bodies, splitting himself into 3 avatars? A misstep in such arts could yield catastrophic consequences. That was a critical flaw. Why not simply teleport every patron, upon entering, to whichever shop was currently open? System, stop feigning silence. Answer me now, do I actually have to learn body-splitting techniques? Xiawin demanded inwardly. Ding. Detected host inquiry, processing response. Ding. Upon unlocking the 3rd shop, new shop functionalities and proprietor privileges will activate, fully satisfying host requirements. No concern necessary. That was more like it. Unifying all patrons into a single operational shop, eliminating his need to rush between locations. This at last was the true essence of the capsule shop. Satisfied, Xiawin leaned back comfortably. When Ace shattered his 6th capsule, a soft emerald glow shimmered into existence. Seems today's fortune favors me. Shopkeeper, does purchasing capsules within the shop increase odds of drawing rare items? Ace's face lit with delight. Before arriving in Arabasta, he'd bought 7 capsules from a silver-haired youth. Only one yielded an emerald glow. Now 6 capsules had produced 2 emerald glows and 1 azure. Exceptionally high drop rates. Xiawin remained silent. For a first-time customer, 6 capsules had yielded merely 1 azure and 2 trivial greens. Where precisely was the good fortune? Truly, this man had never witnessed genuine rarity. Among all patrons, Ace ranked among the unluckiest, the very bottom tier of misfortune. Shimmering Remy ate a potent restorative elixir sourced from the world of Dungeon Fighter. Optimized by the system, it instantly restores 30% of health and stamina, and cures all abnormal statuses. Cures afflictions such as disease, but natural decline due to age, loss of strength, or stamina, is not classified as an abnormal status. Note, is this truly your preference? Or why hoard an entire backpack of Remy aids? Xiawin raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. This time a genuinely valuable item had emerged. Curing all abnormal statuses. That effect held immense practical weight. In the One Piece world, bizarre paramecia-type devil fruits abounded. Petrification, dullification, these were abnormal statuses. Even Akiji's freezing counted. After all, not everyone possessed haki strong enough to resist devil fruit powers. Xiawin nodded slightly, offering quiet praise. Your fortune is commendable, guest. This is a rare restorative artifact. It restores approximately 30% of injuries and stamina, and eradicates all abnormal statuses, including illness. Even a single shimmering Remy aid qualified as a trump-cardier item in the One Piece world. This is nothing short of divine medicine. Ace's breath deepened, his eyes burned with fervent intensity as he gazed upon the precious vial. Once father consumed it and regained full health, the Whitebeard pirates would endure, forever great. Indeed, this era belonged to Whitebeard. With great effort, Ace suppressed his surging emotions. Whether the log pose or this miraculous cure, he had drawn both from capsules. The shopkeeper had not deceived him. Then resurrection must also be real. He truly stood a chance to revive Thatch and his younger brother. Ace glanced at his remaining 4 capsules, silently lamenting their scarcity. 10 capsules per month felt woefully insufficient. Crocodile had stated clearly each person was limited to 10 per month. This was the shopkeeper's immutable rule, binding on all without exception. Had Thatch's fate not intervened, Ace might have lingered peacefully in Arabasta. He could have returned next month for another 10. But Blackbeard had fled long ago, and Ace sensed dark schemes coalescing in the shadows. Thus he must pursue relentlessly. Noticing Ace's sudden silence and distant gaze, Xiawin tapped the counter, impassively proceed, guest, continue drawing capsules. These youths these days, so easily flustered. Merely an emerald glow, was it truly worth such dramatic shifts in expression? Sorry, I was lost in thought just now, Ace said politely. With 4 jars remaining, I must open one that contains a resurrecting item. With such determination and belief, Ace decisively shattered the 7th jar. In an instant, a golden coin fell out, slowly rolling to Ace's feet. Unfortunately, the shattered jar did not emit any light. Therefore, Xiawin merely glanced at it casually before shifting his gaze away. Just an ordinary gold coin. It was not a resurrection coin from some game. An ordinary gold coin. Seriously, what I want is not money, but a means of resurrection. Ace pressed down his hat in frustration. He only had 3 jars left. Smash! The 8th jar shattered. A dazzling purple sphere rose, and then suddenly exploded. What? Startled, Ace instinctively entered elemental form, ready to withstand the unknown damage. However, seeing the shopkeeper's calm gaze, Ace awkwardly exited elemental form, realizing he had acted foolishly. Yes, this was the jar's special effect. Although it made a bigger noise, it also indicated that the contents were of higher value. Could it be a resurrection item? Becoming a parrot, Ace looked expectantly toward the dissipating glow. There he saw a blazing red great sword, its hilt pointing upward, floating in midair. Another weapon. Ace was somewhat speechless. He was a noble user of the nature-type burn fruit. All he needed to do was steadily develop his fruit's abilities, and he would eventually become a top powerhouse on the seas. Moreover, his own combat style relied entirely on the burn fruit. He didn't need a weapon that would only hinder him. Godfall Sword, Sheardal, a fire attribute, great sword from a world of collapse. This sword holds significant meaning, having touched many hearts and guided certain individuals. After system modification, wielding this sword automatically grants the talent for continuous combat. As long as one is not dead, they can continue to fight until they burn out their life. It can actively trigger the sword's skills, increasing all of one's attack damage by 40 for 1 minute. Once a day, additionally, one can awaken the sword's dormant power by burning a portion of their life. It creates a flame field centered around oneself, enhancing one's fire attribute attacks and suppressing other attributes to a certain extent. Note, this is the last lesson. After reading the system's evaluation, Xiawin's expression darkened. Damn, he had crossed into the world of One Piece. Why did he still have to face danger? To be honest, the effect of this Godfall Sword Sheardal is indeed remarkable. Continuous combat represents endurance. For instance, someone like Akainu or Akiji, who can battle for 10 days and nights, must possess a similar talent. As for the 40 damage increase available once a day, if used wisely, it could indeed turn the tide. Not to mention, it has the rare domain-type skill. A purple glow is no issue. However, it will drain health. Using it too much could lead to death. Shopkeeper, is this great sword a famous blade? Why do I feel like this sword is calling to me? Ace had already grasped the blazing great sword and started to practice. Uncertain if it was just his imagination, Ace felt that this sword suited him very well. Clearly, he hadn't practiced swordsmanship much. Could it be that he was actually a genius in the way of the sword? The great sword master Ace. This is not a famous blade, but its qualities are almost equivalent to a compatible devil fruit for you, customer, and can even rival the burn fruit. Xiawin said calmly. In the original story, Ace died to protect Luffy. The sword's owner also perished to awaken and save his student. So in a way they do share some commonalities, albeit few. Equivalent to a compatible devil fruit for me, and even rivaling my burn fruit. Ace pointed at himself in disbelief. A weapon like this could bring him such a significant boost. The shopkeeper must be boasting, right? His burn fruit had been developed to an unprecedented level. Shopkeeper, I'm not bragging you, I have a very deep understanding of the burn fruit. Even some veteran powerhouses are not my match, Ace said confidently, puffing out his chest. He had indeed defeated a certain warlord and made them infamous. Even the once famous Crocodile of the Seas could only achieve a draw against him. It seems the customer is quite satisfied with their fruit abilities. Xiawin chuckled lightly. However, the burn fruit is not particularly outstanding, and you have not yet reached the awakening stage with it. He always spoke frankly. In the later stages, almost everyone could unleash flame attacks. What was so strong about the burn fruit? Even Sabo primarily relied on hockey with the burn fruit as a supplement. As for claims that the burn fruit could raise temperatures to extreme degrees, or the notion of it being on par with the magma fruit, Xiawin only wanted to say that the burn fruit is clearly a lower tier than the magma fruit according to official settings. And Ace's burn fruit had definitely not awakened. Shopkeeper, you say the burn fruit is not impressive. Ace was somewhat unconvinced. How could the burn fruit not be good? It is a nature-type fruit. Once in elemental form, enemies can only surrender helplessly. However, I indeed haven't managed to awaken my fruit. Dad said that it requires an opportunity which I have yet to find. Ace pressed down his hat, his voice tinged with regret. An opportunity? Xiawin glanced at Ace. He actually knew of an opportunity that could allow a fruit to awaken. That would be challenging Kaido or Big Mom. As long as one does not die, they can definitely awaken their fruit. There is an opportunity to awaken the fruit in my jars. The customer just needs to be lucky enough to open it. Moreover, Xiawin said casually, this great sword combined with your burn fruit can achieve a pseudo-awakening state. As long as one burns some life to activate the flame field, isn't that just the transformation of a nature-type fruit awakening the terrain and environment? Furthermore, with Ace's own techniques enhanced by the flame field, there would be almost no difference from the actual awakening of a nature-type fruit. Therefore, Godfall sword, Sheardal nature-type, burn fruit pseudo-awakening. Huh. Ace stared dumbfounded at the crimson greatsword in his hands. Could this blade grant him a pseudo-awakening of his devil fruit? Impossible. Xiawin spoke calmly. The divine fall sword, search, a greatsword embodying the essence of fire. Wielding it bestows the innate talent combat perseverance, enabling you to fight relentlessly, so long as life remains within you. Additionally, once per day you may activate an ability that boosts your damage output by 40 for 1 minute. Moreover, by expending a measure of your vitality, you may conjure a blazing domain, an infernal field that suppresses opposing elements while amplifying your own fire-based attacks. Its effect is scarcely distinguishable from a true natural-type devil fruit awakening, though perhaps slightly inferior in raw power. To Xiawin, this sword was undeniably perfect for Ace. And with such enhancement, Ace might never again fall to Blackbeard. For the divine fall sword, Surtur could not be nullified by the Yami no Mi. Then a question arose: what if Blackbeard failed to capture Ace, and instead exposed to the world government that he was Roger's son? Would the Summit War still unfold? Xiawin found himself curious. If Ace remained unarrested, if Whitebeard never sailed to Marineford, if the Summit War never ignited, then this would mark the first pivotal narrative node he had altered. A blazing domain. Ace paused, stunned. Indeed, this was one of the very paths he had envisioned for the awakening of his Mera no Mi. My father once said that devil fruit awakening requires a catalyst. Ace gazed at the greatsword in his hands, his expression distant. So my catalyst lay here all along. Once he experienced this pseudo-awakened state several times within the blazing domain, Ace was confident he would achieve true awakening of the Mera no Mi within half a year, and ascend instantly among the ocean's most formidable warriors. It seemed even his fateful encounter with that silver-haired youth, the purchase of 7 earthen jars, and his subsequent journey to Arabasta, had been guided by destiny itself. As for the necessity of consuming part of his life force to activate it, to Ace that was no drawback at all, for only the living could speak of drawbacks. His sole current weakness lay in hand-to-hand combat and swordsmanship, skills markedly inferior to his fruit abilities. Ace scratched his hair in frustration, yet his other hand held the crimson greatsword without hesitation. Thank you, shopkeeper. A cure for his father. A tool to track Blackbeard. A path toward devil fruit awakening. Though they had met only once, the shopkeeper had already bestowed upon him such extraordinary gifts. He truly felt like a savior. Even the berries used to buy the jars had come from friends' generous support. Thus Ace couldn't shake the feeling he was getting away with something, for free, reaping immense benefit. Had he not already had 2 younger brothers, he'd have asked to swear brotherhood with the shopkeeper. With a sharp crack, the 9th jar shattered. No light emerged. Ace's gaze remained utterly unmoved. After all, resurrection techniques were undoubtedly among the rarest and most exalted treasures. How could one possibly draw such a prize on the first try? The shopkeeper had already given him so much, greed would be unforgivable. Even were such a miracle to manifest, Ace resolved, he would refuse it outright. When the final jar broke, a second azure light shimmered forth. Xiawin gave a faint nod. 2 blues, 1 purple. A result well above average among his patrons. He declared Ace officially promoted from the unlucky zone. As the light faded, a deep blue wristband etched with lightning motifs appeared before Ace's eyes. Cultivation wristband, when worn, doubles cultivation speed, including mastery of combat techniques, hockey, and devil fruit development. For physical training, strength, speed, endurance, and other bodily attributes, it triples progress. Only this much enhancement feels underwhelming compared to the 200-fold effort king. Xiawin fell silent. His companion had already voiced every critique he might have offered. Besides, the effort king compensated for modest natural talent with unwavering perseverance. A naval hero, an emblem of justice. Well, he couldn't quite finish the thought. This is the cultivation wristband, a device that doubles your cultivation speed when worn. For physical conditioning, strength, speed, stamina, it triples progress. A modest little trinket, Xiawin remarked coolly. All this ornate machinery only to conclude that effort remained indispensable. Why not simply dispense orbs granting the physical prowess of Navy Rear Admirals or Vice Admirals? If one could not gain strength without labor, what purpose did these jars serve? At most, he'd granted a low-tier blue light rating. Huh, isn't this remarkable? Ace looked at Xiawin bewildered. A device doubling cultivation speed, tripling gains in physical training, a miracle beyond imagination. Yet the shopkeeper dismissed it as mere trinket. Ace had long fretted over his physical combat lagging behind his fruit power. This wristband solved every dilemma he faced. When he returned to the New World, Marco and the others would surely be astounded. Ace believed this wristband ranked alongside the Crimson Greatsword in rarity and value. I have witnessed those whose diligence multiplies growth 200-fold, and others who ascend relentlessly despite near total neglect of training, born prodigies of unparalleled aptitude. Yet this wristband enhances only physical conditioning by 3-fold. Its impact is less extraordinary than you imagine. Ultimately, this ocean judges strength by hockey mastery and devil fruit awakening alone. 200-fold enhancement. What a strength without training. Ace was utterly dazed. Was this still the sea he knew? How utterly unlike the new world he'd traversed before joining Whitebeard's crew. Back then, he'd fought his way across the seas to challenge his father directly. Yet the shopkeeper had no motive to lie. So perhaps he truly needed more discipline. And hockey. Ace's gaze sharpened. His father had once cautioned him against over-reliance on his devil fruit. Now this enigmatic shopkeeper echoed the same truth. He had indeed neglected hockey training. It was time for change. If attaining top-tier strength demanded both supreme hockey and full devil fruit awakening, then Ace would rise to meet both demands, without delay. Only then could he ensure beyond doubt his father's ascension to the Pirate King's throne. Fortuitously, he had drawn a greatsword perfectly suited to him, and a wristband accelerating cultivation. Henceforth, while pursuing Blackbeard, he would refine his physical combat and forge an entirely new fighting style. Thus concluded Ace's 10 jars, and he broke into a radiant smile. Today's luck has been extraordinary. Pity I must depart on urgent matters. I'd stay another month just to open 10 more. Glad to hear it. Do visit again. However, my shop permits only 10 jars per person per week. You've likely been misled. Cracker. Ace's face darkened. He now understood why Crocodile had worn that peculiar expression when he borrowed money. Crocodile had deliberately restricted his jar draws to delay his growth. Utterly self-defeating and malicious. Indeed, this is the sea I recognize. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, Vivi, having secretly returned without informing her partner Mr. 9 stood frozen in disbelief before her ailing father. He was sparring vigorously with Jaguar, and even summoned thick vines and towering trees to bind foes. The 15-year-old princess stammered incredulous. I've only been gone a year. What on earth has happened? Wearing a golden headdress and earrings, she is dressed in an elegant sky-blue gown. With beautiful long blue hair tied in a high ponytail, her fair skin and exquisite features, the girl said with a twitch of her lips. You mean at a strange jar shop spending 1,000,000 berries got us these powers? Is there really such a good thing in this world? Yes. Welcome back, Vivi. Seeing his precious daughter return home, Cobra clapped his hands, summoning nearly 100 vines to restrain Jaka. Interrupting the greeting between Jaka and Vivi, he then rushed over to boast to his daughter. That jar shop is definitely the hope of Arabasta. Vivi, you haven't opened your jar yet, right? Well, go find the shopkeeper to buy a jar soon. Looking at his daughter, who was much more impressive than the executives in his office, Vivi, while feeling proud, also felt a bit helpless. She had worked hard to infiltrate the Baroque works to investigate the culprit that had plunged Arabasta into chaos and drought. Just when she was about to uncover the truth, Mr. Zero suddenly announced for all the executives to return to Arabasta. She thought the organization was going to confront the royal family. However, halfway through, Mr. Zero issued another order for all of them to find those who had opened jars that emitted light. They were to find a way to seize the props from them, a task that left her utterly confused. Thus, she decisively handed the troublesome task to her partner and quietly returned. So there really is a jar shop. 10 times a week it can produce everything. After hearing her father's explanation, Vivi felt an overwhelming mix of emotions. Rainfall that turns the desert into an oasis, scrolls that cure all diseases, and ninjutsu that summons trees. These incredible things can be obtained for just 100,000 berries for a jar. Is that shopkeeper doing charity in Arabasta? She finally understood why Mr. Zero suddenly changed his previous strategy to take the initiative. Perhaps the other party had already been to the jar shop and opened jars, and they likely opened good things too. By the way, Vivi, we already know who the mastermind is. You've done enough, come back. It's too dangerous to continue infiltrating the Baroque works. Cobra's sudden words caught Vivi off guard. Father, you already know who the mastermind is. Vivi's youthful face was filled with disbelief. It felt like the sky was falling. She had infiltrated the Baroque works for a year as an agent known as Miss Wednesday. Yet she had not uncovered Mr. Zero's true identity. How could her father, who had always been in poor health and stayed in the kingdom, learn the truth before her? She felt this must be a joke from the heavens. Actually, it was the shopkeeper who told me. Not long ago, while Jaka and I were opening jars, we encountered Mr. One's attack. Fortunately, Mr. One was intimidated by the shopkeeper, and as he left, the shopkeeper pointed out that Crocodile is the president of Baroque Works. Cobra said with a serious expression, Shichibukai Sir Crocodile is recognized by the world government. He is a true pirate of the sea. A top-tier powerhouse. Arabasta has no strength to contend with him at all. This is also the reason why he practices daily with Jaka. Internal strife might be resolvable, and drought may find a path. But this mastermind can only be faced alone by the royal family. Mr. 1. That's the strongest assassin in the organization. Vivi's pupils constricted without even thinking about Mr. Zero's true identity. She asked in panic, Father, are you hurt? She had heard that Mr. One's slashes could easily shred houses and sever enemies' weapons. Huh. Don't worry, Vivi, I opened a supreme wheelchair for future emperors. Mr. One's attacks can't harm me at all. As he spoke, Cobra grabbed the luxurious wheelchair that had been placed aside. He felt that this wheelchair could even be passed down as a family heirloom. Vivi, who had been abroad, suddenly showed a strange expression on future emperor. But why do I feel like it resembles the style of Arabasta? To be precise, she felt it was her father's style. Furthermore, such a wheelchair could withstand Mr. One's attacks. It was indeed something she couldn't comprehend. That jar is just too magical. Cobra casually said, This is a purple item opened from the jar identified by the shopkeeper as a wheelchair for future rulers. How could it possibly belong to our country? Alright, let's go to the jar shop to open jars, then you'll understand, Vivi. Jar shop. Xiawin leisurely took out his famous sword to absorb it, adding another layer of security for himself. As for that cultivation wristband and the divine fallen sword shirtle that requires the burning fruit and causes blood loss, he didn't bother with them. He just continued to toss them into the system space to gather dust. Cultivation was impossible. If he were to cultivate himself, not only would his foundation not reach perfection, but there would also be a risk of an unstable realm. But the system rewards are different. They provide direct enhancement without side effects, the righteous path. When the observation color that covered the entire city sensed that Ace had left Alyabarna, Xiawin slowly withdrew his gaze. I hope you can change your tragic fate. Otherwise, when the final circle gathers all the sons of the big shots to compete for the title of Pirate King, and you, the legitimate son of the Pirate King, have already withdrawn early, that would be too embarrassing. However, if Blackbeard came to his shop, he would also sell jars to him. Just as Xiawin was finishing repackaging some unnecessary junk, the shop's door suddenly opened. Cobra, sitting in the wheelchair and pushed by a blue-haired girl, immediately stood up. Shopkeeper, long time no see. This is my daughter Vivi. I brought her to open jars. Vivi wheeled her father, physically robust yet fond of traveling in a wheelchair, into the enigmatic jar shop, where her gaze was instantly drawn to the ever-flowing fountain within. Next, her eyes fell upon a young man of singular bearing, his features unlike those of people she had encountered across countless nations. This was the mysterious shopkeeper who had prompted Mr. 0 to alter his strategy. Vivi stole a quiet glance at Xiawin, the calm, unruffled proprietor who showed no trace of surprise at their arrival, as though their presence had been anticipated all along. It was as if nothing, not even the most cataclysmic turn of fate, could disturb his composure. A profound, unshakable confidence radiated from him, serene and absolute. Perhaps this was the aura of true strength, an aura that stirred deep admiration within her. "Odds you honored guest. Welcome." Xiawin's gaze swept over Princess Vivi, only 15 years old, and a flicker of quiet understanding passed through his eyes. It appeared Crocodile had already made his decision, recalling all his senior officers ahead of schedule, not only to open jars themselves, but also to exert pressure upon the royal family. A bold, high-stakes gambit, yet tragically misinformed. They remained unaware that Admiral Akiji of the Marines was already en route to Arabasta. By then, locating the poneglyph would be the least of their concerns. A surviving arrest and avoiding imprisonment and impelled down would count as victory. Cobra rose and placed 1 million berries on the counter. "This is my daughter Princess Vivi, the future queen of Arabasta." Pride resonated in his voice. Were it not for that accursed Shichibukai plunging the kingdom into chaos, his daughter would stand far more gloriously before her people, cherished, celebrated, unburdened. Vivi nervously lifted the hem of her skirt in a graceful royal curtsy. "Honored shopkeeper, greetings, and thank you for healing my father. May your jar openings yield everything you desire." A gentle nod sufficed. 10 jars glided from behind Xiawin and settled before Vivi. "Relax. Opening jars is hardly a solemn rite." Cobra watched his daughter take deep, measured breaths, her expression taut with gravity, and offered gentle reassurance. "But what if I fail to draw something capable of saving Arabasta? Then this chance will have been wasted. Who knows what unforeseen moves that Shichibukai might make within these 7 days? I must protect Arabasta, end its civil strife and drought once and for all." Like Belle and Jaguar before her, she too would become a guardian deity of the realm. Her voice rang with solemnity, unwavering resolve, and fierce conviction. Cobra fell silent. He longed to tell her there was no need for such tension, that Arabasta was not yet so desperate as to rely upon the shoulders of a 15-year-old girl. Yet, gazing upon his daughter, gone for a year, returned steeled by hardship, his throat tightened with quiet emotion. "Go forth boldly. Remember, your father drew an extraordinary ninjutsu technique. Even Crocodile may falter before the raw power of nature." Emboldened by her father's words, Vivi struck the first jar with the fervor of a determined youth. "Open." Out tumbled a pair of purple sunglasses. Xiawin cast her a faintly bemused glance. Ordinary sunglasses, no special attributes. Her sudden forceful cry of "open" had momentarily startled him, evoking visions of some legendary game's dramatic climax. Up. Staring at the purple sunglasses in her palm, the spark of enthusiasm that had just ignited within Vivi vanished, extinguished coldly by reality. The auspicious start, gone. "Ha ha ha, excellent. Truly my daughter." Cobra burst into hearty laughter. "My first jar yielded an ordinary item too, but the second gleamed with violet light. Keep going, Vivi. The finest treasures await you at the end." She pressed her lips together, raised her hand, and shattered the second jar, only to find it utterly void of light or resonance. Cobra's mirth froze mid-expression. A confusion flickered across his eyes. That couldn't be right. His second jar had summoned the supreme grand wheelchair. Vivi swayed slightly. "It seems my luck is poor today." When the third jar likewise revealed only an ordinary item, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. She was no longer Miss Wednesday, the daring agent who once intercepted pirates at Whiskey Peak. At 15, Vivi felt only crushing guilt for failing to meet her father's hopes. Yet while despair hung thick around father and daughter, Xiawin's gaze remained perfectly still, unruffled, unclouded. Jar opening was inherently capricious. For every golden luck sovereign there existed an eternally violet blind underdog. And after all, only 3 jars had been opened. Even Dashi had drawn a devil fruit from her final jar, transforming public perception entirely. Crack. As Vivi delicately shattered the 4th jar, light finally bloomed, eliciting a visible sigh of relief from Cobra. Blue light. Her beautiful sapphire irises trembled faintly alight with hope. When the luminescence faded, a cerulean orb shimmered before her, a delicate figure engraved upon its surface. Steel-boned physique, blue upon absorption, grants exceptional physical fortitude, dramatically enhancing bone density and muscular resilience. Grants heightened resistance to pure physical assault and vastly amplifies raw strength. Note muscles. Muscles. More muscles. Xiawin's eyelid twitched. This draw was difficult to assess. Objectively, steel-boned physique was a superb talent, ideal for many, offering unparalleled bodily enhancement and close combat prowess. Whether bestowed upon one of the 3 admirals or a Yonko, it would elevate their power significantly. Yet for Princess Vivi, what would this mean? The muscle-bound princess of Arabasta. Iron Vivi. A 15-year-old girl capable of felling a sea king with a single punch. Unbidden Xiawin recalled a certain Hunter x Hunter character. A seemingly sweet doll-like girl whose hidden form was pure, overwhelming muscle. Honored shopkeeper. Is there something amiss with this orb? Cobra asked, concern sharpening his tone. On the contrary, it holds exceptional value. Xiawin shook his head gently. This is the talent's steel-boned physique. Absorption grants a flawless, powerful physique, greatly increasing bone density, muscular resilience, and raw strength. It also enhances resistance against pure physical attacks. In short, it bestows formidable close-quarters combat ability. So potent. Excellent. Cobra smiled broadly. Steel-boned physique was a self-enhancing combat talent, powerful, direct, and highly desirable. Vivi would surely rejoice. Yet when he turned to her, he found not joy, but stark refusal and alarm etched across her face.